Possessing the body of the Azure Dragon, he is endowed with a constitution unlike any other in a world where strength reigns supreme. What path will he choose? Bound by the chains of fate, can he defy the heavens and seize his destiny? As the scion of the seven swords, will he carve out a realm of his own amidst the vast cosmos? Witness his meteoric rise amidst the blood and chaos. Chapter 1. The Frigid Abyss. At the northernmost part of the Pori continent lies a realm of unyielding frost and biting cold. To the south, it borders the continent's most enigmatic dark territories, while to the north, glaciers abound, with the thinnest layers measuring approximately 50 zhang, and the thickest reaching several thousand zhang. This land is home to feral beasts so wild that none dare approach. Even the local hunters must prepare extensively before venturing forth to hunt. This frigid expanse is known as the Northern Snow Empire. The inhabitants primarily subsist on marine fare from the shallow coastal waters to the north. Occupying the northernmost stretch of the Pori continent, the empire spans over 8 million square kilometers, making it the smallest of the continent's four nations, with nearly 60% of its territory shrouded in ice and snow. The climate is perilous due to its relatively weaker national strength. The empire often resorts to pillaging or seeking aid from others, resulting in perpetual strife. In the heart of the empire exists a vast plain untouched by snow, constituting nearly a third of the national territory. At the center of this plain stands a towering peak, rumored to be the dwelling place of an ice phoenix. It is said that any cultivator who drinks the phoenix's blood or consumes its flesh shall attain immortality. Thus, countless cultivators rush to capture the phoenix, yet most meet with grim fates. These cultivators are predominantly warriors and sorcerers, yet even they struggle to seize the ice phoenix, for it is whispered that the creature wields formidable magic. Amidst the biting winds and swirling snow, the central plain remains devoid of snowfall, with a significantly milder temperature. The sun shines warmly here, and two figures, one tall and one short, steadily approach the mountain peak. The plain, being hospitable, has attracted many civilians to settle here, yet none dare venture within a 5-kilometer radius of the mountain. Nonetheless, these two figures have already stepped into the perilous zone. The taller figure is a middle-aged man, his long black hair disheveled and cascading around him, clad in a light blue coat paired with fitted trousers of the same hue. Standing roughly 6 feet tall, he carries a gray-brown wrapped object on his back. The man exudes an invisible aura of martial intent, a somber demeanor enveloping him. Beside him, the shorter figure is a boy of about 6 or 7 years, with straight cyan hair falling to his neck, his bangs obscuring his eyes. Dressed in a cyan cotton coat, the boy appears reluctant, pouting as he trails behind the man. "I, sir, whether this journey brings fortune or misfortune is uncertain. Yet you must master the fighting energy I have taught you. In my youth, I was fortunate enough to obtain the Xiling, and though aided by the heavenly sword, I could never break through the 5th layer of the Tianling Ju to reach a higher realm. My only hope is that you inherit the legacy of the Li family. You must live well," the black-haired man expressed with a furrowed brow, imbued with a sense of melancholic farewell. The cyan-haired boy looked up with his clear eyes, his lips pursed in contemplation. He lowered his head, seemingly lost in thought, as if his tender heart had been struck by some profound revelation. This black-haired man is named Li Xian, a formidable sword saint on the Pori continent, who once made a stunning impression at the decade-held heroic assembly. On the Pori continent, various professions exist, among which warriors are categorized into apprentice warrior, junior warrior, intermediate warrior, senior warrior, sword master, great sword master, sword saint, sword maniac, martial saint, and war god. The disparity between each level is significant. Typically, a sword maniac could easily defeat 5 sword saints. In this world, strength is paramount, and the powerful will always wield the authority to look down upon the weak. Years ago, Li Xin's path of cultivation was flawed, preventing him from breaking through the sword saint bottleneck. Thus, he secluded himself in the mountains to focus on his training, where he fortuitously rescued a woman in distress. The woman, resolute in her affection, fell for Li Xian at first sight and offered to accompany him. They shared an enduring bond, and soon after, their son, Li Tianbing, was born. Driven by a quest for the true essence of cultivation, Li Xian learned of the snow peak in the heart of the Northern Snow Empire, rumored to house the powerful ice phoenix, igniting a fervent desire within him. His venture was not to seek immortality, but to confront the ice phoenix and strive for a breakthrough in the Tianling Ju, aspiring to ascend to a higher level of martial prowess. This central plain, known for its gentle sunlight and rare snowfall, stands in stark contrast to the ice-snow peak, which appears to be veiled in a translucent membrane that glimmers faintly. Inside, it resembles a frozen cavern, exuding an extreme chill. Upon reaching the foot of the ice-snow peak, Li Exen gazed upward, marveling at its towering, steep cliffs that commanded awe. Yet, how many formidable figures had perished within its depths in pursuit of the phoenix's blood and flesh? Even those who escaped with their lives often found themselves marred for life, left to recount their misadventures to future generations. The path of cultivation is indeed fraught with hardship and uncertainty. Casting a glance at Li Tianbing, Li Xin's eyes softened with paternal love as he turned his gaze back to the ice-snow peak, a solemn expression etched upon his face. Suddenly, Li Exen drew forth the object from his back with a swift motion, revealing it to be a magnificent sword. As he flicked his wrist, a radiant purple light erupted, enveloping both himself and Li Tianbing in an aura of sanctity. A massive sword of azure and purple materialized in his grasp, its blade crackling with purple electricity, radiating a formidable presence. This sword, approximately 6 feet in length, bore a gem of azure and purple at its hilt, the legendary Xiling, Sword One of the 7 heavenly swords. The Xiling flickered with arcs of electricity, sending a shiver of trepidation through Li Exen, who silently acknowledged that he could not fully control the Xiling, for it was indeed a heavenly sword. Li Tianbing, who previously shied away from the Xiling, now stood transfixed, his eyes wide open, seeming to grasp some newfound understanding. "Aye, sir. Wait here, your father shall return shortly. If danger arises, shatter the jade slip." Li Exen intently gazed at the young Li Tianbing, then promptly gathered himself, muscles taut and veins bulging, as a surge of silver fighting energy coursed through him. His black hair billowed wildly as an imposing aura erupted from him. With a sudden roar, Li Exen commanded seal, and a shimmering silver light enveloped them, forming a shield that encased both father and son. In an instant, Li Exen leaped, finding himself outside the protective barrier. Once more, Li Exen cast a lingering glance at Li Tianbing, murmuring, "Aye, sir, forgive me." And in a flash, he darted toward the ice-snow peak, soon fading from sight. Li Tianbing snapped back to reality, attempting to follow his father, but collided headlong into the barrier with a resounding thud. "Father, please don't leave Aye, sir, alone." Tears streamed down the boy's cherubic face, cascading onto the grass below, each droplet forming a shimmering necklace in the air. Li Exen soared through the frigid interior of the ice-snow peak, which was indeed a realm of unbearable cold. However, as a native of the Northern Snow Empire and a cultivator, he was undeterred by the harsh climate. While gliding through the air, Li Exen noticed an unusual feature on a mountainside, prompting him to channel his fighting energy and dive down with the swiftness of an eagle. Bang! Li Exen landed firmly before the mountain wall, raising his gaze to behold an ice door set into the rock, inscribed with bold characters, "Palace of the Ice Ancestor. Trespassers shall perish." Li Exen pondered, could this be the lair of the Ice Phoenix? Does the Ice Phoenix possess the ability to speak? As he contemplated, a distant voice echoed, "Who dares approach? Could it be yet another ignorant human, daring to intrude upon my sacred domain?" Startled, Li Exen felt the sheer volume of the voice reverberate painfully against his eardrums, indicating the formidable power of its owner. After a moment of contemplation, he respectfully clasped his hands in salute toward the ice door, saying, "Predecessor, do not take offense. I am Li Exen, and I come without malice. I have merely heard tales of the Ice Phoenix's unparalleled prowess and wish to seek guidance in the martial arts, harboring no desire for the so-called immortality." However, after Li Xin's words fell silent, there was no response from within the door. Patiently, he maintained his respectful posture. The snow blanketed the ground in a silvery sheen, and the frigid winds howled through the air. Time slipped by, and after approximately half an hour, the ice door suddenly swung open with a thunderous crash, unleashing a blast of icy air that sent chills through Li Exen, compelling him to summon his silver fighting energy for warmth. Raising his gaze, Li Exen mused upon the unfathomable power of the Ice Phoenix and resolved to tread cautiously, stepping forward into the icy threshold. Bang! The icy door abruptly slammed shut, causing Li Exen to instinctively glance back, his heart tightening in response. Turning his gaze forward, he beheld the vast expanse of the cavern, surrounded by a blanket of ice and snow. His reflection shimmered brightly upon the ice-formed ground, and before him loomed a colossal ice pillar, adorned with swirling dragons and phoenixes, ethereal clouds spiraling around it, exuding an awe-inspiring grandeur that made Li Xen widen his eyes in astonishment. Behind the ice pillar, an immensely broad ice throne seemed to emerge, upon which a figure appeared to linger, though obscured by swirling frost, rendering the silhouette elusive. Suppressing his astonishment, Li Xen clasped his fists and inquired, "Are you the Ice Phoenix, esteemed elder?" Yet, the figure remained silent. Li Xen continued, "Though I have heard tales that consuming the blood and flesh of a phoenix grants one immortality, I assure you, my intentions are not so. I have diligently cultivated my abilities over the years, yet my strength remains stagnant. I seek only to spar with you, to grasp the true essence of a warrior." Upon hearing this, the figure scoffed dismissively. "Compete with me? You are not even worthy of my effort. Even if I were to cease my training, you could toil for hundreds or thousands of years and still not stand as my equal." Li Xen could not help but feel the weight of that arrogance. Yet after experiencing the probing nature of that voice, he recognized the figure's right to regard him with such disdain. Doubt began to creep in. Cold this being be an ancient deity? Or perhaps not the Ice Phoenix at all? I have never engaged with outsiders. Those who dare to trespass into forbidden grounds find only death awaiting them. However, seeing your earnest quest for the truth of martial prowess, I shall grant you this opportunity. Defeat my steed, the Ice Phoenix, and I will bestow upon you a set of secret techniques for cultivation," the figure proclaimed nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Li Xen realized that this individual was indeed not the Ice Phoenix, and he breathed a quiet sigh of relief. If the disparity in strength were too great, there would be no point in attempting a challenge. A steed? It is said that the Ice Phoenix possesses extraordinary strength, yet it is merely a mount for this person, Li Xen mused. Secret techniques for cultivation? A wave of ecstatic joy washed over Li Xen. Surely, techniques imparted by such a figure would be far from trivial? For someone like Li Xen, who was fervently devoted to martial arts, the pursuit of cultivation was the most meaningful endeavor. If he could receive guidance from this esteemed elder, would it not mean a breakthrough in his own capabilities? "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your generosity," Li Xen expressed with utmost respect. With a mere wave of the figure's hand, two blood-red eyes, akin to the malevolent orbs of a demon from the netherworld, gradually emerged from the dark recesses behind the ice throne. The mere sight of those crimson glimmers instilled a sense of dread in Li Xen, causing his heart to race with uncertainty. Yet, he quickly steadied his mind. If he were to lose his fighting spirit merely at the sight of those eyes, then there would be no need to commence battle. Thud, 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 thud. A massive shadow, accompanied by those blood-red eyes, slowly materialized from behind the ice throne. Chapter 2. Sealing stars and imprinting the moon. The malevolent ancient spirit before me, a majestic and imposing ice phoenix, emerged slowly from the shadows. Its body, reminiscent of an exquisite ice sculpture, was sharply defined, while its blood-red eyes glimmered with an otherworldly light. The transparent form refracted a stunning brilliance, and even its tail feathers were composed of shimmering silvery icy. As the ice phoenix swept its tail, waves of chilling air surged forth, its proud gaze locking onto Li Xen, exuding an air of audacious defiance as it stood beside the hazy figure. Li Xen, resolute in spirit, met the gaze of the ice phoenix with fierce determination. To be intimidated by the mere presence of its gaze would be a grave blow to his reputation as a sword saint. He silently vowed to conquer the ice phoenix. Otherwise, the elder would never impart his techniques. The figure beside him gestured once more before closing his eyes, uttering not a word. Remaining unseen by Li Xen, at that moment, the ice phoenix leapt abruptly, soaring dozens of feet into the air, its silver wings unfurling, unleashing a whirlwind accompanied by a cacophony of piercing sounds directed at Li Xen. Gripping the xiling tightly, he summoned his inner strength, releasing a powerful roar as his muscles swelled, and a torrent of fighting spirit erupted forth, casting a brilliant silver glow upon the ice crystals. To his astonishment, Li Xen's dark eyes had transformed into a striking silver hue, devoid of any emotion. Instilling fear in those who beheld them, with a powerful thrust of his body, he wielded the xiling, unleashing a blade of light that shimmered silver and purple, colliding with the ice phoenix's tempestuous winds. In an instant, the seemingly tranquil clash of forces erupted into a deafening sound that echoed throughout the cavern. The lightning-like blade cleaved through the gales, propelled by an overwhelming force toward the ice phoenix, which appeared unperturbed, exhaling a breath of icy air that effortlessly dissipated the silver blade's calm. Returned to Li Xen. Streams of silver light cascaded from his form, causing the xiling to tremble violently. The purple glow intensifying, and a deep rumbling sound grew from a whisper to a roar. Lixion closed his eyes, centering his energy within. As the Xiling radiated an imposing aura, his fighting spirit surging into the sword. His raven hair billowed, and his blue cloak, strained by his bulging muscles, was torn into a flurry of tattered fabric. Layers of silver light enveloped his arms and face, gradually replacing the crimson vitality with a silvery brilliance. A powerful force erupted beneath Lixion's feet, creating a circular pit of several dozen feet in diameter in the ice crystals. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, silver beams shooting forth, and in a flash, he leapt into the air, gritting his teeth as he brandished the Xiling, summoning a cascade of silver light to cleave downward at the Ice Phoenix. The Ice Phoenix, appearing unfazed, revealed a red gem upon its forehead. Emitting a resounding cry that reverberated through the cavern in an instant, it spread its wings wide, the red gem firing a beam of crimson light, no wider than 2 fingers, to meet Lixion's thunderous assault. With a mighty shout, Lixion transformed, his silver form and eyes shifting to a vivid scarlet, as he unleashed the Xiling in a tempestuous strike toward the red beam. The clash was akin to meeting an impregnable barrier. A violent shockwave erupted from the collision, causing the ice crystal cave to tremble fiercely, yet it remained intact. It seemed as though a white barrier enveloped the space, revealing that the Elder had long since established a protective barrier. Lixion raised his fearsome visage, the crimson hue of his body revealing rippling muscles, with blood coursing relentlessly through the prominent veins. The tendons of his entire being accentuated, a silvery aura swirling continuously at his dantian. Once more, Lixion wielded the Xiling, infusing it with the essence of celestial combat energy, as a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. The Xiling cleaved fiercely from his grasp, yet the fiery radiance emanating from the red gem upon the Ice Phoenix's forehead blazed intensely, releasing frigid currents that thwarted Lixion's relentless assaults. The sound of thundering impacts echoed within the barrier. With a deft roll, Lixion returned to the ground, gasping for breath as his muscles gradually contracted. Suddenly, a brilliant light illuminated the entire cavern, prompting Lixion to rub his eyes. Upon regaining focus, he realized that the barrier had been dispelled by a shadowy figure. Confounded, Lixion inquired, "Senior, why have you removed the barrier? We have yet to determine the victor." The figure scoffed, remaining immobile, and replied, "While the barrier may shield against forceful strikes, it also constrains your abilities. Therefore, let us continue our exchange outside the cave." Lixion clasped his hands in respect, bowing slightly, and remarked, "Your wisdom is profound, Senior." With that, he led the way out of the icy cavern, the Ice Phoenix trailing behind him with the swiftness of an arrow released from its bow. Lixion channeled his combat energy to its fullest, his feet lightly tapping in the air before he alighted upon a flat expanse of land measuring 1,000 meters in diameter, covered by a thin layer of ice crystals that crackled beneath his weight. Just as he steadied himself, he discovered that the senior had already appeared in this location, shrouded in a veil of white light that obscured his features. "With your unrefined prowess, to defeat my mount is a mere folly. This battle concludes here. You would be wise to descend the mountain and practice for a millennium before returning." The voice emanating from the white figure was ethereal, akin to a melodious tune that soothed the soul, yet to Lixion, it was grating to the ears. "Senior, the chasm between us is indeed insurmountable. However, I genuinely wish to engage in earnest sparring with the Ice Phoenix to glean profound truths. Though my strength may be unremarkable, I shall approach this battle with utmost diligence, and I earnestly hope for your support." Lixion bowed deeply, his face nearly parallel to the ground, a testament to his sincerity. "Since you remain undeterred, I shall grant you a glimpse of reality, allowing you to recognize your own frailty." With these words, the white figure vanished. By the time Lixion regained his focus, the Ice Phoenix had already arrived. Upon landing, its silver wings unleashed a barrage of potent energy blades directed at Lixion, who, caught off guard, released a surge of combat energy in a flurry of panic, leaping into the air. The Ice Phoenix, gazing upward, shot forth a beam of crimson light. In his fright, Lixion wielded the Xiling, drawing forth a blade of light that allowed him to narrowly evade the red beam by a subtle angle. However, though the red light was temporarily obstructed, its formidable nature was unmistakably revealed, as it sliced through the air, resulting in a thunderous explosion that shattered the space above, igniting fiery bursts across the sky. Lixion inwardly lamented his narrow escape. Had the red light made contact, would he still be alive? It seemed prudent to exercise caution. Lixion returned to the ground, the Xiling in his hand hummed with latent energy. Reverberating with the sound of thunder, Li Xion's entire being was enveloped in a shroud of silvery fighting spirit. Suddenly, he exerted force through his legs, stirring up a whirlwind of dust as he charged towards the Ice Phoenix. Waves of energy radiated outward from Li Xion, sending dust swirling and causing the air to shriek sharply. Empowered by the celestial spirit's fighting aura, the purple spirit was infused with formidable strength. Its azure and violet radiance swirling around it as Li Xion fiercely thrust the purple spirit towards the Ice Phoenix. In an instant, the red gem embedded in the Ice Phoenix's forehead flickered, and its wings unleashed a barrage of ice blades, raining down upon Li Xion. He raised his gaze, focusing intently, using his legs to drive his waist, and his waist to propel his shoulders, his body spinning rapidly as the purple spirit surged forward, crackling with electric energy towards the Ice Phoenix, shattering the incoming ice blades effortlessly. With a resounding boom, a piercing sound echoed as Li Xion's purple spirit pierced through the Ice Phoenix's crystalline waist. The Ice Phoenix recoiled slightly, a glint of fury evident in its eyes. Li Xion steadied himself, incredulous that he had breached the opponent's defenses. However, he did not attribute this to any weakness in the Ice Phoenix's power. The surrounding air was restless, with flying sand and swirling dust, deep craters appearing on the ground. Suddenly, the Ice Phoenix unfurled its wings, revealing a faint blue six-pointed star array beneath it. A chilling aura began to rise, causing the temperature to plummet abruptly, the coldness sending a shiver down Li Xion's spine. He couldn't help but wonder if the Ice Phoenix was about to cast a spell. Without hesitation, he drove the purple spirit, infused with vigorous fighting spirit, towards the Ice Phoenix. With a thunderous impact, the purple spirit struck the magical defense activated by the six-pointed star array, sending a jolt through Li Xion's arm, causing his hand to tingle. Brilliant lights erupted as the rebound force hurled him back several dozen feet, crashing heavily to the ground. Rising to his feet, Li Xion slowly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes, with a sudden roar that resonated across the land. Akin to a stampede of 1,000 horses, Li Xion unleashed his fury. The fighting spirit surged into the purple spirit like a breached dam, radiating a dazzling silver light, exuding an overwhelming aura. The Ice Phoenix spread its wings wide, its silver beak intermittently opening and closing, cryptic incantations emerging from within. The blue six-pointed star array beneath it blazed with brilliance, casting shadows upon the earth. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed as the world dimmed, symbols materializing above the star array, transforming into pillars of light ascending towards the heavens. The Ice Phoenix emanated circles of palpable brilliance, intertwining with the celestial symbols, forming a colossal crossbow that seemed to emanate the weight of ancient battlefields, steeped in a sense of antiquity. At this moment, the sky resembled the depths of night, the giant crossbow gleaming with blue light. An immense arrow invisibly knocked upon it. With a piercing cry, the Ice Phoenix's call shattered the firmament, as waves of magical energy surged from the six-pointed star into the arrow suspended in midair. Golden runes drifting in the void, a formidable power coalescing within the arrow. Grasping the purple spirit, Li Xion's muscles quivered violently as he locked his silver gaze upon the potent spell poised to strike above. Since he could not alter the course of events, he resolved to face it with courage. Celestial Spirit Technique, 5th level, sealing stars and imprinting the moon. Desolate ancient in spirit. As the chilling voice of Li Xion reverberated, the heavens and the earth underwent a transformation, the sky darkening into an even deeper abyss. From the body of Li Xion and the essence of Ziling, countless beams of purple light surged forth, coalescing into a colossal purple dragon. In an instant, all other radiance seemed to pale in comparison. The purple dragon appeared to emerge from the depths of the netherworld, emanating waves of deathly aura, entwining and spiraling with the wrath of Li Xion. Trembling with excitement, Li Xion raised his arms, a glimmer of bloodlight suddenly manifesting, causing the purple dragon to rear back and unleash a thunderous roar towards the heavens. Its body hurtled through the air like a meteor, charging towards the Ice Phoenix suspended above, while at that very moment, the massive arrow from the great crossbow was released. The arrow, appearing almost tangible, hurtled forth accompanied by a chilling blue radiance, aimed directly at the purple dragon. Boom! Time seemed to stand still in that fleeting moment, the air filled with a piercing, thunderous roar. The violent currents of energy ravaged the earth, creating dazzling bursts of light as the purple dragon collided with the released arrow. A chill washed over Li Xion's throat, and a torrent of blood erupted forth. His eyes were filled with madness as he clutched Ziling, his fighting spirit surging anew, the brilliance atop the purple dragon growing ever more blinding. with countless purple beams shooting into the sky. Yet the blue arrow continued its relentless advance, the Ice Phoenix's gaze filled with disdain. With a dazzling display of blue light, the immense arrow struck the purple dragon with ferocity. Despite its efforts to withstand the impact, the disparity in power rendered all resistance futile. Boom! The colossal arrow crashed into the purple dragon, shattering it into countless streams of purple light, sending shockwaves that left the ground in utter disarray. In a state of desperation, Exine tasted blood in his throat once more, his gaze fixed upon the Ice Phoenix, feeling an overwhelming sense of might emanating from it. A profound sense of disappointment surged within him, and as darkness enveloped his vision, he suddenly collapsed to the ground. After what felt like an eternity, light returned to the sky. The Ice Phoenix descended gracefully, and from its back emerged a figure. An elderly man with flowing white hair, his long beard and eyebrows billowing, clad in a gray robe, embodying the appearance of a sage, yet exuding vitality and radiance, a vibrant aura revealing his profound cultivation. His eyes sparkled with electric light, his tall and straight stature standing atop the Ice Phoenix like a majestic pine tree. In a flash, the figure appeared beside Exine, barely concealing his excitement as he exclaimed, "I, the Ice Saint of a bygone era, am fortunate enough to witness one of the 7 swords in my lifetime. Truly, it is the will of fate." In the days of the Divine Demonic War, the 7 sword masters, Thunder King, Blood Soul, Wind Weep, Light Begin, Ice Saint, Demon Lord, and God King, each wielding their celestial swords, clashed with the denizens of the demon realm, a sight of unparalleled magnificence. Alas, due to trivial matters, the 7 sword masters scattered, a cruel twist of fate indeed. "Little bird, have you grown weary of wandering the divine realm with me?" The Ice Saint, a deity of the divine realm and master of the Ice Heaven Sword, found himself reminiscing upon reuniting with an old friend. The Ice Phoenix, contemplative, lowered its head and spoke in human tongue. "Master, time has passed and the world has changed. Everything has transformed. I wish to remain with you on the snowy peak, free from worldly affairs." Grasping Ziling, the Ice Saint was surrounded by arcs of lightning. His gaze fixed upon Exine, he observed that although Exine was of advanced age, his martial prowess was still commendable among humans. The fervent obsession Exine held for martial arts stirred the Ice Saint's heart. As Exine persevered towards his aspirations, the Ice Saint pondered his own journey over the centuries. What had he truly gained? What use is it to become a deity? The Ice Sage sighed deeply, his hands forming intricate seals before him, as if solid rays of light illuminated the entire snowy peak. Waves of golden runic light emanated from his gestures, surging into Exine's body. Warm glimmers of light swept across Exine's form, and the scars upon him vanished at a visibly perceptible pace, his skin shimmering faintly with a silvery glow. The Ice Sage traced arcs of blue light with his hands, releasing a dense aura of sanctity. Although the blue light appeared soft and feeble, it was, in truth, remarkably potent. The blue luminescence danced like a delicate ribbon, gently drifting into Exine's being, transforming into myriad twinkling stars. With a pair of gaunt hands, the Ice Sage waved to either side, softly intoning, "Time, move." He briefly closed his eyes, seemingly lost in thought. Upon reopening them, a twitch of his lips betrayed his contemplation. With a gentle sweep of his hands, a brilliant blue light began to shimmer upon Exine, and in a mere moment, he had vanished. The flicker of emotion passed through the Ice Phoenix's crimson eyes, her silver wings fluttering as she spoke. "Master, it appears that individual possesses an obsession with martial arts, and he has diligently pursued his cultivation. Given time, with your slight guidance, he could ascend to great heights." Before the Ice Phoenix could finish, the Ice Sage raised a hand to interrupt, a flash of lightning in his gaze as he tilted his head skyward, a hint of melancholy reflecting in his eyes. "One day, he shall come to visit again." The Ice Sage's expression turned distant, leaving one to wonder if the Ice Phoenix grasped his sentiment. A voice abruptly roused Tianbing from his sorrow. He turned to the side and was instantly filled with a mix of astonishment and joy. He knelt and inched his way to Exine's side, shaking his immense form, his parched lips struggling to part. Father, what has happened? Please do not frighten me. Awaken quickly." Tianbing shook Exine with fervor, oblivious to the fact that his father bore no wounds at that moment. Exine slowly opened his eyes, a spark of vitality shining forth, prompting a tremor from Ziling, who sensed the change. Her purple light flickering, Exine half sat up, gingerly touching his bruised forehead, letting out a soft groan. Tianbing, taken aback, raised his gaze towards Exine, his sorrow transforming into elation. "Father, "Father, you have finally awakened," I feared. Hearing the concern in Li Tianbing's words, Li Xian's eyes filled with warmth. "My child, let us return home." Rising to his feet, he tilted his head towards the heavens, his gaze betraying an unmasked sense of melancholy. A flicker of determination crossed his eyes. It was time to take action. The North Snow Empire, perpetually shrouded in ice and snow, endured a harsh climate that left many of its citizens yearning yet powerless. While dreams flourished in their hearts, their capabilities fell short, fostering a tendency towards lethargy among some. Yet, what proved to be a bitter chill for the common folk became a medium for cultivators to enhance their prowess. Though the North Snow Empire was frigid, its glaciers concealed treacherous mountains and perilous waters, making it a gathering ground for adventurers across the continent. In the northwest region of the empire lay a snow-capped mountain range, only half the size of the Central Plains, known as the Frostbite Mountains. Deep within the Frostbite Mountains, at the farthest northwest of the North Snow Empire, lay a grove where the ground was blanketed in white, with the occasional gnarled tree branch peeking through the snow, adding a touch of desolation to the already icy landscape. The forest lay desolate, with withered leaves carpeting the roots of the trees, some already in a state of decay. At that moment, the sky seemed to darken abruptly. With a resounding roar, the ominous heavens appeared to be violently torn apart by an unknown force, revealing an immense chasm filled with flickering dark purple lightning, reminiscent of an impending calamity. The tumultuous winds shifted dramatically, cloaking the sky in an instant in the depths of night, leaving only the fearsome and grotesque fissure hanging in the air, its purple glow seemingly emanating from the abyss of the underworld. With a deafening crash, a tempest arose, accompanied by the crackling of violet lightning, as a dark purple shadow surged forth from the rift, hurtling toward the snow-laden forest below. The void was left tinged with purple, a fleeting trace marking the sky, as the shadow descended upon the snowy ground, sending snowflakes swirling in all directions. As the purple silhouette materialized, it revealed several colossal beasts that stood in stark contrast to the white snow. At the forefront was a young figure, standing a remarkable 7 feet tall, clad in armor that seemed to meld seamlessly with his skin. The armor of this youth was particularly striking. 2 pieces of purple armor extended from his neck to a foot beyond the sides of his face, as if to envelop his entire head. His pauldrons arched outward like crescent moons, appearing translucent in their purple hue. The chest plate was predominantly purple, while a black cloak flowed from his shoulders down to his feet. His limbs were encased in transparent purple armor, and on each shoulder and at his chest were large purple orbs, each the size of a human head, slightly darker in color. His helmet, also purple, crowned a mane of violet hair cascading down to his shoulders, while his facial features bore an uncanny resemblance to those of a human, exuding an air of allure. Behind him loomed 18 monstrous creatures, neither entirely beast nor fully humanoid, each towering at least 10 feet tall, their expressions fierce and their massive, rock-like musculature prominently veined. They were shrouded in purple armor, their wrists and ankles bound by iron rings that seemed to merge with their very flesh. With a subtle movement of his lips, the purple-haired youth broke the silence, turning his head sharply, the sound of cracking bones echoing through the stillness of the snowy expanse. "What business compels you to summon me in such haste?" His voice carried a magnetic allure, tinged with urgency. Among the creatures, one stepped forward, exuding a mystical purple aura, more imposing than the others, its body covered in fur, towering slightly above its companions, its muscles as resilient as steel, indicating its significance standing among them. Each step it took sent tremors through the ground. In a raspy voice, it spoke, "My lord Zihua, Shah has lingered in that place for over 1,000 years. Solitude is, inevitably, a burden." Zihua pondered for a moment, his gaze deepening. "Do humans also experience loneliness?" The creature replied, "My lord, we do not classify ourselves as humans." Zihua's eyes glimmered with a hint of purple light as he sighed. "The black curse. If one possesses emotions and thoughts, perhaps we can play the role of humanity." The being known as the Black Curse remained silent, standing beside Zihua with its head bowed, seemingly lost in contemplation, in stark contrast to the snowy landscape. Another part of the Northern Snow Empire is imbued with tender emotions. Chapter 3. The celestial spirit technique Li Xian and Li Tianbing had already departed from the Central Plains, traversing the broad path blanketed in white snow. The frigid air having long acclimatized the two, Li Tianbing, with his head bowed in silence, was lost in thought, and none could fathom the depths of his contemplation. As they walked, Li Xian suddenly halted, causing Li Tianbing, absorbed in his musings, to collide with Li Xian's sturdy back with a thud. Li Tianbing fell to the ground, letting out a soft exclamation, furrowing his brow as he half sat up. Rubbing his sore backside, he couldn't help but grumble, "Father, why did you stop? You made me fall." Li Xian crouched down, pulling Li Tianbing into his embrace, gazing at him with warmth, and inquired gently, "Binger, do you wish to know the origins of the celestial spirit technique?" Li Tianbing abruptly lifted his head, regarding Li Xian with earnest eyes. "Father, why do you suddenly ask about this? Is it not the creation of our esteemed ancestors, the Li family?" However, Li Xian's response veered off topic as he held Li Tianbing close while continuing on their journey. The celestial spirit technique has been passed down through generations of our Li lineage. To delve into its origins is quite intricate, yet it is a matter that the Li family must grasp through the ages. As you have now reached this generation, there are certain truths I must impart to you. The soft crunch of Li Xian's furry boots upon the snow produced a gentle sound, while his gaze seemed to drift into a distant realm, as if he were enveloped in another world. With a soft sigh, he continued, "The celestial spirit technique has always been our clan's secret method of cultivation, never to be divulged to outsiders. The tale begins several millennia ago, during an era when the continent had already formed for thousands of years, and the practice of cultivation had become a prevailing trend. A nefarious force took root in the heart of the continent, gradually gaining strength. They established a dark organization known as the Five Leaves God, practicing bizarre and ever-changing magic in their eyes. The divine was but a manifestation of the malevolent and vice versa. They appointed an unfathomably powerful figure as the God Lord to lead the Five Leaves God, who soon launched a massive invasion against the four empires of the continent. Even when the four empires set aside their enmities to unite in resistance, the onslaught of the Five Leaves God showed no signs of abating. Rather, it grew increasingly ferocious. The continent was plunged into despair, with cries of suffering echoing throughout, as the Five Leaves God threatened to obliterate the Northern Snow Empire. A profound lament flickered in Li Xian's eyes as he continued to recount this once earth-shaking tale to Li Tianbing. The Five Leaves God stood poised before the capital of the Northern Snow Empire, North Snow City. Should they conquer this grand city, the entire continent would fall under their dominion. Yet, at the moment when the God Lord of the Five Leaves was lost in visions of a glorious future, a white-haired man materialized before him. The dark-robed figure of Sha displayed a look of astonishment, quickly replaced by a calm smile, as he conjured an extraordinary staff from thin air with both hands. The staff, approximately 5 inches long, bore holes at both ends and was inscribed with ancient mythical beasts, adorned with gold and jade carvings, exuding waves of sinister, dark energy that swirled incessantly. With a casual chuckle, Sha nonchalantly inserted the short stick into his mouth, akin to smoking, and then slowly exhaled a murky breath. Surrounded by swirling black clouds that were dense and unyielding, he gazed at the man in white, whose attire billowed gracefully, exuding an air of unparalleled handsomeness, with an aura of invincibility radiating from his brows. The man's eyes possessed an uncommon calmness and composure. Suddenly, Sha let out a laugh and remarked, "Unfazed in the face of danger, you truly are a rare talent. Young man, if you are willing to join my sect, I assure you that your status will soar to great heights, granting you everything you desire. Why not serve me loyally?" Upon hearing this, the man in white displayed a look of utter disdain and replied, "Status? Power? What I seek, I doubt you can provide." Sha, perplexed, inquired, "Then what is it that you desire?" The man in white did not respond to the question, stating, "You are merely a soulless shell. If you wish to flatten Beishue, you must first step over my body. Humph. You refuse my hospitality and choose punishment instead." On hearing this, Sha snorted in anger, his eyes narrowing to emit a piercing light. He took a gentle breath from the stick in his mouth, releasing a cloud of blackish-blue gas that lingered in the air. In an instant, the dark blue gas surged towards the man in white. The latter, barely regaining his composure, found a long sword in his hand, its blade about 1.5 inches wide, entirely translucent with a hint of golden brilliance swirling within. Just as the black-blue gas was about to make contact, the man remained unfazed, channeling a golden fighting spirit into the sword, which began to radiate blinding light and an astonishing aura. He swung the sword towards the dark blue gas, yet the latter, despite being pierced in half, reformed into 2 separate entities, charging at him once more. Buzzing. The man in white gripped the sword with his right hand while raising his left hand. The index and middle fingers pointed skyward. Golden fighting spirit surged from his fingertips into the long sword, emanating a powerful, sacred aura. He began to gracefully wield the sword. Though his movements appeared slow, there was an underlying swiftness, blending softness with strength. Heavenly Spirit Technique, 9th Stage, Frenzied Sword Rebirth. return to time. The man in white softly chanted, and the long sword instantly blazed with brilliance, as if countless swords were trembling together, their shadows whirling wildly. Even as beads of sweat formed on his forehead, the man maintained a smile with a mighty shout. The sky was filled with golden light, sword shadows soaring as he bellowed, the sound reverberating across the land as if a colossal bell were ringing throughout the universe. The sound waves radiated outward in concentric circles, and a multitude of golden sword shadows surged towards Shah, obliterating the black-blue gas and scattering it into nothingness, while myriad sword shadows danced through the air, emanating golden brilliance directed at Shah. The thousands of divine disciples behind Shah attempted to advance, but were halted by the proud Shah, who calmly placed the short stick back into his mouth. Dense black smoke gradually emanated from his mouth, enveloping him entirely. Li Xian, carrying Li Tianbing, had walked for quite some time to this point in the tale. Li Xian felt a surge of emotion and sorrow, taking a moment to compose himself before continuing. The myriad sword shadows surged towards Shah, as if colliding against an iron plate. The man clad in white felt a sudden surge of vital energy within him. A chill ran down his throat as he forcibly swallowed a mouthful of fresh blood. As he opened his mouth, a crimson aura escaped, saturating the air with a pungent scent of blood. The white-clad figure unleashed golden energy from both hands, causing a radiant brilliance to illuminate the sky, with swords dancing amidst the tempest, altering the very fabric of the heavens. Yet, the black smoke remained utterly unmoved. It was evident that Shah had to continuously exert control over the short staff to release the black mist, and soon his complexion grew slightly pale. Shah smiled faintly and addressed the man in white. If you were to relinquish your struggle now, I might still find it within myself to forgive you and welcome you into my sect. Otherwise, as his words trailed off, a fierce glint flickered in Shah's eyes, causing the surrounding air to tremble violently. However, the man in white remained resolute in his conviction, declaring, "I swear to never yield." The 4 words resonated powerfully. In response, Shah's right hand clenched suddenly, unleashing torrents of black smoke that erupted from his dark robe, thrashing violently. The golden sword shadows were swiftly engulfed by the black mist, causing a long sword to fall helplessly to the ground. The black smoke then morphed into a sinister sword, seemingly conjured from the depths of hell, and lunged ferociously at the defenseless man in white. With a swift motion, the black sword sliced through him, leaving a ghastly gash in the man's chest. After what felt like an eternity, the winds ceased, and the clouds dispersed. Blood trickled from the corners of the man's mouth as he knelt weakly, his head bowed in silence. At this juncture, Li Xian could not help but shed tears, slowly lifting his gaze to the heavens. True men do not weep lightly, but only in times of profound sorrow. "Father, why are you so heartbroken?" Li Xian gazed at his father, perplexed. With a deep sigh, Li Xian spoke softly. "That man in white is none other than the founder of the heavenly spirit technique, our ancestor Li Tianling." Upon hearing this, Li Tianbing suddenly broke free from Li Xian's embrace, standing on the ground in shock. "That heavenly spirit technique," Li Xian interrupted him, his voice trembling. "Though our ancestor has passed, the 5-leaf god would never have anticipated that the heavenly spirit technique would have a successor. The god Lord Shah of the 5-leaf god had defeated Li Tianling, yet in his arrogance, he had not foreseen that Li Tianling still clung to life. As the disciples of the 5-leaf god continued their march towards the northern snow city, a small boy emerged from a nearby thicket, unable to contain himself any longer. "Father! Father! Wake up, father!" the boy cried out, his gray garments soaked through. "Heaven! Heaven! Heavenly spirit! Technique." A faint, weak voice could be heard amidst the haze. The small boy wiped the tears from his cheeks and approached his father with bleary eyes. "Father! Father! Please, you must." Coughing violently, Li Tianling managed to utter, "You must not pass on the heavenly spirit technique." Each word was labored, as he struggled to catch his breath, clearly aware that time was slipping away from him. "Father, now impart to me the knowledge I have acquired throughout my life. You must diligently cultivate your skills and not squander the painstaking efforts of your father." Li Tianling spoke. A surge of golden radiance erupted from his body, as if a breath of life had manifested within him. A sign of his impending demise, Li Tianling extended his right hand and gently pressed it upon the crown of the young boy's head, releasing an essence of purity that rippled through the air, causing a cacophony of thunderous roars to erupt around them. Boom! A beam of golden light coiled around the boy's form like a small dragon, infusing every corner of his being with an overwhelming power that both intoxicated and pained his heart. "Tianqi, you must ensure that the Tianling's secret technique is passed down, and not entrusted to outsiders. At this juncture, Li Tianling's voice faded to a whisper, his spirit departing, yet he closed his eyes in peace, for the Tianling's secret technique had found its successor. Father Li Tianqi knelt before Li Tianling. Slowly bowing his head 3 times in reverence, he lifted his gaze, his eyes bloodshot with determination, gritting his teeth as he vowed to annihilate his enemies and avenge his father. However, Li Tianqi was acutely aware of his own inadequacies. For having just received his father's legacy, his internal energies were tumultuous, compelling him to enter seclusion. 3 months later, Li Tianqi emerged from his retreat. Naturally gifted, coupled with his fervent resolve, he had devoted those months to a focused study of the Tianling's secret technique, mastering it to the 10th level, a feat even his father had never attained. Although Li Tianling had been slain outside Beishue City, the imperial capital still boasted numerous loyal warriors and adept cultivators. Thus, despite the relentless assault of the Wuye god for nearly 3 months, the city remained unconquered. However, it was inconceivable that the Wuye god would withdraw. Driven by ambition, he personally took to the battlefield 3 months later, swiftly gaining the upper hand. The gates of Beishue City were breached, and the citizens were relocated to the heart of the imperial capital, where the emperor himself sought to comfort them. As the situation escalated, should Beishue City fall, the entire continent would fall under the control of the Wuye god. Smoke filled the air, and the once thriving city lay in ruins, snowflakes descending with an air of tragic beauty. The malevolent Shah roamed freely within Beishue City, yet Li Tianqi could not allow himself to be slaughtered without resistance. Upon their first encounter, Li Tianqi immediately took action. The distinction between the 9th and 10th levels of the Tianling's secret technique was profound. The fighting energy unleashed at the 10th level became ethereal. Its bizarre attacks, combined with Li Tianqi's formidable prowess and the assistance of various experts, began to shift the tides against Shah and his nefarious minions. Ultimately, Li Tianqi triumphed over Shah, though he did not slay him, leaving the latter's spirit severely diminished, ensuring that he would remain dormant for at least a millennium. The news of the Wuye god's defeat at the hands of Li Tianqi spread across the continent with alarming speed. Causing a tremendous uproar, Li Xian and Li Tianbing traversed the snowy landscape for a considerable time. As dusk began to settle, "Father, if peace is to be restored to the continent, the contributions of our ancestors in the Li family cannot be overlooked. Your revelations today suggest you have something of great importance to convey, do they not?" Li Tianbing lifted his youthful gaze to look at Li Xian and spoke. Li Xian suddenly halted his steps, regarding his tender-faced son, and his expression shifted to one of seriousness. "Binger, while sunlight may endlessly illuminate the earth, a person's life is singular and irreplaceable. The fact that the heavenly spirit ancestor sacrificed his life to bequeath the heavenly spirit technique unearthed its significance. Today, I shall not only recount the origins of the heavenly spirit technique to you, but also impart that it is of paramount importance to the Li clan, even more so than life itself. It embodies the spiritual essence of our ancestors across generations. As you traverse the long path of life ahead, remember that apart from the heavenly spirit technique, your life remains the most crucial. Therefore, in your future decision-making, you must exercise discernment." Li Xian spoke earnestly to Li Tianbing, who nodded intermittently, though it remained uncertain whether the nascent thoughts in his unworldly mind truly grasped these lessons. The father and son duo journeyed for half a month and arrived at the foot of a modest snow-capped mountain. This mountain was not particularly high, standing about 100 zhang. Upon arriving at its base years prior, Li Xian sensed a subtle yet potent aura permeating the air, as if the mountain concealed a refreshing essence within, and the rich spiritual energy in the vicinity made it an excellent place for cultivation. He named this mountain Snow Spirit Mountain, located to the southwest of Ice Snow Peak. If one were to travel further southwest for over 100 kilometers, they would reach the territory of the Western Yuan Empire. Conversely, heading southeast for 80 to 90 kilometers would lead one to the enigmatic Dark Region. A small town lay a couple of kilometers west of Snow Spirit Mountain, where Li Xian found it convenient to procure provisions and clothing. Upon reaching the foot of Snow Spirit Mountain, Li Xian looked up at the mist-shrouded summit, his black hair brushing against his face, his visage marked by the passage of time, a stubble lining his jaw. How many trials had he endured? He then lowered his gaze to Li Tianbing, whose azure hair fell straight down, bearing a hint of maturity amidst his childishness. Suddenly, snow began to drift down. "Binger, do you remember the key tenets of the heavenly spirit technique that I am about to teach you?" Li Xian inquired, resting his right hand on Li Tianbing's shoulder. "I remember. Though the heavenly spirit technique has been refined by our ancestors over millennia, its foundational principles remain unchanged, attuned to the essence of the universe. Gather the spirit of all things, harness the breath of heaven and earth, and condense the strength of this life. All beings exist through chi. Thus, one must utilize it with care, from the heavenly spirit above to the dantian below. By drawing upon the myriad essences of heaven and earth in a cycle of 36 repetitions, solidifying the meridians and deepening one's power, muscles and bones become resilient. Hence, one must draw upon blood as a conduit, life as a medium, name as a contract, and soul as a sacrifice, transforming oneself amidst the myriad things of heaven and earth, seeking the void. This encapsulates the essence of the heavenly spirit technique. Though my understanding is limited, I hope for your forgiveness, Father. Li Tianbing closed his eyes and recited the mantra that had become second nature to him. Li Xian smiled knowingly and asked, "The heavenly spirit technique consists of 10 layers. May I inquire how many layers you have mastered, Binger?" Li Tianbing's face flushed slightly, a hint of shame evident as he replied, "I, Binger, am rather dull-witted and have only managed to cultivate to the second layer." With that, he lowered his head. However, Li Xian's face brightened with joy as he encouraged, "There is no need for self-reproach, my dear Binger. When I was your age, I too had only attained the second layer. You have achieved this at 6 years old, which is no small feat, Binger. You have yet to cultivate to the 5th level. Should you attain a stage akin to mine, you would be able to soar through the skies with the ethereal energy of all living things." The latter part of Li Xian's statement left Li Tianbing utterly astounded. Tio soar through the skies. What a wondrous realm that is. Chapter 4. Cultivation. Tio fly through the heavens is a coveted ability for every cultivator. Mastering this skill would provide an invaluable means of self-preservation. Li Xian glanced at Li Tianbing, who was lost in a sea of infinite reverie, and inquired, "Binger, unleash your fighting spirit so that I may witness it." Li Tianbing nodded, closing her eyes as if merging with the universe. Gradually, a violet fighting spirit emanated from her hands, causing the swirling snowflakes to dance chaotically, before transforming into delicate snowflakes that flew towards her. On the snowy ground, the white snow appeared uncontrollable, resembling a dragon of snowflakes encircling Li Tianbing. Though her violet fighting spirit radiated brilliance, it also exuded a gentle warmth. The myriad snowflakes seemed to revel in the moment, swirling joyfully around her, intertwining in a mesmerizing display. Li Tianbing lifted her head and exhaled deeply. Soon after, her fighting spirit gradually returned to her dantian, and the flurries of snow transformed into a silvery dragon, retreating into the heavens. "Excellent, excellent, excellent, Binger. To wield your celestial fighting spirit to such an extent bodes well for your future cultivation." Li Xian applauded, offering gentle encouragement to Li Tianbing. She lowered her head, feeling a flicker of joy within, and replied to Li Xian, "Thank you for your praise, Father. Let us return home. I miss Mother." Ultimately, Li Tianbing was still a child. Li Xian nodded and began walking along a narrow path leading from the foot of the mountain to its summit. The path, paved with stone steps, extended for about 1,000 steps and measured roughly 3 feet in width. The white snow blanketed the surface, rendering the stone steps indistinguishable in color, while icicles hung from the branches, creating an ethereal ambience. The expanse of white snow cloaked the path in secrecy, making it nearly undetectable to the untrained eye. "Father," Li Tianbing called out in the snow. Li Xian paused, turning to look at her. Li Tianbing hurried to his side and asked, "Father, did you not always ascend the mountain directly through the skies before? Why is today different?" Previously, whenever Li Xian took Li Tianbing out, they would return by soaring through the air, making the current situation perplexing for her. "Binger, you are now 6 years old. It is time for you to commence your true cultivation. When you turn 16, you shall attend the Blood Demon Martial Academy in the Eastern Lake Empire for your studies." Li Xian patted Li Tianbing, as if encouraging her. Life ahead must be forged by one's own efforts. Regardless of how powerful a father may be, that strength ultimately does not belong to you. True power must be earned through the struggles and conflicts one faces on this harsh continent. Effort determines whether one can persevere. The Blood Demon Martial Academy? Li Tianbing murmured softly, as a vague sense of anticipation for the future began to take shape in her mind. "Indeed, it was there that I completed my studies and returned, and my mentor, Ling Shi, has shown me immense kindness. When the time comes, I shall introduce you to him. Now, let us run up the mountain together." With that, Li Xian dashed ahead, leading the way up the mountain. Li Tianbing remained silent, his gaze fixated on his father's silhouette. A sudden surge of emotion. His small hands clenched tightly. A boy of merely 6 years followed his father, running with fervor. A flash of white light swept past them, as Li Xian deliberately slowed his pace. However, Li Tianbing found himself genuinely lagging behind, struggling to catch his breath, his chest aching painfully, and his throat parched. Consequently, he halted on the stone steps, leaning on his knees, gasping for air. Noticing that Li Tianbing had not kept up for quite some time, Li Xian further reduced his pace. Moments later, still no sign of Li Tianbing appeared, and an unsettling feeling crept into his heart. A sudden wave of anxiety washing over him, Li Xian turned back, navigating several turns, only to discover Li Tianbing panting heavily, the weight lifted from his heart. Approaching Li Tianbing, Li Xian gently patted his shoulder and remarked with a smile, "Binger, life is much like running. One can take a brief respite halfway, but after resting, one must continue pushing forward. If you linger too long in the midst, others will surpass you and leave you behind. Do you understand?" Li Tianbing slowly raised his head, his breathing gradually calming. Suddenly, a purple light began to emanate from his hands, but Li Xian swiftly halted him, saying, "Binger, do you remember what I told you before?" After a moment of contemplation, the light in Li Tianbing's hands dimmed, and he stepped forward, resuming his ascent up the mountain. Li Xian smiled knowingly, "Binger, the future lies in your hands. I hope you will not disappoint me." With that, he exerted himself slightly and began to chase after Li Tianbing. The 1,000-stone steps were no trivial feat to conquer, yet it took Li Tianbing nearly an hour of intermittent pauses to reach a small clearing. Gazing into the depths, he beheld lingering wisps of smoke, several thatched cottages blanketed in snow, a vast expanse of blue sky, with mist swirling in midair, and a serene carpet of snow below. Though devoid of the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers, the scene exuded tranquility and harmony. As soon as Li Tianbing reached the top of the steps, he collapsed weakly onto the snow, occasionally muttering, "Father, so tired. Next time I want to run again." It was no fault of Li Tianbing. For a 6-year-old child to achieve this was commendable indeed. Li Xian, appearing unfazed and breathless, crouched before Li Tianbing and gently said, "Binger, you have made me very proud. To reward your efforts, I will ask Qingxue to prepare your favorite beef noodles." "How does that sound?" Li Xian spoke without a hint of embarrassment, deftly shifting the responsibility onto Qingxue. However, Li Tianbing's reaction was different. He lifted his head, looking at Li Xian with a mixture of eagerness and skepticism. "Is that true?" Li Xian thumped his chest, exuding a carefree demeanor. "A gentleman's word is his bond." Li Tianbing pushed himself up from the snow, joyfully exclaiming, "You said it. Let us seal it with a handshake." With that, he extended his small right hand. Li Xian, unable to contain his laughter, clapped his hand down, firmly grasping Li Tianbing's tiny palm. What a feeling it was! Trust, joy, a bond of friendship, the two of them. Father and son exchanged smiles, their laughter echoing through the sky. Deep within the frozen ice mountains of the northern snow empire, once, the formidable Shinju of the five-leaf god, Sha, commanded the continent with unparalleled prowess. Having vanquished the 3 great empires a millennium ago, he was but a step away from consolidating the dominion of the world within his grasp. Yet, just before he could seize that final opportunity, he was thwarted by the son of the malevolent Tianling, who unleashed a bizarre and ethereal force that left Sha severely wounded, his primordial spirit almost extinguished. The five-leaf god, once a beacon of power, fell prey to the covetous eyes of the other 4-leaf overseers. For a god must have but one sovereign. In a realm where rival tigers prey upon the cattle, contention was inevitable. Conflict would ensue, leading to death. The inevitable demise brought chaos within the ranks of the five-leaf god, causing the majority of its disciples to abandon their allegiance and seek refuge in other dark forces. Thus, the five-leaf god began its slow decline, and soon after, the 4 leaves perished in their relentless strife, leaving the five-leaf god akin to a scattering of sand, entrenched in the shadows, the terminus of the snow-laden forests in the frozen ice mountains. Towering icebergs loomed in the distance, their glaciers cascading in layered splendor. This was the very edge of the northern snow empire, where the vast ocean met the endless glaciers. Zihua, accompanied by 18 guardians, traversed the snowy terrain, where the withered branches gradually dwindled. Before them materialized a black, lightless magical array, untouched by a single flake of snow for centuries, a marvel indeed. Surrounding the array lay perennial snow, desolate and forlorn, as if this place were never meant to belong to the continent, hence the rarity of human presence. The array, crafted from stone, spanned approximately 10 feet in diameter, its surface intricately etched with the depictions of primordial ancient beasts. A ring of peculiar creatures, brandishing archaic weaponry, encircled its perimeter, while at the center, a figure was carved, holding a short staff and appearing to indulge in merriment. A dark mist swirled around, faintly undulating above the array. Zihua approached the array, flanked silently by his 18 guardians. With an impassive countenance, he gazed upon the array, and with a flick of his right hand, released a swirling mass of purple gas that danced erratically above the stone carving of Shah. Flickering like ghostly flames, as a gust of wind swept through, the purple mist morphed into a grotesque visage, fearsome and bizarre. Sporting 3 eyes and elongated ears, its countenance a terrifying sight. The fearsome face opened its gaping maw, revealing long, jagged fangs, as it expelled a breath of purple vapor that descended slowly, infusing the surrounding snow with an eerie ambience. Suddenly, a tempest arose, a wild wind swirled, causing the black and purple essences to surge upward, coalescing into a bizarre aura that transformed into countless ghastly faces, unleashing a cacophony of chilling screams that were truly harrowing to behold. The swirling black and purple mists appeared to emanate from the abyss of the 9 hells, clawing and writhing above the array. Abruptly, these mists coalesced into a multitude of sinister visages, rushing towards the array. Upon contact, they seemed to dissolve into the void. Moments later, the eyes of Shah etched upon the stone began to rotate with a life of their own. Suddenly, the array split down the middle, parting to reveal a gaping chasm. Zihua chuckled and mused, "Ah, the old tricks. How could they possibly confound me? Shah, it has been many years. I trust you have fared well." With that, he floated gracefully into the air, hovering above the opening before descending gently. The 18 guardians followed closely behind, yet maintained a respectful distance from Zihua. Upon entering the cavern, the path immediately began to meander downward, as the surrounding light gradually faded into darkness. However, the armor adorning Zihua emanated a violet glow, illuminating the rocky terrain around him, revealing a scene of eerie desolation. After descending for 100 fathoms, Zihua's feet finally touched the ground, and a cave entrance appeared a mere 10 zhang ahead. As Zihua alighted, he advanced toward the entrance, and the closer he drew, the more intense the azure light became. Upon reaching the cave's mouth, the sight before him unfolded in its entirety, and despite Zihua's formidable prowess, the chill of the place sent shivers through him, for he had not returned here in centuries. This cave was not overly large. Directly opposite Zihua, a multitude of dense azure tendrils sprawled across the walls, writhing chaotically, encrusted with layers of filth and a nauseating yellow liquid. Their roots seemed to intertwine with the stone walls, yet the interior remained obscured from view. Countless tendril tips converged in one location, a swirling mass of black, murky gas. The dark mist rolled and churned ominously on the ground. Even finer azure tendrils extended toward the roots of the larger ones, through which streams of liquid continuously flowed, merging into the depths of the black fog. This astonishing sight left Zihua momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, from within the dark mass, 2 crimson glimmers emerged, and amidst the swirling blackness, a shape resembling a helmet began to take form. Abruptly, a gravelly voice, as if it had not spoken in centuries, resonated. "Zihua, after a millennium apart, how have you fared in the foreign realm?" The voice carried an air of profound desolation, echoing the transience of worldly affairs. Who could have foreseen such changes? Zihua cast a glance back at the 18 guards who had followed him, his eyes alight with excitement. "I recall the last time I visited. You were merely hiding here. How has a millennium passed in the blink of an eye? Shah, what tribulations have you endured over these 1,000 years?" From within the helmet formed by the black mist, 2 crimson glimmers flickered, revealing Shah's aged voice. "Alas, the world has irrevocably changed, and some things I wish to remain unaltered. Yet, they have transformed regardless. I summoned you here for a matter of great significance, one that may even impact my future resurgence." Shah's voice reverberated throughout the cavern, piercingly discordant. Chapter 5. Transformation in the Northern Snow Empire. At the Snow Spirit Mountain, Li Xian and Li Tianbing hastened toward a distant thatched cottage. From afar, one could discern 4 straw huts enclosed by a fence of bundled reeds arranged in a square formation. Upon entering the threshold, 2 huts stood side by side across from him, with 2 additional solitary huts flanking either side, forming a quaint courtyard in the center. The cottages were blanketed in white snow, and wisps of smoke curled upward from the chimney of the kitchen on the right. Drifting into the distance, as Li Tianbing stepped into the courtyard, he called out exuberantly, "Mother! Mother! Binger has returned!" he shouted as he dashed toward the left cottage. The door swung open, revealing a graceful figure emerging slowly. She had a cascade of azure hair flowing down to her waist, a white cloak trailing to the ground, her eyes shimmering like stars and skin fairer than freshly fallen snow. A hint of pink adorned her lips, enhancing her beauty, and when she smiled, it was as if a celestial being had descended. Binger, come here, let mother embrace you. Her voice was melodious and enchanting. Without hesitation, Li Tianbing opened his arms wide, rushing into the warm embrace of Qingxue. Snowflakes danced gently as Binger felt a pang of hunger, yearning for a bowl of beef noodles. Lixin, carefully supporting the delicate back of Ziling, was eager to fulfill his promise to Li Tianbing as soon as they arrived home. Binger, look at you, all cold like this. Hurry to the kitchen and warm yourself, he urged. However, Qingxue ignored Lixin, cradling Li Tianbing in her arms as she made her way straight to the kitchen. Lixin stood there, momentarily engulfed in embarrassment, not knowing where to place his aging face. Yet, upon witnessing the blissful figures of Qingxue and Li Tianbing, a smile crept upon his lips. He shook his head and stepped into the room on the left, closing the door behind him. Qingxue secured the kitchen door and turned around, instantly enveloping Li Tianbing in a wave of warmth from all directions, making him even less inclined to leave her embrace. Qingxue glanced at Li Tianbing, her cheeks slightly flushed with irritation, and declared, Binger, come down at once, or I shall withhold the beef noodles from you. At her words, Li Tianbing immediately leapt from Qingxue's arms, a flurry of snow cascading from his hair. Really? Mother is going to make beef noodles for Binger? Oh, I can have beef noodles. His cherubic face radiated with innocent joy as he bounced over to a small stool, settling down in front of a roaring fire. His hands playfully waved through the dancing flames, casting a warm glow upon his adorable visage, his green hair shimmering and his cheeks turning a rosy hue. Qingxue smiled as she busied herself with preparations. After a while, Li Tianbing felt a delightful warmth enveloping him, accompanied by a rich aroma that wafted through the air. The long-forgotten scent reached his nose, and turning around, he beheld Qingxue approaching with 2 bowls of beef noodles, a radiant smile gracing her face. Mother, 1 bowl is enough. I cannot eat so much, he said, puzzled by the 2 bowls in her hands. Qingxue chuckled, her celestial smile seeming to melt even the coldest of ice and snow. This is for your father, she replied softly, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. The joy of preparing a meal for her beloved was an emotion that anyone could understand. Li Tianbing grinned, then eagerly accepted the bowl of beef noodles from Qingxue, devouring it hungrily. Qingxue carried the noodles to Lixin's training room. Lixin gazed at the woman before him. A wave of warmth filled his heart, and the countless worries and anxieties began to dissolve slowly. The following morning, snow fell thickly, draping the world in a silvery veil, with a few stars twinkling in the sky. The ground lay blanketed in white, and a softly glowing lamp swayed in the breeze before the small courtyard at the peak of Xueling Mountain. From this small stone as a starting point, jump to that one over there, Lixin instructed, placing a small stone to the left of the courtyard gate, about 5 zhang away from another small stone. He drew a line connecting the two. Li Tianbing, clad in a thin, coarse cloth garment, stood nearby, shivering as he listened to his father's commands. Suddenly hearing his father's booming voice, he instinctively trembled, squatting beside the starting stone as directed and began to jump in the beginning. Li Tianbing performed the frog jumps with a commendable ease, yet after 3 or 4 rounds, he began to falter, gradually slowing the frequency of his leaps and diminishing the distance he covered. Today, his father's demeanor struck Li Tianbing as unfamiliar. His father had awakened him at the crack of dawn and set forth such a daunting task. Just as Li Tianbing was on the verge of ceasing his efforts, Lixin bellowed with fervor. Do not stop, do you hear me? Jump! The reverberating sound of Lixin's voice echoed through the heavens, simultaneously delivering a sharp pang to Li Tianbing's heart. When he glanced up at Lixin, he was met with the fierce glare of a father who typically showered him with affection. Clenching his teeth, Li Tianbing endeavored to withstand the aching and throbbing in his thighs, using his calves to propel himself once more into the air. This type of frog jump, performed by an individual without the aid of aura or other forces, would likely be unsustainable for long. How much more so for the mere 6-year-old Li Tianbing? Nevertheless, at that moment, he bit down hard and persevered, enduring the soreness in his thighs, the dryness in his throat, and the psychological toll. Yet Lixin did not call for a halt in his mind. Li Tianbing resolved. This was a task set by his father, and he must see it through to completion. Time became a blur, and the pain faded from his consciousness. Enough. Take a break. Lixin's words brought a wave of relief to Li Tianbing's heart. He collapsed onto the ground, only to discover that his legs had long since lost all sensation. As he attempted to rise, the moment he began to straighten his body, An overwhelming soreness surged through his legs. With a soft grunt, Li Tianbing suddenly fell to the ground. If you don't want to be unable to walk tomorrow, run down to the foot of the mountain and back. The pain will surely dissipate. Came Li Xian's cold voice from nearby. Li Tianbing shuddered at the words, watching his father's retreating figure enter the courtyard, and felt what seemed to be warm liquid trickling down his face. He wiped it away, but the wind swiftly dried it, carrying with it a faint sorrow that drifted far away in the past. His father had never treated him this way. Even a gentle pat was met with caution, lest he be hurt. But now at this moment, Li Tianbing's heart sank deeper into sadness. The mist hanging in the distance appeared thicker, and although the sky gradually brightened, to Li Tianbing's eyes, it seemed overwhelmingly bleak. With a soft murmur, he set off running towards the mountain's base. Each bend of his legs sent sharp jolts through his nerves. Yet these sensations were fleeting. Synchronizing his movements with his breath, Li Tianbing gradually regained his rhythm. By the time he reached the foot of the mountain, he was soaked in sweat, the soreness in his feet had vanished, and his blood flowed freely. Li Tianbing tilted his head back, closed his eyes, and began to find his tranquility. Contemplating the birth of heaven and earth, before him, a faint lavender aura of heavenly spirit energy began to swirl gently in his dantian, while the chaotic rhythm of his breath and rapid heartbeat gradually settled with the passage of time. Within him, the heavenly spirit energy continued to rotate slowly, as the spiritual essence of the world surged towards Li Tianbing, seamlessly merging into the aura within him. The fighting spirit whirled in a peculiar manner, gradually merging with a chilling aura as it surged towards the Tianling acupoint. For a fleeting moment, the surroundings seemed to come alive, as the fighting spirit began to circulate and cultivate, drawing upon the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. The pale lavender Tianling fighting spirit appeared to solidify further, enveloping Li Tianbing's body in layers of bluish-purple radiance. The energy advanced towards the heart meridian, and Li Tianbing cautiously directed it towards the Tianling acupoint. After a brief interval, the fighting spirit lingered at the Tianling point. With utmost care, Li Tianbing guided the energy back to his dantian. This cyclical process repeated for an indeterminate duration, until the fighting spirit had circulated 7.5 times between the Tianling and the dantian, finally resting 3 inches above the dantian. Suddenly, Li Tianbing opened his eyes, a glimmer of azure flashing through them, as the fighting spirit returned to the dantian. A wave of comfort washed over him from every corner of his being, every pore opening wide, as the previous fatigue and pain gradually dissipated. He let out a resigned chuckle and began to run up the mountain. Unbeknownst to him, half an hour had already passed since he completed his training. Yet Li Xian was not in a hurry to seek him out. Indeed, Li Xian had changed. The reason for this transformation remained a mystery. In the depths of the Hanbing Mountains within the northern Snow Empire, in a strange cavern, a helmet formed from swirling black mist shook slightly, revealing 2 blood-red eyes amidst the dark vapor. See purple. A millennium ago, I was nearly obliterated by Li Tianqi, lingering in this wretched hole for years to recuperate. Only now is my essence beginning to recover, but to return to my former glory will require at least a year's time. When that day comes, I shall once again unify the continent, reigning supreme. During my absence, the Wuya Shun must have experienced fierce internal strife, for without a true leader, they are but a scattered assembly. I hope you can temporarily take charge of the Wuya Shun. May my descendants find their resolve. This is the first task I entrust to you. The aged voice emanating from the black helmet resonated clearly with the closed-eyed Z Purple. Our bond is one beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings, which is why I have entrusted you with this. I hope you will not decline. As for the second task. 4 decades, I have sensed the presence of the Tianling Ju's aura, yet I cannot ascertain its nature, as they seem to waver in proximity. Though a millennium has passed, I still vividly remember that maddening energy. The emergence of both a formidable and a faint aura fills me with dread, for it may signify the reawakening of the Tianling Ju successor. Therefore, Z Purple, my dear friend, could you eliminate these 2 auras for me? I do not wish for that accursed Tianling Ju to become an impediment to my unification of the continent. The atmosphere was charged with excitement, yet Z Purple remained with his eyes closed. After an indeterminate period, Z Purple suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance emanating from within. I shall certainly assist you with these 2 matters. Sha, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave. Just as Z Purple prepared to depart, Sha called out to him, Z Purple, wait, could you stay and converse with me for a moment? Z Purple was taken aback. What? I said, could you engage me in conversation? Sha's tone was imbued with profound melancholy. Z Purple smiled gently and replied, very well. You have been quite lonely throughout the millennia. I shall keep you company." From that day forth, Li Tianbing was roused each morning by Li Xian, who insisted on his rigorous training regimen. In fact, Li Tianbing had grown accustomed to this routine, often rising on his own. On this particular day, his father addressed him. "Keep your rear end low while lying on the ground, and complete 50 push-ups." Obediently, Li Tianbing positioned himself on the floor and commenced his training. As it was his first experience with this exercise, he initially struggled to exert any significant effort, for his small hands had to bear the weight of his youthful body, at merely 6 years of age. The task of completing 50 push-ups proved to be quite daunting. Nevertheless, Li Tianbing harbored no complaints. After gritting his teeth and enduring through 10 repetitions, a sharp ache surged through his hands, and his small face abruptly collapsed onto the ground. Chapter 6. A decade Li Tianbing persevered, laboriously executing his push-ups. Yet, unexpectedly, he lost strength. His hands slackened, and his face met the ground in an intimate embrace, leaving him covered in dirt and with some scrapes upon his skin. Struggling to support himself, he half-kneeled, bowing his head and gasping for breath. For 5 consecutive days, Li Tianbing trained tirelessly in silence. Despite his unwavering determination, he remained but a 6-year-old child, fatigued yet driven by a certain obsession that compelled him to persist. Gradually, his sweat soaked through his clothing, and beads of perspiration adorned his azure hair. Over the course of these 5 days, his hands had grown somewhat swollen and strong from the exertion, appearing noticeably firmer. After an extended session of push-ups, he observed Li Xian striding toward the courtyard, signaling the conclusion of today's training. Li Tianbing collapsed onto the ground, sitting cross-legged as he panted heavily. Waves of celestial energy surged forth from his dantian, circulating around him before converging at the crown of his head. He smiled and dashed toward the foot of the mountain, a glimmer of mischief dancing in his eyes. The purple energy began to illuminate his form, bringing with it a wave of comfort. He had secretly practiced his combat energy during these 5 days, using it to restore his stamina and alleviate his physical strain. As for Li Xian's admonitions, they had long been cast aside into oblivion. Upon reaching the mountain's base, the sun's rays bathed the entire white expanse in light, as was his custom. Li Tianbing closed his eyes upon the snowy ground, allowing the energy to cycle within him. Every cell and sinew of his body underwent a purifying and nurturing process. After 7 complete circuits between his dantian and the crown of his head, the energy returned to hover 3 inches above his dantian, its purple hue deepening in intensity. When he finally opened his eyes, a gleam of brilliance flickered, and the energy gradually flowed back into his dantian. He smiled, extending his hands to appreciate the transformation, nodding in satisfaction as he resolved to keep a secret determination known only to himself. Gazing toward the distant low hills, he lowered his legs, slightly bending his knees to gather strength, his hands poised in preparation. "Very well, let us train earnestly." In the next moment, he sprang forward, bounding toward the base of a small hill, where jagged rocks jutted out, occasionally revealing sharp stones. Li Tianbing leapt towards a nearby rock, propelling himself with his right foot, his body immediately launching to the left. A protruding stone on that side provided him with leverage, and he sprang to the right, only to discover that the right side was barren and devoid of vegetation. His foot slipped, and he fell downwards, a distance of at least 5 feet from the ground, resulting in considerable pain. Caressing his right rib cage, his face contorted in agony, he gazed at the small hill, shook his head, and inexplicably smiled. A gentle breeze stirred at his feet as he ran up the mountain. The following day, Li Tianbing rose early, first performing 50 push-ups, then executing 2 sets of frog jumps before descending the mountain. He believed his speed was far from sufficient, so he resolved to work on it that day. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, with the aid of his fighting spirit, his stamina gradually replenished. At that moment, Li Tianbing slowly closed his eyes, and the entire world melted into darkness, in the serene snowy landscape. A cold wind swept through. Suddenly, a figure approached, so unfamiliar that it obscured its features. A vague shadow wavering towards Li Tianbing. He slowly raised both hands, and strength began to surge within them, while his heart remained tranquil as still water. Abruptly, the figure charged at him, with its right fist extended forward, the left fist coiling at its waist, the right leg bent, and the left leg rigid, advancing towards Li Tianbing in an odd posture. Li Tianbing lifted his left fist, attempting to block the figure's ferocious right punch. But it turned out to be a feint. The true attack came from the left leg. After successfully parrying the right punch, he anticipated an oncoming left fist and raised his right fist to defend, only to find that the figure swiftly swung its left leg forcefully towards him. Bang! Li Tianbing's eyes flew open, a flash of realization coursing through his mind, as if he had unearthed some profound insight in that fleeting moment of distraction. Sweat began to bead on his forehead. Astonishingly, he was perspiring in this snowy weather. Had this been a real combat scenario, he wondered, would he even have survived that kick? Reflecting on the encounter, he felt a lingering dread. Indeed, speed could play a pivotal role in battle. Li Tianbing spread his legs, unleashing a flurry of punches at lightning speed, while simultaneously shifting his feet. Whoosh, whooshed, the air resonated with faint sounds of his movements. After half an hour, he came to a halt, positioning himself with one foot forward and the other back, his left leg bent at a right angle, the right leg slightly flexed, hands pressing against the ground at an angle of 180 degrees. Then, he slightly extended his feet, eyes fixed ahead, channeling immense force through the soles of his feet. Suddenly, Li Tianbing surged forward, sweat flying off him, his azure hair billowing, revealing a youthful visage. This time, he did not run for long before stopping, resting his hands on his knees, breathing heavily. After a brief respite, he considered his task accomplished. He had trained for nearly 2 to 3 hours that morning and planned to assist his mother with household chores in the afternoon. Over the past 5 days, Li Tianbing had inquired of his mother about his father's sudden transformation, to which Qingxue could only lament. This situation weighed heavily on Li Tianbing's heart. Perhaps his father had his own reasons. However, how could the bonds of affection cultivated over the years be so easily altered in an instant? Li Tianbing, burdened with questions and heartache, ascended the mountain slowly, returning home where Qingxue called out to him from the kitchen door. With a smile, Li Tianbing approached, knowing that a delightful bowl of beef noodles awaited him. By the fire, Qingxue, as was her custom, brought over 2 stools of differing heights, one for the beef noodles and the other for sitting. As he settled beside the fire and savored the noodles, not only did it warm his body immensely, but it also filled the depths of his heart with a comforting warmth. Gazing at Qingxue, a blissful smile graced Li Tianbing's face, inspiring him to train with even greater diligence. Thus, time flew swiftly, the days and months weaving together, and 10 years passed quietly at the foot of Shuling Mountain. A robust and seemingly vigorous youth was rapidly unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, occasionally leaping swiftly between branches. With long green hair cascading down to his waist and bangs parted to obscure his right eye, his face bore a smile laced with a hint of maturity. Standing approximately 6 feet tall, who else could this be but Li Tianbing? After 10 years of relentless training, his speed had notably improved, his muscles gradually taking shape, and his mind maturing as he grasped numerous truths. Over these 10 years, his father had been absent for an extended period, returning with indifference, which, while painful, prompted Li Tianbing to gradually attempt to forget that hurt. Standing at the familiar foot of Shuling Mountain, where he had spent a decade, he smiled faintly and closed his eyes. Faint purple energy surged from his dantian, ascending towards his heavenly spirit, continuously aiding the evolution of the surrounding cells and muscles while replenishing the stamina expended during training. After the energy had circulated between his heavenly spirit and dantian for 8 rounds, it paused 13 inches above the dantian, roughly 3 to 4 inches below the heavenly spirit. Li Tianbing opened his eyes, a subtle joy blossoming within him. 6 years prior, at the age of 10, he had already advanced to the 3rd tier of the heavenly spirit technique, significantly enhancing his strength. Humph! Let me see just how far you've progressed. A voice, both familiar and foreign, echoed down from the mountain. Following its sound, Li Tianbing gazed upward to see his father, swiftly descending to a position 10 paces away. Instinctively lowering his center of gravity and locking his gaze on Li Xuan, he clenched his fists tightly. Could this be the indifferent father he had endured for a decade? Suddenly, Li Xuan charged at Li Tianbing, his right fist enveloped in silvery energy, crashing towards him. Li Tianbing dared not underestimate the assault. The energy he had just returned to his dantian surged forth violently, as faint purple light flickered around him. He thrust out his right arm, blocking Li Xuan's strike just in time, while narrowly evading the left punch that followed. In the next instant, Li Xuan unleashed a fierce kick, sending Li Tianbing stumbling back 3 or 4 steps. With no respite granted, Li Xuan's right fist shimmered with silver light as it aimed mercilessly at Li Tianbing. Is this all the strength you possess? Strike back. In battle, show no mercy, and be cruel to yourself if you must. Treat me as your most despised enemy. Come at me. Li Xuan's voice resonated across the landscape. His expression twisted into one of demonic ferocity. In the heart of Li Tianbing, there resided not a trace of fear. Instead, his heart, influenced by Li Xian's words, seemed to grow even colder. Casting a glance at Li Xian, A surge of anger welled up within him at that moment. His father appeared to be his most detested adversary. Li Tianbing shouted, unleashing years of pent-up fury towards his father, and thus, he began to retaliate. Snowflakes swirled chaotically around them, adhering to their bodies in a delicate white embrace. After an unknown number of exchanges, seizing an opportunity, Li Tianbing's right fist struck fiercely against Li Xian's left shoulder. Instantly, he was taken aback, staring at Li Xian with bewildered eyes. Father, I did not mean to. Now Li Tianbing found himself at a loss for words, his limbs seemingly frozen in place. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Well struck. Come again. To his surprise, Li Xian bore no reproach towards Li Tianbing. Rather, he launched another assault, forcing Li Tianbing to awkwardly evade. In a moment of panic, he was struck by a powerful kick from Li Xian, sending him sliding nearly 10 paces across the snowy ground, the white snow scattering in his wake. With a sudden gasp, blood erupted from his mouth, staining the pristine snow a vivid red, a sight that pierced his heart even more painfully. To show mercy to others is to be cruel to oneself. Rising to his feet, Li Tianbing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, the whites of his eyes now tinged with crimson. Just then, a gust of wind arose, sending his azure locks cascading behind him. The tempest swelled and ebbed, and Li Tianbing charged towards Li Xian, the two engaging in a fierce struggle at the foot of the Snow Spirit Mountain. In the central region of the Prui continent lies an area that serves as a stronghold for the majority of dark forces, among which the five-leaf god stands as the most formidable. At the heart of the dark domain lies a mountain range known as the Divine Vein by the five-leaf god, stretching endlessly from north to south, devoid of any harmless exotic beasts for miles around, save for poisonous scorpions and snakes that infest the mountains. The Divine Vein occupies a third of the dark domain, perpetually shrouded in black clouds, with no verdant trees in sight. The undulating mountains exude an air of desolation, marking the lair of the five-leaf god. For dozens of miles surrounding the Divine Vein, the five-leaf god holds dominion. To put it bluntly, should the five-leaf god desire it, the entire dark domain could fall under his command. However, the five-leaf god has yet to take action. Over the years, internal strife has plagued the organization, resembling a disarray of loose sand, with power struggles rampant among the upper echelons. Were it not for the arrival of Zippo, the five-leaf god might have ceased to exist, for in every conceivable aspect, the five-leaf god is no longer the entity it was a millennium ago. Deep within the Divine Vein stands a towering mountain. At its base lies an ominous cave, suffused with a palpable aura of malevolence. Before the cave, two ethereal stone statues formed from mist add to the sinister atmosphere. The cave leads deeper inside, where a grand hall awaits, spacious and expansive. At the rear of the hall, near the stone wall, sits a stone chair occupied by a figure cloaked entirely in black. None other than the master of the five-leaf god. 9 years prior, Sha had restored his primordial spirit, and Zippo had merely accomplished the first task set by Sha. Indeed, he had managed the five-leaf god with considerable skill. Over the past decade, the five-leaf god has grown from a mere remnant of a few dozen to a formidable force of several thousand, a scale that is truly monumental. Although Zippo did not fulfill his promise to Sha within a year, he had initially vowed to stand by Sha's side until the two adversaries were eliminated, remaining with him until his return to the other realm. Seated to Sha's left was none other than Zippo, flanked by the emotionless 18 guardians. To Sha's right sat a figure clad in dark attire, bearing a striking resemblance to Sha, accompanied by a multitude of shadowy forms behind him. Below the trio, at a distance of 5 zhong, stood thousands of divine disciples, each varying in status and identity. Typically, these disciples would be seated in meditation, while Sha engaged in his own cultivation upon the stone chair. It was rare for Zippo and the other dark-clad figure to reveal themselves, and their simultaneous appearance today hinted at matters of great significance. Suddenly, Sha opened his eyes. Chapter 7. Night Conversations. 2 beams of crimson light emanated from the folds of Sha's cloak, prompting Zippo and the dark-clad figure to awaken from their reverie. 10 years had passed, yet events felt as if they had transpired only yesterday. Thanks to the assistance of Zippo's allies, I, the five-leaf deity, have been able to revive my strength. In those days, I barely regained my vitality, and only now have I fully recovered, my power restored to its former glory. This is all due to the unwavering support of Zippo's friends. Zippo, pray tell, what reward do you seek? I shall grant you anything. Sha's voice, ancient and hoarse, resonated as if he had not spoken for millennia. Zippo replied, I seek nothing for myself. I only wish to fulfill my promise to you. It has been 10 years. yet I have achieved naught. I feel a deep sense of shame towards you. The coldness in Zipo's voice revealed the profound bond he shared with Sha. Alas, if that is the case, I shall not impose upon you further. Pursue the endeavors that bring you joy. Sha's words seemed to carry a hidden implication, yet how could Zipo remain unaware? Very well. This time, I shall not return until I have found them. Zipo rose, and in an instant, he and his 18 guardians vanished from sight. Sha'ing, what manner of person do you perceive Zipo to be? Having known Zipo for over 2 millennia, Sha had always been unable to decipher Zipo's thoughts. Throughout these 10 years, Zipo had ventured forth on numerous occasions, yet it was not due to a lack of ability in locating the 2 heirs of the Tianling Ju. The vast expanse of the Pru continent made it exceedingly challenging to identify 2 individuals amidst the throngs of people. Though he possesses cunning, I believe he will honor his commitments, the figure known as Sha'ing murmured, lowering his head slightly. Cunning? Humph. He already possesses the other realm. Does he still wish to extend his grasp towards the Pru continent? Sha appeared somewhat irate. Lord Divine, are you perhaps concerned that Zipo may covet this bounty alongside you? Sha'ing inquired calmly. Concerned? Ha ha ha. What a jest. Do you think I would fear him? If I were to fear him, why would I enlist his aid? Should he harbor any ulterior motives, I shall ensure he remains here for eternity. In Sha's eyes, it seemed that power outweighed friendship. On the 11th day of the 11th month in the 3016th year of the Pru continent, in the North Snow Empire, Snow Spirit Mountain, Binger, today marks your 16th birthday. Do indulge yourself. Time has flown by so swiftly. Over the years, Binger has endured much suffering. Just look at how many times her skin has been scraped. In the kitchen, Qingxue spoke, tears streaming down her cheeks as she reminisced. Mother, please do not act this way. Look, I have grown up now. Enduring some hardships is only natural. While I toil and sweat, I have also reaped rewards. Have I not? Li Tianbing smiled at Qingxue. Humph. Is this meager achievement truly impressive? You are nothing but arrogant. Tomorrow, you shall deliver this letter to teacher Lingshi at the Blood Demon Academy. He will understand my intentions. Li Xian's gaze was icy as she set down her chopsticks, retrieving a letter from her bosom and placing it on the table before sweeping out in a flurry. Ah, Li Xian. You. Qingxue extended her delicate arm, yet found herself at a loss, her eyes filled with helplessness and heartache as she looked at Li Tianbing. Lowering his head, Li Tianbing concealed the emotions swirling within his eyes from all. As night fell, the dilapidated lamp outside the small courtyard swayed precariously in the gentle breeze. The sky cloaked in darkness, all things steeped in the passage of time. Qingxue stood at the threshold for a long while, gazing at the vast heavens, her azure hair brushing against her face. Suddenly, a chill wind swept through, prompting her to wrap her white cloak tighter around her. She shook her head and let out a soft sigh before stepping into the courtyard, making her way to the training room, gently pushing open the door and entering. The training room was sparsely furnished. Directly opposite the entrance was a window, to the left a wall adorned with a massive circular plaque, a colossal character for heaven engraved upon it, imbued with the weight of endless time. Beneath the plaque lay a meditation mat. Qingxue was abruptly struck by the figure standing before the window, an aura of solitude and weariness enveloping it. She stood there, a whirlwind of emotions flooding her. 10 years had passed so swiftly. She approached quietly, noticing that Li Xian seemed lost in distant memories, oblivious to her presence. Standing beside him, she peered at his head, where she thought she saw strands of silver hair. Has a decade passed, and we have aged? What has altered our appearances? Huh? Li Xian was taken aback. Turning to see Qingxue, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes before he turned away to gaze out the window. Can your heart enlighten me on this matter? Qingxue's eyes shimmered with a hint of resentment. What? Li Xian looked back, confusion etched on his face. Yet, Qingxue continued to stare out the window, calmly asking, Why do you treat Binger this way? Upon hearing this, Li Xian turned to look outside, a fleeting shadow of sorrow crossing his face. Humph, as a father, it is my duty to discipline my son, to teach him the ways of the world. Am I wrong to do so? But you must at least show him some love. Qingxue gazed at Li Xian with disappointment, her delicate face betraying a hint of agitation. Love? I have already given it. Did I not cherish him in his childhood? Now that he is grown, if I coddle him too much, he shall never stand on his own, Li Xian replied. Li Xian, we have been together for 20 years. Do you think I do not understand you? You are certainly keeping secrets from me. Qingxue gently placed her left hand on Li Xian's shoulder. Startled, Li Xian's heart softened, and he drew Qingxue into his embrace, where she nestled against him. ready to listen to his confessions. Shue, do you recall that I took Binger out once a decade ago? The Ice Phoenix is a legendary beast, renowned for its formidable strength. In my desire to spar with the Ice Phoenix, I brought Binger to Ice Snow Peak. Alas, my abilities were too feeble, and I was defeated by the Ice Phoenix. Thus, I returned with Binger. That night, I contemplated many matters. Years ago, the master of the Ice Phoenix promised to impart his techniques to me if I could vanquish the creature. Now, a decade later, I have attained the 6th tier of the Heavenly Spirit technique. With my current strength, I yearn to attempt the challenge once more. Therefore, I shall set off tomorrow. Upon my return, who knows what year or month it will be? Li Xian sighed deeply, tightening his embrace around Qing Shue's hand, wishing to savor these fleeting moments together with her. However, what connection does this have with your sudden indifference towards Binger? Qing Shue sensed the profound loneliness within her beloved and held him even closer. Alas, when I journeyed to the Ice and Snow Peak all those years ago, Binger was inseparable from me, for he truly cherished being by my side. Should I venture to the Ice and Snow Peak again? Given his character back then, he would undoubtedly accompany me, which would only hinder his cultivation rather than benefit it. Yet now, things have changed. I believe he has matured enough to understand his limits. Surely, he must harbor resentment towards me, belie my actions. He might strive even harder in his cultivation. Do you not see? Li Xian spoke, tears welling in his eyes, revealing the heartache he had borne over the past decade. Qing Shue gazed at him, lowering her head, merely nestling in his embrace. The future of the Li family rests upon him, Li Xian murmured to himself. Outside the window, a figure flashed by. It was Li Tianbing. At this moment, his heart felt as if it were being torn asunder, his mind seemingly overwhelmed by a tumult of thoughts. Roaring cacophony, it dawned on him that all his father's actions over the years were for his sake. Yet he had remained blissfully unaware. A single tear traced down the youthful face, though he uttered no sound. He quietly returned to his room, lay upon his bed, and gradually drifted into slumber, accepting that some matters are best left to unfold naturally. The following day, the sunlight was astonishingly brilliant, illuminating the entire earth. Li Tianbing found himself at the foot of Snow Spirit Mountain, his fighting energy coalescing in his hands as he envisioned a foe before him, attacking from various angles with an array of techniques. Ha! His fists flew forth, radiating light as he struck. Boom, boom, boom. In the distance, the snow on the mountain was blasted away, leaving large craters. Whoosh! After an indeterminate time, Li Tianbing finally ceased his efforts. It was evident that building his stamina was of utmost importance. At Snow Spirit Mountain, Li Tianbing organized his belongings in his room, placing the most crucial letter at the very bottom of his pack. In the courtyard, Qing Shue gently stroked Li Tianbing's head, imparting wisdom. Binger, there are all sorts of people outside. Do not associate with those of ill intent. You must know your limits, understand? And do not meddle too much in others' affairs. Qing Shue's earnest teachings resonated in Li Tianbing's ears. Oh, I understand, mother. Rest assured, Binger will certainly not bring you shame, Li Tianbing replied with a smile, while Qing Shue, touched, caressed his head, tears streaming down her face. Binger. The words lingered on her lips, transforming into a soft whispered, Binger, come in. Li Xian's voice echoed from the training room. Understood. Li Tianbing promptly responded. He and his mother entered the training room, only to find his father seated on a mat, his expression grave. Before him lay a large cloth, upon which rested one of the 7 celestial swords, the purple spirit sword. The shimmering blade of the Xiling sword quivered incessantly, its body vibrating as the sword energy surged forth, chaotic arcs of electricity darting about as if aware of its master's intentions, intensifying in ferocity. Li Tianbing gazed upon the Xiling sword, a flicker of trepidation igniting within him. After a decade apart, encountering the Xiling once more compelled him to retreat behind Qing Shue. Binger, come here. Li Xian's tone was profoundly serious, the Xiling continuing to tremble. Perhaps, in comparison to the Xiling, Li Tianbing harbored a greater fear of Li Xian. He approached with trembling steps. Li Xian, growing increasingly irate, bellowed, Hurry! Come sit before me, with your palms facing upward. Startled, Li Tianbing's body jolted, and he promptly settled opposite Li Xian, adopting the prescribed posture. A deep hum emanated from the Xiling, and as Li Tianbing beheld it, an unexpected sensation washed over him. In that fleeting moment, his dread began to dissipate, replaced by an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Enraptured by the intricate patterns adorning the sword's body, the youth felt entranced, his eyes glazing over as his heart raced uncontrollably. Humph! A sharp exclamation jolted Li Tianbing from his reverie, and he suddenly felt out of sorts, striving to regain his composure and tranquility. At that moment, he silently acknowledged his earlier folly. The sensation akin to his very soul being drawn into the sword, it was as if a vast chasm lay before him, within which an ethereal herb resided. Fully aware of the peril, yet he found himself drawn ever closer to the abyss. Lixian, observing the scene, remained silent, closing his eyes. Li Tianbing followed suit, shutting his own eyes. Moments later, the Xiling sword began to ascend from the cloth, halting at a height of 10 feet above the ground. The sword quivered, bolts of purple lightning coursing through it, the sword energy swirling around. As he ventured forth, the duration of his arduous training remained uncertain. As you embark on your journey, I shall bestow the Xiling upon you today. You must treat it with the utmost care. Where the sword goes, the wielder follows. Where the sword falls, so too shall the wielder. Lixian's fingertips suddenly bled, 2 crimson lines emerging and floating towards the suspended Xiling. In an instant, it seemed as though an ocean of blood surged within the sword. Upon hearing such unusual words from Lixian, Li Tianbing could not help but rise. Chapter 8. Separation. No, father, the Xiling has accompanied you for so long. Such a precious sword, which pertains to life itself, I absolutely cannot accept it. Moreover, the sword has recognized its master. How can you insist so forcefully? Li Tianbing feigned a desire to leave. Suddenly, Lixian's furious shout pierced the air. Nonsense. With your paltry skills, you would likely be captured by bandits before even reaching the Donghu Empire. For a warrior, a weapon is paramount. With the Xiling's aid, you can safely arrive at the Donghu Empire. I am merely lending it to you for a time. Do you truly wish to claim it as your own? A farce. But did you not say you would bestow it upon me? It seemed that deep down, Li Tianbing still yearned for the Xiling. When I said I would bestow it, it was merely a formality. Foolish boys for recognizing a master. A good sword requires such acknowledgement. A mere pile of scrap metal is fit only for play. Although I have forged a blood pact with the Xiling, the matter of recognition can likewise be initiated or dissolved through such a pact. Enough of this idle chatter. Sit down at once. With a heart filled with wrath, Lixian declared that a master could sever the bond of recognition between themselves and their weapon through a blood pact. However, it must be noted that a single sword can be recognized by multiple masters. When the essence of Lixian's blood, tainted with malice, was absent within the Xiling, Li Tianbing could establish recognition through the blood contract. Yet, if remnants of Lixian's malevolent blood still lingered within Xiling, the ceremony of recognition would necessitate the joint efforts of Lixian and Li Tianbing. Hearing his father's words, Li Tianbing felt a wave of relief. After all, Xiling was a celestial sword coveted by many, akin to life itself for his father. Li Tianbing closed his eyes once more, palms facing upward. Under Lixian's influence, the bloodline gradually expanded, while the blood within the Xiling seemed to diminish slowly, allowing Xiling to calm, its tremors subsiding. After a considerable time, the blood flowed back from the Xiling into Lixian's body. With the absence of the previous master's blood, Xiling suddenly plummeted to the ground. Lixian's eyes flew open. With a swift motion, he concentrated his energy in his right hand and drew a line across Li Tianbing's palm, releasing a torrent of blood. Lixian quickly raised both hands, interlocking his index finger with his thumb, while guiding Li Tianbing's palms outward and gradually upward with the other 3 fingers. The blood arced perfectly as it flowed into the descending Xiling. A thunderous roar reverberated in Li Tianbing's mind. In the next moment, a series of breathtaking visions flooded his consciousness. Among these images were colossal beasts engaged in fierce battles, countless swords entwined, shadowy figures engaged in conversation, and vast abysses. At that moment, Li Tianbing felt a profound emptiness in his mind, as if his very soul were transported into those scenes. Xiling began to rise, absorbing the essence of Li Tianbing's blood. Qing Shui observed quietly, filled with gratitude and understanding towards Lixian, while feeling a sense of pride and recognition for Li Tianbing. Over the past decade, Qing Shui had witnessed Li Tianbing's relentless efforts and remarkable progress. From the tender age of 6 to the present maturity, from a frail physique to a robust stature, all of it was the result of Li Tianbing's own hard work, the passage of time, and sheer determination. Qing Shui lamented how swiftly time had flown, leaving her with little opportunity to express maternal love or fulfill a mother's responsibilities. Li Tianbing's childhood had been entirely consumed by a decade of grueling training. The thought brought tears to her eyes once more. Following the successful completion of the blood pact and the renewed recognition of Xiling, there was a profound stillness. Li Tianbing opened his eyes. Noticing the crimson veins within them, he gazed upon Xiling, feeling an intimate connection as though Xiling and he had become one. Overcome with excitement, Li Tianbing grasped Xiling and wrapped it in cloth, securing it upon his back. This is the map of the Prui continent. To reach the Eastern Lake Empire, you must journey eastward to the border between the Northern Snow Empire and the Eastern Lake Empire, and then proceed southeast into the Eastern Lake Empire. Do not attempt to traverse the Central Dark Domain, for it could cost you your life. Li Exine produced a scroll of parchment from his bosom and handed it to Li Tianbing. Li Tianbing hurriedly took the map, unfolding the parchment with a sense of astonishment. The map clearly delineated the names of various cities, alongside roads, plains, mountains, rivers, and more. The densely packed text made Li Tianbing dizzy. Li Exine glanced at Qing Shui, signaling her. Noticing this, Qing Shui nodded and stepped out of the training room. Shortly after, she returned with a violet card in hand and said to Li Tianbing, "Binger, this card contains 10,000 purple crystal coins. 1 purple crystal coin equals 10 gold coins, 100 silver coins, or 1,000 copper coins, sufficient for your ordinary expenses for 3 to 4 years." Li Tianbing accepted the purple crystal card and cast a deep gaze at Qing Shui. Suddenly, he knelt before the already turned away Li Exine, bowing deeply 3 times, and then bowed 3 times to Qing Shui as well. Rising to his feet, he swiftly turned and ran out without looking back, fearing that lingering even a moment longer would deepen his reluctance. Qing Shui hurried after him, standing at the gate and calling out loudly, "Binger, be careful on your journey. Remember what mother told you." Her voice echoed through the mountains, leaving one to wonder whether Li Tianbing heard her. Inside the training room, Li Exine slightly turned his head. Watching the direction in which Li Tianbing had departed, tears streaming down his weathered face, at that moment, Li Tianbing was racing down the mountain, navigating the 1,000 steps, his tears transforming into a string of pearls in the air, shattering in the wind. What kind of emotion was this? Was it reluctance? Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Li Tianbing immediately dashed eastward. Following the map, he discovered a great river flowing from the northwest of the Snow Empire to the southeast, eventually leading to the East Lake Empire before entering the sea. As long as he could spot that river, he could follow it into the East Lake Empire. Li Tianbing flailed his arms, his feet quickening with each stride, and in the blink of an eye, he had covered 500 meters. Only after distancing himself from Shuling Mountain did he gradually slow down, yet his tears continued to flow unabated. This was his first journey away from home, filled with loneliness, solitude, and fear. A myriad of emotions swirled within him. What awaited him on the unknown path ahead? Meanwhile, in Shuling Mountain, Li Exine quietly packed his belongings while Qing Shui lowered her head, gently biting her rosy lips, as if having made a momentous decision. "Exine, I want to go with you?" Li Exine secured his bundle, slinging it over his shoulder, and looked at Qing Shui with a smile, saying, "Qing Shui, do not jest. You should wait at home for Binger to return. I do not know how long I will be gone on this journey to Bingshui Peak. When I return, our family of 3 can be reunited." He gently patted Qing Shui's head, "But I fear I may not be able to wait." Qing Shui's eyes reddened as she rushed into Li Exine's embrace, softly weeping, her tears streaming down her face. As the head of the household, she had already borne enough burdens. "Silly Qing Shui, every man has his ambitions and strives for his dreams. You should understand that accompanying me will only distract me, do you not?" Li Exine smiled, stroking his beloved wife's hair. "But," Qing Shui insisted, "there are no buts. If you accompany me, what will Binger think when he returns to find you absent? Do you not worry about this?" Li Exine released Qing Shui and walked toward the door. "Wait!" Qing Shui called out to Li Xin, who turned around, intending to speak. But before he could utter a word, his lips were sealed by Qing Shui's kiss. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted, and Qing Shui lowered her head. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to her sparkling eyes. "We're already like an old married couple. Why indulge in such romance?" Li Xin remarked with a smile directed at Qing Shui before striding out. "Be careful on your way." After a while, Qing Shui regained her senses and waved in the direction where Li Xin had vanished, tears streaming down her face once more. After 2 months of arduous travel, Li Xin finally arrived at the border between the Northern Snow Empire and the Eastern Lake Empire. The 2 nations' borders spanned over 2,000 meters apart, with a boundary line extending more than 300 kilometers. As Li Xin hailed from the Northern Snow Empire, he easily departed from its territory, stepping beyond the border, with just over 2,000 meters left to reach the Northern Snow Empire's boundary. However, the vast expanse of the border between the Northern Snow Empire and the Eastern Lake Empire was fraught with peril, as it was neither governed by the Northern Snow Empire nor under the jurisdiction of the Eastern Lake Empire. Through 2 months of trials, Lishenbing had matured significantly, and his mental fortitude had stabilized considerably. Yet, during this journey, he had endured numerous fierce battles, leaving him haggard, with stubble adorning his face and disheveled azure hair, while the coat he had brought from home was in tatters that night. After traversing over 1,000 meters, something suddenly sprang forth before him. Chapter 9. Shui Firu. At this moment, night had descended, and the surrounding cacophony of howls and cries echoed incessantly. Nevertheless, Lishenbing, accustomed to life in the mountains, felt little fear of such sounds. Before him leaped a large gray-brown wolf, its elongated face menacing, with a drooping tail and a formidable physique, glaring at Lishenbing with a fierce intensity, drool pooling beneath it, its eyes glimmering in the moonlight. Taking advantage of the moonlight, Lishenbing gazed at the wolf, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he placed the Xiling sword and his bundle aside, slightly flexing his hands. Crack, crack! The sound of bones echoed between his fingers as he approached the wolf step by step, poised to strike. The wolf's eyes flickered, retreating cautiously, yet occasionally circling Lishenbing's sides. Excitedly, Lishenbing continued to close the distance, confident that after 2 months of travel and training in the mountains, he would have no trouble dealing with this wolf. A woof! Ultimately, it was the wolf that lunged first, its claws razor-sharp. Lishenbing's eyes sparkled with determination. Lowering his head slightly, he rapidly condensed his fighting spirit in his right fist and, seizing the wolf's forward momentum, delivered a powerful blow to its abdomen. With a whoosh, a gentle breeze swept past, and the wolf's innards tumbled from its belly, its body convulsing violently, the battle concluding with surprising swiftness. Disappointed, Lishenbing retrieved a knife about a foot long from his bundle and gathered some branches from the surroundings to fashion a simple skewer on the ground. He then took the long knife, dragged the fallen wolf closer, adjusted its position, and positioned the knife's tip against the wolf's chin. Standing up, Lishenbing leaped over the wolf and, raising the long knife, brought it down forcefully in a graceful arc, slicing open the wolf's belly and spilling its blood onto the ground. Lishenbing, carrying the wild wolf, arrived at the riverbank where he had journeyed earlier. He meticulously washed the creature before returning to the spot where he had previously kindled a fire. He hung the pristine wolf pelt on a nearby tree and skewered the carcass on a spit. He then ignited the flames, illuminating the surroundings in an instant. Perhaps preoccupied with his task, Lishenbing inadvertently overlooked the lurking dangers that could erupt at any moment. As time passed, the moisture from the wolf's body gradually evaporated in the heat, and its flesh began to take on a golden hue. After 10 minutes, the meat glistened with a vibrant yellow, and a mouth-watering aroma wafted through the air from his pack. Lishenbing retrieved the spices he had purchased along the way and sprinkled them generously over the wolf, slowly rotating the spit. Although his culinary skills were modest, the enticing scent emanating from the roasting meat was undeniable. Lishenbing couldn't help but swallow hard in anticipation. However, as he reveled in his success, he remained oblivious to the fact that several unusual creatures had been drawn to the enticing aroma. Suddenly, a series of peculiar sounds echoed through the night, causing the ever-alert Lishenbing to set down the spit and call out, "Who goes there?" Rising to his feet, he scanned the darkness with keen vigilance. From the shadows emerged a figure, gradually illuminated by the flickering flames. It was a girl, seemingly around 15 years of age, shorter than Lishenbing by a head. Her beauty was striking, rivaling even that of Qingxue, with cascading waves of blue hair that fell to her waist and 2 sparkling, innocent eyes. She donned a blue dress adorned with a guild emblem at the chest. Though young, her figure was remarkable, a slender waist, graceful curves, and porcelain skin that seemed almost ethereal. "Who are you? What brings a girl like you to this desolate wilderness?" Lishenbing regarded the blue-haired girl with caution. The night was deep, shrouded in darkness and fraught with peril, and the presence of a seemingly delicate maiden only intensified his wariness. "I was drawn here by the scent," the blue-haired girl replied, her voice as gentle and melodious as her appearance. "I mean no harm. I came out hunting with my father and his companions. Look, they are just over there." She pointed towards the southeast with delicate fingers. Lishenbing's piercing gaze swept over the girl before hesitantly following her. Indeed, several kilometers away, a cluster of campfires flickered in the distance, barely discernible unless one focused intently. "Then what brings you here? What are your intentions?" He tightened the coarse cloth wrapped around Xiling, maintaining his cautious watch over the girl. The blue-haired girl's eyes darted toward the tantalizing wolf, her lips instinctively pursed. At that moment, an audible rumble emanated from her stomach, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Lishenbing, still possessing a youthful innocence and naivete, noticed the girl's hunger and relaxed his guard, chuckling. "Ah, so you're simply hungry. Come, come, just a little longer and you can eat, no need to rush." Hearing his words, the blue-haired girl's heart soared with joy. She felt fortunate that her aimless wandering had led her to encounter Li Tianbing roasting wolf meat. Had she encountered a woman with ulterior motives, the outcome might have been far less favorable for him. The girl with azure hair settled beside Li Tianbing, and the fragrant aroma emanating from her person caused him to shiver slightly. "Hey, don't you fear that your father might worry about you being alone in this pitch-dark wilderness?" Li Tianbing inquired, shaking his wolf-like form as he spoke with the blue-haired girl. "How rude of you. I am not He, I am Shui Firu," she pouted, clearly displeased. "Hee, I am Li Tianbing," he replied with an awkward chuckle. "Li Tianbing. Such a peculiar name," Shui Firu murmured softly, lowering her head upon hearing his name. "All right, it's time to eat. But be cautious, it's hot." Li Tianbing deftly severed the forepaws, head, and tail of the wolf, tossing them aside carelessly in an instant. The air was filled with the roars of tigers, causing Shui Firu, who had been eagerly anticipating the meal, to gasp in surprise. Startled, Li Tianbing quickly hurled a piece of firewood into the distance, illuminating the surroundings brightly. The sight that met their eyes made them both gasp in shock. Dozens of snakes the size of arms and numerous wild tigers and wolves were vying for the discarded wolf head and tail. Seizing the opportunity amid the chaos, Li Tianbing urgently instructed Shui Firu, "Quickly grab my sword and pack." He then lifted the cooked wolf meat in his left hand, indifferent to its heat. With a surge of energy, he propelled the firewood towards the gathering of venomous creatures, while holding a long knife in his right hand, urging Shui Firu to move quickly. Shui Firu stammered, paralyzed by anxiety and unsure if she could lift the sword. "Stop dawdling. Do you wish to meet your demise at the jaws of the wolf?" Li Tianbing exclaimed, frustration mounting. He swiftly tucked the knife into his clothing, exerted strength with his left hand to lift the wolf meat onto his shoulder, and without a moment's hesitation, grasped the Xiling sword and his pack with his left hand, pulling Shui Firu's delicate yet feeble hand with his right towards her father's camp. During their flight, Shui Firu stole a glance at Li Tianbing, the warmth of his hand causing her cheeks to flush, her heart racing like a wild rabbit, as they fled for their lives. Both Li Tianbing and Shui Firu were oblivious to the venomous creatures fighting over the food behind them. Upon reaching her father's encampment, Li Tianbing could clearly see that the group comprised solely of fire mages, each conjuring a fireball the size of a human head for emergencies. Clad in crimson cloaks, each mage bore a guild insignia emblazoned with a swirling red flame and a stream of blue water. "Tianbing, I will go find my father. You wait here for a moment," Shui Firu said. Her address to him having subtly shifted, Li Tianbing stood there, feeling slightly awkward, as the enticing aroma of the wolf meat emanating from his shoulder drew the attention of the fire mages, their mouths watering. "Are you hungry? Would you care for some? Though the wolf meat has cooled, you fire mages can heat it up." Observing the ravenous expressions on the faces of the mages around him, Li Tianbing couldn't help but smirk. After a moment of mutual glances and slight hesitation, a dozen mages, unable to resist the temptation, rushed towards him. Startled, Li Tianbing tore off 2 wolf legs, distributing the remaining meat among them. "Tianbing, my father has summoned you." As Li Tianbing felt a flush of embarrassment, Shui Feiru approached, accompanied by a fire mage whose stature was akin to that of Li Tianbing. He was gaunt, as if a mere gust of wind could topple him, and his features were rather unappealing, with a hooked nose and a simian mouth. Adorning his scarlet robe was an emblem depicting a swirling blue stream entwined with a fiery red flame. However, beneath this emblem, Li Tianbing noticed 5 words. "Senior Mage. Feiru, who is this? I don't believe we've met before." The fire mage's appearance was matched only by his shrill voice, which grated on Li Tianbing's nerves. His haughty demeanor stirred a sense of displeasure within Li Tianbing. Shui Feiru turned to glance at him, offering a somewhat forced smile, and said, "Huati, allow me to introduce you. This is Li Tianbing." "Tianbing, this is Huati, a friend I've known since childhood." Li Tianbing swallowed hard, contemplating the notion of childhood friends. Could one truly endure such a visage? Nevertheless, he maintained a cordial smile and extended his blood-stained right hand. Huati scrutinized Li Tianbing with a mocking expression, and as he prepared to reciprocate the gesture, he noticed the blood on Li Tianbing's hand, rendering him momentarily awkward. Li Tianbing quickly grasped the situation. "I apologize, my hand is rather filthy, haha. Feiru, shall we be on our way?" Li Tianbing turned to Shui Feiru with a smile. Huati seethed internally. "Feiru, when did it become your place to act so brazenly?" Yet, mindful of Shui Feiru's feelings, Huati clenched his teeth and followed behind the toot. The trio soon arrived at a modest tent, where a man stood at its center, flanked by an array of dishes, primarily consisting of wolf and tiger meat. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, causing Li Tianbing to swallow, for the earlier events had deprived him of his dinner. "Father, Tianbing has arrived," Shui Fei Rou exclaimed gleefully as she approached her father. The man turned, not particularly handsome, appearing to be in his 40s, exuding a genial aura. He wore a water-blue robe, adorned with a golden emblem on his chest, beneath which were inscribed the words, Mage Mentor. Although the man's appearance was unremarkable, he imparted an extraordinary sense of strength to Li Tianbing, rendering him momentarily paralyzed, as if his very essence were being suppressed. How formidable! Li Tianbing marveled silently, recognizing the man as the strongest he had ever encountered. "Ha! Ro, what trouble have you stirred up this time?" The man chided Shui Fei Rou with a laugh, affectionately ruffling her hair. "Father, you jest. This time, I have brought you a helper," Shui Fei Rou replied playfully, her charm evident. The man smiled slightly, contemplating her words. "Father, this is Tianbing." Shui Fei Rou glanced at Li Tianbing, only to find him beaded with perspiration, a clear indication that her father's mental prowess was probing into Li Tianbing's essence. "Young man, did you save my Fei Rou?" he inquired. "Oh, there's no need to be so tense." The young man settled himself at the dining table, and in an instant, the weight upon Li Tianbing's shoulders dissipated, leaving him breathless and silently pondering how such formidable individuals could exist in this world. The younger Li Tianbing had encountered his uncle before, and it was indeed the remarkable Firu who had rescued him. With a slight bow of his fists, Li Tianbing expressed his respect. There is no need for such humility. Come, join me for a meal," the man said, his eyes narrowing slightly as he glanced at Shui Firu and then back at Li Tianbing, as if contemplating something profound. "Uncle Shui Ling, brother Shui Yu has returned." Just as Li Tianbing was about to express his gratitude to the man, Huoti interjected, and at that moment, a young man entered the tent, carrying a deceased tiger in his hands. "Dad, sister, Huoti, I'm back. I managed to hunt down an adult tiger this time. It should last us for quite a while." "Who might this be?" The young man, referred to as Shui Yu, boasted an incredibly muscular physique, clad in a tight yellow outfit stained with dirt and blood, holding a massive dead tiger in his grasp, towering half a head above Li Tianbing, whose attention was now drawn to him. "Brother, this is Tianbing. He saved my life just outside," Shui Firu hurriedly explained. "He saved your life? What transpired?" Shui Yu inquired anxiously, his gaze darting towards Shui Firu. "Brother Shui Yu, it's a long story," Li Tianbing began, only to be interrupted by Shui Ling. "First, take a seat. Let us eat while we chat." Come, young brother Tianbing, since you have arrived here, do not stand on ceremony." Shui Yu, a composed individual, greeted Li Tianbing before returning to his task of handling the dead tiger. "Thank you," Li Tianbing replied graciously, taking a respectful seat. The others followed suit. "Firu, you mentioned you brought back a helper for me. I wonder what remarkable qualities Tianbing possesses." Shui Ling suddenly patted Shui Firu's head with a smile. "Dad, I was drawn to him by the aroma of the roasted wolf meat. I knew he must have hunted that wolf. To be able to slay a wild wolf at his age is no small feat. If he could stay by your side to assist you." Shui Firu explained. "Oh, he can hunt a wild wolf?" Shui Ling squinted, eyeing Li Tianbing and the wolf meat in his hands. Indeed, Shui Ling had sensed that Li Tianbing was a martial artist, and it was no trivial strength to kill a wild wolf at such a young age. It must be noted that every wild wolf surviving in the wilderness possesses extraordinary ferocity and strength, not to mention their advantages in speed and attack power. However, Li Tianbing's ability to slay a wild wolf merely left Shui Ling slightly surprised. After all, Li Tianbing was robust and a martial artist in his own right. Yet, had he known that Li Tianbing could dispatch the wolf with a single punch, he might have truly been astounded. Li Tianbing listened intently to the conversation between Shui Ling and Shui Firu. If he could draw closer to the formidable Shui Ling, perhaps he would gain new insights, at least before the commencement of classes at the Blood Demon Academy. "Father, I shall leave this piece of tiger skin here. Do remember to take it later at this moment." Shui Yu had also finished arranging the deceased tiger, laying the skin neatly on the ground. Subsequently, he casually discarded the blood-stained long knife and took his seat. Oh no. Upon seeing the tiger skin, Li Tianbing suddenly recalled that the wolf skin he had skinned was still hanging from a tree branch. "What is the matter? What happened? Such fuss over nothing." Ferretti frowned in displeasure and inquired. "Esteemed guests, I just remembered there is still a matter I have yet to attend to. I apologize, but I must excuse myself for a moment. I shall return shortly. Li Tianbing, feeling embarrassed, rose and hurried out of the tent, discarding the already cold wolf meat and swiftly heading in a particular direction. Arriving at the site where the barbecue had taken place, Li Tianbing, harnessing the celestial spirit's energy, beheld a sight that was utterly revolting. Several wild tigers were viciously tearing apart a few venomous snakes. Amidst the carnage lay the severed head of a companion, and the ground was strewn with countless bloodied remains. It seemed that in their frantic competition for wolf meat, these beasts had turned upon one another, creating a scene that was both gruesome and terrifying. Sensing the approach of a human, the wild tigers turned to face Li Tianbing, their eyes glinting with avarice. Li Tianbing was taken aback, a chill creeping down his spine, sending shivers coursing through him. In less than 2 seconds, several wild tigers lunged towards him, baring their fangs. Li Tianbing gasped inwardly, quickly regaining his composure. Aware that time for contemplation was fleeting in a flash, he gritted his teeth, channeling his energy into his hands. A whirlwind of sand and stone swirled around him, and his hands transformed into a shade of purple, enveloped in a soft violet glow. The martial skills and foundational techniques he had honed over a decade at the foot of Zulingshan were ignited within him. Instead of retreating, Li Tianbing surged forward, propelling himself with his feet, and taking advantage of the tiger's momentum, he delivered a powerful punch to the abdomen of one tiger, sending it flying several meters away. Nevertheless, the tiger's claws still grazed Li Tianbing's shoulder, making him gasp in pain. Before the other wild tigers could pounce, he endured the excruciating agony, unleashing his energy from the dantian, his entire being seeming to radiate a layer of pale purple aura. With a fierce shout, Li Tianbing charged at a wild tiger on his left, his right fist coiled with determination, striking the tiger's head with tremendous force, shattering its skull in an instant. However, his left chest was still clawed, his clothing torn, leaving a visible gash. Bang! Another wild tiger was kicked in the abdomen by Li Tianbing, and the wounds on his body multiplied. Casting a glance, he saw 4 remaining wild tigers, their predatory gazes fixed on him. Yet they dared not approach any closer. With a final roar, they retreated, dragging their injured bodies deeper into the forest. Panting heavily, Li Tianbing's eyes were blood-red, his clothes tattered, and a network of glaring, grotesque scars marred his body. An excruciating sensation piercing to his very bones. Had his reflexes been slower, I might have been reduced to mere bones by now, Li Tianbing thought, feeling a flicker of luck. This is a world governed by the law of the jungle, where no species harbors any semblance of compassion, driven solely by self-interest. With a sharp intake of breath, Li Tianbing felt a wave of agony coursing through his body, blood staining his garments a deep crimson. If he did not staunch the bleeding promptly, it was likely that he might even lose his life. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Li Tianbing retrieved the wolf pelt hanging from a tree and hurried back to the tent. Unbeknownst to him, a shadow lurked in the darkness, whispering softly. This young man possesses a measure of tenacity. How intriguing! Indeed, it was none other than Shui Ling. A few minutes later, Li Tianbing staggered into the tent, dragging his weakened frame and the wolf pelt behind him. What happened to you? You've lost so much blood, exclaimed Shui Firu, her eyes widening in shock at the sight of Li Tianbing drenched in red. Tianbing, come here. Let me tend to your wounds. A flicker of something unusual flashed in Shui Ling's eyes, but it vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Among the 9 elemental magics, water magic ranked second in healing efficacy, while wood magic held the highest potency for mending injuries, albeit practitioners of wood magic were exceedingly rare. Enduring the pain from his wounds, Li Tianbing approached Shui Ling and offered the wolf pelt, saying, "Uncle, while this pelt may be of little value to you, it is a token of my respect. I hope you will accept it." His brow furrowed tightly, and his lips were as pale as parchment. "Do not speak for now." Shui Ling gestured slightly, prompting Shui Yu to take the wolf pelt from Li Tianbing's hands. With a calm demeanor, Shui Ling raised his right hand, and a surge of magical energy began to rise, distorting the very fabric of space around them. Gradually, a blue magical water orb materialized above Shui Ling's palm. With a hum, Shui Ling pushed his hand forward, and the blue water orb emitted a resonant sound as it gently floated towards Li Tianbing's chest. Li Tianbing involuntarily shuddered as he felt the orb transform into fine streams of water coursing throughout his body, a refreshing sensation emanating from the myriad of wounds, as the water gradually healed his injuries, restoring the pallor of his lips to a healthy hue. A gentle breeze wafted from his wounds, and the clotted blood dissipated, leaving behind only slender scars, which would eventually fade with time. Thank you, Uncle, Li Tianbing said, opening his eyes and exhaling a breath of relief, marveling at the remarkable efficacy of water magic in healing. Had it been with magic, the results would have been even more extraordinary. Of course, his swift recovery within half an hour was entirely due to Shui Ling's formidable prowess. Had he been attended to by a less capable wood mage, the outcome would not have matched that of Shui Ling. Such a trivial matter is hardly worth mentioning, Shui Ling remarked. By the way, how did you come to be so severely injured on your errand? Indeed, you looked quite terrifying just now, Shui Firu chimed in, her voice laced with concern, recalling how the sight of Li Tianbing drenched in blood had alarmed her in silence. Wati cast a venomous gaze towards Li Tianbing, his eyes betraying a hint of jealousy. I had merely gone back to fetch the wolf pelt, but along the way, I encountered a few wild tigers. I had no choice but to engage them in battle. Although I managed to slay several, I paid a hefty price for it. Alas! Li Tianbing reflected on the earlier scene, still haunted by the memory. Had he not dedicated himself to relentless training over the past decade, he might have become a mere feast for the tigers. What? Upon hearing this, Shueyue's eyes widened in disbelief, but she soon smiled and asked, Brother Tianshi, are you jesting? Although she harbored doubts internally, the way she addressed Li Tianbing subtly shifted, as if her heart held a newfound respect for him. Elder Shueyue, if you do not believe me, I can take you to see for yourself, Li Tianbing replied with a slight smile, rubbing his shoulder. Though his injuries had been largely healed by Shui Ling, he still felt some lingering pain. No need. Since you say so, I shall trust in your character. However, your ability to hunt several wild tigers is indeed astonishing, Shueyue remarked after a moment of contemplation. Smiling, it was merely a stroke of luck, Li Tianbing responded with a grin. Shui Ling, narrowing her eyes slightly, regarded Li Tianbing with a glimmer of intrigue and said, All right, enough of this idle chatter. Let us dine. Li Tianbing felt a warmth in his heart. His mother had once told him that most powerful individuals in the world were cold and indifferent, viewing the weak as mere ants. Yet, his encounter with Shui Ling contradicted his mother's words. Nevertheless, Li Tianbing remained cautious. He respectfully clasped his fists and said, Uncle, I am a bit disheveled. It would be improper to dine with you in this state. I shall step outside to freshen up. Upon hearing this, Shui Ling was about to respond when Shui Firu interjected, Tianshi, I too am a water mage. I can help you condense a water orb. Li Tianbing pondered for a moment, glancing at Shui Ling, who seemed unopposed, and slowly replied, Then I shall trouble you. However, Li Tianbing's actions were perceived by Huati as a blatant disregard, causing him to grit his teeth in frustration. Outside the tent, in a secluded grove, the night was deep and the area was quite hidden. Were it not for the distant roars of beasts, the moonlight casting down would have created a serene atmosphere. Elemental forces of water that pervade the universe. Allow me to borrow your strength and condense. Shui Firu's delicate face was solemn as she began to chant softly. Soon, a magic water orb, roughly the size of a human head, appeared above her palm. This water orb could only last for 3 minutes. Although Shui Firu inherited some power from her father, a top-tier mage, the duration of her condensed water orb was rather brief, unless she continuously infused it with magical energy. But, very well, I shall do my utmost. Could you perhaps step aside? Li Tianbing removed his garments, prompting Shui Firu's cheeks to flush crimson as she hurriedly exited. Li Tianbing positioned himself directly beneath the water orb, then poked it with a finger, only for the fragile orb to burst into a splash of water that drenched him. The unexpected scene caused Li Tianbing to involuntarily exclaim. Unbeknownst to him, Shui Firu, who had been lingering outside, rushed into the grove upon hearing the commotion, and in that moment, though shadows loomed thickly, Shui Firu could clearly see the outline of Li Tianbing's figure, and she screamed even louder than him in shock. It was merely a slight distance from the tent, and the sound of the wind had completely drowned out Shui Firu's voice. Thus, Shui Ling and the others remained oblivious to the embarrassing scene that unfolded. Shui Firu, I accidentally punctured the water balloon. So, upon hearing Shui Firu's voice, Li Tianbing hurriedly concealed himself behind a large tree, momentarily at a loss, stuttering in confusion. Shui Firu, like Li Tianbing, was a youthful soul. Her innocent heart unprepared for such a scenario, leaving her equally flustered, though her inner turmoil surged like a tempest. I didn't mean to. Li Tianbing's face flushed crimson. Standing there for a moment, Shui Firu stamped her foot in frustration, let out a soft huff, and dashed towards the tent. Sighing in embarrassment, Li Tianbing stepped out from behind the tree, exhaling deeply as he retrieved a clean garment from his bundle to change into. A surge of energy flowed from his dantian, coursing through his body, causing the moisture on his skin to evaporate slightly while simultaneously calming the tumultuous emotions within him. Returning to the tent with a sense of trepidation, Li Tianbing stood at the entrance, instantly catching the attention of those inside. Though the stubble remained, the fresh attire he donned bestowed upon him an ethereal quality that contrasted sharply with his earlier appearance reminiscent of a beggar. His long, azure hair cascaded over his shoulders. As a gentle breeze swept by, it imbued him with an air of elegance. Notably, Shui Firu's cheeks flushed ever so slightly at the sight. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Li Tianbing respectfully joined the group for a meal. As soon as he sat down, his hungry stomach growled audibly, disregarding the surprised expressions of the others as he began to eat voraciously. Even Shui Ling shook her head, though within her profound gaze lay an inscrutable secret. You are alone in the wilderness. Surely you have companions? After a while, the group gradually engaged in conversation, and Shui Ling turned her attention to Li Tianbing, who had slowed his pace of eating. I do not have companions, he replied respectfully, having swallowed a piece of rabbit meat. I intend to attend the Blood Demon Martial Arts Academy for my studies, but I encountered some difficulties in this forest, which led to the earlier incidents. His expression, despite the gravity of the situation, appeared somewhat endearing. Oh? Shui Firu, leisurely consuming her rice, pondered aloud after swallowing her bite. I have practiced at home for a considerable time and found little room for improvement, so I plan to learn at the Blood Demon Academy. Li Tianbing seemed to have forgotten the earlier awkwardness and continued. This year, I too will be attending the Blood Demon Academy in our Donghu city. Shui Firu lowered her head slightly, responding, I have many thoughts regarding the earlier matter, which makes me hesitant to meet your gaze, leaving my feelings quite complex. Donghu City. Li Tianbing murmured to himself. Donghu City, the capital of the Donghu Empire, is home to the prestigious Blood Demon Academy, renowned for its excellence in education. With a rich history and global repute, Donghu City is a gathering place for formidable individuals from across the continent. Speaking of Donghu City, Shui Firu momentarily cast aside her earlier shyness, her spirits lifting as she spoke animatedly. Li Tianbing muttered absent-mindedly, his thoughts drifting far away. Tianbing, since you are planning to attend the Blood Demon Academy, my father just so happens to be the president of the Water Spirit Mage Guild in Donghu City. Why not accompany us on our journey? Shui Yu proposed. This might be rather inconvenient, right? Li Tianbing exclaimed in surprise upon hearing this. He had not anticipated that Shui Yu would extend such an invitation to him, and upon glancing towards the water spirit, it was evident that he would not oppose this matter. What inconvenience could there be? Is it possible that you have reservations? Shui Yu pressed on. No. It's not that I am unwilling. Rather, I fear I might become a burden to everyone, Li Tianbing replied. The fact that you could single-handedly hunt a few wild tigers indicates that you possess considerable skill. Although luck is undeniably essential, with a little more effort on your part, perhaps you might not end up so battered as you did earlier, Huati remarked with a hint of implication. Moreover, having another junior brother would indeed be a delightful addition. With still 4 months until the start of the term, I trust you are not in a hurry. Let us settle on you returning to Donghu City with us, Shui Yu stated plainly. Chapter 11. Donghu City. Then I shall humbly comply with your wishes, Li Tianbing said, scratching the back of his head and offering a wry smile. Wouldn't this also be a fortuitous opportunity for you? Shui Ling pondered briefly before speaking. Li Tianbing hurriedly expressed his gratitude, then turned to Huati and inquired, Are you also a student of the Blood Demon Academy, Brother Huati? Your earlier words piqued my interest. Alas, I am outmatched. I am already in my 3rd year. Yet I find myself lingering at the level of a senior mage. How embarrassing. Huati's face was awash with a profound sense of melancholy, and he spoke sincerely. While the Blood Demon Academy may not be the pinnacle of institutions within the Donghu Empire, its unique geographical location and the advantageous environment of Donghu City render it a commendable academy, producing many talented individuals, of which Huati could only be considered average. Senior Mage Li Tianbing murmured, his gaze fixated on the 5 words emblazoned on Huati's chest. The continent of Puri is a realm steeped in mystery, with a multitude of professions. Warriors are classified into 10 ranks, and mages are similarly divided into 10 tiers. From lowest to highest, these are Apprentice Mage, Junior Mage, Intermediate Mage, Senior Mage, Grand Mage, Mage Knight, Grand Mage Knight, Mage Tutor, Grand Mage Tutor, and Holy Mage Tutor, also referred to as the Holy Spirit Mage Tutor. Li Tianbing reflected on his own abilities, which were merely at the level of a junior warrior. Such prowess would hardly withstand even a quarter of an hour against Huati. With each advancement in rank, one's strength escalates accordingly. However, ascending in leaps is exceedingly challenging. one must seek to comprehend the profound mysteries of cultivation and the truths of the universe. Despite my strength being superior to some of my peers within the academy, in the grand scheme of the continent, I fear I remain inconsequential. How shameful! Huati explained to Li Tianbing, simultaneously recognizing his own shortcomings and feeling a sense of self-reproach. Huati, your insights are indeed rare and will greatly benefit your future cultivation. I merely hope you do not become impatient or arrogant, Shui Ling remarked, her gaze directed at Huati, though her words seemed to resonate with every young individual present. You flatter me, uncle. I shall strive to improve. Huati's eyes shone with determination, and within his gaze directed at Shui Fei Rou, there flickered a hint of something unusual. Li Tianbing cast a glance at Huati and then turned his gaze towards Shui Ling, who was smiling at him, before once again burying his head into a hearty feast with the esteemed presence of Shui Ling, the renowned president of the Mage Guild in Donghu City and its surrounding towns. Li Tianbing and his companions effortlessly passed through the scrutiny at the border of the Donghu Empire. Following this, the group continued their journey, leading dozens of carriages and fire mages along the banks of the Ishue River for over a month before finally arriving at Donghu City. Throughout this month, Shui Ling and the others gradually came to understand Li Tianbing better. However, he naturally refrained from divulging any secrets to them. As for Shui Firu, after the events of the last encounter, she found herself embarrassed to converse with Li Tianbing. The Ishue River, originating from the Ice Mountain Range, meanders eastward, flowing through Donghu before emptying into the Se8. Li Tianbing often heard Shui Yu and others speak of this river, which is regarded as the first river of the continent, shrouded in numerous mysteries. Upon entering Donghu City, Li Tianbing truly experienced the grandeur of the place. Having mostly lived in the Snow Spirit Mountain, he had frequently heard his mother mention various matters of the continent, and the vivid impressions left by the expedition to the Ice Snow Peak lingered in his mind. Yet, the sensations he felt now were of an entirely different nature. Suppressing his excitement, Li Tianbing listened with a silly grin as Huati introduced him to Donghu City, the capital of the Donghu Empire, sharing its namesake and historical ties with the Ishue River. It is a city steeped in history and rich cultural heritage, brimming with an abundance of resources and a variety of professions. It serves as one of the gathering places for the continent's formidable individuals, housing weapon shops, blacksmiths, various armor stores, and scroll shops in abundance. The central inner city, where the emperor resides, occupies a quarter of Donghu City, and at this moment, they had merely scratched the surface of the city's grandeur. As Huati spoke, a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes, as if he perceived Li Tianbing as a naive simpleton, unacquainted with the world. Li Tianbing, however, absorbed only a fraction of Huati's words. As their carriage progressed majestically along the wide thoroughfare, where pedestrians cast warm glances towards them, recognizing the entourage of the Shui Ling Mage Guild. Only a handful of practitioners disregarded them entirely, their expressions haughty. Some bore bows upon their backs, others were cloaked in dark robes, obscuring their faces, while a few donned exotic leather armor. Li Tianbing curiously scanned his surroundings, his senses overwhelmed by the dazzling array of goods displayed in the shops lining the avenue. After approximately half an hour of travel, the carriage came to a halt before a magnificent edifice. As Li Tianbing and the others disembarked, he found himself transfixed by the structure before him. Towering walls, crafted from solid marble, soared high above, and at the entrance loomed two lifelike stone lions, exuding an extraordinary presence. Upon entering through the grand gate, the coachman instinctively guided the carriage away. As they advanced, a tall building emerged before them, its sign carved with magical artistry, displaying grand characters that danced like dragons and phoenixes. Shui Ling Mage Guild. Upon crossing the threshold, Li Tianbing was met with yet another astonishing sight. Before him stood over 100 mages of various disciplines, engaged in spirited exchanges and duels, the sounds of their practice echoing all around. The fluctuations, though pronounced, did not disrupt the surrounding furnishings, prompting Li Tianbing to silently marvel at the impressive display. The vicinity was crafted from exquisite marble, subtly infused with waves of energy, which Li Tianbing recognized as a protective barrier. I have encountered the president. I have encountered the young master. I have encountered the young miss. Upon the arrival of Shui Ling and her companions, the gathered mages paused, bowing respectfully as they spoke. As Shui Ling and her companions traversed the threshold, they were greeted by a scene that was refreshingly different from what they had seen before. A riot of blossoms flourished, while birds competed in their melodious songs. In the distance, a few small dogs frolicked in playful pursuit, surrounded by pavilions and terraces, with several artificial hills adorning the landscape, and gentle streams flowing ceaselessly. How delightful it would be to live in such tranquility! Li Tianbing could not help but exclaim. Yet, he lamented, many tasks awaited his attention, did they not? Noticing Li Tianbing's wistful sentiment, Shui Ling remarked, however, you may temporarily reside here. There is no need to stay at the academy while you study. Consider this your home. Thank you, uncle, Li Tianbing replied, bowing respectfully. At that moment, an elderly gentleman approached, bending slightly as he addressed Shui Ling, greetings, President. His demeanor suggested he was the seasoned steward. Uncle Nan, could you assist him in arranging accommodations? Shui Ling inquired, glancing at Li Tianbing. Uncle Nan, appearing to have surpassed the age of 60, was adorned with a mane of silver hair, yet his gaze was piercingly sharp. A mere glance at Li Tianbing caused the latter to shudder, a trickle of cold sweat slowly forming on his back. Follow me, Uncle Nan commanded, taking a step that seemed both feeble and slow. Nevertheless, that single step spanned dozens of paces, in a state of astonishment. Li Tianbing bid farewell to Shui Ling and the others, trailing behind, only to glance back and find Shui Firu gazing at him. Their eyes met, filled with an indescribable emotion. Following Uncle Nan through corridors, they arrived at a quaint wooden cabin. You shall reside here for the time being, Uncle Nan stated before turning away without sparing Li Tianbing another glance, striding off into the distance. Thank you, Grandfather Nan. Li Tianbing bowed his head in gratitude, but when he lifted it again, Uncle Nan had vanished without a trace. The echo of no need resonated clearly in Li Tianbing's ears as he stared in the direction Uncle Nan had departed, his mind swirling in confusion. Pushing open the small wooden door, he was immediately enveloped by a refreshing fragrance, his eyes falling upon an array of unfamiliar redwood furnishings, tables, chairs, windows, and doors all crafted from the same material. Li Tianbing settled onto the bed, carefully placing his bundle and Xiling aside, then closed his eyes, adopting a meditative posture. Qi surged from his dantian, enveloping his body in a violet glow, the energy circulating towards his heavenly spirit. Suddenly, the melancholic visage of Shui Firu flashed in his mind, prompting him to open his eyes in bewilderment. He closed them once more, attempting to return to his meditation, yet the image of that person persisted, compelling him to reopen his eyes yet again. What is happening? Li Tianbing rose, his thoughts a tangled mess of unease. Only when the heart is devoid of desire and the self is forgotten can one attain mastery and cultivation. Remember, remember, a distant, ancient voice echoed in Li Tianbing's mind. Who? He exclaimed fiercely, wrenching the small wooden door open with force, scanning the surroundings for any sign of life. His hands grasped the wooden railing of the corridor as he gasped for breath, his entire being taut with tension. His heart felt as though it had been stirred, and he momentarily forgot the faint familiarity of that voice. With no intention of further cultivation, Li Tianbing found himself idly wandering within the residence of the Shui family. Seemingly detached from his surroundings, in the distance, several young maidens were pointing and whispering about him, their giggles occasionally stifled by delicate hands. As Li Tianbing shifted his gaze towards them, he was momentarily entranced. On a nearby stone path, a blue figure approached him, seemingly burdened with thoughts. None other than Shui Firu. A stirring sensation gripped Li Tianbing's heart, causing his pulse to quicken. Panic set in, as if he were hesitant to confront something daunting. Shui Firu, glancing around, seemingly caught sight of him, her steps faltering. Despite the distance separating them, they locked eyes, as if they were traversing the epochs of time. Though an air of awkwardness enveloped them, Shui Firu resolutely advanced towards him, halting just half a meter away. She stood there gently, the breeze tousling her fragrant blue hair, revealing her slightly weary yet enchanting visage. Li Tianbing could sense the alluring fragrance emanating from her. Feeling at a loss, his gaze flitting about, still entangled in the events of their last encounter, he scratched the back of his head, offering a nervous chuckle. What a coincidence! What an extraordinary coincidence! They both spoke simultaneously. A harmonious yet awkward moment lingering in the I truly did not intend for what happened last time. Li Tianbing attempted to articulate an explanation, yet the words eluded him. Let us just pretend that incident never occurred. In truth, Shui Firu hesitated as well, lowering her head, a faint blush adorning her delicate features. This youthful age, encountering such circumstances was undeniably embarrassing, yet her mind was awash with peculiar emotions. Li Tianbing raised his gaze, poised to speak, but was interrupted by Shui Firu. No need to say more. You've lost weight, Li Tianbing instinctively remarked, observing the young woman before him. Shui Firu glanced up. Indeed, she had lost weight. Each night during this period, she dreamt of a shadowy figure. Someone who, despite lacking formidable strength, had come to her aid during moments of hunger and helped her escape the jaws of wild beasts. This figure had etched itself deeply into her memory. Shui Firu gazed at Li Tianbing with an indescribable expression. For a long while, they remained silent, simply exchanging glances, as if the tides of time had ceased their relentless march. "Could you accompany me outside for a moment?" Shui Firu finally broke the silence. "Ah?" Li Tianbing snapped back to reality. "Perplexed, I wish to introduce you to Donghu City," Shui Firu replied. Unfamiliar with Li Tianbing's background or experiences, she nonetheless felt compelled to guide him through this new city, having made her own discoveries. As they traversed through the guild hall, the members of the mage society greeted Shui Firu, who reciprocated with a warm smile. These mages were part of the Water Spirit Guild, along with a few solitary mages who engaged in exchange and sparring within this hall after paying a fee. Walking along the bustling streets, alive with chatter and movement, Li Tianbing followed closely behind Shui Firu, quietly absorbing her introductions as time gradually flowed in this enchanting atmosphere. His understanding of Donghu City began to take shape. "Look, that is the Blood Demon Martial Academy." Shui Firu abruptly halted her steps, pointing towards a distant structure. Chapter 12. The Malevolent Purple Soul and the Assailant's Illusionary Stab. Li Tianbing followed the direction of Shui Firu's finger and was instantly taken aback. In the distance, a building stood resolutely like a rock, towering high despite being several hundred zhang away, yet he could still perceive the grandeur of this academy. The surrounding walls soared to dozens of zhang, constructed entirely of peculiar red stones. The entrance was exceedingly spacious, even broader than that of the Shui Ling Guild. The white stone pillar, approximately 15 zhang tall and several zhang in diameter, bisected the entrance, upon which 6 large characters were intricately carved. Blood Demon Martial Academy. The crimson lettering appeared as if 6 corpses had melted forth from the stone itself. Atop the pillar hovered a red magical orb, measuring several hundred zhang in diameter, exuding an aura of dread. At this moment, the academy gates stood wide open, with numerous students emerging, and a few guards patrolling the vicinity. As Li Tianbing gazed into the academy's interior, he beheld a world suffused with a blood-red glow, frighteningly reminiscent of the 6 characters. Staring at them, his eyes turned crimson, an overwhelming urge to worship welling up within him, accompanied by an eerie sense of familiarity that rippled through his heart. Shaking his head to dispel these thoughts, he murmured, "Incredible. Is this truly the Blood Demon Academy? Would you like to go in for a closer look?" Shui Firu observed Li Tianbing with keen interest. During their journey to the academy, her musings led her to believe that he had gradually begun to forget the events of their last encounter, which rendered her tone more amiable. "No, it's unnecessary. The school year begins in just over 2 months. We will have our chance then," Li Tianbing replied, scratching the back of his head with a radiant smile. "Then let us return," Shui Firu said, lowering her head as she maneuvered around him to walk back, with him following closely behind. As they strolled along the main path, Shui Firu deliberately slowed her pace, allowing them to walk side by side. In that moment, it became unclear whether it was Li Tianbing's obliviousness or her own initiative that diminished the awkwardness between them. In truth, Li Tianbing was not unaware. He could certainly perceive these subtle movements. However, he chose not to acknowledge them, having donned a facade since that fateful night when he first encountered Shui Ling and the others. Some matters required concealment. Just as Shui Firu was about to speak to Li Tianbing, a sudden rumble echoed through the air, reverberating like thunder, shaking the very ground beneath them. The sound prompted many cultivators below to look up in astonishment. A series of whooshing sounds sliced through the sky, illuminated by flashes of purple laced with hints of silver lightning. Boom! A deafening roar approached, as dozens of purple shadows descended from the sky with astonishing force, creating a deep crater in the main avenue of Donghu City. Many mortals fled in panic, while only a few cultivators remained, gravely observing the crater engulfed in purple mist. As the mist dissipated, dozens of figures emerged, clearly the malevolent purple soul and his 18 guardians. With an imposing presence and a disdainful expression, the purple soul's scorn slowly transformed into surprise and elation. Ignoring the puzzled gazes of those around him, he murmured, It's nearby. That aura has finally manifested. Sha told me about it. It must be correct." A flash of purple light coursed through Zippo's body, instantly enveloping the surroundings in a radiant violet glow. The intense wave of energy scattered nearby objects in disarray. The peculiar behavior of Zippo and his 18 guardians quickly spread along the thoroughfare, transforming whispers into a cacophony of rumors about their arrival. In the blink of an eye, the entire avenue was abuzz, with most mortals in a state of panic, while a few curious souls lingered at a distance to observe. Closer by, Several cultivators brandished their weapons, anxiously eyeing Zippo and his entourage. Li Tianbing gazed curiously at the imposing figure of Zippo in the distance, eager to rush forward, only to be abruptly halted by Shui Fear's firm grip. "What are you doing? We should leave. This doesn't concern us," she urged. "Don't you find those strange beings intriguing?" The one clad in full purple armor exudes an air of authority, seemingly formidable. I yearn to uncover his true visage. The excitement sparkled in Li Tianbing's eyes. "Let us go. Curiosity can be perilous. What if something unexpected occurs and they turn on you? You'd regret it too late." Shui Fear's beautiful eyes reflected her discontent, yet the barrier between them seemed to dissipate, imbued with a hint of playful mischief in her tone. "No way. Such a splendid opportunity cannot be missed," Li Tianbing declared, his resolve firm as he dashed forward, leaving Shui Fear behind, stamping her foot in exasperation. Despite her irritation, she soon found herself trailing after him. "Wait, we're getting closer. I sense that energy nearby." Zippo, with his eyes shut, suddenly opened them wide as a flicker of purple light darted past. Frowning, he surveyed his surroundings. It had been over 3 months since he emerged from the divine vein, and if one were to calculate accurately, he had spent a decade in pursuit of this elusive energy. Now, after numerous twists and turns, he had finally located it, and his heart swelled with exhilaration. During these 3 months, Zippo traversed eastwards from the divine vein through the realm of shadows and entered Donghu City. He felt the so-called celestial spirit art's essence drawing ever nearer, leading him to believe it resided within Donghu City itself. Day and night, he had journeyed with his 18 guardians, and that energy was tantalizingly close. This day, Zippo had awaited for 10 long years, 10 years fraught with trials and tribulations. A flash of purple light surged forth. The wind howled and Zippo approached a nearby cultivator, seizing him with urgency. "This one is not it," he muttered, moving on to another cultivator. "Not this one either. This one is not it." Zippo then grasped a woman, but as he spoke, she deftly evaded him, fury igniting her voice. "Release your filthy hands." In the blink of an eye, a dagger appeared in her right hand. Clad in an alluring black leather ensemble that accentuated her perfect form, she emanated an otherworldly aura that drew the gaze of the surrounding cultivators, who could not help but swallow hard. Her long, dark brown hair cascaded down, and an enchanting energy enveloped her, swirling with dark mist as she moved. Li Tianbing gazed intently at the woman, murmuring, "Assassin." This lady was neither a warrior nor a sorceress, but rather an assassin among the myriad professions on the continent, classified into 10 ranks. From lowest to highest, they were assassin, blade master, phantom, wanderer, destruction, speed king, saint of assassins, no assassins, phantom assassin, and divine assassin. Assassins cultivate the essence of soul killing, wielding 2 primary types of weapons, daggers and short swords. Possessing formidable destructive power, a divine assassin stands on equal footing with a war god, and in many cases, the former holds a distinct advantage. The aura emanating from this woman revealed her to be a formidable phantom assassin, a level equivalent to that of a grand sorcerer. Though she appeared youthful, her strength surpassed even that of the water spirit. Indeed, Donghu City lived up to its reputation as a capital, attracting such formidable beings. At that moment, the phantom assassin, cloaked in black, faced off against Zihua for a brief period. The black curse behind Zihua shifted its stance slightly. The former extended her right hand, subtly signaling, and the black curse lowered its head, gradually retreating to its original position. "Oh, you certainly have quite the temper. So arrogant," Zihua remarked, his gaze towards the black-clad woman brimming with lethal intent. "Humph, what business is it of yours? I do as I please. You think everyone fears you? Others may, but I certainly do not." The dark, shadowy essence of soul killing surrounding the woman surged ominously, seemingly suppressing something. "Oh? Heh, quite the bravado you have, however. If you wish to boast, you must possess sufficient backing." Zihua narrowed his eyes, and in the next instant, a flash of purple light shot forth. "You must be tired of living." A sudden thunderous roar erupted, and although Zihua remained motionless, his aura surged dramatically. A fierce wind swept through, sending sand and stones flying. "We should move to a more spacious area," the woman declared, and with that, she vanished in a flash, a streak of black light tracing her path as she appeared at a distance. Zihua paused momentarily before following suit, and the other cultivators, who had yet to take action, also soared into the air after them. Those unable to fly hastened towards the city gates, creating quite a spectacle. A refreshing breeze swept through the streets as numerous cultivators debated the earlier events. while Li Tianbing and Shui Firu stood still for several seconds. "Let us go take a look," Li Tianbing exclaimed, leading the way outside the city. "Why are you so fond of meddling? It's annoying." Shui Firu snapped back, regaining her composure as she stamped her foot in place. "Hey, wait for me." Once outside the city gates, Li Tianbing sprinted with all his might. Even without the enhancement of battle energy, his speed remained remarkably swift. The years of arduous training on Shuling Mountain had not been in vain. Li Tianbing could see numerous figures in the distance above the sky. After running several thousand zhang, he finally spotted a gathering of people in a vast open space, still within the jurisdiction of Donghu City, with more figures visible even further away. Li Tianbing gradually approached the crowd, joining them in observing the unfolding situation, though they regarded him with indifference, continuing to watch intently. However, the battle had yet to commence. "Little girl, my strength is beyond your reach. I do not wish to harm anyone. You should leave quickly." Having been provoked by the woman in black, Jipa now sought to calm her with tranquility. Indeed, Jipa wished to avoid squandering time on this futile duel, as he had more pressing matters at hand. Suddenly, a glimmer of insight flashed through Jipa's mind. "Huh? That aura is here? Humph. No need to rush," Jipa mused inwardly. However, his previous remarks struck the woman in black as exceedingly abrasive. "Humph. It seems the one with an inflated ego is you. When was the last time you gargled? Your breath reeks." The woman crossed her arms, casting a disdainful sidelong glance at Jipa. Yet, deep down, she dared not underestimate the enigmatic figure before her, for he emanated a palpable sense of danger, a feeling she had never encountered before. Jipa pondered, suppressing his inner fury, his piercing gaze glinting with menace. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" The woman uncrossed her arms, casting a puzzled look at Jipa, her heart suddenly fluttering with unease. "I laugh at you, for your utter disregard for others. Humph. For millennia, I, Jipa, have commanded respect far and wide. Yet you dare to utter such insolent words? Truly, you are the first to provoke me in such a manner. Humph. You are overestimating yourself and courting death." A surge of purple radiance swept through the void, an intangible killing intent closing in on the woman in black. Yet, a dark arc of light flashed past. Clash! It was as if striking against an impenetrable wall. The woman in black darted backward, falling behind in their exchange. Dark assassination energy coiled around her, and a black dagger materialized. A bolt of thunder streaked across the sky. Silent and stealthy, embedding itself within the dagger. Buzz! With a sudden flourish, the woman unleashed a torrent of energy akin to 1,000 galloping steeds, imbued with the might of thunder, surging towards Jipa, cloaked in the aura of death, resembling a malevolent demon from the netherworld. "Humph." Jipa scoffed coldly, his right hand gesturing before him in a feigned grasp. Then he yanked downwards, conjuring an invisible force. The purple radiance erupted, transforming into a long, purple-bladed weapon, known as the 9 contracts, adorned with 9 purple crystals. With a swing of the 9 contracts, the heavens trembled, dark clouds swirling ominously, and flashes of lightning illuminated the sky. Clang! The dark arc of light was effortlessly dispersed by Jipa's 9 contracts. Pfft! The woman in black coughed up a mouthful of blood, and a resplendent rose unexpectedly bloomed. The assassination energy surrounding her dimmed significantly as she gazed at Jipa. Her eyes filled with profound gravity. This individual's cultivation far surpassed her own, the overwhelming disparity striking her heart with a deep sense of dread. A 9th-tier expert stands atop the pinnacle of the continent. However, Jipa's presence instilled in the woman a feeling of helplessness. Drip! A solitary drop of blood hung suspended in the air. The woman positioned the dagger above her head, hands shifting through various hand seals. With blood as the catalyst, she sought to transform the energies of the world. With her life as fuel, she harnessed the dark forces. With her soul as a bridge, she conjured the phantom-piercing power. Piercing phantoms, as she intoned the incantation, the skies dimmed, fierce winds howled, and sand and stones whirled. Blood surged into the dagger, rendering it eerily enchanting. Swish! The dagger abruptly vanished from sight, and behind the woman, a colossal, fearsome spike suddenly illuminated the surroundings. Hiss! She pierced her fingertip, letting blood flow into the spike. The interplay of black and red intertwined, with bloodlines coiling around, as the sharp spikes behind trembled violently, shimmering with an aura of mysterious symbols. These scenes unfolded in the blink of an eye, yet there stood Zihua, proudly awaiting the woman's strike. With a sudden roar, the woman surged towards Zihua, her massive spikes glimmering ominously behind her. for one of her caliber. Employing this forbidden spell would significantly enhance her power, albeit at a steep cost. Humph! Zihua scoffed coldly, brandishing his long blade. The dark-clad woman met Zihua's gaze, a sinister smile curling at the corners of her mouth, as dozens of arcs of light sliced through the air, clang, clang, clang. The wind abruptly surged, creating a tempest of currents around the two, leaving the ground in a state of disarray. Humph! Such feeble strength dares to challenge me? Zihua mocked, cleaving with the 9 contracts once more. Regrettably, the assailant possessed not only formidable attack power but also unmatched speed. Whoosh! The woman vanished without a trace, along with her trailing light spikes. Zihua's eyes narrowed, sensing danger above. Yet it was too late. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The woman reappeared, her right hand wielding a dagger, striking hundreds of times, while her spikes mirrored her movements, unleashing a torrent of dark brilliance towards Zihua, distorting the very fabric of space. Boom, 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 boom. Zihua could only defend with the 9 contracts, as the ground beneath them bore witness to numerous deep craters from the woman's onslaught, slowly engulfing Zihua's form. Then, boom! A fierce momentum erupted. Alarmed, the surrounding cultivators swiftly raised their weapons to shield against the oncoming gusts. Yet many still sustained injuries. Whoosh! The woman retreated to the edge of a massive crater, her spikes dissipating, the wind calming. The sky regained its luminosity. In the center of the crater, Zihua slowly raised his hand to touch his face. This dias blood? How dare they leave a scar upon my visage? Zihua pondered, his confusion mingling with fury. A surge of madness erupted from within, as Zihua extended his arms, the 9 contracts hovering beside him, while his 18 guards bowed their heads in deference. At that moment, a trace of blood marked the lips of the dark-clad woman as she gazed at Zihua, her eyes filled with unwillingness. Although her dark radiance had seemingly prevailed in their recent exchange, it was Zihua who had gained the upper hand. While appearing to block with the 9 contracts, he had subtly harnessed his cultivation, inflicting considerable damage upon the woman. With a grim smile, the dark-clad woman succumbed to unconsciousness. The many cultivators present bore varying degrees of injury, save for Li Tianbing and the arriving Shui Firu, who remained unscathed. After a thunderous roar, Zihua's gaze fixated sharply on Li Tianbing. Ha 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 ha. What a windfall! With a slash of the 9 contracts, an endless purple radiance surged towards Li Tianbing, yet as it neared within 5 paces, 4 beams of light from afar suddenly dispersed Zihua's attack. Who? Zihua's eyes darted around in search of the source. Shortly after, 4 figures approached rapidly from the distance. Chapter 13. The 4 Great Powerhouses. Whoosh! 4 silhouettes appeared mid-air, seemingly engaged in discussion. These 4 individuals are formidable. Li Tianbing gazed in shock at the figure above, a sudden tremor from the depths of his soul causing cold sweat to pour down his brow. These 4 individuals are the most formidable powers of the continent. To think they would appear here. It seems that the purple figure must harbor some clandestine secret. Shui Firu, standing beside him, also wore an expression of astonishment, her beautiful eyes fixated on the figures suspended in mid-air. The most elite 4 powers? Li Tianbing couldn't help but murmur. Shui Firu cast a glance at him, explaining, I have heard my father say that these 4 have a combined age of 400 years. Their temperaments are peculiar, yet their strength is unparalleled. They rarely emerge from their secluded lives, and only appear when something of great importance occurs on the continent. Who would have thought they would all gather here at this moment? It appears the continent is on the brink of upheaval. Do you see that elderly man clad in coarse fabric and wearing slippers? He is the notorious thief, Swift Thief. The one bearing a massive blue sword and clutching a wine jug is the god of war. Yuan Yi. The individual in the yellow robe of magic is the holy mage, Zhu Si. And the one with an icy demeanor is the divine assassin, Kara. Li Tianbing fell silent. The Swift Thief was a 10th level expert of the Thief's Hand. The Thief's Hand cultivates speed, categorized into 10 levels: rascals, rogues, delinquents, thieves, swift ones, thief kings, madmen, thief immortals, thief saints, and swift thieves. Contrary to what the name suggests, they train in speed, relying primarily on their hand skills, though other aspects should not be overlooked. Hey! I say, everyone, that attack just now was clearly delivered by me, Zhu Si shouted, indignant. Clad in his yellow robe, Sai, it was obviously theirs. When did it become your turn? Yuan Yi remarked, toying with the hem of his garment. Exasperated, Sai, Xiao Yi, cease your quarrel. Let us get to work. My old lady is still waiting for me at home. Swift Thief chuckled slyly. Hey, when did it become your place to speak? Juicy retorted. Exactly. Do you not agree? Yuani glanced at the frigid Kara nearby, softly calling out. Yet Kara paid him no heed, her expression stern as she gazed distantly at the purple entity, muttering, truly a wicked being. The three others fell silent upon hearing her words, their playful banter replaced by a serious demeanor as they regarded the purple figure with a hint of gravity. Observing these enigmatic elders frolicking as though indifferent to his presence, a surge of anger ignited within the purple figure. Hey, who are you? How dare you obstruct my endeavors? He brandished his artifact, the 9 contracts, behind him, adopting a commanding posture as he addressed the 4 in the air. We are here to eradicate you in the name of justice, Juicy proclaimed, extending his right hand and shouting. Feeling the disdainful gazes of the 3 upon him, Juicy began to sweat nervously. Look at you, how childish. Indeed, they are here to eliminate you in the name of justice. Yuani's first statement earned nods of agreement, while the latter evoked a desire among the others to kick him. Another group of fools seeking death. If you old men are tired of living, do not blame me for being merciless. The purple figure's eyes glinted with violet light. How dare you call me an old man? I shall battle you. Juicy, incensed by the remark, erupted with fury, invoking the earth god. Please allow me to borrow your strength to dispel the darkness that lies before me, wrath of the earth. An extraordinary incantation emanated from Juicy's lips, as his body surged with an overwhelming surge of magical energy, causing the very essence of the world to tremble in agitation. The surrounding earth elements began to coalesce in a frenzied manner. The purple spirit floated in midair, and from the gaping chasm below, countless earth pillars erupted, enveloped in a powerful aura of magic, their tips as sharp as daggers. Dark curse. The purple spirit evaded the fierce onslaught of the earth pillars with a swift motion, and then bellowed with fervor. Yes. Subsequently, 18 guardians transformed into ethereal purple afterimages, merging into the largest crystal situated in the center of the purple spirit's chest. Boom. The heavens erupted once more, as a streak of purple lightning cleaved through the sky, casting a terrifying visage. The purple spirit's cloak billowed violently behind him, dancing in a chaotic frenzy. Humph. I have come to teach you a lesson. The speed of Jimmy's sword exponentially, a green glow swirling around him, exuding an extraordinary aura, as his hands conjured countless shadowy fists aimed at the purple spirit, moving with such rapidity that they appeared as mere phantoms flashing before one's eyes, with a sweep of the 9 contracts. The purple radiance soared, causing the ground to tremble, as Jimmy's formidable fists crashed against the 9 contracts. Clang! A violent shockwave radiated outward. Boom, boom, boom. Jimmy unleashed a barrage of hundreds of punches. Boom! A purple lightning bolt struck from the heavens, resounding ominously, forcing Jimmy to stagger back a few steps. In this exchange, he found himself at a disadvantage. The purple spirit, a formidable being honed through millennia of cultivation, was far beyond Jimmy's capability to confront. Moreover, the 9 contracts were a malevolent artifact from another realm, imbued with tremendous dark power. Jimmy's desire to obliterate it was nothing but a fool's errand, a cursed object, truly a damned abomination. How could his mother have given birth to such a creature? It is utterly ludicrous. Could it be she too is a being of malevolence? Jimmy chuckled sinisterly, casting a glance at the other 4. O beloved earth god, please allow me to harness your supreme power, to soothe the wicked heart of this villain before me with your mighty spirit. Mark of the earth, seal of the soil, Juicy implored. The sword of the war god shatters calamities, while the will of battle vanquishes evil spirits. The fury of the war god drives away demons, fighting for justice. Yuani cried in a strange voice. Heart steel. Jimmy grinned wickedly as he gazed at the crystal upon the purple spirit's chest. Divine stab? Kara uttered a single, chilling word. As the 4 elders chanted in unison, Jimmy's body radiated with an intense green light, as if another pair of hands were attached to his own. Yuani gripped the colossal sword with both hands, blue energy surging forth, illuminating the surroundings with a dazzling azure glow. Kara wielded a short sword, its fiery red aura swirling incessantly. Finally, the holy mage Juicy summoned forth a long yellow staff, approximately 2 meters in length, while beneath the purple spirit, a massive yellow hexagram formation emerged from the depths of the chasm. Just as the words were spoken, the 4 figures surged forth, yet Juicy remained stationary. As the other 3 figures charged ahead, the purple spirit snorted disdainfully, thrusting the 9 contracts into the air, the hilt facing upward, the blade descending. With a sweeping motion of his hands, an intangible layer of energy enveloped him, offering protection. Suddenly, The purple spirit's right index finger sliced through the air, inscribing the character's 9 contracts before him with a deft flourish. The blood-red threads swayed, exuding a ghastly aura, as the 2 characters, 9 contracts, emerged, the bloodline gradually merging into the blade of the 9 contracts. A resonant hum reverberated, as if awakening from a different realm, and suddenly, a brilliant purple light flashed forth from the 9 contracts. Its presence strikingly transformed. A thunderous roar echoed as a streak of purple lightning cleaved through the heavens, plunging the sky into darkness and the earth into shadow. Atop the head of the swift annihilation, a pattern materialized, shimmering with azure light, slowly extending a pair of luminous fists, which glimmered with a radiant azure glow. Behind Yuan stood a colossal sword, towering hundreds of zhong, its might overwhelming and majestic. Carla was engulfed in a fiery aura of murderous intent. With a resounding crash, she swiftly unleashed her hands, sending forth the luminous fists from behind her. Carla's fiery red aura of death converged upon her short sword, and with a fierce swing, it released a crimson arc that spanned several hundred zhong. Yuan grasped the gigantic sword firmly, bringing it down upon the purple spirit, while the immense sword behind him followed suit with a thunderous strike. Meanwhile, Zhu Si stood at a distance, raising his staff before him, murmuring incantations, orchestrating the hexagram beneath the purple spirit to strike with ferocity. The disdain that once adorned the purple spirit's visage began to dissipate, transforming into a grave seriousness as he sensed the formidable pressure from the 4 elders' 9 contracts, the binding of spirits. With an enraged roar, the purple spirit erupted in a pillar of violet flame, soaring towards the heavens, an awe-inspiring spectacle. The 9 heavens illuminate in purple light, the aura of the wicked surging skyward. Once more, radiant beams of purple light emanated from the crystal within the purple spirit's chest, merging into the 9 contracts, which now radiated an almost blinding brilliance. The purple spirit swung the 9 contracts with the force to reverse the tides against the 3 swift annihilation figures, while behind him, an eerie pattern flickered into view, vaguely revealing a shadowy figure, obscured yet surrounded by swirling purple energy, its aura soaring high. Tian Bing, Shui Fei Rou, and the other cultivators had long since retreated to a safe distance. Though separated by thousands of zhong, they could still clearly observe the ferocity of this apocalyptic battle. The sky was ablaze with colors, a spectacle unlike any other. The royal family of the Donghu Empire was already aware of this conflict, reassured by the absence of civilian casualties and the knowledge that 4 of the continent's most formidable warriors were present to assist. The 9 contracts met the luminous fists, radiant blades, and arcs of light from the swift annihilation figures with a resounding crash. A powerful shockwave ravaged the earth, reducing all to ruins. The 3 assaults collided with the 9 contracts, creating a kaleidoscope of light as the purple lightning erupted in the sky, the momentum like a raging torrent, while the ground gradually yielded a larger and deeper chasm, resembling a wound upon the earth. It was as if the void had fractured, freezing everything in place, as a streak of fresh blood tore across the sky. The purple spirit barely maintained its stance in midair, wiping a crimson smear from the corner of its mouth. Remarkable, to think I could be injured. The purple spirit's cloak hung tattered, while the 9 contracts hovered nearby. The swift annihilation figure wiped a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, seething, "Damn it! It's been 4 or 5 decades since I've bled. To be wounded by this wicked entity is infuriating." The other 3 bore minor injuries, faint traces of blood marking their lips. "Aha! You fell for my scheme." At that moment, Zhu Si, brimming with excitement, brandished his staff. With a gentle sweep, countless earthen pillars erupted from the yellow hexagram beneath the purple spirit, launching themselves in a frenzied assault. Zippo gazed down upon the earthen pillars and let out a cold snort. Suddenly, from the bizarre pattern behind him emerged a pair of violet hands, or rather, claws. With a delicate sweep, the claws sent a surge of purple light toward the hexagram formation. After a swirl of wind and smoke, the hexagram vanished without a trace. Pfft! Zhu Si spat out a mouthful of blood. How could this be? Zhu Si stared in disbelief at the spot where the hexagram had just been, unable to comprehend the reality before him. That magic spell was one of his proudest achievements, yet it had been effortlessly obliterated by the strange pattern behind Zippo, leaving Zhu Si in a profound state of confusion and shock. "This is my life's guardian. Humph, to force me to this extent. You should be prepared to meet your end." Zippo took a deep breath, and in an instant, purple lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating Zippo's menacing visage. "Oh? So you're fighting desperately now. Even your life's guardian has been summoned. But do you truly believe we have exerted our full strength?" Jimia scoffed dismissively. What? Zippo's eyes widened in astonishment as he regarded Jimia and the others. Oh? Is that so? If you have the capability, come and try. Zippo snapped out of his tension, a faint smile gracing his lips. Just then, a voice echoed in Li Tianbing's mind. Kid, get away quickly. Li Tianbing, puzzled, replied. Why should I leave? Who are you? Damn it. When I say leave, you leave. No need for all this nonsense. Who else could it be but Jimia? Did my mother provoke you? How dare you insult her? Li Tianbing was taken aback, immediately incensed. You? Why are you so oblivious? This place is perilous. Gather the other cultivators and leave at once, I beg you. Is that too much to ask? When has Jimia ever been so constrained? Aside from his master, Li Tianbing was the second person he had pleaded with. Oh, it is indeed quite dangerous here, and I've had my fill of sights, so let us return to the city. After some contemplation, Li Tianbing recognized the immense peril surrounding them. A single misstep could lead to their demise amidst the chaotic forces. He called upon Shui Firu to assist the divine, and then beckoned the less severely injured cultivators to flee slowly towards Donghu City. Well then, those ignorant fools have departed. Now we can settle this swiftly. Jimia clapped his hands, a lewd grin spreading across his face. Oh, you made me wait all this time just for this? A swarm of ants, unworthy of mention. Once I deal with you, I shall attend to that brat. Humph. The violet aura surrounding Zippo surged even more fiercely, enveloping the sky in a terrifying display of purple light. It seemed that driving away those ants was a prelude to your desperate struggle, was it? This time, allow me, Zippo, to witness what you refer to as not having exerted your full strength. Ha ha. Zippo let out a chilling howl to the heavens. The bizarre pattern behind him suddenly soared to heights of several hundred feet, its form grotesque and fearsome, resembling an ancient beast from another realm breaking free from its prison. It could be said, its arrogant fury ascends to the heavens, as purple lightning and dark shadows herald the arrival of an otherworldly force. Humph! We have always preserved our strength. Otherwise, how could we confront such a vile entity? Yuan Yi took a sip from the wine jug, savoring the first taste of his arrival here. In the realm between heaven and earth, a sudden crack of violet thunder erupted, lightning flashing across the sky as winds stirred and clouds swirled. The hair of the violet spirit began to float gracefully. Chapter 14. Guardian of the Seal, Blood Dance of the Lotus Heaven. At the Shui residence. Ruru, did you say that the four esteemed elders have emerged once more? Shui Ling exclaimed with excitement, rising from her seat. Uncle Nan, who stood nearby, trembled at Shui Ling's words. Indeed, the four elders had made their appearance. Shui Firu had just recounted the events that transpired outside the city, and upon hearing Shui Ling's inquiry, she responded candidly. Very well, I shall go and see for myself, Shui Ling declared, and Uncle Nan lifted his head, his aged face wrinkled like a crumpled sheet of white paper. Father! No, it's too perilous. You cannot go. Shui Firu urgently grasped Shui Ling's hand. Ruru, I must go to offer my assistance, Shui Ling replied with unwavering determination. Father. Shui Firu elongated her words. You are aware that even the 9th level illusionist was defeated in mere 2 rounds. Would your presence not be superfluous? Moreover, with the strength of those 4 elders, they will surely be able to eradicate that malevolent entity. Shui Ling furrowed his brows, but after a moment, he slowly relaxed. Ruru, it appears you are beginning to mature. There are some things your father need not teach you anymore. Father, is it not a sign of concern for your well-being? Shui Firu smiled brightly, her delicate features slightly obscured. You! Shui Ling chuckled. Let these cultivators rest at the guild for now. Understood, father, Shui Firu replied, turning her head. Tianbing, please lend a hand. Oh, Li Tianbing scratched the back of his head. Outside Donghu City, between heaven and earth, the winds and clouds shifted in hue. Amidst the rolling dark clouds, flashes of violet lightning flickered. Tricolored beams of blue, green, and red erupted from the hands of Jimia, Kala, and Yuan Yi, warping the air and filling it with a suffocating aura reminiscent of death. Humph! Have you lot had enough of living? The violet spirit growled, brandishing the long blade Juqi with a fierce countenance, charging towards the Ford boom. The violet thunder resonated across the heavens as the violet spirit swung fiercely, sending arcs of purple light slicing through the air towards Jimia and his companions. Humph! Kala scoffed, summoning a short sword into her right hand, a fiery red blade, pure and unblemished, radiating a constant, pulsating crimson light. With a swift motion, a fiery red soul-killing aura was unleashed, meeting the violet light with earth-shattering force. Clang! Sparks flew as Kala staggered back. The violet spirit continued to unleash a flurry of strikes. And Jimia and Yuan-E joined the fray in the distance. Ju-Si intermittently cast powerful spells, barely managing to counter the violet spirit's relentless onslaught. After dozens of exchanges, both sides retreated several dozen yards. A gust of wind swept through, lifting with it the withered leaves. O wind god, allow me to borrow your sacred power, using blood as a guide and the soul as a bridge. Condense, guard. After the incantation of the swift annihilation, a tangible azure flame suddenly erupted around his body, and peculiar patterns manifested behind him, with swirling vortices spinning in a mesmerizing dance, while the azure winds howled within. O war god, grant me the privilege to wield your sacred power, with blood as my guide and soul as my bridge. Coalesce, guard. As Yuan-E softly intoned, a powerful torrent of water-based fighting spirits surged forth, coalescing into the colossal sword, instantly emanating an awe-inspiring might, altering the very atmosphere. O earth god, allow me to borrow your divine strength, with blood as my guide and soul as my bridge. Coalesce, seal. In the hands of Ju-Si, a yellow staff traced an extraordinarily intricate and unfathomable pattern in the void. Beneath his feet, a yellow hexagram array illuminated his figure. O stabbing god, permit me to harness your sacred power, with blood as my guide and soul as my bridge. Coalesce, mark. As Kara chanted, she directed her crimson short sword towards the heavens, surrounded by spiraling crimson energies of death, with a faint fiery aura surging from the sword, soaring skyward, creating an eerie ambience. With the conclusion of each warrior's incantation, swift annihilation clenched his hands fiercely, the veins upon them starkly visible, as torrents of blood writhed forth, flowing from the gaps in his palms and infusing the air with a metallic scent of blood. Yuan-E, Ju-Si, and Kara also bled from their hands. However, unlike swift annihilation, their blood flowed into their weapons, then ascended to converge with his in the sky in an instant, for streams of blood began to twist and weave together, continuously pouring from their hands, intertwining and gradually forming a blood sphere composed of intertwining lines of crimson. The blood sphere expanded slowly, reaching a diameter of about 10 feet when they ceased their sanguine offering. At both ends of the bloodlines, bizarre patterns spun incessantly, adorned with shimmering golden symbols. The blood sphere hung before the four, undispersed, emanating a thick scent of blood, as the once azure sky adopted streaks of crimson, with violet lightning swirling ominously amidst the dark clouds. Once Yuan-E, Ju-Si, and Kara sheathed their weapons, they mimicked swift annihilation's bizarre gestures. Their hands transitioned through intricate forms, causing subtle changes in the blood sphere's state. Gradually, the blood sphere expanded, the gaps between the bloodlines growing wider, ultimately forming a design reminiscent of an ancient behemoth or a primordial land. As the bloodline pattern materialized, the four halted their motions, enveloped by a faint aura of light. Suddenly, from a distance, the proud figure of Zipu, observing the four, sensed an overwhelming sense of peril emanating from the blood sphere. His gaze shot towards the bloodline design suspended in the air, his grip on the 9 contracts trembling uncontrollably. Zipa howled towards the heavens, a surge of wrath pouring forth. I, Zipur, am unrivaled and on the brink of success, only to be thwarted by these 4 old fools, ruining my grand design. This is intolerable. In the void, reality warped dramatically, as a sinister force began to silently emanate. The protective emblem behind Zippo quivered in a frenzied manner, emanating countless malevolent energies across hundreds of feet. The tumultuous waves of aura surged relentlessly. With a mighty leap, Zippo propelled the towering emblem forward, the 9 contracts slicing through the air with formidable force toward the 4 adversaries. Clang! The 9 contracts struck as if against tempered steel, abruptly deflected in midair. The energy shields surrounding Jimmy and his companions wavered momentarily but swiftly returned to their original state. Once more, Zippo unleashed an overwhelming force, cleaving through the air. Clang, clang, clang. Each strike resonated as though against unyielding iron, yet the energy shields remained steadfast. Suddenly, Jimmy and the others erupted with torrents of blood, which splattered upon the bloodline emblem, rendering it even more eerie and seemingly intensifying its glow. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Did you think us easy prey? This is our trump card. Jimmy grinned wickedly, the blood at the corner of his mouth adding a sinister edge to his countenance. Guardian seal, blood dance lotus of heaven. The 4 roared in unison, their faces paling considerably, their bodies and shields trembling slightly in the realm around them. The air seemed to deepen in hue due to their incantation. On this battlefield, a myriad of demons and oddities filled the skies. As the bloodline emblem transformed into droplets resembling tadpoles, soaring chaotically towards Zippo. The blood droplets danced and intertwined in the air, resembling a torrential rain of crimson, saturating the sky in a scarlet hue, with flashes of violet lightning flickering ominously within the dark clouds. This is dire. Only then did Zippo realize the imminent danger encroaching upon him, yet he was acutely aware of the formidable prowess of his four foes. Behind him, the emblem surged forth like a deluge, enveloping Zippo's form, leaving only his hands grasping the 9 contracts exposed. Ah ha ha ha. You ancient monster, our forbidden spell is exceedingly difficult to break, unless one possesses power rivaling that of a deity, or a deity themselves intervenes. Even if you are a hellish Azure, you cannot escape this seal. Jimmy's lecherous laughter echoed through the skies, adding a peculiar shade to this crimson realm. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The blood droplets danced wildly. Crack as if the void were fracturing. Suddenly, 9 contracts, phantom spirit. In that instant, Zippo erupted, his roar resonating through the expanse. Bang! The protective emblem flared to life, blindingly radiant. Zippo wielded the 9 contracts, unleashing waves of violet brilliance. Whoosh, 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 whooshed. As Zippo brandished the 9 contracts, the protective emblem expanded dramatically, its form becoming clearer. It resembled the head of a primordial beast, with bared fangs and glaring eyes, contorted in rage, gradually morphing into a luminous shield that encased Zippo. He re-emerged distinctly within the radiant shield formed by the emblem, yet he appeared diminutive. He swung the 9 contracts, unleashing arcs of violet light that melded into the shield, which began to rotate, its surface developing sharp tendrils akin to the hands of a demonic envoy, ominously swaying in a terrifying display. The blood droplets, formed by the blood dance lotus heaven, began to gather above Zippo and his life guardian. They intertwined and coiled around each other, eventually transforming back into the original bloodline sphere. No. In the end, even the bloodline sphere vanished, as if it had never existed. Ah, I had thought it was some formidable technique, but it turns out to be merely a trivial skill, truly laughable. Zippo, wielding the 9 contracts, noticed the scene outside the light barrier and couldn't help but burst into uncontrollable laughter within his life guardian. Ah, I thought you were a clever monster, yet you couldn't even discern the forbidden spell. How utterly laughable. After saying this, Jimmy executed a peculiar gesture with the other 3, raising their hands towards the heavens, palms facing upwards, before suddenly pulling down with force. After completing this motion, Jimmy crossed his arms and closed his eyes, erupting into wild laughter in midair. Ah. Forbidden spell? Where is there any forbidden spell? You ants seem to be tired of living. Next year on this day will be your day of reckoning, huh? Zippo halted his movements, his hand gripping the 9 contracts at an angle. However, he managed only a brief chuckle before it was snatched away, as if a fish bone had lodged in his throat. For he beheld a crimson light, distinct from the air above, slowly emerging from the dark clouds. It was a formation, a blood-red hexagram, bizarrely adorned with a colossal red lotus. This red lotus formation gradually revealed itself from the dark clouds, much to Zippo's dismay. Chapter 15. Kiss. In the center of that red lotus appeared several golden rays forming a hexagram. The moment it manifested, the world transformed. The gloomy sky and violet lightning seemed to vanish, replaced by a vast azure expanse, as if heralding something significant. The pallid Zippo once again wielded the 9 contracts, demonstrating a series of strange techniques and movements, unleashing beams of purple light upon the violet shield formed by his life guardian. Yet at that moment, the red lotus formation had fully materialized, spanning several hundred zhang in diameter, completely enveloping Zippo. Suddenly, the red lotus emitted a torrent of crimson liquid, at times resembling a flood surging forth, and at others, a gentle ribbon transforming into countless smaller floating lotuses. Swish, 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 swish. Tens of thousands of lotuses blossomed silently, vivid in their scarlet hue. They circled around the shield of Zippo's life guardian, intertwining and weaving together, and this was the true blood dance lotus heaven. Zing! The red lotus effortlessly pierced through the shield. Thousands of lotuses engulfed Zippo, who wildly swung the 9 contracts at the blossoms. Yet no matter how forcefully he struck, it felt as though he were hacking at water. All his strength seemed utterly drained at that moment. Zippo finally realized that in this battle, he had lost. Defeated by his own carelessness. 18 purple points of light suddenly erupted from within Zippo, merging into the shield of his life guardian. Humph! You old geezers. Today, the grudge. Jipa shall repay it 100-fold. The voice of Zihua resonated within the protective barrier, its innate guardian transforming into the visage of an ancient beast, grotesque and distorted. Humph. It seems you shall not have that opportunity. Jimmy cast a cold glance at Zihua, speaking in a chilling tone. In an instant, thousands of lotus flowers enveloped Zihua's form entirely, as clumps of flesh rained down from the heavens. Meanwhile, Jimmy and his 3 companions could not help but spit out fresh blood. This battle had exacted a tremendous toll on them. Zihua's strength was unfathomable. Had he not been careless, it would have been sheer folly for Jimmy and his companions to hope for victory against him. Yet, it was precisely Zihua's arrogance that led to his downfall. The hexagram spun rapidly, descending forcefully upon Zihua's innate guardian, which writhed uneasily but remained immobile, utterly suppressed by the hexagram formation. In an explosive flash, crimson and violet light erupted forth. Zihua's innate guardian emitted a series of hoarse cries, undoubtedly in excruciating pain. The hexagram formation swiftly contracted, transforming from an imposing expanse of 100 zhong into a hexagram stone roughly 3 inches in diameter, within which red and violet lights intertwined, Zihua's soul restlessly thrashing inside. The hexagram stone floated before Jimmy and his companions. Humph! This monster is truly ruthless. How could it inflict such grievous wounds upon me? Jimmy, with his emaciated right hand, wiped the corner of his mouth, voicing his discontent. Hee. Indeed. Though it may prove somewhat challenging to eliminate him from this world, sealing him away will ensure he poses no threat to the living for a considerable time. Ju Si grasped the stone in his hand, clearly able to discern a mass of purple light struggling within the encroaching red glow, faintly revealing Zihua's malevolent and twisted visage. Holding the stone, Ju Si transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the distance. Hey, where are you going? Jimmy called out loudly. I'm tossing him into the Ishue River to feed the fish. A distant voice of Ju Si echoed back. Humph. This matter may not be so simple after all. It seems necessary to seek out that young man for answers. After Kara spoke, it was as if even the air had turned frigid. Wow! Allah has finally seen the light, Yuani exclaimed, her voice ringing with excitement. Suddenly, a myriad of fiery red killing intent erupted from Kara, instantly causing Yuan-E to plead for mercy. Has a point. This situation is indeed complex. Jimmy crossed his arms, eyes closed in contemplation. Before long, 3 streaks of light coalesced into a shadowy figure, dashing into the distance. The ominous mists in the sky gradually dissipated, leaving behind a desolate landscape where a gentle breeze swept through, amplifying the tranquility. The Shui residence. Beneath the sunlight, Li Tianbing lay upon the grass beside the ornamental rockery, while Shui Firu joyfully frolicked with several small dogs, their incessant barks filling the air. Shall we go for a meal? Li Tianbing had just helped Shui Firu transport numerous items, making over 10 trips back and forth from the mansion to the guild hall. Though he considered himself physically fit, lying on the ground now, he felt utterly exhausted. However, for cultivators, physical strength could be swiftly replenished. Li Tianbing quietly circulated his fighting spirit within, and in an instant, his entire being was enveloped in a purple glow, causing the small dogs to pause, tilting their heads in curiosity as they gazed at him. Dinner? Shui Firu turned to look at Li Tianbing, her blue hair fluttering in the breeze. Last time, I failed to treat you. And instead, I feel rather embarrassed about it. Li Tianbing opened his eyes and sat up, the purple glow dissipating into countless specks of light. Upon witnessing Li Tianbing's sudden movement, the several little dogs instinctively recoiled, glaring at him with ferocity. Oh, Shui Firu casually remarked, and after a brief silence, continued. I know a place that is both affordable and delightful. Then let us go, Li Tianbing exclaimed, rising to his feet and brushing off his pants before reaching out with his slightly rough hand to grasp Shui Firu's delicate one. What compelled Li Tianbing to uncontrollably seize the young girl's slender hand? Shui Firu was taken aback, her dainty hand trembling slightly, and she looked into Li Tianbing's azure eyes, as if time itself had momentarily come to a standstill. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Li Tianbing quickly regained his composure, hastily withdrawing his hand, his face flushed with embarrassment. His heart raced, pounding wildly. It's fine, Shui Firu murmured, lowering her head, then shyly brushed her right hand against Li Tianbing's left. He instinctively pulled away, his gaze fixed nervously on her. Hey, holding my hand won't kill you, Shui Firu pouted, unabashedly shouting at Li Tianbing. We are merely friends. There's no need for such intimacy. Li Tianbing awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Who says friends can't hold hands? The innocent girl firmly grasped the boy's rough hand, prompting him to withdraw again, retreating to a safe distance. Shui Firu, hands on her hips, wore an expression of indignation as she angrily pursued him. Li Tianbing, feeling helpless, dared not truly offend this young lady, a flicker of inspiration flashing through his mind. Yet his expression remained simple-hearted. Can friends kiss? The moment those words escaped his lips, he regretted his impulsiveness, berating himself for such recklessness. Shui Firu's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her ears subtly burning. Who says friends can't kiss? She lifted her gaze, her eyes darting yet filled with determination. Like this? As soon as Shui Firu uttered that phrase, Li Tianbing felt a surge of youthful passion coursing through him, and he leaned in to plant a kiss upon the girl's rosy lips, a gesture so simple and direct, and that kiss. It seemed as though nothing else mattered, as if time itself had paused for the two of them. Shui Firu's eyes widened in astonishment, and in the next instant, she instinctively shoved the boy away. You! How dare you kiss me? You scoundrel! The girl was overwhelmed by a mix of shyness and anger, feeling utterly wronged. Summoning a water sphere with her right hand, she hurled it at Li Tianbing, who, caught off guard, instantly resembled a drenched chicken, feeling a dull ache spread across his body. Both were young and innocent, unacquainted with the intricacies of romantic encounters, and this was their first kiss as their lips met. Li Tianbing felt as though he was kissing a cloud of cotton candy, soft and sweet, like the sweetest honey melting in his mouth. In that moment, it felt as if the world itself spun for an instant. Yet before he could fully comprehend the situation, he was struck hard by the water sphere conjured in Shui Firu's fury. Although Shui Firu was both furious and embarrassed, the purity of her heart seemed to have gained something indescribable in that fleeting moment. Li Tianbing stood frozen, allowing the gentle water spheres from Shui Firu to come one after another, his heart suddenly engulfed in chaos. I am a fool. Regaining his senses, Li Tianbing was acutely aware of his own foolishness in committing such despicable acts. No sooner had the words left his lips than, in a fit of impulse, his left hand struck his face with a resounding slap. I am a scoundrel. With his right hand, he followed suit with another sharp clap. I am shameless. His left hand came down again with a loud smack. I am damned. Once more, his right hand struck. The echoes of slaps filled the air incessantly. What kind of emotion could compel an innocent youth to treat himself as a sinner? Was it the unwavering resolve cultivated from childhood? The boy's face gradually swelled and turned purplish, the corner of his mouth torn by his own teeth, blood streaming from his nose, and a tooth knocked out. The metallic taste of blood permeating his mouth, as he numbly continued to strike his own face. The blood from his nose splattered onto his visage, and his hands began to turn crimson as well. Witnessing the boy's self-reproach, Shui Firu felt a mix of pity and sorrow. Her nose tinged with a painful ache, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Stop hitting yourself. You could kill yourself this way. Why are you so foolish? The girl dashed towards the boy like a fleeting shadow, her hands gently cradling Li Tianbing's swollen face. Gazing at his blood-streaked visage, Shui Firu's heart ached, and her scorching tears flowed even more profusely. Hissed Li Tianbing could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Does it hurt? Shui Firu trembled as she withdrew her hands, her voice quavering with emotion. Taking a deep breath, Li Tianbing replied softly yet resolutely. It hurts. But this is my fault. I should not have treated you that way. I acted impulsively. I am sorry. Tears, like pear blossoms, slipped down Shui Firu's cheeks, her heart feeling as if it were being sliced. Why are you so foolish? The girl's voice trembled as she gazed with misty eyes at Li Tianbing's face, as if he were the only one in her sight. Inside Li Tianbing's wooden cabin, bear the pain. Shui Firu gently poured medicine onto a cotton pad, then tenderly wiped Li Tianbing's swollen face. The application of the medicine made Li Tianbing draw in a sharp breath, as if 1,000 needles were piercing his skin. The pain radiating throughout his body, reaching into his very bones. Yet, endowed with a proud spirit, he gritted his teeth before the beautiful girl, refusing to emit even a whisper of discomfort. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, veins bulging, his body trembling slightly, even as his hands clutched the wooden chair tightly, leaving faint white marks on its surface. Shui Firu furrowed her delicate brows, her expression earnest as she tended to Li Tianbing's wounds with the medicated cotton. With each touch, her heart quivered. Noticing beads of sweat trickling down, Shui Firu wiped them away with utmost care, only then realizing that Li Tianbing's body was subtly quaking, softly murmuring, I'm sorry for causing you pain. The boy forced a smile, saying, It's nothing, just continue. Shui Firu took a deep breath, pouring more medicine and resuming her tender ministrations. The daughter of the illustrious Water Spirit Guild's president. It was indeed rare for her to willingly tend to a mere country boy with such seriousness. Time passed slowly as the potion began to permeate. Li Tianbing initially endured what felt like the agonizing pangs of 1,000 hardships. Yet, almost instantly, he sensed a refreshing coolness gracing his face, a sensation that swiftly coursed through his entire being. Allowing his body to relax ever so slightly, he seized the opportunity to gaze upon the exquisite maiden before him, born with a silver spoon yet presently tending to his wounds. The girl's expression was earnest, her eyes filled with concern, as her delicate hand, cradling the cotton infused with the healing elixir, gently glided across his face. Her soft lips parted slightly, releasing a faint fragrance reminiscent of orchids. As if sensing Li Tianbing's scrutiny, the moment their eyes met, her hand hesitated ever so slightly, a blush creeping onto her tear-streaked cheeks. Applying the ointment to his face, she could not contain her tears upon witnessing his injured state. "Firu, please, don't cry. Once the medicine is applied, I will be fine, see? I'm perfectly all right now." The sight of Shui Firu weeping stirred an inexplicable ache within the boy's heart. He stood up and gestured animatedly, attempting to reassure her of his well-being. Observing Li Tianbing's demeanor, Shui Firu suddenly hurled herself into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably at a loss for where to place his hands. He was abruptly struck by a thought. Pushing her away gently, he spoke anxiously, "Please don't be like this. I fear that if you are still angry, then perhaps I could let you kiss me back." With a soft laugh, Shui Firu's tears transformed into mirth upon hearing Li Tianbing's seemingly pitiful words. She lifted her gaze to him, only to let out a playful huff, and amidst her tears, she dashed out of the wooden cabin. After a moment's contemplation, he followed her outside, grasping her wrist. "If it must be so," he began, raising his right hand as if to strike his own face. However, Shui Firu turned, seizing his powerful hand and exclaimed, "Are you trying to beat yourself to death?" Li Tianbing stood frozen, bewildered by her reaction. In that moment, without a hint of hesitation, Shui Firu leaned in and pressed her lips against his slightly parched ones. His eyes widened in astonishment. Time seemed to suspend. How many times had he wished for this moment to last forever? He yearned for time to neither advance nor retreat. Watching the glistening tears upon her lashes, Li Tianbing felt his heart quiver and melt away. He closed his eyes, losing himself in a kiss that felt both clumsy and profound. In that instant, it seemed as though nothing else mattered. After countless cycles of existence, they kissed as if the world around them would crumble to dust. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted. Shui Firu no longer wept. A rosy hue adorned her cheeks, rendering her beauty captivating. Meanwhile, Li Tianbing had long forgotten the pain on his face. "Let us go. Take me to eat." A smile emerged on his lips, his innocent demeanor eliciting laughter from Shui Firu. He grasped her delicate hand and led her outside. Little did they know, lurking in the shadows, a fleeting flicker of flame revealed a figure slowly fading into the darkness. Half an hour later, Shui Firu pointed toward a modest, unassuming tavern in the distance. "We've arrived. That is the memory pavilion." Li Tianbing followed the delicate fingers of Shui Firu, gazing at a quaint tavern nestled among various shops along the street. The sign above the entrance bore the simple yet unpretentious inscription Hui Lu, which, though lacking in grandeur, exuded a rustic charm. One could only wonder if the tavern itself mirrored this modesty. Upon stepping into Hui Lu, a wave of wooden fragrance mingled with a faint scent of wine wafted into Li Tianbing's nostrils, rendering his mind slightly dazed yet undeniably alert. The interior was adorned with brown wooden furnishings, dominated by a spiral staircase leading to the second floor. The first floor accommodated approximately 10 tables, yet only 2 or 3 were occupied by patrons who appeared to be boasting about their exploits on the continent after indulging in drink, lingering there for quite some time. Consequently, the tavern was far from bustling, its business rather lackluster. After taking a few steps inside, Li Tianbing noticed a counter to his right, where the proprietor, an elderly man with a head full of silver hair and a face etched with deep wrinkles, was engrossed in some ledgers. Beside him, a young attendant, a cloth draped over his shoulder, was dozing off on a stool. "Ah, is that Miss Shui?" The proprietor lifted his gaze, recognizing the scent of her presence. "Upon catching a whiff of your fragrance, I knew it was you." The old man, appearing to have weathered many years, bore a kindly demeanor. "Oh? And who might this be?" he inquired with a smile, looking curiously at Li Tianbing. "Ah, he is my friend," Shui Firu replied hesitantly. The proprietor chuckled lightly. "A friend, you say? Yet, since entering, you both have been holding hands." With that, he returned his focus to the ledgers. Upon hearing his words, Shui Firu's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. while Li Tianbing remained unfazed, his expression resolute. The proprietor shook his head in amusement, rising to his feet, and roused the attendant with a firm command. "Get up and attend to your duties." The young attendant jolted awake, rubbing the drool from his mouth. "Where are the customers? Where are the customers?" "Oh, it's Miss Shui Firu," he exclaimed, scurrying off to summon the chef with a cheerful laugh. "Boss, we shall head upstairs first," Shui Firu said softly, a smile gracing her lips. "Very well. I shan't keep you two any longer." The proprietor waved his hand, watching the bashful Shui Firu ascend with the stoic Li Tianbing. The pair settled at a table by the window, where a gentle breeze swept in, invigorating their spirits. Li Tianbing gazed outside, where a river flowed, bustling with pedestrians along its banks. A stone-arched bridge spanned the water, while small fish darted about, eagerly snatching morsels cast by passers-by. The river's surface was adorned with lotus buds, and the water was crystal clear, revealing pebbles and fish swimming freely below. A willow tree swayed gracefully at the river's edge, creating a picturesque scene of tranquility. "How delightful!" Li Tianbing exclaimed, a genuine sense of wonder filling his heart as he contemplated the serene landscape. It stirred memories of his homeland, the northern snow empire, often embroiled in chaos and conflict. Though he had lived in the peaceful Snow Spirit Mountain during his childhood, the turmoil outside had always weighed heavily on his mind. Yet, what could worry accomplish? Unbeknownst to him, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Shui Firu cradling her face in her hands, a smile illuminating her features as she gazed out at the scenery, leaving him momentarily entranced. "Hey!" Suddenly, a hand waved in front of Li Tianbing's eyes. "Hey!" When he remained motionless, the hand waved again. "Huh?" Li Tianbing jolted back to reality. Shui Firu, her head lowered in bashfulness, asked, "Why do you keep staring at me? What are you daydreaming about?" Li Tianbing shrugged and replied, "I am not daydreaming at all. It is simply because you are so breathtakingly beautiful that I cannot help but gaze at you." "How infuriating!" Shui Firu lowered her head, her ears flushed crimson, as if they might bleed. "However, even if I were to indulge in fantasies, rest assured those imaginings would be utterly pure, devoid of any improper intentions." Li Tianbing chuckled, scratching the back of his head. "You." Shui Firu pouted, her voice laced with irritation. "I thought you were foolish, but it turns out you are merely pretending." "Humph." Li Tianbing could only shrug in resignation. At that moment, a waiter approached, balancing several small dishes and a pot of wine, before hastily returning to his duties. "Be careful." Just as Shui Firu was about to pick up her chopsticks, an overwhelming sense of danger coursed through Li Tianbing's body. He swiftly pulled Shui Firu aside as a small flying knife struck the wooden window, its tip quivering violently. Li Tianbing furrowed his brow, staring at a note attached to the knife, rendered speechless. Chapter 16. Secrets. Li Tianbing's expression grew grave as he gazed in the direction from which the knife had come. It was concealed by wooden walls, leaving no room for an assailant to strike. Unless the knife had been launched directly from the second floor. If this were true, it would mean that the adversary had acted without Li Tianbing's awareness, indicating that their strength far surpassed his own. Li Tianbing raised his right hand, hesitating momentarily in midair, before decisively retrieving the knife and unfolding the note affixed to it. Upon reading it, both he and Shui Firu fell silent. "What does Jimmy Shinbei want you to do in front of the Blood Demon Academy?" Shui Firu furrowed her delicate brows, gazing at Li Tianbing with confusion. This matter seemed rather suspicious. Li Tianbing frowned in contemplation. "Firu, you should return home for now. I need to meet Jimmy Shinbei. Please cover the cost of the meal this time, and I shall surely treat you next time." Before Shui Firu could fully gather her thoughts, Li Tianbing's figure had already flashed away, swiftly descending the stairs. Hey, that rascal. It's always like this," Shui Firu pouted, watching Li Tianbing's receding figure. "What could be so significant that Jimmy Shinbei would seek me out personally?" Li Tianbing pondered as he made his way, wondering if it was related to Zihua. Jimmy's appearance at this time could imply that Zihua had been defeated by them. The very thought quickened Li Tianbing's pace. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the Blood Demon Academy, where Jimmy, whose fists were several times larger than those of an average elder, stood clad in coarse clothing and flip-flops, looking rather unkempt while frequently surveying his surroundings. His arms were crossed, and a mischievous grin danced at the corners of his mouth, his eyes glinting with lewd intent as he gazed at certain women. Li Tianbing hurriedly approached Jimmy, who smiled and said, "Kid, you've come? Follow me." With that, Jimmy's form flickered, a hazy blue light emanating from him, warping the very fabric of space around him. This blue glow appeared indistinct, swirling around Jimmy. Yet, when Li Tianbing blinked again, Jimmy's figure had already materialized far ahead. Regaining his focus, Li Tianbing's fighting spirit surged, a faint purple aura enveloping his body as he quickly pursued Jimmy. Jimmy, having slowed his pace for Li Tianbing, felt a tinge of annoyance at the latter's inability to catch up. However, the disparity in strength rendered Li Tianbing powerless, compelling Jimmy to once again slow his pace. Upon arriving at a secluded grove far from the bustling city, Li Tianbing observed Jimmy standing with his back turned, hands clasped behind him, gasping for breath. He propped himself on his knees and looked up at Jimmy. "Humph! You truly are slow," Jimmy scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm, completely oblivious to the shame of bullying a mere child with his overwhelmingly superior strength. Suddenly, Li Tianbing felt a formidable aura pressing against his body, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead as his fighting spirit surged violently within him, emanating a violet glow from his core. Waves of oppressive force encircled him, making every slight movement feel as though he were expending all his energy. He attempted to lift his hands, but the fierce pressure utterly stifled his actions. This individual is even more powerful than Uncle Shui Ling. Li Tianbing gritted his teeth, his azure hair billowing, veins protruding from his arms as his fighting spirit swirled restlessly around him. Abruptly, the oppressive force dissipated, and as his fighting spirit spread, leaves danced in the grove while twigs and dry leaves swirled upward, stirring up dust and debris. Li Tianbing gasped for breath, his chest rising and falling rapidly, sweat dripping onto the withered leaves below. "Your fighting spirit is woefully weak, ridiculously so." Jimmy turned around, his mouth devoid of any smile, his expression grave. "Senior, what exactly do you want from me?" Li Tianbing rose, his fighting spirit surging once more as he regained his composure, yet inwardly he pondered, "What does my weakness have to do with you? Why does Zihua wish to kill you?" Jimmy's expression remained stern. Li Tianbing gazed into Jimmy's gaunt face and sunken eyes, a flicker of brilliance within them causing him to feel perplexed. "He wants to kill me?" This was utterly incomprehensible to Li Tianbing. Zihua bore no grudge against him, so why would he seek his life? Could it be that he intends to target your little girlfriend? Had we not intervened, you might have already faced dire consequences. This Zihua hails from another realm, possessing profound strength, and we feared his potential for malice, which is why we emerged from seclusion. If it were anyone else, I would hardly bother with you, even if you perished 1,000 times. Jimmy crossed his arms, gazing down at Li Tianbing with disdain. To these words, Li Tianbing felt a surge of anger, yet after a moment of contemplation, he found some solace in his insignificance as a mere villager. Life and death were fated, and not worthy of Jimmy's concern. However, that Zihua was no ordinary individual. His every action would attract the attention of the continent's powerful. I truly do not know why he seeks to end my life. Has he already been defeated by you? Li Tianbing looked up at Jimmy, knowing Zihua to be an irredeemably wicked person. Should he be eliminated, Li Tianbing would undoubtedly rejoice, for in the near future, he would no longer have the opportunity to harm the innocent. Jimmy seemed to be speaking to himself, then turned his gaze to Li Tianbing, frowning as he asked, "You genuinely do not know why Zihua wishes to kill you?" "I truly do not," Li Tianbing replied earnestly, shaking his head. To this, Jimmy furrowed his brow deeply, pacing back and forth while occasionally stroking his white beard, lost in thought. Time, in such circumstances, flowed slowly by, as Li Tianbing gazed in bewilderment at Jimmy, who appeared deeply troubled, as if recalling the intricate details of the recent battle. He was a seasoned old monster, having weathered countless storms throughout his life on the continent. The dilemma before him was gradually dissected, and glimmers of insight began to emerge in his mind. Did you hear him utter any peculiar words or exhibit strange behaviors? Jimmy suddenly materialized before Li Tianbing, his wrinkled visage mere inches from the youthful face. Li Tianbing stumbled back a few steps, exclaiming, "You startled me, making such a fuss over nothing." Peculiar words? Strange behaviors? Li Tianbing furrowed his brow in contemplation. His strength had long since been restored, and he settled down upon the roots of an ancient tree. A fragrant breeze wafted by, and under the warm sunlight, the ground revealed a mosaic of fragmented light filtering through the leaves. Seems there was nothing. "It comes to me now," he frequently repeated a phrase, that aura or something of the sort. Li Tianbing's previously closed eyes suddenly flew open, excitement gleaming in his gaze. "Aura? Aura?" Jimmy murmured, deep in thought, seemingly unperturbed by any offense in Li Tianbing's words. "What is the name of the technique you cultivate?" At that moment, the previously slovenly demeanor of Jimmy had vanished, as if he had stumbled upon a breakthrough, his voice rising with fervor. "Well, I practice," Li Tianbing began to reply without hesitation, but midway through, he abruptly lifted his head, fixing his clear azure eyes upon Jimmy, and questioned, "Why should I divulge this to you?" "Humph. If you wish to understand why Zippo intends to kill you, then you must first be forthright." Jimmy suppressed his rising anger, his voice escalating slightly, a subtle pressure beginning to weigh upon Li Tianbing. "The technique I cultivate is called the heavenly spirit art." Li Tianbing hesitated, his heart racing. Yet sensing the impending pressure from Jimmy, he understood the gravity of the situation. Any negligence could lead to dire consequences. Upon hearing this, Jimmy murmured the name of the heavenly spirit art, and in the next moment, he was taken aback, his wrinkled visage displaying a look of shock. The cunning and experienced old man, at that moment, felt a surge of dread fill his mind. His previously sunken eyes widened, deepening their shadows. Jimmy trembled, his body quaking with excitement, waves of intense emotions rippling through him, as if he were undergoing a profound revelation. "The heavenly spirit art? Are you referring to the heavenly spirit art?" Jimmy suddenly surged forward, seizing Li Tianbing with force, his eyes wide with fury, demanding, "You aren't deceiving me, are you?" Li Tianbing exclaimed in astonishment. "Hey, why are you so anxious? You're hurting me." He wriggled free from Jimmy's grasp, casting a reproachful glance at the old man, who now seemed aged beyond his years, while internally beginning to regard the matter with the seriousness it deserved. He understood that the expression of Jimmy could not possibly be feigned. When Jimmy heard the words Tianling Ju, the shock he felt began to sow seeds of doubt within him. "How could I possibly lie about such an important matter?" Li Tianbing stood upright, his tone imbued with newfound seriousness. "Are you Li Xian?" Jimmy asked coldly. Before he even heard Li Tianbing's words, he was aware that the once mighty Li family had now dwindled to just one member, Li Xian. Over the years, Li Xian had secluded himself in Shuling Mountain, his whereabouts shrouded in mystery, leading many of the older generation on the continent to believe that the Li family had been reduced to him alone. Due to Li Xian's elusive nature, some assumed he had long since passed away. However, the astute elders recognized that Li Xian was merely living outside the strife of the continent, and there was a crucial reason for this: to evade the relentless pursuit of the still powerful Wuye divine. How do you know?" Li Tianbing's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed anxiously at Li Xian. The Tianling Ju was the painstaking creation of the Li family's ancestor, Li Tianling. His son, Li Tianqi, possessed extraordinary talent, surpassing even that of his father. Centuries ago, Li Tianqi had mastered the Tianling Ju to perfection, dealing a severe blow to the Wuye divine lord, thus illuminating the continent from the shadows of war. "I have quite a connection with your father. He was a true warrior," Jimmy reminisced, eager for a worthy opponent to spar with. "Defeated by me in the past, he sought my guidance, dedicating himself to his training. His passion for martial arts was such that even I felt a twinge of inferiority. That lad, Li Xian, regarded me as a confidant, sharing many insights and wishing to become my disciple. Yet, at that time, I had my own burdens. Despite his remarkable talent, he struggled to apply martial techniques effectively. Thus, although his aptitude was extraordinary, his comprehension was somewhat lacking. It has been 2 decades since we last parted ways. 20 years have passed in the blink of an eye. How time flies. Surely, his current strength cannot be far inferior to mine," I mused, as Jimmy recounted the past amidst Li Tianbing's astonished expression. However, upon hearing this, an inexplicable surge of hatred welled up within Li Tianbing, a torrent of rage erupting forth. Rest assured, the enmity between the Li family and the Wuye divine shall not be whispered to outsiders. Of course, when the Wuye divine invaded the continent, they forged enmity with every living being here. Yet the Wuye divine is indeed formidable, so powerful that you currently lack even the privilege to gaze upon them. Jimmy had lowered himself to converse with Li Tianbing, exhaling a breath of pent-up resentment before continuing. "I suspect that the malevolent force, having rested for a millennium, is about to re-emerge upon the continent. When that time comes, the duty of vanquishing it and revitalizing the family will fall upon your shoulders. Since the malevolent force fears the Tianling Ju at its very core, you must continually strengthen the Tianling Ju. For the malevolent force dreads its 10th tier." "Wait," Jimmy suddenly halted, a look of astonishment crossing his face. "What is it?" Li Tianbing inquired, noticing the abrupt change in Jimmy's demeanor. "Could it be that the Zihua has come for the Tianling Ju?" Jimmy exclaimed, filled with excitement. "Come for the Tianling Ju? Ha ha, you jest. The celestial spirit formula is the treasured heirloom of the Li clan. Even if Zihua were to acquire it, he would be unable to cultivate it, for the celestial spirit formula can only be mastered by members of the Li family. Should an outsider attempt to forcefully practice it, they would risk losing their sanity and suffering grievous internal injuries. Or worse, perishing on the spot. If Zihua seeks the celestial spirit formula, then with his cunning, he surely cannot be oblivious to this fact. Li Tianbing could not help but chuckle upon hearing this. The celestial spirit formula is the painstaking creation of our ancestors, a treasure of the Li family that holds greater significance than life itself. Thus, the ancestors had long established secret methods for its transmission through bloodlines, ensuring that only those of the Li lineage may cultivate it. You are indeed naive and inexperienced in the ways of the world. On this continent, the only true nemesis of the Li family is the five-leaf deity. Could it be that Zihua is a pawn of the five-leaf deity? Jimmy lowered his head, his eyes narrowing, gazing at Li Tianbing with a knowing look. Are you suggesting that Zihua has been sent by the five-leaf deity to eliminate me? They are not after the celestial spirit formula. Rather, they seek to eradicate the bloodline of the Li family from the continent. Only in doing so will the ties to the celestial spirit formula be severed. Li Tianbing furrowed his brows in contemplation, drawing in a sharp breath as he spoke softly. I fear. Your father may also have drawn the attention of the five-leaf deity, Jimmy replied gravely. But why have they not acted sooner, choosing to strike now? Li Tianbing questioned, perplexed. The celestial spirit formula is undoubtedly a nightmarish entity for the deity Sh, who has deeply experienced its power and is thus familiar with its aura. Zihua's actions at this juncture imply that Sh has imparted the recognition of that aura to him. This also suggests that Sh is on the verge of exiting his seclusion, or perhaps has already done so. Jimmy furrowed his brow as he responded. One possibility is that Sh has awakened and may have dispatched someone to eliminate the most significant obstacle before reconsidering an invasion of the continent, as his injuries have yet to fully heal. Alternatively, he could be continuing his seclusion, though this second period of retreat will not last long. The other scenario is that Sh has already returned to the Dark Realm and subsequently sent someone to seek you and your father. Regardless of which situation it is disadvantageous for you at present. Upon hearing this, Li Tianbing exclaimed, "What should we do now?" In this moment, even if he harbored doubts about Jimmy's honesty, he had no choice but to place his trust in him. As for Li Xian, worrying about him was futile. All he could do was silently wish for his well-being. Cool it, Jimmy lazily remarked, before reclining against the roots of a tree, rolling over and smacking his lips. Li Tianbing stood frozen in place for a few seconds. Never mind, these matters have nothing to do with me anyway. Humph. He scoffed and turned to flee. Halt. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, reverberating like thunder in Li Tianbing's mind, causing his feet to feel as though they were gripped by some malevolent force, rendering him immobile. Deep within his soul, there lingered a faint sense of dread. Jimmy rose and approached Li Tianbing. With each step he took, Li Tianbing felt an increasing pressure encroaching from all directions. Chapter 17. The Blood Demon Academy commences. Jimmy stood before Li Tianbing, pointing at him and saying, "Look at you. How do you intend to vanquish the malevolent? How do you plan to defeat the five-leaf deity? Are you so easily disheartened by a mere setback? And you claim it has nothing to do with you? How can you justify your existence to your father? How can you honor those ancestors of the Li family who sacrificed everything for the Li clan and the continent, including their very lives?" The final statement struck like a thunderbolt, resounding within Li Tianbing's mind. Li Tianbing stood there, momentarily stunned, his gaze betraying a sense of bewilderment. Indeed, in light of his current state, how could he possibly honor the ancestors of the Li family? As these thoughts consumed him, tears began to cascade down the face of this innocent youth, soaking the medicinal cloth pressed against his wound. Crying? What purpose does that serve? A man should not shed tears lightly. Why are you weeping? Jimmy mocked from the side. Li Tianbing seemed oblivious to Jimmy's words, gently wiping away his tears, and then, to his own astonishment, he knelt down in the direction of Shuling Mountain. A man's knees should not bow unless before gold, yet today, I kneel before the ancestors of the Li family, and I do so with no shame. Ancestors, Binger, have been unfilial. I apologize for my shortcomings. I should not merely drift through life, languishing in despair. As the saying goes, success and failure are both dictated by the same forces. My life, my path of cultivation, must be determined by me alone. In the future, I shall rise to prominence, slay the malevolent, and eradicate the five-leaf deity, restoring glory to the Li family and reviving its illustrious name. Li Tianbing arose, as if a myriad of truths had been unveiled before him. Recognizing one's own faults is indeed commendable. However, mere intentions are insufficient. You must now demonstrate through action the words you have spoken today. Jimmy crossed his arms, tilting his head back, casting a sidelong glance at Li Tianbing. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder. Tianbing will forever remember your words. Li Tianbing respectfully clasped his fists and bowed his head. Oh ho! Have I praised you a few times, and now you think yourself quite serious? Spare me the pleasantries and come here. Jimmy's eyes widened, his previously lecherous demeanor re-emerging. Li Tianbing dared not defy him and slowly approached. Suddenly, Jimmy bellowed, his hands glowing with a vibrant azure light, and Li Tianbing felt his body being uncontrollably drawn towards Jimmy's grasp. Jimmy's hands moved with incredible swiftness, the azure radiance swirling around Li Tianbing's form. Jimmy formed intricate seals with his hands, his body spinning as he adopted various stances, his hands continually pressing, pushing, squeezing, and applying pressure at various points on Li Tianbing's body. The azure light enveloped Li Tianbing, the winds weaving swiftly around him. Ha! Jimmy shouted, the azure brilliance intensifying, and Li Tianbing abruptly let out a muffled groan, a wave of dizziness threatening to overwhelm him, yet he fought to maintain his consciousness. Crack! Jimmy twisted Li Tianbing's shoulder blade with a sudden jerk, and a sharp sound echoed, prompting Li Tianbing to cry out in anguish as cold sweat trickled down his forehead, darkness enveloping his vision as he succumbed to the pain. Under Jimmy's control, Li Tianbing's body did not collapse. Jimmy's hands continued to manipulate the joints of Li Tianbing's arms, shoulders, collarbones, humerus, radius, ulna, and wrist, exploring every interconnected point, ultimately turning his attention to the 28 phalanges of Li Tianbing's fingers. Crack, crack! The incessant sound of grinding joints filled the air, a cacophony that was painfully grating to the ears. With swift precision, Jimmy adjusted the three pivotal connections between Li Tianbing's femur, tibia, and hip bone, as well as the joints of his ankles and toes. It seemed as though every bone and joint in Li Tianbing's body had undergone a transformation at the hands of Jimmy, extracting the dross from his skeletal structure and leaving only the essence behind. With a sharp exhale, Jimmy's hands beckoned, and a surge of ethereal energy invaded Li Tianbing's form. Thud, thud. A series of muffled sounds erupted from within Li Tianbing's body. Another exhalation released a breath as beads of sweat began to form on Jimmy's forehead. That moment, dark liquid flowed across the ground, a byproduct of the impurities Jimmy had purged from Li Tianbing's being, resulting in a substantial enhancement to Li Tianbing's physique. By heavens! How can this wretched boy be so filthy? Good grief! This stench is unbearable. Jimmy's reference to filth was not merely superficial. It pertained to the myriad impurities residing within Li Tianbing due to his cultivation practices. Jimmy was merely offering a slight assistance, yet for Li Tianbing, the benefits were profound. You impudent lad, the path of cultivation is arduous and fraught with peril, the dangers of which you must comprehend at your own pace. Observing Li Tianbing sprawled upon the ground, Jimmy flicked his wrist and cast aside a coarse garment. Pinching his nose, he muttered softly, and with a flash of azure light, his figure vanished. Half an hour later, a faint, prickling sensation roused Li Tianbing from his slumber, and he opened his eyes to the scattered beams of sunlight filtering through the leaves above. This is nothing short of torment. I expected a grand gift, yet here I am, in pain. Li Tianbing rose, grumbling, only to discover that his body was devoid of any discomfort, prompting him to delve within and suddenly be taken aback. With a cacophony of cracking joints, Li Tianbing began to stretch, a sensation of lightness blossoming in every corner of his being, as though he had undergone a sacred purging. To his astonishment, his body had indeed been revitalized. The previous aches had dissipated, and he felt as though he had been reborn, leaving him with a suppressed chuckle. He ran his hand over his face, feeling its smoothness. The injuries he had previously inflicted upon himself had vanished without a trace. Lowering his gaze, he gasped in horror as he noticed that his garments had been stained black, emanating a foul odor that was repugnant even to himself. A glance at the dark liquid pooling on the ground revealed remnants of the bandages that had once adorned his face, now mostly tainted and exuding a putrid aroma. The sight made Li Tianbing feel nauseous, and the stench was unbearable. Hastily, he covered the black water with leaves and attempted to depart, only to find his attire revoltingly filthy. Had his strength been greater, he could have easily dealt with it using his fighting spirit. In his moment of distress, he noticed the coarse garment nearby and murmured, "Could this be a gift from the venerable Jimmy?" He raised his head, gazing into the void, offering a slight bow. Regaining his composure, he donned the ill-fitting coarse clothing and hastily fled the woods. As he sprinted along the way, Li Tianbing felt no sense of fatigue. It was as though boundless energy coursed through his veins. The foul stench emanating from him was nauseating, and in a bid to remain inconspicuous, he opted for a narrow path, weaving through alleys until he returned to the Shui Ling residence. Quietly re-entering the wooden abode, he freshened up, changed from his coarse garments into a flowing azure robe, and seated himself upon the bed. Li Tianbing sat cross-legged, palms facing upwards, eyes closed in contemplation. His internal energy surged from his dantian, and the world seemed to dissolve into an expanse of blankness. Drawing upon the spiritual essence of all living things and the breath of the cosmos, he concentrated the power within his being. The energy circulated between the crown of his head and his dantian, and Li Tianbing sensed that his internal strength had deepened significantly, making the practice feel far more intuitive than before. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Li Tianbing opened his eyes and said, "Come in." Shui Firu entered, expressionless, closing the door behind her before approaching the table, where she gazed at Li Tianbing, who had already prepared tea. "You dot your face," she exclaimed. "Firu, please have a cup of tea. I wish to speak with you properly," Li Tianbing offered, presenting the steaming fragrant brew. "Then I shall call you Xiao Rou." Shui Firu replied softly as she accepted the tea. Li Tianbing scratched the back of his head, chuckling awkwardly. Xiao Rou, I truly apologize for my earlier behavior in the memory pavilion. It was because of the urgent summons from Senior Jimia. So that next time, I shall make it up to you." "What did Senior Jimia want with you?" Shui Firu inquired with keen interest. "Senior Jimia informed me that the Zipo will not harm the world any longer, as it has likely been sealed by 4 esteemed elders," Li Tianbing stated, lifting the hot tea to his lips, savoring its warmth before swallowing it down. "How did your facial injuries heal so swiftly?" "That seems rather implausible," Shui Firu remarked, her fingers brushing through her blue hair, reminiscent of a pure, unblemished sky. "Senior Jimia aided in my recovery. Truly, facing such a formidable presence was awe-inspiring. He also imparted some cultivation techniques to me. Receiving guidance from the continent's top powerhouses is simply astonishing and exhilarating," Li Tianbing said, feeling a touch embarrassed as he rubbed his nose. "Humph, that old coot Jimia, it's a miracle he didn't kill me. Expecting him to guide you is quite a stretch, isn't it?" Shui Firu's eyes sparkled with clarity and purity as she fixed her gaze upon Li Tianbing, seemingly intent on discerning his thoughts. "Indeed," Li Tianbing replied honestly. "Why were you gone for so long?" Shui Firu pressed further. "Naturally, I needed time for Senior Jimia's guidance, and we discussed various topics." Li Tianbing shrugged, regretting his choice of words as a hint of irritation grew in him regarding Shui Firu's persistent inquiries. "What did you talk about?" she continued, undeterred. "Xiao Rou, could you refrain from asking so many questions? Sometimes, certain matters are best left unspoken, you know?" Li Tianbing's frustration began to surface, his head bowed as a lingering pain clouded his thoughts. Is that so? I shall refrain from inquiring further. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave." The girl turned away, tears slowly cascading down her cheeks. Shui Firu diligently wiped them away. Yet no matter how hard she tried, they continued to flow obstinately. What is it that allows tears to flow so freely? The tears, reminiscent of the bitterness of tea, embody the pain of scars and the anguish within her heart. A sorrow so profound that even the sweetest honey in the world cannot dissolve it. The girl gently pushed the door open. "Xiao Rou," the boy called from behind, destined to protect her for a lifetime. Through the ebb and flow of time, he wished only to hold her forever, to prevent her from weeping, to shield her from grief. "Look at me, are you not well now? What I discuss with Jimia is inconsequential. What matters is that you reside in my heart, is it not?" The boy embraced her tender form tightly, as if fearing the loss of her. He inhaled the scent of the man, Li Tianbing, mingled with an unfamiliar fragrance. That aroma was the sweetest nectar of his affection for her. She breathed in that fragrance deeply, as if no longer concealing the depths of her heart. 2 months passed by gradually. During this time, Li Tianbing had met Shui Firu's mother once, engaging in mutual exchange and communication. Simultaneously, he had acquired numerous books from the library in Donghu City, gradually gaining understanding of the city and familiarizing himself with various matters and events on the continent. He immersed himself in ancient texts daily, reflecting upon the historical tales of the land, even allowing his cultivation to wane somewhat. This led him to appreciate that books are indeed one of the finest means of acquiring knowledge. Nevertheless, he still dedicated 1 or 2 hours each day to cultivation, thereafter spending time by Shui Firu's side to nurture their bond. 2 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. Today marked the opening day of the Blood Demon Martial Academy, one of the premier institutions in Donghu City. Chapter 18. Meeting Ling Shiheibing. "You lazy bum, time to get up." A shrill voice echoed within Li Tianbing's wooden abode, causing it to tremble slightly. Don't make a racket. Let me sleep a little longer. Li Tianbing turned over, smacking his lips, and fell back into slumber. Li Tianbing, get up now. Shui Feirou nudged him. Oh, don't bother me, he grumbled, burying his head deeper into the blankets. Amidst the vast expanse of the world, Shui Feirou's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, and as she began to sing, Li Tianbing suddenly sat up, as if jolted awake, his eyes still hazy and hair disheveled. He yawned. Am I supposed to be afraid of you? Why are you waking me up so early? In his recollection, they had typically arranged to go out around noon, or sometimes not seen each other for several days. Have you forgotten what day it is? Shui Feirou asked, the steam in her hand dissipating slowly. Li Tianbing yawned again, mumbling, can't I sleep a bit longer? It was as if he were being irresistibly drawn into the vortex of slumber. Today is the opening day of the Blood Demon Academy, Shui Feirou stated nonchalantly. What? The opening day? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Li Tianbing felt as though he had been gently kissed by an ice cube, suddenly awakening. Step outside for a moment. I need to change. Li Tianbing gazed at Shui Feirou, his eyes brimming with uncontainable excitement. Shui Feirou's delicate face flushed slightly, and with a knowing glance, she gracefully exited the wooden cabin, gently closing the door behind her. Li Tianbing donned a fitted azure outfit, with the Xiling sword tightly wrapped in coarse cloth slung across his back. The sword, which had been kept within the cabin for some time, now re-emerged into the light, resembling a lifeless body leaning against Li Tianbing. Yet it subtly emanated a formidable aura. He carefully placed the letter from Li Xian in his bosom, adjusted his attire, and then took Shui Feirou's slender hand, and together they hurried towards the Blood Demon Academy. The warm sun caressed the earth, casting elongated shadows of the pavilions, as if ethereal spirits were struggling and twisting in the light. The sky was as blue as the ocean, occasionally adorned by the flight of large birds that shed silvery feathers, continuing their journey towards the horizon. The feathers, now bereft of their owner, spiraled down through the air, ultimately descending amidst the throng at the bustling entrance of the Blood Demon Martial Academy, where Li Tianbing left an imprint of his foot. Upon reaching the academy's entrance, Li Tianbing and Shui Feirou beheld thousands of warriors, sorcerers, and those adept in both magic and martial arts, resembling a multitude of ants vying for sustenance, many of whom carried their belongings. Amidst this spectacle, they flowed into the academy, although Li Tianbing's expression appeared somewhat awkward. An awe-inspiring scene unfolded before their eyes. Directly ahead lay an expansive arena designated for the students' training and competitions, divided into 3 platforms: magic, martial arts, and a combined martial magic arena. To the left of the arena was a spacious training ground, while to the right stood the dormitory area, towering 7 or 8 stories high, exuding grandeur. Beyond these structures were 3 teaching buildings, each serving a distinct purpose: the sorcerer's teaching building, the martial magic teaching building, and the warrior's teaching building, with the martial magic edifice soaring 2 stories higher at 7 levels. Behind the educational facilities loomed rugged mountains and wilderness. The striking blood-red hue of the buildings was remarkably eye-catching, almost beguiling, yet their magnificence was undeniable, embodying the weight of history and a palpable sense of evil, while simultaneously invoking a feeling of reverence. The entire academy was vast, with thousands of students present, seemingly just a mere fraction of its grandeur. Truly. It is no wonder that this is the Blood Demon Academy. Li Tianbing's face illuminated with excitement. Indeed, the Blood Demon Academy was established a millennium ago during the incursion of the Five-Leaf God into the continent. Having endured the passage of time, its profound heritage ranking among the pinnacle of academies within the Donghu Empire. Although Shui Feirou was born in Donghu City and possessed a far greater understanding of it than Li Tianbing, having visited the Blood Demon Academy several times, each visit still bestowed upon her a unique experience. Suppressing his inner awe, Li Tianbing observed the distant training ground where the words magic, martial arts, and magic martial were inscribed on a large cloth supported by wooden poles. Students who had passed the assessment were eagerly discussing and making their way to register, and beneath the banner, several elderly figures appeared vibrant and spirited, seemingly in excellent spirits. Xiaoro, you should go ahead and register first. I have something to attend to, Li Tianbing said gently, turning to look at Shui Feirou. Shui Feirou softly acquiesced, and then hurried to the playground. Over the span of 2 months, she gradually learned to comprehend Li Tianbing. Some matters were worth inquiring about, while others were best left unasked. She began to understand. Li Tianbing gazed at Shui Feirou as she walked away, then turned, whispering to himself, if one wishes to study at the Blood Demon Academy, one must first pass the enrollment examination from 6 months prior. These are the words that Xiao Rou imparted to me. Yet, my father chose not to inform me of such matters, and instead instructed me to deliver the letter to Senior Ling Shi. This implies I am taking the back door. Li Tianbing touched the letter nestled in his bosom, forcing a wry smile as he scratched the back of his head, unable to suppress a naive and honest grin. A visage most endearing. Although I detest such actions, at this moment, this is the only path available. Had my father disclosed this information sooner, I might have entered the Blood Demon Academy through the front gate with my own merit. Li Tianbing rubbed his nose, then ceased to ponder further. He raised his gaze toward the imposing structure before him, feeling a sense of helplessness, as if he had suddenly plunged into a sea of crimson. Struggling yet unable to escape, Li Tianbing discreetly harnessed his internal energy, steadied his emotions, and proceeded toward the teaching building. Before long, he encountered a wizard, appearing to be in his 20s, presumably a teacher. The man, engrossed in the documents he held, suddenly became aware and raised his head upon spotting Li Tianbing approaching, inquiring, "Are you looking for the registration point? It is over by the playground." He assumed that Li Tianbing was a newcomer. As the senior students were due to commence classes the following day, Li Tianbing halted, gazing at the man clad in a cerulean cloak, likely a wind element magician. "Hello, teacher, and I am seeking Teacher Ling Shi. Do you know where he might be?" Li Tianbing inquired with a smile, showing utmost respect. "Ling Shi? I am not familiar with that name. However, allow me to escort you to the head of the Academic Affairs Office. Perhaps they will have information. It seemed this teacher had not been at the academy long, or he would have known of Ling Shi. "Thank you, teacher," Li Tianbing replied politely. The wind element magician guided Li Tianbing to the front of the martial magic teaching building. The latter looked up at the towering edifice, blood-red as if a demon were clawing its way out of a pool of blood, casting a disdainful gaze upon feeble humanity, as though an apostle of the demon god had brought forth a deluge of gore. Li Tianbing found himself inadvertently drawn into the sanguine walls of the structure, his eyes reflecting a crimson glow, as if a voice within was beckoning him. Each teaching building was interconnected by a corridor, with offices situated on every floor of the martial magic teaching building. The teacher, seeing that Li Tianbing was a newcomer, smiled and explained the layout to him. Yet, at that moment, Li Tianbing's mind was wholly captivated by the blood-red hue before him, as if he were dwelling in the depths of the underworld, traversing a winding, desolate path, stumbling forward amidst countless primordial beasts, their gaping maws glaring menacingly at him. Ahead loomed an abyss, an endless void that seemed to possess an irresistible allure, compelling Li Tianbing to wander deeper into its depths. "This student," the teacher suddenly exclaimed, aware that newcomers were inevitably entranced by the architecture of the Blood Demon Academy, leading to their immersion within. "Ah?" Li Tianbing jolted, his eyes wide open, returning to reality, beads of sweat soaking through his garments. Li Tianbing bent over, panting, "I apologize, teacher, let us proceed." After a while, Li Tianbing suddenly raised his head, gazing at the blood-red building before him, and smiled. The political education office was located on the 7th floor, which might prove to be a bit arduous. As a teacher of wind magic, he accompanied Li Tianbing through the stairwell. Despite the enhancement of his combat energy, Li Tianbing's speed still lagged behind that of his teacher. The teacher smiled, as if mocking Li Tianbing's inadequacy. Was it a form of sarcasm? On the 7th floor, there were no students attending classes. This level of the martial arts and magic teaching building housed the political education office. Meanwhile, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd-year students occupied the first 3 floors for their studies, while floors 4 to 7 contained classrooms filled with miscellaneous items, some designated for office use, and others serving as secluded spaces for certain individuals. Clomp, clomp, clomp. The wind magic teacher led Li Tianbing to the door of the political education office, wearing a smile as he knocked gently. "Please enter," a male voice called out. The wind magic teacher gently pushed the door open, revealing a crimson world that unfolded before Li Tianbing's eyes. Several teachers were engrossed in their paperwork, while opposite them stood a row of shelves laden with books. "Director Tang, this student seeks to find a senior named Ling Shi. May I inquire if he'd—" the wind magic teacher respectfully began, but was interrupted. "No need to elaborate. Attend to your duties." A teacher browsing the shelves snapped shut a book with a sharp sound, his tone laced with impatience. It was unclear whether he was chastising the newcomer for his inexperience or reproaching him for his lack of respect towards Ling Shi. The wind magic teacher bowed respectfully and exited the room. The elder known as Director Tang donned a fitted outfit beneath a flowing red robe, towering over Li Tianbing with a robust physique. His gaze seemed to harbor a vast and unfathomable abyss, filled with infinite depth and emptiness, leaving Li Tianbing profoundly shaken. "Who are you? What business do you have with Senior Ling Shi?" Director Tang approached Li Tianbing. His eyes fixed intently upon him. Li Tianbing felt as though he were suffocating, as if the very air around him were closing in. I'm sorry, but I cannot disclose that, he stated firmly. Despite the immense pressure he felt, internally, he was astounded. Seeing that Director Tang, despite being over 50, still referred to Ling Shi as senior suggested that Ling Shi held significant stature within the Blood Demon Academy. Director Tang's eyes narrowed slightly. Under normal circumstances, had a student spoken to him in such a tone, they would have faced severe reprimand. However, this matter concerned Ling Shi, and it was best left for him to decide, considering it had been many years since a new student had mentioned Ling Shi. This young lad before him seemed to possess considerable backing, or perhaps someone from his family was acquainted with Ling Shi. Follow me, Director Tang said gravely after a moment of contemplation. Chapter 19. A remarkable debut. Thank you, Director Tang. A surge of joy welled up within Li Tianbing, the reason for which he kept to himself. He stepped aside to allow Director Tang to exit, following closely behind. Following closely behind Director Tang, Li Tianbing could perceive the waves of fighting spirit emanating from him, flickering with a crimson glow that radiated a searing warmth, causing Li Tianbing to feel a subtle heat rising within him. Senior Ling, having retired for several decades, had dedicated himself to solitary meditation within the warrior teaching building, preferring to remain undisturbed. I shall escort you there. Whether he chooses to see you or not is beyond my concern, Director Tang remarked, without glancing back. However, his words sent a jolt of surprise through Li Tianbing's heart. Senior Ling had actually ceased to be a teacher. Arriving at the entrance of an unremarkable classroom on the 5th floor of the warrior teaching building, which bore little difference from other classrooms, Director Tang cast a fleeting glance at Li Tianbing. Remaining silent before turning away, Li Tianbing stood at the threshold, gazing at the ordinary classroom, its exterior akin to the others, save for the windows, which were sealed with wood, obscuring the view within. Yet, he could faintly sense waves of fighting spirit emanating from inside, as if a colossal hammer were striking against his chest. Gritting his teeth, Li Tianbing summoned his fighting spirit from his dantian, his hands clenched tightly, attempting to resist the subtle vibrations that emanated from the classroom. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed in his mind, as an invisible force violently thrust him to the ground. Struggling to his feet, he shook his head in resignation. In that moment, it felt as though an invisible claw had coalesced in the air, seizing Li Tianbing and constricting his throat, forcefully pinning him against the wall. A hoarse sound escaped his throat, his face flushed with increasing redness. His eyes were bloodshot, and his throat could only emit desperate gasps, akin to the screams of a hellish which he seemed to be grappling with death itself. A flicker of despair crossing his gaze. Was he truly to perish like this? With a sudden crash, the grip loosened, and Li Tianbing fell heavily to the ground, gasping for breath, reluctant to rise again, grateful merely for the chance to breathe. Teacher Ling, I doubt the younger generation bears no ill will if I have disturbed your tranquility. I sincerely apologize, however. I do have a matter of great importance to beseech you. Li Tianbing lay motionless on the ground, resembling a lifeless corpse. Humph. Are you not aware that in the realm of fighting spirit, there exists a form of will-based fighting spirit? The voice seemed to emanate from all directions, as if its owner had not spoken for millennia, raspy and imbued with an ancient weight. Will-based fighting spirit? Li Tianbing silently pondered this unfamiliar term. Go attack another's will through your own. It appears that you, a mere fledgling, cannot comprehend such a concept. The voice echoed again, alternating between the timbre of age and sorrow, reminiscent of a hellish messenger's howl, striking fear into the heart. Senior Ling, Before he could finish his plea, a surge of fighting spirit erupted from his dantian, enveloping him in a radiant purple glow as he struggled to rise from the ground. With a creak, the door to the classroom suddenly swung open, and a powerful, unseen force drew Li Tianbing inside. The door then closed automatically behind him. Li Tianbing steadied himself, taking in the interior of the classroom. It was remarkably spacious, with corners adorned by cobwebs and the floor littered with splintered remnants of dilapidated desks and chairs, arranged in a pattern that seemed to form a formation. The underlying order appeared to exist in a peculiar manner, subtly pulsating with a potent aura of fighting spirit. The center of this pattern, an elderly man with disheveled white hair and a tall, slender frame gazed intently at a wooden strip in his hand, which seemed to possess a will of its own. Despite his gaunt visage and silver locks, the old man's eyes sparkled with vitality. He was Ling Shi, the teacher of Li Xi. The fighting spirit within you derived from the Tianling Ju. Ling Shi inquired without lifting his gaze, remaining fixated on the wooden strip. Indeed, Li Tianbing replied decisively, shaking off the earlier melancholy regarding the swift extinction. And my father is Li Xian, and he entrusted me with this letter for you. With great care, Li Tianbing retrieved the letter from his bosom, holding it reverently with both hands and presenting it respectfully. Ling Shi suddenly turned his head, his eyes gleaming with intensity, the muscles in his aged face twitching. In an instant, an invisible tether, akin to chains from the depths of hell, shot toward Li Tianbing, towards the letter in his hand. The paper unfolded and the letter was revealed. Ling Shi perused its contents, his weathered face displaying a range of emotions: momentary confusion, fleeting joy, furrowed brows, and soft smiles. Are you Li Tianbing? Ling Shi, after finishing the letter, regarded Li Tianbing with a somber tone. Yet within the elder's heart lingered a profound sentiment. It was astounding how, in the blink of an eye, decades had passed. His students had now reached their 30s. Yes, Senior Ling Shi. I am 16 this year. My father sent me here for training, but he did not inform me that I would need to undergo an assessment too. Li Tianbing lowered his head, his expression somewhat naive. Yet his eyes furtively glanced at Ling Shi, eager to discern the response to his subtle probe. Ling Shi raised a hand to interrupt Li Tianbing's words, his gaze drifting toward the window, remaining silent for a long while. It seems that I must proceed accordingly. After a considerable pause, Ling Shi let out a soft sigh, turning his attention back to Li Tianbing and gradually articulating words that would ignite excitement within the youth. Descending from the warrior's pavilion with a jade slip bestowed by Ling Shi, Li Tianbing hurried to the now desolate training ground to register. The elder who received the new warrior students cast a meaningful glance at Li Tianbing before duly recording his information. By the time he completed his registration, twilight had approached, and the academy had grown eerily quiet, indicating that the new students had all officially enrolled. In fact, as Li Tianbing departed the training ground, the registration period had truly come to a close. The window for enrollment was merely 1 day. Missing it would mean waiting until the following year. Having registered, Li Tianbing felt an extraordinary thrill. Though he remained oblivious to what had transpired in his exchange with Ling Shi, his head bowed in contemplation. Hey! As Li Tianbing pondered deeply, a hand tapped on his shoulder. He turned to find Shui Firgo standing there. Xiao Rou, what brings you here? Li Tianbing exclaimed in surprise. I was waiting for you. Why did you take so long? Shui Firgo smiled, brushing back her damp hair that clung to her forehead. Xiao Rou. Li Tianbing felt a surge of emotion as he gently wiped the sweat from her brow and instinctively embraced her, a profound affection swiftly enveloping them. Shui Firgo's face flushed crimson, her heart swelling with emotion. Tomorrow, the freshman competition will take place, so you must be well prepared, Shui Firgo gently remarked as she leaned against Li Tianbing. Startled by her words, Li Tianbing remained silent. The freshman competition, you say? As the sun rises and sets, time often slips away unnoticed through the cracks of daily life, prompting one to lament the swift passage of time. On the day of the freshman competition, Li Tianbing presented himself in a remarkably striking manner. His long, straight azure hair cascaded like a waterfall, while he donned a sleeveless black bodysuit complemented by a black cloak and leather trousers. In his right hand, he wielded the purple spirit sword, wrapped in coarse cloth, exuding an air of a formidable warrior. If one were to overlook his feigned naivety, Li Tianbing's appearance could easily captivate many women. His chiseled muscles, elegantly defined facial features, and an elusive aura made it nearly impossible for him to blend into the background during the freshman competition. Arriving early at the academy with Shui Firgo, they found many students already present, while several teachers busily scurried about. Observing the throngs gathered around the arena, Li Tianbing did not rush to the warrior platform. On the periphery of the crowd, he could faintly discern some slightly more mature students whose fluctuating strengths piqued interest, engaging in light-hearted banter as they gazed at the yet-to-begin competition. They must be the senior students, he mused, retracting his gaze without further thought. Xiao Rou, be cautious during today's competition, he advised before making his way to the warrior tower. Half an hour later, the competition was on the verge of commencing. The rules of the competition were quite simple. Based on yesterday's registration, the first student in each district would compete against the last, the second against the second last, and so forth. After eliminating half the participants, the remaining contenders would face off, with the victors of the first and last matches ultimately determining the district leader. The champion would earn the opportunity to undertake a secret mission arranged by the academy alongside the leaders from the other 2 districts, making this competition exceedingly significant for the freshmen. Nearly 70% of the academy's students had gathered to witness the event, eagerly anticipating which 3 individuals would emerge victorious and earn the coveted chance to embark on the much-desired secret mission. Among the 3 platforms, The magical combat arena attracted the most spectators, while the warrior platform had the least. Each platform was vast, spanning several hundred feet, with judges seated nearby, ensuring a respectful distance of 5 meters from the crowd, which maintained an orderly demeanor as the competition drew near. A teacher ascended the warrior platform, holding a paper filled with densely written text. He surveyed the audience with a sweeping glance before proclaiming in a booming voice, "The freshman competition is now underway." The first contestant, Genie. At the mention of this name, laughter erupted from the audience, accompanied by a chorus of whispered commentary. Suddenly, a figure leaped onto the stage, average in stature and appearance, clad in a golden robe and gripping a golden long sword at an angle. The host glanced at Genie, nodded slightly, and then turned his gaze to the black words on the white paper in his hand. Squinting his eyes, with a suddenly expressionless face, he cleared his throat and called out loudly, "Li Tianbing." It appeared that Li Tianbing was indeed the last student to register yesterday. However, there was no response from the audience below. "Li Tianbing." The host raised his voice several notches, but after a few seconds, still no one responded. "Li Tianbing." The teacher, now exasperated, roared, as though the stone platform itself trembled from his frustration. Yet, silence persisted below. After several seconds, just when the host was about to declare Genie the winner of this contest, a dark figure swiftly approached from several meters away. "Here, I am Li Tianbing." He leaped onto the stage, and the gentle breeze tousled his hair, immediately captivating numerous girls. The crowd below began to stir, with girls covering their mouths and whispering excitedly, while the male students mostly displayed expressions of disdain and contempt. Was this fellow a fool, arriving in such a rush after the contest had already begun? Indeed. What airs is he putting on? Suddenly, the noise from the audience grew louder. Silence. The teacher on the stage let out a lion's roar, and the crowd fell into an instant hush. The contest commenced. The host lightly leaped down from the stage and stood beside the judges, yet his gaze towards Li Tianbing held a hint of malice. He awkwardly cleared his throat and cleared his throat again, on stage. Li Tianbing and Genie locked eyes, and a barrier formed around them. Li Tianbing. Look forward to your guidance. Li Tianbing raised the xiling in his right hand, his expression inscrutable, and slightly cupped his fists. "Genie, please guide me." Genie regarded Li Tianbing without returning the gesture, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly as he let out a cold snort. With a stoic expression, Li Tianbing approached the edge of the stage, placed xiling down, and then returned to the center of the platform. This action left both the audience and Genie utterly astonished. This fellow, was he truly going to compete bare-handed against Genie, who wielded a long sword? Such audacity, such disregard for others. Consequently, murmurs began to rise again from the audience. "Classmate, I find it inconvenient to use weapons. Let us compete bare-handed instead, and I hope you will go easy on me." Li Tianbing offered a slight bow. "Humph. Looking down on others, then I too shall forego my weapon, and we shall compete fairly." Clearly, Genie was a man of dignity, casting a disdainful sidelong glance at Li Tianbing, his right hand moving forcefully as he plunged his long sword into a crack in the distant stone bricks. "Oh? Then I shall concede." Li Tianbing's eyes narrowed, a glint of determination flashing within, as his fighting spirit surged forth. Although Li Tianbing had trained diligently since childhood, he was uncertain of his own strength, aware that others had equally toiled hard. Yet, this was the perfect moment to prove himself. Golden fighting energy swirled around Genie, exuding an invisible fury. "Prepare to receive." Li Tianbing took the initiative, his steps quickening from slow to rapid. As strands of celestial fighting energy surged from his fists towards Genie, it was as if purple light under the sun shot forth, dazzling as it rushed towards Jianye's fists. Enveloped in golden fighting energy, leaped and swirled, resembling golden flames. Without defending, Genie counterattacked, his fists glowing with brilliant golden light as they met Li Tianbing's assault. Boom! Li Tianbing took several steps back, his chest heaving with turbulent energy. The opponent's combat aura was evidently more formidable than his own, and prolonging this confrontation was not an option. He had to resolve it swiftly, relying on speed to seize the initiative. Channeling the second tier of the heavenly spirit technique, Icebound Realm, the era of extreme cold, Li Tianbing retreated dozens of steps, softly chanting in a barely audible tone known only to himself. This marked his inaugural application of the heavenly spirit technique in actual combat, leaving him uncertain whether his adversary could withstand it. As his chant concluded, the violet combat aura in his hand expanded, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet several degrees. It seemed as if a mist of purple icy water descended from the air, swirling wildly toward Jinyi, whose golden leaves quivered under the frigid chill. In the next moment, enveloped in a golden radiance, Jinyi bellowed, his right fist glowing as it surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, crashing toward Li Tianbing, the air around them resonating with a fierce sound. Below, the audience erupted in fervent cheers, their faces flushed with excitement as the increasingly thrilling contest unfolded before their eyes, the shouts ringing incessantly. Even the judges seated beside the arena exchanged whispered comments, smiles gracing their faces as they nodded and stroked their beards on the arena within the barrier. The heavenly spirit combat aura transformed into a flurry of snowflakes, enveloping Jinyi. Suddenly, as if stirred by an unseen breeze, Jinyi halted his movement, a wave of icy dread coursing through him, chilling him to the very marrow. Seizing the moment, Li Tianbing encased his right fist in combat aura and surged toward Jinyi, a streak of violet light slicing through the air. The wind whipped through Jinyi's hair as Li Tianbing's fist halted just 3 inches from his face. In that instant, Jinyi knew he had lost. A gust swept through, concluding the straightforward and decisive contest, and thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Everyone cheered for this captivating showdown. Even upperclassmen in their second and third years smiled at Li Tianbing, who had etched his name into their memories with this remarkable display. Li Tianbing clasped his fists in respect toward Jinyi, acknowledging his concession. With a huff, Jinyi waved his sleeve, his face flushed, and leaped off the stage. Li Tianbing smiled faintly, offering a slight bow to the judges and the audience. Soon after, the host teacher bounded onto the stage, patting Li Tianbing on the shoulder and exclaiming, "Well done, young man. I have high hopes for you." Li Tianbing scratched the back of his head, grinning foolishly at the teacher, before hastily leaping off the stage with his purple spirit, his figure swiftly disappearing. The host teacher stared blankly in the direction Li Tianbing had departed, cleared his throat, and called out loudly, "Next group." As Li Tianbing made his way to the main arena, he pondered deeply. From his battle with Jinyi, he had recognized numerous deficiencies within himself, prompting him to prepare accordingly. However, he found himself losing interest in the upcoming contests, as the details regarding the secret mission were not disclosed to the students, leaving him uncertain of its dangers. Li Tianbing, this lack of clarity diminished the perceived safety of the endeavor. Although his body had been modified by the rapid annihilation process, he was not inclined to take unnecessary risks. In the depths of the dark domain, within the sacred veins and the depths of the 5-leaf divine cave, Sha hovered above a stone chair, enveloped in darkness, while Sha Ying stood silently beside him. Seemingly formless. Sha Ying, it has been half a year, yet there has been no news of Zipo. Could it be Sha's aura remained undisturbed? His tone is calm as still water. Do you truly believe he has met with misfortune? Sha Ying's hooded figure revealed 2 glimmers of red light. In this realm, aside from the 5-leaf deity, who else could possibly be his adversary? Moreover, he is accompanied by 18 guardians. Humph. Yet he ought to return with some tidings. Must I endure this endless waiting? Sha's voice rose a few notches, growing colder. Sha Ying bowed his head, remaining silent. Evil, spirit, devour. Sha seemed to summon forth. Before him, 3 ghostly figures materialized, half kneeling. "It is time for you to venture forth." Sha extended his voluminous black sleeves, a cloud of white mist drifting into the bodies of the 3 entities. Evil, spirit, and devour. Remember well. Sha let out a chilling cackle, reminiscent of a malevolent soul from the depths of hell. Terrifying in its intensity. Yes. The 3 figures responded with reverence before vanishing without a trace. The endless corridor appeared to lead to the underworld, dimly lit lamps embedded in the walls casting a feeble glow. The damp walls were coated in layers of dark, viscous substances, exuding a nauseating, acrid stench. A small stream meandered through the passageway, the sound of splashing water echoing, vaguely resembling the flow of an unknown crimson substance. Sha and Ying glided silently above the water, both immersed in silence. The stream gradually ascended as it followed the contours of the passage, eventually dispersing into several smaller rivulets that slipped through various crevices. At the end of the corridor stood a stone door, marred with chaotic markings, where blurred shapes hinted at ancient, fearsome beasts. Creak. The stone door opened automatically, the sound akin to nails scraping against a wall. Reminiscent of a woman's final, piercing scream, the wave of metallic scent wafted from within, as a world of crimson unfolded before their eyes. Upon entering, the stone door closed behind them. They found themselves in a cavern, more spacious than a grand hall, with deep red rock formations. The stalactites dripped crimson droplets onto the earthen floor, vanishing without a trace. The cave reeked of an overwhelming stench of decay, and the ground was strewn with bones. A nightmarish scene reminiscent of hell itself. Sha and Shang slowly drifted to a concealed spot within this cavern. Chapter 20. Enemies converge in this land of darkness. The divine vein pulsed within the five-leaf divine cave. Countless crimson, vein-like tendrils connected to a spacious corner of the stone, converging upon a massive, heart-like red sphere that throbbed rhythmically, emitting a scarlet glow. For a millennium, it had slumbered, and soon, when it awakens, it shall mark the beginning of my quest to unify the three realms. Sha's cloak shimmered with two peculiar red lights. Must we truly proceed with this? I believe you should refrain from awakening it. Sha-ing stood composed, appearing as though he were merely a wisp of air. Sha-ing, do you intend to thwart me? Humph. Do not forget, a millennium ago, we forged a pact. Do you wish to be cursed? The malevolent presence roared, akin to the primal echoes of the ancient world awakening. Are you aware of the consequences of your actions in reviving it? Sha-Ying's tone subtly shifted, a flicker of trepidation emerging within. Humph. 1,000 years have passed as if it were but a day. When I was absent, the five-leafed god languished, leading to the mutual annihilation of the other four leaves. Were you not the one who continuously supplied it with vitality, safeguarding its existence? Once awakened, my grasp over the three realms will be significantly strengthened. Let us not forget, the deity of the human realm is a formidable adversary, not to mention the madness of those in the divine realm. Humph. Do not be deceived by the current strength of the five-leafed god. Without the rules in place, those deities could extinguish us with the ease of crushing an ant. Sha-ing, to lead the three realms, we must rouse it, do you understand? The malevolent figure trembled with near-manic fervor beneath its cloak. Sha-ing fell silent once more at a crimson mist, deeper than the stones themselves, exuding a metallic scent of blood, flowed from the cloak of Sha, enveloping the colossal heart-shaped orb, which writhed and pulsated as if in euphoric satiation. Sha observed the scene before him, laughing maniacally, as the cavern filled with an aura of malevolence, while Sha-ing remained by his side, silent and inscrutable, lost in thought. Blood Demon Academy. Esteemed students, after a day of fierce competition, the leaders of the three groups have finally been determined. Now, let us immerse ourselves in the learning experience at Blood Demon Academy. Suddenly, a distant voice resonated throughout the entire academy, clear and unmistakable to all students. On the playground, clusters of students strolled together, while others lay upon the grass, gazing at the heavens. Li Tianbing and Shui Fei Rou reclined on a bench at the edge of the playground, engaged in soft conversation. Bing, why do you not participate in the competition? Shui Fei Rou tilted her head, basking in the sunlight, her lips glowing with a fiery hue. I lack interest, Li Tianbing replied. His gaze fixed gently upon the ground. Oh, then I shall not attend either. Shui Fei Rou continued to enjoy the sun, a hint of nonchalance in her demeanor. Why is that? Li Tianbing raised his eyes to meet hers, genuinely perplexed by her indifference towards the so-called newcomer competition. Because I am disinterested, Shui Fei Rou turned to face him, her gaze imbued with warmth and affection. Li Tianbing sighed softly, lowering his head, refraining from further inquiry. Bing, shall we venture out tonight? Shui Fei Rou gently rested her head upon his broad shoulder, her cheeks flushed with a delicate blush. All right, that sounds good, Li Tianbing replied, scratching the back of his head, his voice tinged with a husky quality. The sky was adorned with twinkling stars, casting a pearl-like luminescence that showered the world in romantic radiance. Night had deepened, yet Donghu's city remained ablaze with lights. A bustling scene of traffic and activity. Li Tianbing and Shui Fei Rou strolled along the street, exchanging sweet nothings, their voices echoing softly in the recesses of their hearts as a gentle breeze tousled their hair, carrying with it an alluring fragrance. Shall we visit the memory tower? The thought fluttered through Shui Fei Rou's mind like the sway of a maiden's skirt, stirring her heart. Recall tower? Is your only concern food? By the time I'm done, you'll be transformed into a plump pig, and no one will want you anymore. Li Tianbing smiled, reminiscent of the resplendent sunlight during the day. Humph. If no one wants me, then so be it, but I only desire you. Whether others want me is inconsequential. I only want you. If I truly become a plump pig, would you still like me? Shui feared pouted, a faint sense of frustration brewing within her, making her feel uncomfortable. That of course I would. How could I ever abandon you? You are the girl I, Li Tianbing, cherish the most. Even if you transformed into a plump pig, even if you became the most unattractive person in the world, my love for you would remain unwavering. I can embrace your flaws. Li Tianbing chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head, while his right hand tightly grasped Xilinx. Shui Firu stood still, her head bowed. But her words were interrupted by Li Tianbing, who took her right hand in his left. The two of them joyfully sprinted down the street, as if the world around them had morphed into a dream. With only the person beside them radiating the most brilliant light, wishing to share this enchanting reverie together. Amidst sweet nothings, Li Tianbing and Shui Firu hurried towards Recall Tower, relishing the splendid moments with their naive words and innocent gazes that belonged to their generation. Recall Tower remained as desolate as ever. The proprietor sat at the counter, perusing the accounts, while the waiter dozed off as usual. The dim lighting in the establishment created a chilly atmosphere, causing Shui Firu to stifle an adorable sneeze at the entrance, prompting the proprietor to glance over with delight. It's Miss Shui Firu. Out so late to have some fun. The proprietor stretched lazily, yawning, and shifted his stiffened limbs. Boss, bring forth the finest dishes from your kitchen. Tonight, I intend to feast. Li Tianbing bellowed as he entered, exuding an air of a ruffian. Yet this bravado was solely for Shui Firu, his eyes filled with profound tenderness for her. Oh, it will be ready shortly. You two lovebirds, just head upstairs and wait. The proprietor seemed unfazed by Li Tianbing's raucousness, nudging the waiter to get to work. Li Tianbing and Shui Firu chose their usual spot. Upon sitting down, a chilling sensation enveloped Li Tianbing, even colder than the icy realms of the northern snow empire. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of hurried footsteps approached, gradually drawing nearer. The footsteps halted beside Li Tianbing, only to fade away moments later. Li Tianbing lifted his gaze slightly, only to be taken aback by the smallness of the world, for the leader of the newcomers was none other than Jinyi, the very one he had bested earlier that day. Li Tianbing stood, earnestly looking at Jinyi and the entourage following him. Who would have thought this world so small, our paths crossing again? Jinyi exclaimed, his frustration palpable. Brother Jin Zit was this brat who made me lose face today. Jinyi pointed furiously at Li Tianbing. Suddenly, a burly man emerged from behind Jinyi, his upper body exposed, with a robust build and a menacing appearance, embodying the very essence of a bully. Is it you who caused my brother to lose face in the competition? Jinzi approached Lishanbing, casting a disdainful gaze upon him, as an unpleasant odor wafted through the air. Brother, you lost. Accept it. If you are inferior, refrain from speaking of shame. Lishanbing straightened his posture, asserting his stance with conviction. Although Jinzi bore the appearance of a rugged man, he did not impulsively attack Lishanbing. Instead, he crossed his arms over his chest, stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment, and then raised his voice several notches, declaring, So you believe my brother is inferior to you? If you are indeed superior, then why did you succumb to defeat at my hands? Lishanbing placed a hand on Shui Firu's shoulder, preventing her from rising, his gaze unwavering as he looked at Jinzi. He was not one to court trouble, yet when it found him, he resolved to eradicate it. Humph! Though you may not be particularly imposing, your words are audacious. If that is the case, allow my brother to contend with you once more. I wish to see whether it is my brother who lacks skill or you who speaks in arrogance. Should my brother lose, I shall not pursue this matter further. However, if you are the one to falter, do not blame me. Jinzi's voice gradually diminished, yet his expression grew increasingly menacing, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes as if he sought to extinguish Lishanbing. Another match? What if I decline? Lishanbing countered, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. If you refuse. Jinzi seized a chair and effortlessly shattered it. This is how the next encounter shall unfold. His gaze remained fixed on Lishanbing. While his subordinates glared menacingly at him, I disdain defeating the same defeated opponent. Let us engage in a fair contest instead. Lishanbing did not so much as glance at Jinya, whose frustration simmered as he ground his teeth. You! Just as Jinya prepared to charge, Jinzi restrained him. Since you are so eager to court disaster, I shall indulge you. Jinzi's cold stare bore into Lishanbing, the words escaping through clenched teeth. Be careful. Shui Firu gazed at Lishanbing with concern. Yet he met her worry with a gentle look, silencing her. She pouted, lowering her head, lost in thought. As Lishanbing and his companions descended from the second floor, he presented several gold coins to the proprietor, stating, Sir, I have encountered a friend and must attend to urgent matters. These coins shall cover the cost of the dishes I ordered, as well as those of my companions. Is this sufficient? Having procured several hundred gold coins from the jean shop prior to the start of school for living expenses, he received assurance from the proprietor, who sighed. Enough. A pity, truly, much like last time, and no matter. I shall certainly return next time. With that, Li Shenbing and Jinzi stepped out of the establishment. The group meandered along the street for several minutes, arriving at a desolate area where foot traffic was sparse and a dim light enveloped the surroundings. The ground was littered with withered leaves, accumulated from a day of neglect. A gentle breeze swept through, enhancing the desolation that enveloped both factions. Humph! I shall see what you are truly capable of. My men, do not interfere, Jinzi bellowed, his muscles rippling with a crimson hue, emanating an overwhelming aura. His subordinates retreated several paces. Xiaoro, trust me, Li Shenbing said gently, casting a reassuring glance at Shui Firu Danmem. Shui Firu gradually retreated, and suddenly, Li Tianbing and Jinzi locked eyes in the center of the arena, as if the surrounding air had solidified, creating an almost suffocating sensation. With a deep breath, the celestial energy surged throughout Li Tianbing's body as he gripped the purple spirit wrapped in cloth. Bowing his head, a gust of wind swept through, lifting Li Tianbing's azure hair, while the withered leaves on the ground were gently whisked away, forming a small whirlwind. When that whirlwind danced midair and came to a halt, Li Tianbing sprang into action. He leapt with both legs, concentrating his energy in his right hand, where a vivid purple light coiled, dazzling and intense, as he charged towards Jinzi, stirring up a tempest akin to an army of thousands. To everyone's astonishment, Jinzi advanced rather than retreating, his right fist striking forward with the force of thunder. The impact reverberated, causing Li Tianbing to furrow his brow and retreat sharply, as the energy from Jinzi's punch carved a path through the withered leaves. A flicker of surprise crossed Li Tianbing's eyes. He had not anticipated Jinzi's astonishing strength, realizing that his own energy could not even begin to rattle him, let alone affect him in the slightest. Jinzi seemed impervious to Li Tianbing's might, his body as unyielding as rock, an impenetrable fortress. In truth, it was not that Jinzi was immune to energy. Rather, Li Tianbing's power was simply too feeble. Humph! Jinzi let out a cold snort, his body launching forward like an arrow released from its bow, his right fist slicing through the air with a chilling wind, the atmosphere crackling around him. In a moment of vulnerability, Li Tianbing was struck directly, his body soaring away like a kite severed from its string, crashing to the ground, a wave of agonizing pain coursing through him, his insides churning violently. Li Tianbing frowned as he summoned the celestial technique to its third tier, undergoing a transformation yet still unable to unsettle Jinzi, a formidable opponent indeed. Shui Firu clenched her small fists, her heart aching with worry as she gazed at Li Tianbing, her anxiety palpable. Slowly, Li Tianbing rose, leaning on his sword, his eyes bloodshot as Jinzi's figure gradually took shape in his pupils. Chapter 21. The purple spirit reveals its might. The union of man and sword unveils affection. Is this truly all the strength you possess? It seems your victory over my brother was merely a stroke of luck. Jinzi charged once more towards Li Tianbing, his heavy frame leaping into the air, aiming to strike him down with a mighty palm. Ha! Li Tianbing gripped his fists tightly, unleashing a fierce roar as he held the purple spirit in his right hand, his left fist suddenly radiating a burst of violet light, launching it at the airborne Jinzi. He then utilized the momentum to leap aside, his energy crashing into Jinzi's form. However, the latter's body remained as solid as a rock. Unscathed by the assault, as Jinzi's strike missed, he swung his left leg towards Li Tianbing, who raised his right hand to defend with the purple spirit. The force of Jinzi's powerful left leg struck Li Tianbing's right forearm with a bone-chilling pain, causing him to involuntarily kneel, racked with agony as his internal energy surged tumultuously. Why do you not draw your sword? Stand up and defeat me. Jinzi's fists bulged with veins, a fierce expression overtaking his visage. His face flushed crimson, exuding an intimidating aura. Li Tianbing could only manage a bitter smile within, recognizing that his strength paled in comparison to Jinzi's. He had indeed overestimated his own abilities and allowed arrogance to cloud his judgment. The teachings of his mother echoed somewhere in his mind, now seemingly forgotten. Had he known it would come to this, would he have acted differently? Exhausted, Li Tianbing felt his strength drain away, the purple spirit falling to the ground as the cloth bindings were inadvertently torn apart by the chaotic energy. Revealing the hilt of his sword in silence, Li Tianbing exerted himself to rise, his muscles swelling with power as a surge of energy coursed through his body once more. In an instant, blood vessels became apparent in his eyes, instilling a sense of dread in those who beheld him. With a sudden leap, he charged towards Jinzi. Ha ha ha, now that's more like it. Come on, let us fight with all we have. Jinzi's right fist, as formidable as an ox, thundered towards Li Tianbing, who nimbly evaded, retaliating with a flurry of punches to Jinzi's chest. Aware of the futility of his efforts, Li Tianbing launched a right hook aimed at Jin Zi's face. Calm and composed, Jin Zi deftly dodged each strike, and the intensity of their battle only grew. Their figures a blur amidst the swirling dry leaves and clouds of dust, in the depths of the night. This desolate place lay in disarray. The moon was obscured by dark clouds, shrouding the stars and plunging the ground into deeper shadows. In a moment of inattention, Li Tianbing was struck squarely in the abdomen by Jin Zi's punch. Collapsing weakly beside Xiling, blood spurted in a delicate arc, landing precisely on the exposed hilt of Xiling's sword, seeping into the blade itself. Crack! A sudden clap of thunder erupted from the darkened clouds, as a flash of purple lightning tore through the sky, followed by another resounding thunderclap. The Xiling sword trembled violently upon the ground. The resonant sound of the sword echoed clearly in the ears of everyone present, leaving them astonished amidst the dizziness and ringing in their ears caused by this unexpected turn of events. Gradually, Xiling ascended into the air, trembling as if it were a true sovereign, a thunderous ruler surveying the world. This astonishing transformation left the inexperienced youths present in a state of shock, staring blankly at the sword, its tip pointed downward as if it were the arbiter of heaven and earth. The Xiling sword, entwined in electric brilliance, radiated a dazzling light, seemingly intent on illuminating the entire world. Boom! Another bolt of thunder split the air, lightning streaked across the sky, descending upon the Xiling sword in that instant. The heavens and earth changed hue, fierce winds arose, and the withered leaves danced away, a spectacle that was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Hiss! The purple lightning coursed through the Xiling sword, its brilliance flashing, emitting a piercing sound reminiscent of an ancient monarch surveying the realm with disdain. Li Tianbing's heart raced as he beheld the Xiling sword, its light casting upon his face, revealing his expression of terror. He had never anticipated that the Xiling, which he had deemed largely useless, would now stand as the absolute sovereign of this place, truly taking him by surprise. In the depths of his being, Li Tianbing felt an overwhelming impulse, a desire to consume Xiling. Yes, it was that kind of frenzied longing, as if an insatiable thirst for energy surged from the very core of his being. The most primal and domineering essence surged within him, causing the bloodshot veins in his eyes to coalesce into a crimson hue, brightening the whites of his eyes until they appeared to swirl into a silver vortex. In the depths of the young man's blood-red pupils lay one of the 7 heavenly swords, Xiling. Once fearful of it in his father's grasp, Li Tianbing now felt an irresistible urge to embrace the Xiling sword within his heart, as if drawn by the allure of an endless abyss. Jin Zi gazed at the magnificent spectacle before him, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Li Tianbing found himself irresistibly drawn closer to Xiling, as if caught in an infinite temptation, guiding him to seek that deep-seated desire in the eyes of Li Tianbing. The silver pupils infused with a hint of crimson exhibited an utter lack of emotion, as if they concealed an abyss of reality, devoid of any pretense. Suddenly, the young man's body was yanked, for Xiling was beginning to summon him. Enveloped in a purplish glow, Li Tianbing found himself merging with the surging currents of Xiling. No, it should be Xiling that was integrating into Li Tianbing's being. Before one's eyes, a colossal rift seemingly tore through Li Tianbing's body, yet he felt not a shred of pain. The purple tendrils within Xiling flickered and danced incessantly, trembling as if yearning to seep into the fissures of Li Tianbing's form. Gradually, the rift began to mend. Yet Li Tianbing felt an overwhelming sense of ease coursing through him, though his mind oscillated between confusion and bouts of excruciating pain, which passed in the blink of an eye. An intangible essence seemed to flicker like Xiling's corporeal sword form throughout his entirety, elusive and ephemeral. The violet lightning darted across his being, the silhouette of Xiling flitting across his forehead only to vanish suddenly. Akin to a celestial enigma, Li Tianbing let out a long, resonant howl towards the heavens, as the dark clouds above seemed to respond with a flash of purple lightning, in the oppressive gloom. Only the expressions of fear in Jin Zi's eyes and a hint of trepidation in Shui Firu's astonishment were discernible. Was it fear of loss? In truth, at that moment, a sliver of clarity remained in Li Tianbing's mind, and he was secretly elated, his heart racing with exhilaration. The first true manifestation of Xiling was unfolding in such circumstances, as if Xiling had genuinely acknowledged him as its master. Yet, Li Tianbing couldn't help but think of Li Xian. Was it possible that his father had orchestrated this all along, enabling him to truly bond with Xiling? Coupled with Li Xian's meticulous training and the conversation he had overheard between his parents near the practice chamber, an answer began to crystallize in Li Tianbing's heart, At the height of his emotion, he let out another howl to the heavens, unaware that throughout history, there had been no instances of a heavenly sword merging with its master. This night, let us engage in a true confrontation. I'm serious now, Li Tianbing bellowed with commanding ferocity, as if withering leaves were once more soaring into the air. Swirling about, Jin Zi snapped back to reality, facing Li Tianbing, whose pupils glowed crimson and radiated an overwhelming aura of dominance, a vague sense of fear creeping into his heart. Yet, he was not one to cower in the face of danger. Having made a promise, he would fight to the end. Come on, Jin Zi roared, fists clenched tightly, his facial muscles twitching and contorting. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Li Tianbing laughed maniacally, his visage twisted in ferocity as he charged forth, his form entwined in purple lightning. He was fully aware that in this battle, Jin Zi was destined to lose, yet he yearned for the clash, his wickedness laid bare. Jin Zi hesitated momentarily, his heart aflutter with anxiety, but he had already surged towards Li Tianbing, steeling himself for the confrontation, his right fist imbued with a fierce might aimed at Li Tianbing's body. Boom! Li Tianbing allowed the punch to land upon him, while his own right fist struck Jin Zi's chest, purple lightning surging forth and coursing into Jin Zi's being, causing the latter to feel a jolt of terror, his body trembling as if electrified. Li Tianbing offered no reprieve, propelling himself like a cannonball, his form merely a fleeting purple shadow, his speed rendering the onlookers awestruck. Jin Zi collapsed to the ground, still reeling from the impact when Li Tianbing's punch struck him, leaving him dizzy and breathless, a chill coursing down his throat as he spat forth a mouthful of blood. You ask whether it is merely luck that I can defeat your brother? Li Tianbing gazed at Jin Zi with his chilling silver eyes and crimson pupils, standing tall like a sovereign surveying his subjects. Though his heart seethed with indignation, he could not fully vent his fury. Yet, deep down, Li Tianbing was acutely aware that if he were to continue the battle, Jin Zi would undoubtedly meet his demise. Your skills are truly commendable, young brother. I, Jin, hold you in high regard. Do as you will. That moment, Jin Zi regarded Li Tianbing with newfound respect, even altering his form of address. Nevertheless, he maintained an image of a resolute warrior, filled with ambition, defeated yet dignified. Do not presume that your towering stature grants you the liberty to sow discord. In this vast world, myriad wonders exist. Beyond every mountain, there lies another, and beyond every person, there is another. Should you persist in your obstinacy, your demise may not be far off. Li Tianbing turned away, disregarding Jin Zi and his companions, as he and Shui Firu gradually distanced themselves. Jin Zi and Jin Yi stood rooted in shock, watching the retreating figures of Li Tianbing and Shui Firu. After a considerable pause, Jin Yi regained his composure and shouted, Brother, you are simply letting them go. Do you not realize what he did to me today? A sharp crack echoed as Jin Yi covered his face, displeased. Brother, why did you strike me? Foolish child, to lament your defeat instead of accepting it? How much is vanity truly worth? Humph. Jin Zi scoffed, leading his subordinates away. Jin Yi, begrudgingly grinding his teeth in frustration, ultimately followed suit. Shui Firu trailed closely behind Li Tianbing, her head bowed in silence, as if the man before her were a demon, both unfamiliar and terrifying, evoking a sense of trepidation. Suddenly, Li Tianbing halted, his entire being trembling. His silver eyes and crimson pupils became ever more fearsome, his features contorted, and his wild azure hair billowed around him. How uncomfortable, Xiao Ro. Li Tianbing strained to call out to Shui Firu, his body flickering with violet lightning. Do not approach me. Seeing Li Tianbing in distress, Shui Firu felt an even deeper anguish within her. Without a second thought, she charged towards him. Sizzling sound erupted, akin to lightning striking, as Shui Firu suddenly collapsed to the ground. Li Tianbing felt as though his insides were on the verge of exploding, a piercing pain radiating from his brow, as if countless ants were gnawing at him in unison, akin to 1,000 arrows piercing his heart in the region of his dantian. There was no response from his fighting energy, leaving it desolate. Just as Li Tianbing sensed the emptiness within him, his body underwent a sudden transformation, as if a part of him was being severed. With a thunderous sound, it felt as though he had just emerged from a time tunnel, causing his body to stagger. Strangely, when that part of himself separated, Li Tianbing felt no pain. Instead, the purple spirit emerged anew from within him, hovering before him, quivering as if waiting. For what? He could not discern. Li Tianbing gazed at the purple spirit, its blade wholly violet, crackling with lightning, emanating an aura of supremacy. The purple gem in the hilt shimmered with violet radiance, as if the sword had endured countless battles and trials, imbued with an ancient essence. At that moment, Li Tianbing felt his fighting energy rejuvenate once more, a brilliant smile breaking across his face. The purple spirit hovered in the air, as if there to greet and await something. Li Tianbing smiled once more, devoid of any pretense or artifice. He raised his right hand and firmly grasped the hilt of the sword. An immediate wave of exhilaration and genuine camaraderie coursing through him. Gone was the initial heart-stopping thrill akin to being struck by lightning. Li Tianbing could now feel the tremors of Xiling and the resonant song of the sword. Xiling, with his right hand, Li Tianbing brought Xiling to his chest, observing the faint traces of time upon it, and could not help but gently caress it with his left hand, murmuring softly, "I." In that moment, true emotions remained unchanged. Even as the world transformed and epochs shifted, Bing, Shui Fear climbed to her feet, brushing off the dust from her clothes, her gaze cautiously fixed on Li Tianbing, her eyes brimming with concern and fear. "Xiaoro, what troubles you?" Li Tianbing, still stroking Xiling, turned to Shui Firu with a radiant smile. "You?" Shui Firu looked at Li Tianbing and the sword in his hand with a hint of panic. "I am fine now. It turns out that when my fighting spirit was exhausted, Xiling would separate from me. Its performance tonight was truly astonishing." Li Tianbing held Xiling at a slight angle, letting out a contemplative sigh. Although Xiling could merge with him, it came at a significant cost. "Are you truly all right?" Shui Firu tentatively approached Li Tianbing, standing half a meter in front of him. Li Tianbing said nothing, merely nodding with a gentle smile. The moonlight gradually pierced through the dark clouds, illuminating the two embracing figures, enveloping them in a profound affection. Chapter 22. It turned out to be him 2 days later. Li Tianbing gradually regained his fighting spirit. Returning to his peak form, he felt as though, after his battle with Jin Zi, his energy had been elevated, as if an inexhaustible strength surged within him, particularly in his dantian, which felt extraordinarily full. Spreading an unprecedented sense of ease throughout his body, Li Tianbing carefully wrapped Xiling once more, securing it behind him to avert unnecessary trouble. This moment, memories of his mother's teachings from his childhood resurfaced in his mind. However, the notion of humility should not be taken to extremes. For those who lacked awareness, Li Tianbing would show no mercy. Just like the Jin brothers, it was not he who provoked them. They had brought it upon themselves. As the saying goes, "If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. If one offends me, I shall retaliate." Today marked the opening ceremony of the Blood Demon Academy, and Li Tianbing and Shui Firu wandered the campus, familiarizing themselves with their surroundings. "Students, please pay attention to the following announcement. Those who ranked from 1st to 100 in the freshman competition held 2 days ago should report to the first year Class 1 classroom on the first floor of their respective teaching buildings. Similarly, those ranked from 101 to 200 should proceed to the first year Class 2 classroom." Additionally, as Li Tianbing had only participated in one match during the freshman competition, he would be considered a member of first year Class 1. "All right, students, please head to your designated classrooms promptly." A distant voice resonated clearly throughout the academy. Li Tianbing stood on a small path, his expression slightly awkward, pondering who had arranged for him to be a student of the Warrior Tower's first year Class 1. With a chuckle, he exclaimed, "Hee, I'll take my leave now," and with an impulsive kiss on Shui Firu's cheek, he dashed away like the wind. Shui Fei-ro, her cheeks flushed, gazed intently in the direction where Li Tianbing had departed, stamping her foot before turning to walk towards the magic tower. Meanwhile, Li Tianbing arrived at the first floor of the Warrior Tower, locating the classroom for Class 1 of Year 1. The classroom was spacious, its decor somewhat passable, yet the color scheme created a stark contrast that was rather unsettling, with blood-red walls and flooring that evoked discomfort. Entering through the back door, Li Tianbing observed that the classroom was divided into 4 groups, each accommodating 25 students, arranged in 12 rows with 2 seats per row. The second, third, and fourth groups each had only 1 seat remaining, and due to Li Tianbing's unexpected presence, the first group now boasted 26 seats. Thus, the classroom was destined to hold a total of 101 students. Rather than opting for the first group, Li Tianbing made his way to the last available window seat in the fourth group, leaning his purple spirit against the wall beneath the window as he sat down. Staring blankly at the floor, at this juncture, over 60 students had already gathered in the classroom. Upon noticing Li Tianbing's entrance, several students who had witnessed the recent newcomer competition whispered among themselves, convinced that Li Tianbing was unworthy of occupying a space in a classroom designated for the top 100 students. As he fixated on the floor, a wave of discomfort washed over Li Tianbing, his thoughts becoming somewhat muddled. Consequently, He laid his head on the desk and succumbed to sleep, yet the feeling of unease persisted and intensified. Suddenly, Li Tianbing jolted upright, scanning the room only to find a few female students gazing at him. Whispering amongst themselves, however, he didn't believe that this was the source of his discomfort. He felt as though, in the shadows, a pair of eyes was fixated on him, amplifying his unease. Narrowing his eyes, he searched the crowd for that gaze. Abruptly, he spotted a figure at the back of the first group, where two seats were positioned against the wall. A person smiling at him. In that instant, Li Tianbing felt as though his blood was boiling, as if he had a sense of familiarity with that individual. Li Tianbing was taken aback when the person, a young boy, rose and approached him. As Li Tianbing regarded the boy, he suddenly realized that there was no need for anxiety. The other was merely stronger than him, and there was no justification for adopting a hostile demeanor. "Hello, my name is Fei Dao, the leader of the Year 1 warrior group. I look forward to your guidance in the future." The boy reached Li Tianbing, extending a slender, fair hand, smiling warmly at him. He possessed a face capable of enchanting countless girls, with a delicate chin and thin lips that glimmered with a faint rosy hue reminiscent of femininity. His prominent nose framed deep black eyes, and his striking eyebrows accentuated his handsome features, while silver hair flowed freely. Li Tianbing rose, a smile gracing his lips as he extended his right hand to clasp Fei Dao's. At that moment, the two handsome boys stood before Class 1, with Fei Dao as the leader, his prowess evident. Although the female students were warriors and bore a certain boldness, they were ultimately still girls, and now they gazed eagerly at the interaction between Fei Dao and Li Tianbing. Unfazed by the attention, Li Tianbing released Fei Dao's hand and settled back into his seat. Fei Dao simply smiled upon seeing the situation, then directly settled into the last seat of the third row. Fixating his gaze on Li Tianbing with a grin, he remarked, "I can discern that you are unlike others. You possess great strength." After arranging his belongings, a glimmer of silver shimmered in his eyes as he spoke earnestly to Li Tianbing. However, this statement struck Li Tianbing's ears as exceedingly harsh. "You are strong too," he replied, his words emanating from the depths of his heart. "From now on, I shall call you Tianbing," Fei Dao said, reclining in his chair like a gentle angel, his voice melodious. "You must be aware of that secret mission, right?" Li Tianbing leaned back as well, feeling a sudden wave of boredom, and chose to broach this topic. Although he had not engaged in conversation with others, he believed respect was essential. "To my knowledge, the execution of this secret mission is set for a month from now, but as for the location and purpose, I am unaware," Fei Dao replied, closing his deep black eyes beneath long lashes, a charming smile gracing his lips. He wore a flowing white robe, its contents a mystery to all, trailing on the ground in stark contrast to the crimson floor. The robe was immaculate, exuding the unique fragrance of Donghu City. "Oh," Li Tianbing acknowledged, closing his eyes and basking in the sunlight streaming through the window. The two remained silent for an extended period, time gradually passing as their classmates began to gather. "Why didn't you finish the competition that day?" Fei Dao opened his eyes, turning his head to gaze dreamily at Li Tianbing. Because Li Tianbing also opened his eyes, turning to smile as he replied, "I had no interest." Fei Dao remained silent but returned the smile, narrowing his eyes as he locked gazes with Li Tianbing, a subtle tension hanging in the air. Their eyes met, expressions unremarkable. "I told you so. How could a strong individual concern themselves with such competitions?" Fei Dao disdainfully waved his sleeve, his gaze shifting forward. "Heh," Li Tianbing sighed, a wry smile escaping his lips, only able to utter these two words that carried profound implications. At that moment, a figure entered through the front door. Li Tianbing glanced casually, but the sight caused him to freeze in astonishment. It was him. No wonder he was placed in this class. Shui Fei Ro must not have competed either, and he wondered which class she might be in now. Observing the individual before him, Li Tianbing felt a surge of joy within. With his guidance, he might experience significant growth in various aspects, for that person was none other than his revered master, Ling Shi. Could it be that he returned to the world of martial arts because of me? Such thoughts raced through Li Tianbing's mind. Ling Shi approached the podium, placing several books on the desk. Clad in simple, coarse cloth attire, though humble in quality, it imparted a refreshing aura when worn by him. His silver hair fell carelessly, betraying no effort to adorn himself, devoid of any sense of vanity. "Hello, classmates, my name is Ling Shi, and I will be your homeroom teacher from now on. I hope that in our future endeavors, we can progress together and create a beautiful tomorrow," he said, bowing respectfully as a teacher, the wrinkles on his face smoothing out as he smiled at everyone. "To be frank, The administration utterly fails to comprehend why Ling Shi has once again put forth a request to teach. However, Ling Shi possesses his own intentions, and the heads of the administration dare not intervene. They can only lament silently in their hearts. Ling Shi is a venerable figure within the academy, his status beyond description, such that even the dean cannot disregard his words. His influence is palpable. As soon as Ling Shi speaks, a group of youngsters below begins to engage in nonsensical discussions. Oh my! So it turns out to be an old fossil. He probably doesn't even measure up to me. How laughable. What kind of academy is this? Allowing a decrepit old man from the countryside to instruct us. He should return to his farm. Good grief. Covered in filth, and he calls himself Ling Shi. He might as well wallow in manure. In an instant, the clamor intensifies. Their ignorance is evident. After all, during the period when Ling Shi refrained from teaching, these children might have still been in their mother's wombs. Who could possibly fathom the significance of this eminent figure from the Blood Demon Academy? Ling Shi maintains a serene smile as he observes the scene below, with only Fei Dao, Li Tianbing, and a few other classmates remaining silent in their seats. Yet, within Li Tianbing, a swell of indignation gradually surfaces. How could he possibly remain oblivious to what his classmates were discussing? Enough. Is this how you treat a teacher? Do you even understand what respect means? What qualifications do you have to sit in this classroom? Unable to contain himself any longer, Li Tianbing forcefully slammed his hand on the desk, exclaiming in a fit of rage. The resounding noise silenced the students, who all turned to stare at Li Tianbing. His eyes were bloodshot, his face contorted in a frightening visage, instilling dread in those who beheld him. A brief silence enveloped the classroom. What do you think you are? Don't presume that winning a single match in the freshman competition makes you exceptional, damn you. Suddenly, a student leapt from his seat, impulsively charging at Li Tianbing. Upon hearing this, a genuine fury ignited within Li Tianbing's mind. Just as he intended to retaliate, he witnessed the assailant being seized by an invisible force and violently hurled against the wall, crashing to the ground with a thunderous sound. This scene left the entire class in shock, rendering them speechless. Even Fei Dao gazed at Li Tianbing in horror. Li Tianbing took a heavy breath and sat down. Choosing silence, it's quite improper to insult others, Ling Shi remarked as he descended from the podium and approached the student, assisting him to his feet. What is your name, young man? The student dusted off his clothes, still displaying a somewhat arrogant demeanor, and retorted angrily, Qian Jiao. Upon hearing this name, a wave of laughter erupted around the room. Indeed, he was rather audacious. You ought to rectify that foul disposition of yours, or you will undoubtedly suffer the consequences, Ling Shi advised as he returned to the podium. It's he that moment. A voice echoed in Qian Jiao's mind, including death. He recognized it to be Ling Shi's voice, and in that instant, his face paled, he swallowed hard, lowered his head, and anxiously returned to his seat. Classmates, today marks the first day of our acquaintance. I trust that in due time, you will come to know me better. I despise those who are self-righteous. Those who label others as self-righteous are, in fact, the truly self-righteous in the journey of life. I have always believed that the essence of being a person holds paramount importance, followed closely by the pursuit of self-cultivation. Should one lack the ability to navigate social interactions, no matter how profound one's skills may be, gaining the recognition of others remains an elusive endeavor. The art of being, as I refer to it, encompasses numerous facets. Without this understanding, venturing into the world could lead to inevitable misfortunes. Ling Shi, standing at the podium, maintained a constant smile as he imparted wisdom to the children before him, educating them with patience. Fei Dao, as you are the leader of the first-year group, you shall henceforth be regarded as the class monitor. I trust you will take good care of your classmates. Ling Shi continued, now, let us invite Fei Dao to the stage for a few words. Please give him a warm round of applause. Despite having crossed the threshold of 70, Ling Shi exuded vitality. Fei Dao, taken aback by Ling Shi's unexpected announcement, inhaled deeply to compose himself. He glanced at Li Tianbing before ascending the stage. Chapter 23. Serpent Valley. Fei Dao politely smiled at Ling Shi, then turned to address the audience, bowing gentlemanly as he spoke in his gentle voice. Greetings, everyone, my name is Fei Dao, and it is an honor to serve as the monitor of Class 1. I must confess, I am neither exceptionally intelligent nor particularly remarkable. However, I promise to approach every task with sincerity, and I hope for your support and encouragement as we strive together to bring glory to our class. Thank you. With another bow, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Fei Dao exchanged a smile with Ling Shi before returning to his seat. Let us once again express our gratitude to Fei Dao for his address. Next, it is time for the students to introduce themselves. So please share details about yourselves to foster mutual familiarity, Ling Shi concluded, stepping aside. Amidst the applause, a student from the first row of the first group, positioned against the wall, confidently approached the podium to commence their introduction. Time flowed gently as the students presented themselves. When it was Li Tianbing's turn, he ascended the stage. Hello, fellow classmates. My name is Li Tianbing. I am not particularly eloquent, so I ask for your understanding should I inadvertently offend anyone. After this brief statement, he smiled at Ling Shi and winked, conveying a silent message. Greetings, master. Li Tianbing was adept at close-range communication. You mischievous lad, you must commit to your training. Otherwise, I shall not spare you, came Ling Shi's mental reply. Understood. He. Li Tianbing responded before hastily retreating to his seat to avoid drawing attention. Students, the opening ceremony is about to commence. Please prepare yourselves and assemble with your homeroom teacher. All new group leaders, please gather on the playground, echoed the distant voice, filled with the excited shouts of students eager to see handsome boys and beautiful girls. Fei Dao stood, glanced at Li Tianbing, and addressed Ling Shi at the podium. Teacher, I will head to the playground now. Ling Shi smiled gently and nodded, allowing Fei Dao to exit through the back door. All right, class, our meeting concludes here. Please get ready to assemble on the playground, Ling Shi announced before leaving the room. The students erupted into joyful chaos, having endured the so-called class meeting for nearly 2 hours. Li Tianbing leaned back in his chair, basking in the sunlight streaming through the window, and closed his eyes. I apologize. My previous behavior was indeed disrespectful. Suddenly, a voice resonated beside Li Tianbing's ear. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered it was the very same Qian Diao from earlier. Li Tianbing held a deep admiration for him. A true man must possess the courage to take responsibility for his actions. Mustn't he? It's quite all right. Li Tianbing moved his lips slightly and closed his eyes once more. Can we be friends? Qian Diao inquired. Certainly, Li Tianbing replied with a gentle chuckle. Students, please line up in an orderly fashion to gather on the playground. And pay attention to your safety. Without a doubt, it was that distant voice. Qian Diao trailed behind Li Tianbing as they walked in formation towards the playground. Tianbing, you were remarkable just now. What was that martial technique? Teach me, will you? Qian Diao flattered as he followed closely behind. Li Tianbing couldn't help but stifle a laugh. It was actually a result of Ling Shi's intervention, yet Qian Diao believed it was due to his own prowess, truly a naive newcomer. That's a private secret, not for disclosure. Li Tianbing huffed coldly, disregarding Qian Diao as his gaze shifted to the elevated platform of the playground. A long red banner hung prominently before it, emblazoned with the striking words, opening ceremony. Several students and teachers were seen moving items around. The students were lined up according to their classes when a magician stepped onto the platform, holding a magical orb that appeared to be formed from concentrated magical energy, resplendent with vibrant colors. The teacher continually shifted hand seals while reciting incantations, causing the multicolored magical orb to hover 3 feet in front of him. Dear students, our Blood Demon Martial Arts Academy has endured the test of time for over 1,000 years, remaining unchanged amidst the tides of history. Many talents have emerged from our academy, becoming formidable figures across the continent. We are truly honored. Today, yet another group of new students joins our ranks, possessing exceptional martial skills and magical talents, particularly those who excel in both martial and magical disciplines. Showcasing remarkable potential, I believe they will bring glory to our academy. Now, let us welcome Director Tang Feng to address us. Let us give him a warm applause. The distant voice emanated from the teacher, amplified through the magical orb, resonating clearly in the ears of every student. It seemed that previous words had also originated from him. A thunderous applause erupted from over 9,000 students, as an elder slowly emerged from the crowd. None other than Director Tang Feng, who had introduced Ling Shi to Li Tianbing on that fateful day. Tang Feng approached the floating magical orb and proclaimed in a booming voice, "Today marks the opening ceremony of the Blood Demon Martial Arts Academy. I shall refrain from lengthy speeches. Those seasoned veterans are already well aware that this ceremony is primarily for the newcomers. As is common knowledge. Each year, the Academy designates 3 leaders to undertake missions, and this time, the secret task will take place in the treacherous region of the Dark Domain in Central Continent, Snake Valley. I trust you are all somewhat familiar with this place, and the 3 leaders must procure 100 snake gallbladders, snake skins, and snake eyes from the outskirts of Snake Valley, totaling 300 items." As soon as Tang Feng uttered these words, the playground erupted in an uproar, with students chattering excitedly and even some senior students displaying expressions of shock, indicating that this location held significant implications for them. Snake Valley, as the name suggests, is the habitat of serpents. Countless, no, not merely millions, but even billions of serpents dwell deep within the Valley of Snakes. Moreover, in this ominous domain, not a single snake is devoid of venom. Tianbing has also encountered references to this place within the ancient texts of Donghu City. The Valley of Snakes is divided into three distinct regions. The outermost area, which offers a semblance of safety, is populated by less venomous serpents, and is thus dubbed the Land of Serpent Venom. A step inward reveals the bloodied marsh, not entirely composed of marshland, but characterized by the venomous snakes that inhabit its mire. At the very heart of the valley lies the lair of the Serpent King, known as the Heart of Devouring Life. The Valley of Snakes is situated in the northeastern part of the Dark Domain in the central region of the Purue continent, approximately 80 to 90 kilometers from the border between the North Snow Empire and the East Lake Empire. It is regarded as one of the most fearsome locales on the continent. Longitudinally divided into three regions, the Land of Serpent Venom, the Bloodied Marsh, and the Heart of Devouring Life. Countless adventurers have once ventured there using scrolls, yet the majority never returned. Why resort to scrolls? Because they feared the five-leaf god. Consequently, among the scrolls on the continent, none, save those crafted by the five-leaf god, are permitted or dare to approach the divine veins. When adventurers arrive at the Valley of Snakes via scrolls, they must remain vigilant for any encounters with followers of the five-leaf god. Should they encounter a multitude, the adventurers are compelled to use their return scrolls, which are bound by time constraints, thus rendering many of them lost to the valley's depths. But why do they knowingly tread into the jaws of danger? Firstly, the gallbladders and skins of the venomous snakes can be fashioned into poisons or other useful substances, enhancing weapons' destructive capacity or serving alternative purposes. Secondly, and most crucially, there exists a legend that every 1,000 years, a Serpent King emerges in the valley. Should the Serpent King perish under abnormal circumstances, a new one will ascend. Conversely, if the demise occurs under normal conditions, once the snakes of the valley elevate to the status of Serpent King, their reign is limited to a millennium. Upon the expiration of this term, they ascend to the divine or demonic realms to become a deity of serpents. In the primordial epochs of the continent, the Valley of Snakes and its Serpent King existed when the venomous serpents were scarce. An adventurer once delved into the Heart of Devouring Life, consuming the Serpent King's gallbladder, thereby attaining immortality and experiencing meteoric advancement in their cultivation, soon breaking through the 10th level and ascending to the divine realm. Of course, this is merely a legend. Adventurers, in their fervent pursuit of longevity, often succumb to their own greed. Most fail to even breach the Land of Serpent Venom, meeting their demise at the fangs of serpents, let alone reaching the Heart of Devouring Life to slay the Serpent King and consume its gallbladder. In truth, many possess opportunities for survival, yet at critical moments, terror often causes them to lose their wits, neglecting to retrieve their teleportation scrolls, leading to their untimely demise at the jaws of serpents. Generally, those who enter the Valley of Snakes carry teleportation scrolls, yet at times, whether one possesses them or not makes little difference. This particular mission can arguably be deemed the most arduous debut task in the annals of the Blood Demon Academy's history, leaving Fei Dao, standing upon the high platform, in a state of constant astonishment. While murmurs of discussion echoed below, a month hence, these three leaders representing the newcomers would embark on their mission to the Valley of Snakes, and there is a strong belief that they shall succeed. After speaking, Tang Feng emotionlessly retreated into the crowd. All right, esteemed classmates, let us now welcome the representatives of the freshman leaders to address us. First, we shall hear from Gu Lu of the Magic Group. Let us applaud in warm welcome. The teacher's resonant voice echoed once more, prompting a wave of applause from the gathered students. From amidst the crowd on the high platform emerged a youth resembling a young man, instantly igniting a flurry of whispers below. Jiu Lu, the enchanter, donned an attire that was decidedly peculiar. His form was enveloped in a flowing black cloak, and his long, ebony hair cascaded down to his waist like an inky waterfall, exuding an aura of mystery. Towering at an impressive 2 meters, his figure was both slender and upright, embodying an enigmatic depth. Particularly striking were his obsidian eyes, reminiscent of a starless void, seemingly devoid of sclera. In stark contrast, his countenance was strikingly pale, creating a dissonance with his dark hair and cloak. A faint aura of shadow seemed to coil around him, dimming the very stage upon which he stood. I am Gu Lu, and it is an honor to serve as the freshman leader of the Magic Group. On this day, 1 month hence, I shall not disappoint the expectations placed upon me and will work alongside my fellow leaders to accomplish our tasks. Thank you. His voice possessed a magnetic quality, and his words were few. The vibrant magical orb before him appeared to be tinged with a hint of darkness. Jiu Lu inclined his head slightly, and wisps of shadow seemed to dance around him with his movement. He then turned, Melding back into the crowd, becoming rather inconspicuous, the wave of excitement surged among the female students as they gazed up at the platform. The teacher approached the radiant magical orb once more, stating, "We thank Gulu for his address. Next, let us extend a warm welcome to YX from the Martial Arts Group, a practitioner of both martial and magical disciplines." The applause resonated as a woman stepped forth from the throng on stage, her figure graceful and her features delicate, clad in flowing azure robes that fluttered like a gentle breeze. Her dark hair cascaded freely behind her, enhancing her air of purity. YX offered a gentle smile, reminiscent of a blooming red lotus, and the sound of male students swallowing in anticipation could be faintly heard from below. "Greetings, everyone, I am YX. Though I am a woman, I harbor no fear of the so-called venomous snakes. I am delighted to undertake this task, as it provides an opportunity for personal growth and experience enhancement. I believe I can stand shoulder to shoulder with my two esteemed brothers and fulfill our mission. I hope for your blessings. Thank you." With another radiant smile, she bowed gracefully, eliciting an even louder round of applause from the audience. Some male students clapped until their palms turned red, and a few even rose on tiptoe to catch a glimpse as she bent, the implications of their actions unspoken. Eltian being scoffed quietly. "What is there to admire? She is not as beautiful as my dear she or you. One day, I shall bring her here for you all to see. But do temper your enthusiasm. I won't be responsible if someone faints," he mused to himself. "Thank you, YX, for your address. Lastly, let us welcome FIDO from the Warriors group to share his thoughts. Please applaud and welcome." As the teacher stepped aside, FIDO emerged from the crowd, slowly making his way forward amidst the applause. Clad in a silver robe and possessing silver hair, he bore a somewhat mischievous smile as he stepped into the limelight, prompting a chorus of excited shrieks from the female students below. The resplendence of Fei-Dao stands in stark contrast to the enigmatic allure of Lixiang, as a piercing scream erupts from a girl amidst the scene. In this vast playground, over 9,000 students gather, occupying merely half of the space, and among them, 1,000 girls cry out, while only a handful of indifferent older sisters regard the commotion with disdain. "Greetings, everyone. My name is Fei-Dao. I am delighted to be here at the Blood Demon Academy, and it is a great honor to serve as the leader of the freshman warrior group. I am aware that our journey to Snake Valley in a month will be fraught with challenges, and we shall face immense pressure. However, I shall strive diligently to hone my skills, contributing my utmost to assist my two companions in completing our mission. Thank you all." A smile graces Fei-Dao's lips, reminiscent of his signature expression, as he bows slightly and retreats into the crowd. Applause erupts from the audience. Following the conclusion of the opening ceremony, Lingshi explains the class schedule in the classroom. 5 days of classes followed by 2 days off, applicable to both residents of the academy and those residing externally, with a manageable workload. Lingshi refrains from excessive chatter and promptly dismisses the students. With classes commencing tomorrow, they now have an evening of leisure. "Tianbing, may I have a word with you?" Fei-Dao rises, his silver hair brushing against his face, a mischievous grin still adorning his features, exuding an air of nonchalance. "Oh, certainly." Li Tianbing responds with a slight smile. Picking up the purple spirit in a quaint little shop, Li Tianbing and Fei-Dao sit across from one another. The establishment is sparsely populated and modest in size, yet it is suffused with rich aromas, adding a vibrant touch to its cool ambience. Fei-Dao pours wine for Li Tianbing, filling his own cup as well, and the air becomes infused with the fragrant scent of liquor, lingering tantalizingly in the air. The two remain silent, seemingly in anticipation. Fei-Dao takes a gentle sip of his drink, gazing out the window, and speaks hesitantly, "Tianbing, there is something I am uncertain whether to share." Outside, darkness envelopes the scene, with only the occasional twinkling of stars. "Speak." Li Tianbing deftly picks up a morsel of food with chopsticks, savoring the flavors with closed eyes. "Tianbing, this journey to Snake Valley represents the most significant trial of my life thus far. This experience differs from all previous ones, rife with peril. I am uncertain whether I can fulfill the task set before me. In truth, I am acutely aware that Fei-Dao's words trail off, interrupted by Li Tianbing. "Get to the point." Li Tianbing downs his drink in one swift motion, the fiery sensation invigorating his spirit, leaving him with a warm, euphoric feeling that he relishes. Fei-Dao chuckles lightly and takes another sip of wine. "Tianbing, could you teach me? I seek your guidance on enhancing my combat energy and strength. I wish to become your disciple." The wine in Li Tianbing's mouth erupts, splattering onto Fei-Dao's face, who had just bowed in respect. "Ha ha ha!" Li Tianbing bursts into uncontrollable laughter, his face flushed with mirth, while the proprietor assumes he is merely a drunken patron, allowing the laughter to continue unabated. Fei Dao retrieves a white handkerchief to wipe the wine from his face and clothes. Yet he does not reproach Li Tianbing. Instead, he looks at him, perplexed. What are you laughing at? Li Tianbing brushed away the tears at the corner of his eye and said, Fei Dao, I cannot fathom what could lead you to such an amusing notion. Am I truly strong? It seems to me that your mindset requires adjustment. As the leader of the new recruits, you are already the strongest among us, my brother. Let us not force matters. There remains a month, ample time for significant improvement. Having spoken, Li Tianbing lifted the wine jug to his lips and began to drink deeply. Tianbing, do not deceive me. I am aware of your modest nature and your aversion to showcasing your prowess. Yet, when you disciplined Qian Diao today, I sensed an extraordinary strength emanating from you, a presence befitting a true champion. Fei Dao lowered his head, his expression tinged with melancholy. Are you not aware that in the realm of fighting spirit, there exists a phenomenon known as willpower-infused combat? To strike at another's mental resolve or physical being using one's own will combined with fighting spirit. Alas, it appears you, a mere fledgling, are oblivious to this. Li Tianbing, seemingly intoxicated, had lost his sense of restraint. Have you not noticed anything peculiar about Master Ling Shi? After quoting Ling Shi, Li Tianbing set down the wine jug and picked up another dish, relishing it with great enthusiasm. The sensation of indulging in fine cuisine after a drink was utterly delightful to him. As he ate, he mumbled, Delicious, delicious. You mean? Fei Dao lifted his gaze, a glimmer of insight dawning in his eyes. As a teacher, Master Ling Shi possesses vast experience due to his age. Could it be you, like those ignorant youngsters, regard him merely as an old man? Li Tianbing took another swig of wine, realizing he had developed an affinity for its taste. The intoxicating sensation was beguiling. Could it be that Qian Diao's defeat today was orchestrated by Master Ling Shi from the shadows? Fei Dao had already begun to speculate, though his heart surged with tumultuous emotions. This wine is exquisite, and the food is equally delightful. Fei Dao, why do you not partake? Come, let us drink. Li Tianbing disregarded Fei Dao's inquiry, immersing himself in his own revelry of food and drink, occasionally expressing his sentiments. Fei Dao gazed out the window, enveloped in silence. As Li Tianbing staggered back to the Shui Ling residence, the night had grown late, and the stars twinkled in the sky. He felt utterly listless, his limbs heavy as he moved, his head spinning with dizziness and pain, his throat parched and hoarse. With a crash, he pushed open the wooden door, gingerly placed Xiling on the table, and, in a disheveled manner, made his way to the bathhouse, collapsing into a deep slumber without noticing Shui Firu, who was tidying his bed. Icing, why are you lying here? She exclaimed. It stinks. Have you been drinking? Shui Firu covered her nose, hesitating momentarily before entering Li Tianbing's bathhouse, where she found him sprawled out, sound asleep. The unique fragrance of the bathwater subdued the scent of alcohol somewhat, yet Shui Firu still found it difficult to breathe, occasionally covering her nose as she gasped for air. Summoning a sphere of water in her hand, she concentrated intently and gently poked a small hole in it with her finger, allowing streams of water to cascade down and splash onto Li Tianbing's body. Although the water was icy cold, he remained utterly unperturbed, lost in a deep slumber. Shui Firu gazed at Li Tianbing, and an involuntary image surfaced in her mind, overwhelming her with an acute sense of shame, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Perhaps she should assist him by wiping his body. With this thought, Shui Firu resolutely made her decision. She fetched a towel and carefully removed Li Tianbing's black robe and fitted attire. Gently wiping his physique with the towel as she beheld the robust muscles adorning Li Tianbing's form, her face grew even warmer. She procured a clean cloth to place beneath him and rummaged through a wooden cabinet to find an extra blanket to cover him. Shui Firu observed Li Tianbing leaning against the wall, drowsily adorned with a blissful smile as he gradually slipped into slumber. The following day, Li Tianbing was jolted awake by waves of weakness and a throbbing headache. He propped himself up, attempting to rise, but the blanket slipped away, prompting him to lower his gaze and retrieve eye. In doing so, he spotted Shui Firu, nestled against the wall with her arms wrapped around herself. Asleep, a surge of emotion filled his heart as he gazed tenderly at the girl, love blossoming within him. Gently, Li Tianbing draped the blanket over Shui Firu's delicate form and pressed a soft kiss to her forehead. He then approached the table, poured himself a cup of tea, and drank it in one gulp, feeling a revitalizing surge of energy. Nevertheless, the discomfort in his head persisted. It seemed he had no desire to attend the academy that day. Classes? Li Tianbing glanced out at the sunlight streaming through the window, suddenly awakening to reality. He dashed towards the bathhouse, calling out, Xiao Rou, wake up quickly. He nudged Shui Firu, who stirred slightly, blinking her sleepy eyes and murmuring, "Bing, you're awake." Just as Shui Firu stood up, Li Tianbing hurriedly ushered her out the door. "Xiaorou, I won't be going to the academy today. Please inform my teacher you're running late. Hurry." Li Tianbing grinned foolishly. But Shui Firu opened the door, glancing back at Li Tianbing with concern. "No buts. Hurry, or you'll be late. Be good," Li Tianbing urged, closing the door behind him with a sigh before returning to the bathhouse. After washing himself, Li Tianbing shook the droplets from his hair, yet he still felt exceptionally unwell, with a burning sensation in his lower abdomen. Resigned, he returned to the bathhouse, sitting cross-legged with his palms facing upward, channeling energy from his dantian to slowly expel the lingering effects of alcohol from his system, which transformed into beads of sweat rolling down his body. In an instant, he experienced an overwhelming sense of relief. The long-lost comfort returned. Had he known that channeling energy could dispel the effects of alcohol, he would have opted for this method sooner. Yet, he pondered, why do some powerful individuals on the continent occasionally succumb to a life of intoxication? In the midst of his musings, an idea took root in Li Tianbing's mind, an excursion to Yishui River. Since his battle with Jin Zi, he had come to realize the deficiencies in his physical prowess. Relying solely on external forces would never grant him true peace of mind. Having diligently trained since the age of 6 for a decade, perhaps he needed to engage in a new form of training to uncover opportunities for enhancement. With Xiling secured on his back, he departed from the Shui residence. For him, the absence of Xiling left him unable to feel at ease. Yishui River, originating from the frosty mountain range, meanders through the realms of Beishue and Donghu before flowing into the sea, making it the premier river of the Purue continent. It flows past the eastern side of Donghu City, approximately 10 kilometers away. A significant part of Donghu City's grand scale can be attributed to the abundant resources provided by Yishui River. In just half an hour, Li Tianbing traversed the 10-kilometer distance, and as he came to a breathless halt, he found himself at the banks of Yishui River. Chapter 25. The odd egg. Li Tianbing stood by the riverbank, gazing across the water where the opposite shore seemed to vanish into the horizon, and he could not help but feel a deep sense of wonder. With a wry smile, he shook his head and exhaled softly. At the banks of Yishui River, towering trees supported lush canopies, their blossoms vibrant and flourishing. Sunlight filtered through the leaves in delicate beams, resembling shards of glass reflecting dazzling light, almost blinding in its brilliance. The leaves rustled in the gentle breeze, creating a shimmering effect akin to sunlight dancing upon the surface of the sea, casting glimmers of light upon the ground that were truly enchanting. Li Tianbing reclined comfortably against the roots of a tree, closing his eyes to rest. The surrounding daylilies, adorned with red and yellow blooms, emitted a fragrant aroma. A subtle smile graced the corners of Li Tianbing's lips, and an unusual luster flickered across his fair skin as the breeze tousled his hair. Once he felt sufficiently rested, he removed his clothing, revealing his bare torso, and scanned the vicinity to ensure no one was near. Only wisps of smoke occasionally wafted from the distant forested mountains. With utmost care, Li Tianbing concealed his garments beneath a pile of grass before leaping into Yishui River. As for swimming, he had dedicated time in the past to learn the skill. Initially, he struggled, but he understood the importance of practicing at the riverbank before eventually swimming freely in the water. Much of what he learned was through self-teaching, and reflecting on it now brought him a sense of gratification. As for the current's coolness, he paid it no mind. The temperature of the North Snow Empire was considerably lower than that of the Donghu Empire, and the small river where he had learned to swim was often filled with ice, making swimming akin to rolling amidst ice blocks. Upon plunging into Yishui River, a refreshing sensation enveloped him, eliciting an involuntary groan of delight. The water was exceptionally clear and refreshingly cool, which Li Tianbing relished. Perhaps if it were as frigid as that of the North Snow, it would suit him even better. However, he understood that many things could not be forced, a truth he held firmly in his heart. The river was neither turbulent nor murky. Against the current, Li Tianbing began to swim, a joyful smile illuminating his face as he freely moved his limbs, savoring the bliss brought by the gentle caress of the water. The sunlight reflected off the surface, casting a radiant glow upon his form, as he glided through the water like a fish. After swimming several hundred meters, he paused to try standing in the water. Suddenly, a sharp sensation pricked his eyes, as if something from the riverbed had reflected light into his gaze, only to vanish in an instant. Following his memory, Li Tianbing recalibrated his angle, sensing the presence of something beneath the surface. Energy surged through him, and a faint purple glow seemed to tint the water around him. Li Tianbing resolved to dive deeper, eager to uncover the mystery of what lay below. Splash! with a powerful thrust. Li Tianbing submerged himself, opening his eyes to follow the direction from which the blinding light had emanated. A surge of defiance erupted forth, causing Li Tianbing's speed to accelerate markedly, propelling him several dozen zhang ahead in an instant. Swiftly approaching the riverbed, where even the keenest of eyes could barely discern the surroundings. The riverbed was overrun with wild grasses, the sunlight cascading upon the green algae, emanating a mesmerizing azure glow. A sight to behold. Beneath the surface of the water, peculiar stones jutted out, while nameless aquatic creatures concealed themselves among the verdant water plants. Upon witnessing the arrival of the uninvited guest, Li Tianbing, they darted into the muddy depths, stirring up a cloud of murky water that spread like a veil. Li Tianbing waved his arms, his visage contorted in the water, his hair flowing like tendrils in the current. Amidst the stones, a glimmer of blue and white luminescence caught his eye, seemingly a chance reflection of sunlight, casting its brilliance into the depths of his pupils. As he drew closer, a sense of astonishment surged within him. What lay before him was an egg, approximately the size of a human palm, as thick as a forearm, and oval in shape, encrusted with layers of moss and adorned with unknown aquatic life. This egg appeared to be wedged between the stones, having endured the passage of countless years. Seated cross-legged upon the roots of a tree, clad in garments, Li Tianbing rested his arms upon Xiling. His chin nestled in his hands, a blade of foxtail grass clutched between his lips, droplets of water dangled from the tips of his azure hair, and his gaze remained fixated on the egg, which radiated a blue halo, lying serenely amidst the foliage. Surrounding him was a profusion of daylilies, exuding an enchanting fragrance, yet Li Tianbing seemed oblivious to their allure, his focus unwaveringly locked onto the egg. For the past 2 months, Li Tianbing had perused numerous tomes in Donghu City, one of which detailed the existence of extraordinary beasts and the vast expanse of the starry cosmos. Wherever life exists, extraordinary beasts dwell. These creatures can forge contracts with humans and can also be tamed. Within the Blood Demon Academy, many students possess their own extraordinary beasts. Alas, dueling among them is strictly forbidden. There are 3 circumstances under which a contract with an extraordinary beast may be established. Firstly, prior to the hatching of the beast egg, its master may forcibly claim ownership by infusing their blood into the egg. Secondly, a human may capture a stronger extraordinary beast to impose a contract. And thirdly, a powerful extraordinary beast may seek to claim a human as its master. Most cultivators welcome the third scenario, for who would refuse to ally with a creature of greater strength? Extraordinary beasts are categorized into 2 types, demonic beasts and divine beasts. Until they reach the divine tier, they are merely referred to as extraordinary beasts, although many prefer to label them otherwise. Only upon achieving the divine tier does their true nature become evident. Should an extraordinary beast ascend to the status of a demonic or divine beast, its lineage would be deemed worthy of such titles. Conversely, if an extraordinary beast fails to reach the divine tier in its lifetime, its lineage will not produce a divine extraordinary beast. Thus, it cannot rightfully bear the titles of demonic or divine beast, being relegated to the category of extraordinary beast. Even if they possess malevolent traits or righteous bloodlines, they cannot be classified as demonic or divine beasts in the realm of humanity, below the divine tier. All notions of righteousness and malevolence are devoid of true significance. In the divine tier, does it truly represent the pinnacle of sanctity and wickedness? No. Beyond the divine tier, realms still await. Whether they are strange beasts or cultivators, all pursue the attainment of divinity or demonhood. Yet, their greater aspiration lies in reaching the realms of absolute sanctity and utter malevolence. They strive to attain the pinnacle of these states. However, the concepts of divinity and demonhood are merely the beginnings of absolute sanctity and utter malevolence. What constitutes absolute sanctity? What defines utter malevolence? No one possesses the knowledge. At this moment, Li Tianbing is engulfed in profound inner turmoil. He is acutely aware that the egg before him is a beast egg, trapped at the riverbed for an indeterminate number of years. Should it belong to the lineage of demonic beasts akin to the fierce Xian beast, it might consume its own mother upon birth, posing a grave threat to him. The mere thought sends a shiver down Li Tianbing's spine. Even if it were of the divine beast lineage, should it take another millennium to emerge, would he not have rescued it from the riverbed in vain? Thus, he finds himself in a state of deep conflict. Should he cast it back into the river? If someone else retrieves it as he did, would the outcome not be the same? Moreover, if it were to fall into the hands of a malevolent individual, who might nurture it into a ferocious and wicked creature, wreaking havoc upon the world and causing untold suffering, then Li Tianbing's thoughts spiral into chaos. Should he keep it? If it emerges as a monstrous beast and ultimately harms the innocent, What difference would there be between himself and those wicked individuals? In such a scenario, the fault would rest solely with him. A gust of wind swept through, ruthlessly dislodging several leaves, which the tree could not retain. Letting them swirl and drift above Li Tianbing's head with a soft pft, he expelled the dogtail grass from his mouth, grasped the purple spirit in his left hand, and cradled the blue and white egg in his right. Rising to his feet, crack, crack, Li Tianbing gently stretched his limbs, turning his head as the sound of cracking joints filled the air. His legs felt somewhat numb, akin to the sensation of acupuncture. Expressionless, he began to move towards Donghu City, gradually departing. Sunlight streamed through a translucent circular tile on the roof, casting a beam of light that fell directly upon the peculiar egg resting on the tea table within Li Tianbing's wooden abode, emanating a ghostly blue glow. There was no choice but to leave you here. Although the sunlight is not particularly brilliant and the duration of exposure is brief, I have done my utmost. Li Tianbing focused intently on the egg radiating a blue luminescence and added, I hope you are not one of those ferocious beasts. Otherwise, he found himself at a loss. Li Tianbing silently prayed within. Ultimately, he decided to take it back with him. Even if the future remained uncertain and fraught with challenges, he would persist. Once a choice is made, one must not harbor regrets. Grasping the purple spirit, he approached the door, gazing at the unmoving egg on the tea table. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward and positioned the teapot in front of the egg, feeling a sense of reassurance before finally pushing the door open and stepping outside. However, his foot was gently tripped, and upon looking down, he discovered one of Shui Firu's small dogs, named Xiao Huang. Its fur was a fluffy shade of yellow, with large ears drooping adorably at the sides of its face. Where are Xiao He and Xiao Bai? Why are you not with them? Li Tianbing squatted down, a smile gracing his face as he stroked Xiao Huang's head. Xiao Huang wagged its tail, playfully tugging at Li Tianbing's cloak, emitting whimpering sounds. What is it? Li Tianbing's expression darkened, his brows furrowing slightly. Woof, woof, woof. The little yellow dog whimpered a few times, still wagging its tail as it dashed towards the meadow, turning its head back to cast a pitiful glance at Li Tianbing. Sensing something amiss, Li Tianbing rose swiftly and hurried after the little yellow dog, following it to the rocky outcrop beside the grassland. A cacophony of mixed barks reached his ears, tinged with a sense of despair and helplessness. The jagged, protruding rocks formed a cramped corner where it appeared that the little black dog was trapped, while the little white and little yellow dogs incessantly barked and howled in distress. As Li Tianbing drew closer, he saw that the little black dog was wedged between two sharp stones, blood seeping from its body and pooling onto the jagged rocks, creating a scene of utter tragedy. It seemed devoid of the strength to bark, now barely clinging to life. What to do? What should he do? At that moment, Li Tianbing felt like an ant on a hot pan, his heart aflame with anxiety. He gazed helplessly at the little black dog's pitiful, pleading eyes, his own eyes growing moist with emotion. What to do? What to do? Cold sweat quickly beaded on his forehead, his face flushed with agitation. Witnessing the little black dog on the brink of death intensified his urgency. The only way to rescue the little black dog was to shrink it down. If he were to forcefully attack the rocky outcrop, the little black dog would only meet a swifter demise. Just as Li Tianbing was at his wit's end, an elderly figure approached from the distance. It was Uncle Nan. Although he walked slowly, he covered the distance of 100 feet in mere breaths, startling Li Tianbing. What was happening? Uncle Nan, hunched yet vibrant, approached with a sprightly demeanor. Grandpa Nan, the little black dog is trapped in the rocky outcrop and cannot escape. Can you help me? It is barely hanging on, Li Tianbing exclaimed, his voice trembling with emotion. It's quite simple, Uncle Nan replied with a smile, his eyes nearly closing into slits. He ambled towards the little black dog, while the little white and little yellow dogs barked at him, their tails wagging with renewed vigor. Even the little black dog seemed to sense hope in Uncle Nan's presence, its gaze reflecting a subtle shift. Uncle Nan's gnarled hand gently caressed the little black dog's body, akin to a soft breeze kissing the earth. Gradually, his seemingly frail hands transformed, gaining strength, and in an instant, they appeared to multiply into countless phantoms, creating a dazzling spectacle. These myriad hands enveloped the little black dog's body as if drawing it into a whirlpool. Beside Uncle Nan, Li Tianbing felt no aura emanating from him, no fighting spirit, no magic, no swiftness. It was as if he was employing nothing but pure technique, executed with a grace that seemed to flow like water. As Uncle Nan's hands moved in a rhythmic dance, the little black dog appeared to detach from the rocky outcrop, as if he had been magically shrunk by Uncle Nan's skill. Miraculously, he emerged unscathed, as if his injuries had been healed. Watching the little black dog frolic once more with the little white and little yellow dogs, chasing each other joyfully, a smile of relief spread across Li Tianbing's face. "Grandpa Nan, how did you do that just now? It's simply unbelievable." Yet, as he gazed at Uncle Nan, he was filled with a profound sense of admiration. With a heart devoid of distractions and a mind as tranquil as still water, all things can be achieved. Uncle Nan gently patted Li Tianbing's shoulder before gradually walking away. His mind was devoid of distractions, as tranquil as still water. Li Tianbing gazed in the direction where Uncle Nan had vanished, standing there in a daze, murmuring to himself, a mind free of distractions. Such a notion was utterly unattainable. Just like saving Xiao He, his thoughts were solely fixated on that endeavor, and thus, achieving a state of mental clarity was impossible. Similarly, for a cultivator who seeks solely to elevate themselves, how could one attain a mind unperturbed, as serene as water? As time marched on, another day slipped away. Though time may pass, its relentless flow remains unchanged. Regardless of whether everything turns to dust and void, it will continue to flow through the chaos. Blood Demon Academy, office on the 5th floor of the Martial Arts Building. Dio, enlighten me. Why did you not attend class yesterday? Ling Shi inquired, glancing at the book in his hands, while Fei Dao and Li Tianbing stood before him. Teacher Ling Shi, I sincerely apologize. The night before last, Tianbing and I indulged in a bit of wine. Hence, we were absent yesterday. Fei Dao lowered his head, unable to meet Ling Shi's gaze. I asked that so? Li Tianbing. Ling Shi set down his book and regarded Li Tianbing. Yes, it is. Li Tianbing also lowered his head, avoiding Ling Shi's eyes. Fei Dao, as the class leader, you took the lead in skipping class without prior notice. If all your classmates were to follow your example and abandon their studies, what would become of our class? A class leader should embody the role of a model for others, rather than lead in truancy. A leader must shoulder responsibility and guide the class effectively. If I too were to feign illness and absent myself, what would our class become? Ling Shi calmly admonished Fei Dao, yet the more composed he appeared, the more frightened Fei Dao and Li Tianbing grew. Teacher Ling Shi, I am truly sorry. I recognize my mistake in violating the Academy's regulations. Fei Dao said, his voice trembling as he kept his head down. It is commendable that you acknowledge your error. I have always stated that your primary purpose here is to learn to become a person of worth. Cultivation is secondary. I do not wish to elaborate further, but I hope you take heed and that such incidents do not recur. Fei Dao understood and vowed never to err again. He shifted slightly, feeling as though he was on the verge of liberation. Very well, you may run 5 laps around the playground, and then you may return home to reflect upon your actions, Ling Shi addressed Fei Dao calmly. Fei Dao finally exhaled in relief. The pressure around him dissipated in an instant. After all, running 5 laps was trivial with the aid of his fighting spirit. Remember, you are not permitted to utilize your fighting spirit while running. Ling Shi delivered this unexpected blow just as Fei Dao was reveling in his relief. Understood, Fei Dao replied with a resigned smile. As Fei Dao departed, Li Tianbing's heart raced wildly, for he knew that he was next in line to face the consequences. You will run 10 laps around the playground, and you too must refrain from using your fighting spirit, Ling Shi stated in a calm tone, returning to his book, having not cast a single glance at Li Tianbing throughout. Oh, Li Tianbing felt a surge of doubt within, yet he dared not speak further. Upon reaching the playground, Fei Dao had just completed a lap and, panting heavily, asked Li Tianbing, how many laps did teacher Ling Shi assign you? 10 laps, Li Tianbing replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Why? Fei Dao stared wide-eyed, unable to believe it. What was Ling Shi's intention? No one knew. Uncertain, he decided to act according to his wishes. Li Tianbing also recognized his own mistakes. After all, he had consumed alcohol and had even taken a leave from the overlord. However, Li Tianbing understood that Ling Shi was surely hinting at some profound truth. Li Tianbing's chest heaved continuously, his throat throbbing painfully. The fighting spirit surged from his dantian, like a refreshing stream flooding through his body, as a gentle purple light enveloped him, restoring his lost vitality. Within the embrace of the purple glow, Li Tianbing closed his eyes and introspected, observing the state of his inner being. This moment, the Tianling fighting spirit had begun to show a hint of white within its purple hue, indicating that the Tianling art was on the verge of entering the 4th tier. Once the Tianling art ascended to this level, his fighting spirit would undergo a monumental transformation. If his current fighting spirit resembled a meandering brook, then the 4th tier Tianling fighting spirit would be akin to a surging river, and its color would shift from purple to silver, exuding a sense of profound depth. Naturally, Li Tianbing was elated at the prospect of the Tianling art's imminent breakthrough. Fei Dao had already returned home, having completed his run. Bored after restoring his energy, Li Tianbing wandered to a secluded path behind the teaching building, meandering aimlessly. The path was frequently maintained, remaining remarkably clean. To one side lay the grassy expanse behind the teaching building, while the other was bordered by a wall, beyond which lay the forbidden back mountain of the academy. As Li Tianbing strolled casually, he suddenly halted, as if compelled by a subconscious urge. He turned to his left, and before him stood a towering, deep black iron door, reminiscent of a hellish claw forged from ancient iron. This door, weathered by countless years, was rusty yet emanated an invisible pressure that sent shivers down Li Tianbing's spine. An iron chain, adorned with a rusted lock, dangled from one of the doors like a suspended organ. Though the iron door was ajar, he could glimpse tall weeds beyond it. This indicated that, despite the door's slight opening, no one had passed through from the outside, nor had anyone entered from beyond it. This was due to the Academy's strict prohibition. Students of the Blood Demon Academy were forbidden to tread even a step into the back mountain. Consequently, the lock atop the iron door had remained untouched for many years, allowing the door to creak open gradually, the chain now exceedingly fragile. Yet, within Li Tianbing's heart, a voice seemed to beckon him. He felt as though the surroundings were filled with lamentations. Confronted by the towering crimson wall and the deep black iron door, Li Tianbing sensed himself in the depths of hell. It was as if he were responding to a call. Fully aware of the Academy's prohibition, he nonetheless found himself irresistibly drawn closer to the iron door. Although his mind was alert, Li Tianbing was convinced that something lay hidden within the weeds beyond the door, something that was calling out to him. The partially opened iron door could barely allow a single person to pass sideways. Li Tianbing cautiously maneuvered his way past the door, step by step, fearful that he might inadvertently topple it, thereby toppling a testament of history. Carefully slipping past the iron door, he found himself standing before an entirely different world. Thus, Li Tianbing once again surveyed his surroundings with a countenance rife with confusion. He found himself amidst a thicket of grass taller than a man, flanked by towering rock formations, through which he could only discern the outlines of the stones. As he forged ahead through the underbrush, the voice within him seemed to grow ever clearer. The soil beneath his feet was parched, and the grass was a mottled mix of green and yellow, suggesting that rain seldom graced this place, evoking a pervasive sense of eeriness and desolation. Suddenly, Li Tianbing stumbled upon a hard object beneath his feet. He crouched down, clearing away the grass and mud, revealing a weathered stone tablet. Faintly inscribed upon it were several characters. Despite the ravages of time, the script was still recognizable to Li Tianbing. Forbidden area of the back mountain. He paused momentarily in contemplation, pondering what secrets lay hidden within this back mountain. Stepping past the low, ancient stone tablet, Li Tianbing ventured several hundred paces further, still surrounded by grass, though this time it grew more densely to the right. He turned along the path of the grass, continuing onward until he found himself obscured by the towering rocks, and the call within him intensified. After walking a few more meters and parting the grass, he beheld a majestic mountain before him, where the growth of grass abruptly ceased, as if this mountain were a forbidden zone. At that moment, Li Tianbing stood upon a stone at the foot of this back mountain, which was devoid of trees or flowers, cloaked in a somber darkness that exuded an unspoken terror. Without further deliberation, he ascended towards the source of the call, climbing nearly 100 paces, until a gaping chasm materialized halfway up the mountain. To avoid drawing suspicion, he hastily entered the cavern, where darkness gradually enveloped him, and a chilling breeze surged over him. Li Tianbing could not discern the conditions within the cave. It was as though the voice beckoning him from the depths awaited his arrival. Treading slowly upon a path strewn with fragmented stones and desiccated mud, he continued until visibility faded entirely, at which point his steps came to a halt. Simultaneously, an unfamiliar scent assailed his senses, a pungent aroma that jolted his mind. He could not immediately recall its nature, but he felt a surge of vitality coursing through him, even prompting the restless stirring of Xiling in an instant. His fighting spirit surged forth, shimmering with violet luminescence, illuminating the path ahead. Thus, a scene that instilled terror in Li Tianbing unfolded before his eyes. The walls of the cave, both to the sides and overhead, glowed a deep crimson, appearing extraordinarily ominous, as if highlighted by some unknown force, or perhaps they were inherently that shade of red, profoundly so. Before Li Tianbing lay the darkness leading deeper within. The Water Spirit Mage Guild is one of the most renowned guilds in Donghu City. Alongside other prestigious organizations such as the Assassin's Guild, the Warriors Guild, and the Thieves Guild. The Tianyun Assassins Guild stands as the foremost guild in Donghu City, having accomplished numerous seemingly insurmountable tasks, earning the recognition of higher authorities. Each guild offers tasks that can be undertaken by its members or by solitary practitioners. Membership is categorized into apprentice members, third-tier members, second-tier members, first-tier members, and elite members. Above them are the vice president and the president. The Tianyun Assassins Guild was established 2 decades ago by the esteemed assassin, Lei Tianyun. This guild has weathered numerous storms and accomplished a multitude of elite tasks. It is situated on a renowned bustling street near the heart of Donghu City, close to the imperial capital. The entrance of the guild appears far more magnificent than that of the Water Spirit Guild, exuding a sense of timelessness without a hint of antiquity. Within the grand hall, members bustle about, engaged in various activities. At the reception desk, an administrator is in discussion with several members regarding task details. Behind the counter, there is a wooden board divided into 4 sections. The bottommost section prominently displays the words Level 3 tasks, surrounded by a dense array of text listing dozens of straightforward assignments. Above that are the sections for Level 2, Level 1, and Elite tasks. The Elite task section contains only a single task, offering a reward of 100 purple crystal coins, albeit with a degree of difficulty surpassing that of other tasks. Each task is meticulously crafted by the guild, and upon completion, one must present their spoils at the counter for verification in order to claim their reward. Behind the hall lies a series of rooms, beyond which are training facilities available for the members' use. In truth, they seldom return to these places, often occupied with external endeavors, in the last row of rooms. Within a particular chamber obscured by shadows, only a harsh white light filters in through the window, creating an uncomfortable atmosphere. Seated on a chair is an individual whose outline reveals him to be an elderly man. Standing beside him is another person, their expressions concealed by the darkness as they are backlit by the light from outside. President Lei Tianyun, I am willing to offer 200 purple crystal coins. May I know your thoughts on this? The standing figure speaks, his voice grating like nails scraping against a wall. This puts me in a rather difficult position. Lei Tianyun, who has surpassed 50 years of age, sighed, though his words did not convey a sense of grievance. Given this, I shall seek other guilds. Donghu City is not solely yours to claim, the other man retorted, making a gesture as if to depart. Wait a moment. This task, after all, is a killing mission and presents certain challenges. Lei Tianyun feigned a dramatic air, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth in the darkness. Why not classify it as an elite task? Very well, I shall offer you 200 purple crystal coins. Is that sufficient? The man, understanding the implication, spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if wealth held no significance for him. 200 purple crystal coins equate to 20,000 gold coins, a sum substantial enough to sustain a destitute family for a lifetime. This is manageable, quite manageable. Lei Tianyun's demeanor instantly brightened, incongruous with his position as president. I shall await your favorable news. Ha 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 ha. Should anyone have overheard this laughter, they would likely have gone mad, save for the entranced Lei Tianyun, lost in thoughts of wealth. The man departed, and after a moment, Lei Tianyun exited the room, heading directly to the reception desk to relay a few instructions to the administrator. Subsequently, Lei Tianyun made his way outside the guild. The administrator shook his head, as if awakening from a dream, stifling a yawn before crossing out the elite task on the taskboard and pinning a new entry. Eliminate the blood demon from the Martial Arts Academy's first-year class, Li Tianbing. Yet, the reward remained unchanged at 100 purple crystal coins. The members and monks who noticed the situation immediately gathered around, chattering among themselves, their eyes drawn to the enticing reward, yet none dared to take on the task, solely due to its affiliation with the Blood Demon Academy. 10 minutes later, a young man clad in tight leather approached the counter with an impassive countenance, seized a black pen, marked a large cross on the special task section, and inscribed a name. Long Lai. Chapter 27. Blood Demon. At the Blood Demon Academy, in the forbidden area of the rear mountain, Li Tianbing's hands shimmered with a silver-purple glow as he gazed in astonishment at the cavern walls around him, permeated with an overwhelming scent of blood. The surge of vitality within him intensified, and he found himself harboring a strange desire to taste blood. At that moment, he realized he had developed a peculiar fondness for the sanguine aroma. Li Tianbing did not wish to dwell on it, nor did he dare to, as he slowly ventured deeper into the cave. A cool breeze wafted through, carrying the metallic scent of blood, and as he delved further into the cavern, his breathing grew not heavier but rather more effortless. This bizarre phenomenon did little to alter Li Tianbing's resolve, nor did it sway the voice within him. After navigating numerous twists and turns, the scent of blood thickened, and the rock walls deepened into a crimson hue, as if genuine blood had been smeared across them, or perhaps it had merged with the very stone itself. At this moment, Li Tianbing felt his heart racing with increasing fervor. His eyes turned a vivid red, his entire being trembled as if boiling water was roiling within him, and the purple spirit in his grasp quivered incessantly. Li Tianbing's face contorted violently, his blood coursing wildly, as the lifeblood within his veins surged at an alarming rate. As his eyes became entirely crimson, a myriad of images and emotions flooded his mind. The awe of first encountering the Blood Demon Academy. The overwhelming sensation of being in a hellish scene upon seeing the teaching building, meeting Ling Shi, running alongside Fei Dao, the days spent with Shui Firu, and the laughter of his father mingled with the tears of his mother. It was as if a tangled ball of yarn had erupted in chaos within his mind. With a sudden gasp, he felt a chill in his throat and coughed up a mouthful of blood, which splattered onto the ground, though he could not discern where, for the path before him was drenched in deep crimson. Li Tianbing snapped back to reality. Despite the rapid flow of blood, he felt no discomfort. Rather, he found himself oddly relishing this frenzied sensation. United in spirit and blade, Li Tianbing focused on the trembling purple spirit, unable to resist caressing it as he spoke. Purple spirit, be calm. We shall face whatever comes together. Is it not so? In times of adversity, we should not fight alone. Even in destruction, we must stand united, for we are already of one heart, and our blood is intertwined. Gradually, the purple spirit ceased its trembling, emanating waves of purple lightning that coiled around the blade. Li Tianbing smiled, his eyes glinting with determination, cautiously advancing forward. Though he had bolstered his courage, an atmosphere of near terror began to envelop the surroundings, making even the act of walking feel arduous. A sudden chill swept over him, and the sanguine hue around him did not diminish. Instead, a murky bloodlust hung in the air, seemingly undeterred by the cool breeze that blew through. In that moment, the call that reverberated within Li Tianbing's heart suddenly vanished, seemingly transforming into a series of mournful wails that echoed in his ears. At times, it resembled a woman whispering softly, though the words remained indistinct. At other moments, it pierced his eardrums like the shriek of a vengeful spirit. A chilling sensation enveloped his entire being, making him feel as if he had plunged into an unfathomable abyss of ice, the cold seeping into his bones. The source of this terror appeared to loom not far away, prompting Li Tianbing to halt in his tracks, anxiety tightening its grip on him, his pores reacting to the frigid air. An overwhelming pressure pressed in from all sides, as he trudged forward with great difficulty, rounding a bend. Before him lay a scene more horrific than any he had ever witnessed. This was the cavern's end. A narrow alcove scarcely 3 or 4 meters wide in this confined space. A coffin was crammed into the corner, standing out starkly against the surroundings. Li Tianbing dared not gaze long at the coffin, for this place had all but transformed into a realm of blood. Yet, he could discern that the coffin was of a deep, obsidian hue. In that moment, he felt as though he had become one with the sanguine atmosphere. Even if someone were to enter now, they would be oblivious to his presence. The surroundings were drenched in red, the coffin's blackness interspersed with flecks of crimson. Despite his trepidation, Li Tianbing mustered the courage to look toward the coffin, and his heart immediately leapt in alarm. Was it the entity within that was beckoning him? If so, given the current circumstances, it seemed the occupant had long since met their demise. He dared not ponder further, forgetting the chill, the horror, and everything else. The call within him resounded once more. He distinctly heard it now, understanding that it was indeed the being within the coffin that sought him. With a numbed resolve, he advanced, his right hand gripping tightly onto Xiling, knowing he must confront what lay ahead. "Ah!" Li Tianbing suddenly shouted to embolden himself, his cry echoing through the cavern, quickly swallowed by the oppressive atmosphere. He peered intently into the coffin, and a wave of cold dread washed over him. He had expected to find a stone sarcophagus, yet there was nothing but a pile of bones. Before him lay a disarray of white remains, their eyes coalescing into a ghastly cluster of bone, scattered haphazardly within the coffin devoid of stone. The sheer number of bones was staggering, leaving him to contemplate the countless lives lost, causing his mind to erupt in chaos once more. Li Tianbing staggered back a few steps, his complexion paling to that of a blank sheet of paper, though concealed by the sanguine haze. He leaned heavily on his left knee, bowing his head as he gasped for breath. His legs felt weak, and had it not been for the conviction bolstering him, he would have surely collapsed. He felt as though an iron weight pressed upon his heart, suffocating him, yet gradually, he began to forget the pain. Desperately wishing to flee, His legs refused to obey, as if severed from the commands of his mind. Once more, he inched closer to the coffin, convinced that a horrific specter would soon reveal itself, an indelible memory he would carry for a lifetime. However, Li Tianbing sensed that the matter was far from straightforward, his feet inexorably drawing nearer to the coffin. Once again, his gaze fell upon the grotesque tableau of accumulated bones. He halted before the coffin, resolutely refusing to retreat. He felt as though the very essence of his being had ceased to metabolize, as if his soul were on the verge of being snatched away, leaving him devoid of life, merely a hollow shell. Li Tianbing suddenly shook his head, resolutely convincing himself that all of this was but an illusion, that the events unfolding were mere figments of his imagination. Thus, he dared to gaze once more into the abyss. The skeletal remains remained unchanged, impervious to his scrutiny. His eyes narrowed to slits, and the bones within his pupils grew increasingly distinct. Cough. A peculiar sound pierced the silence, reminiscent of an elderly man's cough, yet markedly different, akin to the echo of a hard object striking the cavern walls. In an instant, the tension that had gripped Li Tianbing's heart receded like the tide, only to be replaced by a chilling sense of dread. Who? His heartbeat quickened. Li Tianbing gasped for breath, unable to still the tumult within. No response echoed from the depths of his blood. In this secluded corner of the cave, who else could possibly be present? Perhaps Li Tianbing was merely suffering from auditory hallucinations. Yet, an unsettling thought surged in his mind. Could it be the ghost of the coffin? At that moment, curiosity ignited within him, and his initial desire to flee was cast aside. Li Tianbing focused his mind, his fighting spirit surging forth like a tidal wave, enveloping him entirely, even reaching his eardrums. He strained to listen, seeking the source of that sound. Cough, cough, gurgle, gurgle. A cacophony of noises resonated with startling clarity in his ears and mind. At this juncture, Li Tianbing was battered and bruised, teetering on the brink of collapse. Had it not been for his astonishing willpower, he might have already succumbed to despair. The origin of the sound eluded him, as it seemed to emanate from all directions, weeping and lamenting, like a woman softly murmuring to herself. Hearing these voices filled him with trepidation. His eyes brimmed with fear, and he yearned to escape once more. Had an ordinary person experienced the myriad emotions Li Tianbing was enduring in that moment, they would likely have been paralyzed with terror, losing their very soul. He longed to depart, to flee this haunted place. With great difficulty, Li Tianbing took a step forward, intent on retracing his path, though not go. That voice echoed once more, sounding remarkably ancient, as if it had not spoken in millennia, like a decrepit wooden door creaking open, releasing a heavy air of desolation, its harsh timbre chilling to the bone. Who? Li Tianbing heard it distinctly, a shiver racing down his spine. His emotions were a tumultuous roller coaster. His body felt as if it were plummeting into an unfathomable abyss, frozen to the core. Indeed, Li Tianbing had heard it with utmost clarity. It was undeniably a voice. Yet, in this cavern, who else could possibly exist? Was it conceivable that another soul, like his own, lay concealed within the thick miasma of blood? Li Tianbing dared not delve deeper into that thought, fearing that this presence was mere inches away from him. As if he could sense its breath, the voice seemed to sigh in a contented yawn, raspy and worn, as though it had not uttered a word in ages. What kind of solitude must that be? At that moment, Li Tianbing abruptly sensed a shift in his surroundings. The blood mist within the cave swirled like a vortex in the sea, being drawn into the sarcophagus. No, it was not merely the sarcophagus, but something behind it that was siphoning the mist away. As Li Tianbing inhaled sharply, he finally discerned the truth. There was indeed another entity behind the sarcophagus. This revelation astonished him, reigniting his excitement, albeit tempered by a lingering sense of vigilance. As the sanguine aura around him gradually dissipated, the object behind the sarcophagus became increasingly visible. It was a pool, rising half a meter above the sarcophagus and spanning approximately 2 meters in circumference. A multitude of thoughts raced through Li Tianbing's mind as he cautiously approached the blood-filled basin. The surrounding blood mist was drawn into this pool, allowing Li Tianbing to finally glimpse the features of this corner of the cave. Above, the rocky ceiling was adorned with carvings of ancient, otherworldly beasts, their forms exuding an air of sanctity. Flanking the sides were depictions of divine dragons and phoenixes, alongside various armored deities wielding weapons, their postures exuding grandeur and might. These illustrations left Li Tianbing, witnessing them for the first time, utterly astounded. Yet, he remained watchful, casting a wary gaze upon the blood pool. which emitted a faint crimson glow that illuminated this corner of the cavern. Though not with clarity, by the light of the crimson glow and his inner energy, he could see that the ground beneath him was still a parched pathway. However, around the sarcophagus lay several skulls and bones, causing him to draw in a sharp breath at the same time. He noticed that the carvings at the cave's end were markedly different, appearing severely fragmented and indistinct, as if they bore the marks of a past conflict. Litionbing scrutinized the blood pool while standing before the sarcophagus. In that instant, fear was forgotten, replaced by an intensifying curiosity that began to overshadow his trepidation. Reminiscent of the initial call that had drawn him here, trembling, he felt as if the scene before him had endured the ravages of countless ages. Though separated by a mere sarcophagus, the blood pool seemed unfathomably distant. Akin to the void between the farthest reaches of the universe, I felt as though eons had passed, with ancient times fading away, leading to this very moment. Yet, despite the perceived distance, Litionbing sensed an uncanny closeness to the blood pool. As if it resided within the depths of his own heart, a sense of familiarity washed over him, akin to the bond he shared with Xiling. Had it been waiting all along? Or was it a predetermined fate? What kind of fate could it be? The blood pool appeared ordinary, yet within it, a viscous liquid of fresh blood bubbled ominously, producing sounds reminiscent of boiling water, like an imminent volcanic eruption. A thin veil of dark mist wafted around the edges of the pool, imparting an eerie sensation. Litionbing's pupils fixated on the sanguine hue before him, the red growing ever clearer, bright and blinding. Who could it be? Litionbing's eyes burned crimson, while Xiling stirred restlessly beside him. Had he not held on tightly, it would have surely flown away. Simultaneously, he felt a tumultuous surge of energy within him, as if he were intrinsically linked to the blood pool, a sensation he relished. You have finally arrived. However, at this moment, the voice resonated with a profound tranquility, devoid of raspiness, ageless like the waves of the sea, surging towards Litionbing. What does this mean? Upon hearing these words, a flash of insight abruptly illuminated Litionbing's mind, exploding with a thunderous realization. Could it be that this individual is summoning him? Is he awaiting Litionbing's arrival? Why? What could possibly be the motive? There are many things you will gradually come to understand. My new master. The blood bubbles in the blood pool churned incessantly, and the sound emanated from there, resonating clearly within Litionbing's mind. What? New master? Litionbing's body finally succumbed, collapsing onto the parched earth with a rustling sound. In this cool, breezy cave, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Even the hand that clutched tightly onto Xiling had grown damp. The situation was beyond his comprehension. His head throbbed painfully, entangled in a multitude of thoughts, as the mere utterance of a word from the other party could stir a tempest of emotions within him. He wished to refrain from thinking, for the more he pondered, the sharper the pain became. Let me tell you a story. The blood in the blood pool continued to churn, as if accustomed to the turmoil. Wait, you. Who are you? I demand that you tell me now. I yearn to know. Litionbing rose, his eyes aflame with excitement as he gazed at the blood pool, only to realize that even speaking had rendered him somewhat hoarse, as if the specter of death had seized his throat. What do you say? There seemed to be a hint of mockery in the tone, yet it was intertwined with a glimmer of anticipation, as if aware that Litionbing would surely discern the truth. Litionbing wished to utter no further words, fixating on the blood pool, when the four characters of the stele on the back mountain suddenly surged into his mind, causing him to reel in shock. Could it be? Litionbing stared in astonishment at the blood swirling within the pool, his eyes ablaze with crimson, utterly astonished by the answer he had deduced. What could it be? It was as if something compelled Litionbing to utter it aloud. You are the blood demon? Litionbing reluctantly voiced his conclusion, the answer he believed to be true. Perhaps, now, may I regale you with a story? Upon hearing it, you will come to understand many things. Few are worthy of my tales, Litionbing. This time, the tone conveyed an endless desolation and helplessness, as if it were the most profound anguish of the soul, something it was reluctant to reveal yet felt compelled to unveil. However, as the tone progressed, it bore an indescribable dominance. Litionbing weakly stepped back a few paces, leaning against the cold cave wall as he slowly sank to the ground. Despite his belief that the entity within the blood pool was indeed the blood demon, when the latter acknowledged it, Litionbing could not suppress the shock within. The Blood Demon Academy was undoubtedly founded by the Blood Demon. Its history was long and storied, renowned through the ages. If its founder, the Blood Demon, were still alive, just how formidable would his power be? Litionbing could not help but gasp in astonishment. But why would the blood demon seek him out? What secrets lay hidden within this enigma? Why had the blood demon lingered in this secluded cave? What storms had he weathered? Moreover, how did the blood demon come to know his name? What significance did this forthcoming story hold? Chapter 28. The blood-devouring sword of the 7 heavenly swords. Blood Demon Academy. Draped in a form-fitting dark golden leather attire, Long Lai approached class one of the first-year warriors with an icy demeanor. That moment, most of the students had already departed. Standing at the entrance, he inquired, "May I ask, who among you is Li Tianbing?" The remaining students in the classroom turned their gazes towards Long Lai in unison. Some of the female students expressed surprise, others confusion, while many were simply captivated. For even with his frigid expression, Long Lai exuded an undeniable charm. However, the female students dared not utter a word nor draw near him, for an aura of lethal intent enveloped him. Fei Dao returned home after a run, only to discover unfinished matters awaiting his attention at the academy. He promptly returned, and having resolved those issues, he sat alone at a table, engrossed in literature concerning the continent. Upon hearing someone call out Li Tianbing, he immediately lifted his gaze to Long Lai. His silvery hair brushed gently against his neck, reminiscent of a delicate hand caressing him. Rising to his feet, he revealed a flowing white robe, and with his slender fingers, he flicked away petals that had inadvertently fallen from the girl's playful rose arrangements. The petals drifted silently to rest at his feet as he flashed a wicked smile, playfully winking before striding towards Long Lai. "Tianbing is not present. Should you require anything, seek me out, and I shall relay your message," Fei Dao stated, standing before Long Lai, both of similar stature, locked in a gaze. The classroom fell into an abrupt silence, with only the echo of Fei Dao's voice resonating. Long Lai scrutinized Fei Dao's clear eyes, which reflected his own silhouette. With a cold snort, he replied, "If he appears, instruct him to meet at the Tianyun Guild." Crossing his arms, he lowered his head, his hair casting a shadow over his brow. Obscuring his eyes, he turned, taking a step away, treating Fei Dao merely as a messenger. "Tianyun Guild." Fei Dao murmured softly, instantly grasping the significance of this guild. "Wait," he called out to Long Lai. Long Lai halted, maintaining his bowed posture, slightly turning his body without meeting Fei Dao's gaze. "What is your name?" Fei Dao leaned against the door, head lowered, exuding an air of arrogance. "You are unworthy to know, nor is Li Tianbing," Long Lai replied, casting a disdainful sidelong glance at Fei Dao, before resuming his departure without a backward glance. Crack, crack, Fei Dao clenched his fists, the sound of his bones cracking echoing in the air. He glared at Long Lai's retreating figure, his eyes aflame with fury in the forbidden grounds of the back mountain. Thump, thump, within the cave, the only sound was the heartbeat of Li Tianbing, as the blood within the pool ceased its flow. "Speak," Li Tianbing said, lowering his head to calm his tumultuous emotions, though his chest still heaved with each breath. "Sigh." That voice carried an air of helplessness, hearkening back over 1,000 years to the divine and demonic wars between the realms. The underworld king Hades led hundreds of thousands of evil demon soldiers against the divine realm, while the 7 sword masters valiantly resisted. Alas, Hades, having reached the level of evil demon, proved so formidable that even the god king Sophia could not withstand him. The 7 sword masters suffered grievous injuries in that cataclysmic battle, and at a crucial moment, one among them, the demon lord, betrayed the 7 swords to ally with Hades, further exacerbating the already dire plight of the divine realm. The voice in Li Tianbing's mind abruptly fell silent, as if it too lamented the past in years past. The demon lord was captured by the divine king at the borders of the divine realm. Upon discovering that the demon lord had been forsaken by the demon realm, the divine king, out of goodwill, took him in, with the consent of the pantheon of gods. Yet, astonishingly, the demon lord returned to the side of the underworld king, alas, at that time, when the 6 swords were gravely injured. The demon lord dealt them a crushing blow. In such dire circumstances, the sword masters were on the brink of annihilation, with several intermediate and high-level deities suffering significant casualties. They were utterly powerless. Just as the underworld king and the demon lord prepared to breach the divine realm, a miracle unfolded. The divine dragon, absent for millennia, re-emerged, perhaps unwilling to see the divine realm meet its end. In the grand tapestry of fate, certain events are predestined. The blood continued to surge. The divine dragon vanquished the minions of the demon realm, although the underworld king and the demon lord survived. They could not threaten the divine realm for the foreseeable future. The divine dragon, slightly injured, soon vanished. Now, only 6 swords remain of the 7 swords. Sophia could never have imagined that the demon lord would betray her. Betray the seven swords. The whims of fate are unpredictable. Who could foresee such twists? In the aftermath of the divine and demonic war, the divine realm lay in ruins, steeped in sorrow. After a time, the divine king and the other 5 sword masters sought the counsel of a deity, Joyous Silong, the god of knowledge. Joyous Silong conveyed the will of the divine father, informing the divine king that 1,000 years hence, a child of the 7 swords would emerge in the mortal realm, destined to inherit all the power of the 7 swords, in the grand design of fate. The divine king and the other deities did not press for specifics. After all, they too were once inheritors of the 7 swords, and inevitably, someone would take their place. Thus, the 6 swords were scattered across various locations in the mortal realm, awaiting the arrival of the child of the 7 swords a millennium later. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, the sword masters of the 6 swords fell into discord and separated. 1,000 years ago, when the 6 swords descended into the mortal realm, it coincided with the invasion of the 5-leaf god upon the continent of Prui. It was here that I established the Blood Demon Academy, entrusting its affairs to certain mortals. When the 5-leaf god encroached upon this land, I found myself utterly incapable of resisting alone and was pursued into this cavern, where I was sealed away by the malevolent forces. Now, a millennium has passed, and I have finally awaited your arrival. The 7 swords shall once again reveal their brilliance. Echoes of poignant memories reverberated through the cavern, accompanied by the rapid heartbeat of Li Tianbing. So, what do these revelations signify? Li Tianbing calmed himself. It appeared that the other party would not take any drastic actions against him. Did you not discern anything from the previous discourse? The blood in the blood pool began to boil, erupting violently. Yet, as it grazed the threshold of the pool's edge, dark tendrils surged forth, forming a black formation that suppressed the blood, preventing even a drop from spilling, causing the blood to emit chilling cries. Li Tianbing lowered his head and closed his eyes. Could it be that I am the child of the 7 swords? He was reluctant to voice it, but ultimately, it must be said. Truly, he is the future heir of the 7 celestial swords. The blood regained its tranquility, seemingly accustomed to the suppression of the black formation. Yet, how do you know these things? What connection does the founder of the Blood Demon Academy have with the divine demonic war? As the son of the 7 swords, Li Tianbing gradually realized, upon recalling the voice that had summoned him and the tales it recounted, that he was initially taken aback. Yet, beneath that astonishment lay a sense of relief. Some things, it seemed, were destined, perhaps orchestrated by figures so formidable that even the very fabric of rules could not alter their intentions. Me? His blood momentarily paused, and after a brief contemplation, he spoke. When the 6 swords descended into the mortal realm, one fell into the Eastern Lake Empire, in the city of Donghu. Subsequently, he sought out a commoner to serve as a substitute and established the Blood Demon Academy. It remained unclear whether he intentionally withheld further details or wished for Li Tianbing to continue guessing, thereby honing his instincts. Nevertheless, Li Tianbing was indeed profoundly shaken, as if gently caressed by scalding water. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "What? Are you one of the 7 swords?" His emotions transformed in an instant. Clever, the voice in his mind remained unperturbed. "Why should I believe you?" Li Tianbing, gripped by agitation, clutched the xiling, uncertain whether his words stemmed from disbelief or from sheer folly. Disbelieve? Pray tell, how could a mere mortal possess such profound knowledge of the divine and demonic wars? The voice persisted, calm and steady. Even among the continent's mightiest, those who were aware of the conflicts between the realms of gods and demons had merely heard tales from their elders, lacking true comprehension of the underlying truths. Even those genuinely acquainted with the matter would seldom divulge intricate details to their successors. You are fabricating this. Li Tianbing's naivety became apparent. In the vast expanse of Puri continent, aside from myself, my parents, and a few genuine powerhouses, who else could possibly fathom the secrets of the 7 swords? Are you merely pretending, or do you truly not understand? Do you not trust me? Ask your xiling. The tone of the blood demon carried a hint of exasperation. Ask xiling? Li Tianbing murmured, and at that moment, he finally found belief. He lowered his head, allowing his grip on the xiling to loosen involuntarily, revealing the sword quivering in his hand, emanating a radiant purplish glow. The xiling transformed into a dense beam of purple light, hovering before Li Tianbing. You infuriate me. How can one endure this? I cannot even reunite with an old friend. Why do you cling to me so tightly? What do you intend to do? A voice unexpectedly resonated in Li Tianbing's mind, echoing throughout the cavern, its age indiscernible. Li Tianbing was taken aback, exclaiming, You are xiling? Need I say more? When your father urged me to acknowledge you as my master, I foolishly consented to the blood contract without hesitation. How naive of me! Had I known, I would have preferred to follow your father instead. How could someone so astute give birth to such a dullard as you? The voice reverberated with a tone of irreverence. Lition remained silent, daunted into inaction, unable to respond. Confronted with a sword that had existed for countless eons, he had no desire to provoke its wrath, especially as anger surged within him. Xiling, after a millennium, how have you fared all these years? His blood surged violently once more, bubbling with intensity. Bloodthirst? It is you. Xiling quivered, transforming into a streak of purple light as it surged towards the blood pool, the cavern resonating with the sound of the Xiling's blade singing, flickering with resplendent purple light, a dazzling spectacle. Boom! Above the blood pool, a sinister black formation surged once more, a murky yet formidable dark aura obstructing Xiling, as if she had collided with an impenetrable barrier, unable to breach its defenses in the slightest. Futile. This is the forbidden spell array laid by the malevolent, and only with the addition of a celestial sword might it be dismantled. Alas, I have been sealed here for a millennium, biding my time for my new master. Though this array is formidable, it is specifically designed to counter swords, which is its sole flaw. The stronger the sword sealed, the more potent this formation becomes, thus making it relatively easy to break. The blood demon, or rather the blood devourer, churned within the blood pool like boiling water. Lition bowed his head, hesitating to take action. What are you still doing there? Hurry up and act? Xiling's voice echoed impatiently within the cavern. Act? I am contemplating why I need any other celestial sword when I already possess Xiling. Lition scoffed dismissively, though the words slipped from his lips without much thought. What did you say? You infuriate me. The celestial sword is a coveted treasure sought after by countless cultivators. How can you say you do not want it? Do you realize how significant the inheritance of the Seven Swords' power is? You bear a mission, a glorious task bestowed upon you by the divine. Do you comprehend? Xiling trembled with indignation, chastising Lition as her sword quivered. Then, how do we inherit the Seven Swords' power? And weren't there 7 masters before? Why is it only me now? Lition lowered his head, somewhat embarrassed, yet his heart was filled with questions, swirling like a vortex pulling him into the depths of the sea. My new master, I understand you have many uncertainties at present, but I will gradually reveal them to you, and you must learn to endure the pressure in this vast universe. Only you can truly unleash our power. When we first appeared in the boundless domain, we existed within chaos. Even thousands of years ago, when the God Kings and several sword masters acquired us, they could not truly unleash our potential. The divine proclaimed that you are the spark that will ignite our true power. Only you can genuinely harness our strength at that time. We were astonished by the divine's decision but dared not oppose him. For he is the greatest being in the boundless domain. As for how to manifest our true power through your hands, even I do not know. The blood devourer transformed into swirling blood. Reminiscent of waves crashing upon the shore, I am the son of my parents, merely an ordinary cultivator. How could I possess power that even the God Kings cannot touch? Lition cradled his face in his hands, staring blankly at the blood within the pool. Given the uniqueness of your constitution, you shall undoubtedly become a deity in the future, but only after you surpass the pinnacle of your cultivation in the mortal realm will the divine mark gradually manifest upon your being. Subsequently, upon ascending to the divine realm and undergoing divine mark impact with the God King, you will truly become a deity. The divine mark is a distinctive emblem of every deity. As for your previous inquiries, I cannot elaborate further. You will come to understand in due time. The blood devourer spun, transforming into swirling eddies and boiling like a pot of scalding water. When I became a war god, I no longer knew the year or the month, let alone the divine being I have long yearned to become as a cultivator. Lition murmured softly, the Xiling sword emanating a series of terrifying purple glows illuminating his face, rendering him akin to a purple-faced demon. Thus, you must endeavor to strengthen yourself. With your current power, you cannot even unleash 1% of our strength, do you understand? Moreover, we are ultimately external entities, and you must rely on yourself. Strive to cultivate for the sake of peace in the universe in the future. Wu Yeshun is merely a stepping stone for you. Shishue admonished Lition, teaching him the principle of not becoming overly dependent on external forces. Of course, when the time is ripe, he will naturally make use of the 7 swords, perhaps even becoming inseparable from them. After all, I am the heavenly sword. Do not assume that your fusion with me that day was so formidable. It was merely a breath I exhaled. Xiling swayed, seemingly flaunting its might. Yet it possessed that right. Li Tianbing was taken aback, astonished by the prowess of the 7 swords. He felt helpless, as the questions swirling in his mind continually troubled him. Shishue? What is the meaning of this coffin and the bones within it? He approached the coffin, gazing at the blood pool through it. This coffin was prepared by the descendants of the academy, who, upon witnessing my sealing, assumed I had perished. Ha ha. These bones are, naturally, for burial purposes. Shishue quietly responded to Li Tianbing's Navi inquiries. What must I do now to rescue you? Li Tianbing knew that Shishue could summon the elders of the Blood Demon Academy at any moment. Yet perhaps he was waiting for him to arrive here, to fulfill a small mission for which he had waited for thousands of years. New Master, this formation is virtually ineffective against cultivators. Even a mere mortal could dismantle it. You merely need to place your hand into the blood pool. Shishue began to stir, for he was on the verge of regaining his freedom, ready to face countless hardships alongside his new master. Shishue, you may still call me by my name, or nothing at all. New master sounds rather uncomfortable, and I am not so bound by rules, Li Tianbing mumbled, then circled around the coffin, approaching the blood pool, and slowly placed his left hand into the blood pool that now seemed somewhat terrifying to him. As he did so, the black mist was dispersed by his hand, allowing it to enter the blood pool smoothly. All right, I understand. Shishue surged with excitement in the blood pool. Suddenly, Li Tianbing felt a chilling sensation emanating from his left hand, gradually spreading to his heart. Simultaneously, the blood and qi within him began to churn violently. Behold, torrents of blood surged forth from the blood pool, writhing upon Li Tianbing's left hand, the deep crimson liquid spiraling relentlessly, entwining around his left hand. The blood pool lay empty. Shishue, reveal your true form. Xiling excitedly brandished its blade in the 29th chapter of Recognition and Elevation. The blood from Li Tianbing's left hand suddenly leaped into the air, intertwining and weaving, resembling a magnificent scene. Gradually, the blood began to take shape in the air, forming a sword silhouette. Upon the deep crimson blade, wisps of vitality surged, while the hilt bore intricate, blood-like patterns that danced in a mesmerizing choreography of symbols, as if unraveling a celestial mystery that extended to the very tip of the hilt. There, a resplendent red gemstone shimmered, and the sword's length was nearly equivalent to that of the purple spirit. The 7 heavenly swords, the bloodthirsty sword. Li Tianbing trembled in awe and gazed at the bloodthirsty sword, which looked down upon the world from the air, feeling an overwhelming sense of pride swelling within him, for he would soon possess this formidable weapon. With 2 heavenly swords at his command, his future path of cultivation would surely be devoid of unnecessary tribulations. He reveled in this secret joy. Hey, hey! A thunderous roar erupted in Li Tianbing's mind, akin to a lightning strike. Startled, Li Tianbing snapped back to reality. Why are you smiling foolishly to yourself? Came the voice of the purple spirit within his mind. Yet, it was only natural. Who wouldn't he chuckle at the prospect of gaining immense power? I thought I wasn't. Li Tianbing's cheeks flushed as he feigned innocence. I'm not smiling sneakily, I'm laughing openly. The purple spirit replied with a silent pause. With a flick of his right hand, qi surged to his fingertips, transforming into tendrils of violet light that danced gracefully. With a sharp flick, he drew blood from his left index finger, releasing a potent metallic scent. The crimson stream coalesced into a vibrant arc that surged into the bloodthirsty sword, igniting a brilliant connection between Li Tianbing and the weapon. In that moment, he sensed a profound bond forming with the bloodthirsty sword, a communion of minds that transcended mere ownership. Boom! At that instant, a tremendous roar resounded in his mind, akin to the earth splitting asunder under the weight of a colossal boulder. Within his consciousness, an image materialized, a realm of chaos, as if at the dawn of creation itself. 7 swords floated amidst the tumult. Towering high above, the swords appeared diminutive in the face of the vast chaos. Behind them stood a golden figure, its back turned to Li Tianbing, radiating blinding golden light that obscured its features in a haze of brilliance. Suddenly, the figure turned, and as the thunderous clamor echoed in Li Tianbing's mind, everything vanished as if it had never existed. In its wake, Li Tianbing felt the blood within him boil once more. Akin to a volcano primed to erupt, his blood surged violently, threatening to burst forth from every pore. Thump, thump, thump. His heart raced, sending waves of chaotic energy coursing through his body, as blood seeped through his skin like blooming roses, transforming him into a visage of sanguine terror. Simultaneously, Li Tianbing's features contorted grotesquely, veins throbbing with the pulsing essence of life, writhing in a horrifying display. His eyes gleamed with a sinister red light, resembling a scene from the depths of hell. The blood tendrils spiraled and coiled into the bloodthirsty sword, while Li Tianbing's face twisted in fear and fury, unable to halt this sudden transformation. He lost control over the tumult within him, as blood gushed forth uncontrollably into the sword, distorting the very fabric of space itself. Bang! The crimson threads abruptly vanished, and the blood devourer radiated circles of red luminescence. While Li Tianbing seemed to collapse as if utterly drained of energy. Is it happening again? Am I truly unable to exert control? Why do I possess such a thirst for blood? Thankfully, I severed the crimson threads just in time. Otherwise, the repercussions would have been unthinkable. The blood devourer swayed like a sword, violently surging with vitality. Though Li Tianbing had fallen, he was not unconscious. Instead, a sudden absence of the previous excruciating pain enveloped him, leaving only a pervasive weakness that coursed through his entire being. Inside, he felt as if he were a blank sheet of paper, utterly void. Struggling, he managed to sit up, leaning against the rocky wall, his lips devoid of color, his face pale to the point of resembling freshly fallen snow. What just transpired? Li Tianbing uttered this question weakly, only to realize his voice had become somewhat stilted, even hoarse, as if it did not belong to him. Forgive me. I have existed amidst blood since time immemorial, companion to blood for countless millennia, cultivating an affinity for it, which explains the earlier occurrence. The blood devourer floated before Li Tianbing, calmly emanating its own sanguine essence, a deep crimson akin to a blooming scarlet flower. I do not blame you. It is merely somewhat discomforting, Li Tianbing complained, forcing a smile. Tianbing, is it truly unbearable? The blood devourer remained suspended in midair, posing this foolish question. Not unbearable, then you should give it a try. Yet for you, this is a form of enjoyment, Li Tianbing thought to himself, while his mouth, in a fit of exasperation, blurted out words without a second thought. Perhaps this way, you will find it much more comfortable. And no sooner had the words left his lips than the blood devourer emitted waves of sanguine aura, swirling through the air, creating a massive chasm before Li Tianbing, resembling an abyss, illuminated by the flickering red light of the blood devourer, evoking once more the sensation he had experienced during his fusion with Xiling. The blood devourer trembled as its sword form merged into Li Tianbing's body. Suddenly, streams of vitality surged throughout him, and Li Tianbing felt an overwhelming sense of relief, his complexion flushing with color, his entire being brimming with strength, as the chasm gradually closed at the same time. A terrifying deep red flickered in Li Tianbing's eyes, enveloping him entirely in sanguine energy. The outline of the blood devourer's sword flickered momentarily at his brow, prompting an involuntary exclamation of astonishment from Li Tianbing. Oh, what is happening? An invisible force tousled his azure hair, and as the blood coursed, Li Tianbing abruptly realized that the fighting spirit within his dantian had ignited, shimmering with silver-purple light, ascending towards the crown of his head. After cycling through 14 rounds and 4 segments, the fighting spirit halted 6 inches above his dantian, before descending like a silver sun, gradually swirling into a small vortex at the dantian, eventually returning to tranquility. Yet Li Tianbing could not contain himself. His Tianling technique had advanced, reaching the 4th tier. At this moment, the fighting spirit radiated an entirely silver brilliance, and Li Tianbing felt as though his body was infused with immense power, akin to a mighty river. He was even overwhelmed by the formidable force of the fighting spirit within his dantian. It was my power that assisted you in breaking through the Tianling technique. The voice of the blood devourer echoed within his mind. How do you know about the Tianling technique? Li Tianbing found his thoughts somewhat muddled after the breakthrough. Even the secrets of the Li clan elude my grasp. How am I to navigate this world? The tone of Shirshue was laced with arrogance and hubris. Why do you remain within me? When my fighting spirit has not dissipated? Li Tianbing suddenly inquired. What? Shirshue responded with confusion. It was during my last fusion with Xiling that my fighting spirit vanished. Li Tianbing gazed contemplatively at Xiling, seemingly lost in thought. Is that so? As Shirshue's voice trailed off, Li Tianbing felt the fighting spirit within his dantian abruptly diminish with alarming speed. Indeed, it is precisely so. Li Tianbing broke into a sweat. When you summon Xiling, you augment her with your fighting spirit. Over time, Xiling develops a certain dependency on it. Yet, I have not invoked Xiling that often, Li Tianbing interjected, interrupting Shirshue. The crux lies here. I have just absorbed a modicum of heavenly spirit fighting energy and found it to be quite remarkable. This fighting spirit, honed and transformed over millennia by the Li clan, far surpasses ordinary techniques. However, we can control the absorption of your fighting spirit, provided we remain unreadied. Shue's tone grew awkward towards the end, and he chose silence. Li Tianbing's gaze fell upon Xiling, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Did you just say that it was your power that facilitated my breakthrough? Li Tianbing made a long-forgotten gesture, scratching the back of his head and chuckling nervously. Indeed. Since you can assist me in enhancing the heavenly spirit technique, might you elevate my strength directly to the level of a war god? Only then would I have a chance to ascend to the divine realm and become a deity. Li Tianbing grinned foolishly, resembling a simpleton. No, that is absolutely out of the question. Relying on external forces is utterly meaningless. Skipping the process of cultivation will yield nothing but raw power, yet ultimately, you will gain nothing of substance. Moreover, a sudden surge in your strength to such an extent would lead to your immediate demise. Furthermore, there is no individual capable of artificially amplifying another's power to such a degree. Tianbing, you must tread the path step by step, do you understand? Shue firmly dismissed Li Tianbing's suggestion, yet his words caused Li Tianbing to shudder momentarily. Bang! A fleeting flash of insight illuminated his mind, only to be abruptly extinguished. Lowering his head, Li Tianbing settled into a meditative position. Images began to surface in his mind. He recalled his mother's gentle demeanor while imparting wisdom, the roguish yet benevolent old man Jimmy, and the weathered smile of Li Xinsong, along with the sacrifices made on his behalf. Silent tears cascaded down his cheeks. In recent days, he had seemingly lost his way. He was the hope of the Li family, destined to eradicate the Wuya god. He was to ascend to the divine realm, traverse the boundless domain, and embark upon the vast journey of the cosmos. How could he entertain thoughts of Shue elevating his power? How could he remain so despondent? Slap. He struck himself across the face, reprimanding his own stubbornness. How could he wallow in despair and not honor the legacy of the Li ancestors? Each time he disregarded the earnest teachings of his elders, what achievements could he possibly attain? Could he still call himself the son of 7 swords? What is it? Shue, taken aback by Li Tianbing's self-inflicted strike, inquired with a hint of excitement in his voice. You are indeed correct. I should not rely on external forces to elevate myself. Possessing the 7 swords merely provides a semblance of security. Yet, if one holds the 7 swords without the requisite strength, what purpose does it serve? It is crucial to inherit your power step by step, methodically. Ultimately, the goal remains the enhancement of one's own abilities. Otherwise, I am unworthy of being called a cultivator. Li Tianbing rose, wiping the tears from his face. A man does not shed tears lightly, only when truly heartbroken. I find these words quite appealing. Xiling interjected, her sword vibrating, and before Li Tianbing, a vast chasm was once again carved out, into which Xiling gradually merged. Countless currents surged through Li Tianbing's body, and the outline of Xiling flickered at his brow. Why can you merge with me simultaneously? Li Tianbing inquired, puzzled. Because you are the child of the 7 swords. Shue declared this with an air of authority that stirred excitement within Li Tianbing. Moreover, we dwell within the space between your brows, ever ready for your command. Once you emerge, you may test the strength we currently bestow upon you. Shue continued. Oh, why do you always have to ask so many childish questions? Let us discuss it outside. This place is rather unpleasant. Xiling grumbled in dissatisfaction. Indeed, Li Tianbing nodded in agreement. With Xiling and Shue within him, Li Tianbing exited the cave, hastily descending the mountain to a thicket. To avoid detection, he inhaled deeply, relishing the fresh air, having felt suffocated amidst the bloodthirst. It was utterly stifling. At last I am free. A sigh of relief welled up within Li Tianbing. Shue's voice trembled, having been sealed for over a millennium, all in anticipation of a single individual. The weight of such enduring solitude is known to few. Shue, Xiling, let us return to the academy for now. This place is far too conspicuous, and I fear it may attract unnecessary trouble. Li Tianbing mused, remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Fear not, should we relocate elsewhere, I would not dare to speak out. However, here in the Blood Demon Academy, with my presence, the younger generation cannot possibly detect you. Do you really believe you could enter so smoothly? Upon hearing this, Li Tianbing felt a flicker of understanding, yet he remained on high alert. Crouching down, he gently parted the underbrush, his movements swift, appearing only as fleeting shadows. Approaching the stone tablet, Li Tianbing caught sight of the teaching building in the distance, his caution intensifying. At that moment, a sharp pain throbbed at his brow. Why Academy? A sigh escaped Shue, resonating softly, even stirring Li Tianbing's heart. Sealed for a millennium, though merely a few thousand zhang apart, The anguish of not being able to meet for such an expanse of time is indescribable. Shishue, though a celestial sword, typically held disdain for the mortal realm. Yet, the Blood Demon Academy was built by his own hands, a labor of both effort and emotion. Litionbing sprinted forward, elevating the celestial spirit technique to the 4th tier, invigorating his fighting spirit and enhancing his stamina. Should he reach the 5th tier, he would be able to soar through the skies. Arriving at the Iron Gate, he cast a cautious glance inside, when suddenly, Litionbing abruptly ducked behind the wall. His heart racing wildly. 2 middle-aged men, resembling teachers, passed through the Iron Gate, casting a gaze imbued with profound reverence towards it. They then engaged in light-hearted conversation, their voices gradually fading into the distance. Litionbing, feeling a sense of indifference amidst the disdain of Blood Devourer, took a few steps back, then gently leaped over the surrounding wall. Returning to the pathway, he glanced around furtively, akin to a petty thief, and swiftly ran away. The Blood Demon Academy, founded by Blood Devourer, initially comprised only 3 teaching buildings. Now, after the expansion and improvements made by the subsequent generations, it boasts a grand playground, dormitory area, and 3 prestigious competition platforms, ranking among the finest academies. With a student body exceeding 9,000, such a vast scale and bright prospects evoked a slight sense of satisfaction within Blood Devourer as he beheld it all. As Litionbing strolled along a certain path, he remarked, "Blood Devourer, shall we explore the academy now?" Considering that the founder of the Blood Demon Academy resided within his consciousness, Litionbing found it hard to believe that so much had transpired in just a few short hours. No need. Your eyes are equivalent to ours. What you perceive, we shall also perceive. There is ample time ahead. Let us attend to our business first, Blood Devourer replied with a sigh. Upon hearing this, Litionbing nodded slightly, choosing silence as they proceeded towards the academy's exit. Arriving at the grove where he had last encountered Jimmy, he found the ground carpeted with withered yellow leaves, forming a thick layer that crunched underfoot, reminiscent of the sound made while walking on snow. Tianbing, come, let us test the power of the 7 swords, echoed Blood Devourer's voice within Litionbing's mind. Without a second thought, a fluid, silvery aura surged forth from his dantian, enveloping his entire being. Simultaneously, flashes of purple and red light concealed within created a dazzling spectacle. Boom! Litionbing unleashed a powerful right fist, infused with the strength of the 7 swords, causing a tempest of silver, purple and red light to burst forth. The ground trembled violently as if the very mountains were collapsing, and astonishingly, nearby trees were felled by the force of the aura. Leaves scattered like confetti, dust swirling through the air, intertwining with the tricolored light, creating a scene akin to a rainbow under the sun's rays. After a long while, as the wind settled and the clouds dissipated, Litionbing stood there, stunned, replaying the earlier scene in his mind. If such power could be summoned merely by a fusion of his aura with the strength of the 7 swords, how formidable would it be when combined with the heavenly spirit technique? Do you see? This is merely a fraction of the 7 swords' power, Blood Devourer communicated within Litionbing's consciousness. If one day I can fully harness the power of the 7 swords, then Litionbing gazed in awe at the ruins before him, utterly astonished by the impact of his own strike. He understood that to fully unleash the power of the 7 swords, a formidable strength was required as a medium, and if one day he were to possess such strength, the 7 swords in his hands would be akin to an unparalleled treasure. Should his secret be discovered, he would likely find himself ensnared in an endless pursuit. It will depend on whether you can reach the pinnacle required to fully wield the power of the 7 swords. Blood Devourer cautioned. A sword shape began to materialize slowly in Litionbing's right hand, first the hilt, followed by the blade, revealing itself as Blood Devourer. The deep crimson blood, swirling like a fiery aura, intertwined within the blade, forming intricate threads. Moreover, you can wield us at your whim. Litionbing's thoughts drifted to Xiling, and gradually, the outline of Xiling began to manifest in his right hand. His mind then turned to Shishue, as Xiling transformed into a streak of lightning that merged into Litionbing's body, with Shishue taking her place in his right hand. So it is quite convenient in battle. After inheriting the 7 swords, my combat prowess may indeed become formidable. Litionbing smiled, expressing his astonishment. The priest mentioned that the 7 swords possess a sword mechanism, which only manifests within you once the 7 swords are united. Once this mechanism is activated, your strength will undergo a revolutionary transformation. However, we are unclear about the nature of this sword mechanism. Litionbing remained silent, finding a tree root upon which to recline. As Shishue returned to his body, following Litionbing's consciousness, There is a question I wish to pose. Earlier, within the cave, you spoke of the war between gods and demons, mentioning the demonic rank of Hades, the supreme deities, and the high deities that I find myself perplexed. How is the strength of gods and demons categorized within their realms? Hearing Shershue recount the cataclysmic scenes of the ancient war, Li Tianbing envisioned the grandeur of those events. Since the divine realm captivates his imagination, why not delve into the classification of divine power? It is permissible to disclose this. Within the demon realm, strength is categorized from low to high as follows. Which demons? Holy demons, celestial demons, emperor demons, evil demons, and the saint ancient demons. The evil demon king is undeniably the ruler of the demon realm, the foremost among its inhabitants. Historically, no one has ever ascended to the rank of saint ancient demon. This tier is merely a construct established by the priest, with hopes that one day someone may reach such heights. In the divine realm, divine artifacts are similarly classified from low to high. Low-level deities, intermediate deities, high-level deities, holy deities, super deities, and saint ancient deities. Deities such as the charming angel Raphael belong to the holy deity rank, while only 8 individuals are classified as super deities, including the divine king and the original 7 sword masters. With 1 remaining, Shershue was about to elaborate when Xiling suddenly coughed. Shershue's tone shifted instantaneously, as if recalling something significant. What is it? Li Tianbing detected an anomaly and inquired with curiosity. It's nothing. Shershue continued, concerning the saint ancient deities, since the inception of the divine realm, much like the saint ancient demons, no one has ever attained such a status. This too is the limit set by the priest. Observing Shershue's intent to conceal certain matters, Li Tianbing wisely refrained from probing further. I am aware that the levels of equipment are classified as mortal artifacts, refined artifacts, spiritual artifacts, celestial artifacts, holy artifacts, divine artifacts, and super divine artifacts. However, I am uncertain of the classification of the 7 swords. What do you think? Shershue retorted with a semblance of a smile, imbued with profound implications. Li Tianbing sighed, understanding that they would not reveal the answer. Lastly, I have one crucial question to ask you. Li Tianbing sat up, his azure hair cascading past his forehead, exuding a fragrant aura. Ask, is it not the case that one can only bond with a single weapon? Why then am I able to bond with all of you simultaneously? Li Tianbing's countenance turned serious. Are you an idiot? As soon as Li Tianbing finished speaking, Xiling delivered a sudden and shocking retort. Is it truly necessary to be so agitated? Li Tianbing awkwardly wiped the sweat from his brow. Because you are the son of the 7 swords, Xiling exclaimed with a commanding tone, a declaration that imbued Li Tianbing with an inexplicable confidence in that very moment. Li Tianbing fell silent. The following day, the weather was splendid, with the sun shining brightly. Li Tianbing opened his eyes within the wooden cabin and proceeded to freshen up. His azure hair cascaded casually, and he donned a black, sleeveless leather jacket, adorned with a pendant around his neck, draped in a black cloak, and clad in tight black trousers, exuding an air of enigmatic charm. Grasping Xiling in his hand, the blood devourer concealed itself within his brow. Xiling had already seen the world, and should anyone discover the existence of the blood devourer, it would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. There was no need to flaunt it just yet. That egg on your coffee table is quite peculiar. I've been observing it for some time. Where did you acquire it? The blood devourer inquired, a serious tone lacing his voice. I chanced upon it by the Ishue River. What makes it so strange? Li Tianbing halted his steps toward the door, turning back to approach the table, picking up the egg and inspecting it from various angles, yet failing to detect any anomalies. It's a sensation that defies description. You will understand in due time. Dio, take me to the source of the Ishue River when you have the time, the blood devourer added, falling silent thereafter. Li Tianbing replied nonchalantly, placing the egg back on the table before pouring himself a pot of hot tea and stepping outside. Upon exiting, he fortuitously encountered Shui Firu, and they exchanged smiles as they made their way to the Blood Demon Academy together. Upon returning to the classroom, Li Tianbing leaned Xiling against the wall. Is this the sword you once possessed? Why is it no longer wrapped in cloth? Fei Dao, clad in a flowing white garment with long silver hair, appeared like a celestial angel. Upon seeing Xiling, curiosity ignited within him. After all, it is not a treasure of great worth. Why keep it shrouded? Li Tianbing reclined in his chair, basking in the warmth of the morning sun. The sunlight was gentle and inviting, the sky a boundless expanse of azure, unmarred by clouds. What is its name? May I take a look? Fei Dao's lips curled into a subtle smile, his eyes shimmering with fervor. Its name is Xiling. Feel free to gaze upon it, Li Tianbing murmured, his eyes closed, lips parting slightly, emitting a radiant glow akin to that of blooming flowers, reminiscent of feminine allure. With Li Tianbing's permission, Fei Dao's fervor intensified, and he abandoned all restraint, joyfully cradling Xiling in his hands like a child. Upon grasping it, Xiling offered no resistance. No electric surge coursed through it. Fei Dao invested all his emotions into Xiling, a smile perpetually gracing his lips, yet his body began to tremble ever so slightly. Within, blood energy flowed, the exterior a deep azure purple hue, the sword exuding an imposing aura, its hilt steeped in ancient tales. Its gemstones radiant, the soul concealed within, electric sparks birthed from it, transforming into countless moments of time. Such a magnificent sword! Such a magnificent sword! As if merging into the essence of the sword, Fei Dao closed his eyes, his delicate hands tenderly caressing Xiling. He reveled in the profound mysteries of the sword, white light gradually emanating from his being, resembling a white dragon of light encircling him, spiraling upward until it reached the crown of his head. How magnificent! Fei Dao, I adore you. Some female students could not help but shout in fervent admiration. As the white light transformed into starlight above Fei Dao's head, it scattered gently into his being, enveloping him like a deity. His silver hair dancing lightly as waves of tranquility surged forth to greet him. I have ascended. Fei Dao trembled with excitement, his countenance aflame with emotion. Boom! Like a dream, the white radiance abruptly vanished, yet Fei Dao could distinctly sense the transformation within him. Congratulations on your ascension. Li Tianbing opened his eyes, gazing at Fei Dao with a smile. Fei Dao remained silent, lost in the euphoria of his newfound strength. After a moment of silence, Li Tianbing spoke again. By the way, a rather arrogant individual came looking for you yesterday, claiming to be from the Tianyun Guild. Fei Dao opened his eyes, gently closed the book before him, and turned to smile at Li Tianbing, resembling a gentle angel. Oh? What did he say? Li Tianbing, aware of the Tianyun Guild's influence, narrowed his pupils to a line, his lips pressed tightly together. He merely requested that you seek him out, not even leaving his name. Fei Dao clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging as if his very nerves were on display, exuding an air of arrogance, yet appearing formidable nonetheless. His eyes burned with righteous fury, though a smile lingered on his lips. Then I shall pay him a visit. Li Tianbing's eyes narrowed slightly. Before the Tianyun Guild, Li Tianbing gazed upward at the imposing structure before him, observing the members and other cultivators bustling in and out, the lively atmosphere stirring something within him. Grasping his Xiling with his right hand, he stepped lightly into the hall, where the gathered crowd briefly acknowledged him before resuming their own affairs, seemingly indifferent to his presence. This brother, the man at the counter, with his hawkish nose and simian mouth, sported an unfortunate bald patch, as though a fierce beast had snatched away a clump of hair. Upon seeing Li Tianbing approach, he parted a small gap and inquired, "A friend of mine asked me to come here for a meeting." Li Tianbing raised his left hand to interrupt the bald man, leaning gently against the door as his cloak billowed gracefully in the breeze. "He is the one I summoned." A figure emerged from the shadowy corner of the hall, speaking in a chilling tone. The bald man ceased his inquiries, hastily attending to other matters. Li Tianbing's gaze slowly shifted to the figure, a penetrating chill radiating from him, akin to the icy grip of northern snow. The silhouette became distinct, clad in a golden bodysuit that perfectly outlined his physique, with long black hair cascading down. Indeed, it was Long Lai. Chapter 31. The scoundrel young Master Long, he isn't. The bald man approached Long Lai, a hint of confusion marring his features. Though not metal. This is my affair. Long Lai cast a glance at the special task board, where a premium task had been crossed out with a bold stroke, then approached Li Tianbing with an impassive expression. They stood nearly eye to eye, Li Tianbing leaning against the door with a smile. Inquiring, "May I ask your esteemed name?" Lung Lie.as. He stepped out of the hall. He halted, turning his back to Li Tianbing and stating, "You are Li Tianbing, correct?" Lung Lai, "What brings you to seek me?" Li Tianbing turned his head, fixing his gaze upon Lung Lai. "I ask you, are you Li Tianbing?" Lung Lai subtly moved his lips, as cold as the water from a glacier that had melted after millennia. His tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Indeed, it resonated within Li Tianbing's mind like the explosion of a cataclysm. This fellow was undeniably audacious. "Thus, I shall address your inquiry. I sought you out to end your life." A deep, resonant hum echoed, akin to the crashing of waves against the shore. Long Lai abruptly turned, his hair lifted by an unseen force, his body surged like a tempest toward Li Tianbing. A golden flash slicing through the air, reminiscent of a thunderous detonation. Li Tianbing's azure locks were swept up by the intangible wind, a faint golden hue gracing his fair visage. At the center of his forehead, a golden short sword materialized, its blade reflecting Li Tianbing's exquisite features. His deep, moist eyes, the sharply defined bridge of his nose, and his sensuously smiling lips composed the serene expression on his alabaster face. The golden short sword radiated a dark golden light, the aura of death coiling around it, suggesting it could strike at any moment. Why not evade? Long Lai sheathed the short sword, his expression as frigid as ice. At such speed, you must have reached the level of a speed king. Have you not? Li Tianbing found himself perplexed by the calmness with which he uttered these words, yet his heart raced with trepidation, the rhythm echoing in his mind as if it were the very sound of his pulse. You could easily have avoided it. Long Lai, peering through the veil of black hair with blurred vision, fixed his gaze on Li Tianbing, inquiring, why not dodge? You could have simply killed me. Why halt midway? Li Tianbing feigned tranquility. It is because you did not evade that I refrained from striking at that moment. A layer of somber clouds enveloped the sky, while distant horizons churned with layers of pale light, as if a hand had obscured the entirety of Donghu City. Oh, so you never intended to kill me from the outset, did you? A hint of amusement flickered at the corner of Li Tianbing's mouth. What do you think? No sooner had the words left his lips than an ear-splitting roar erupted, akin to a tsunami. Long Lai was suddenly engulfed by waves of dense golden death aura, surging forward once more toward Li Tianbing like a wild horse escaping its reins. I am merely a novice warrior, while you possess the strength of a grand swordmaster, a full 4 levels above me. Are you not afraid of being ridiculed by your peers for slaying me? Li Tianbing, no longer the fool from their last encounter, nimbly evaded Long Lai's lethal strike, propelling himself forcefully to the side. Before arriving at the Tianyun Guild, he had never imagined someone would seek to take his life. Over the past few months in Donghu City, he had not made any enemies. Why, then, did Long Lai wish to kill him? As long as I can eliminate you, what does it matter whether it's despicable or shameless? Upon hearing this, Long Lai's movements paused momentarily before he charged once more at Li Tianbing. The golden short sword enveloped in waves of potent golden death aura, appearing as a demonic entity lunging at Li Tianbing. In an instant, winds howled and dust swirled. Onlookers, curious cultivators, began to gather before the hall and the guild, their voices rising in a cacophony of speculation and chatter. So you are that vile? Li Tianbing still refrained from countering. If this continued, he would surely not withstand even 10 breaths. Long Lai's power was overwhelmingly superior, nearly crushing him. Dear friends, to my astonishment, he dares to bully me, a humble warrior, solely because of his perceived superiority over you and me? Pray, is there no sense of justice left in this world? I was deliberately kicked to the ground by this ruthless individual, and here I am, Li Tianbing, sitting on the ground, clutching my chest, wailing and pounding the earth in despair. Indeed, while it is true that the Tianyun Guild is the undisputed premier guild of Donghu City, it is utterly inappropriate for young Master Long to exert his authority in such a manner. Moreover, his victim is merely a child. Instantly, Li Tianbing's lamentations stirred the surrounding cultivators to murmur among themselves, casting furtive glances and whispering critiques towards Long Lai. You? Long Lai found himself at a loss for words, his expression hardening as he pointed an accusatory finger at Li Tianbing. O heavens! O earth! Upon my arrival in Donghu City, I have been tormented by this scoundrel. I wish to cease existing. Li Tianbing feigned a dramatic outburst, his hand striking the ground with increasing fervor. Why apologies? This is merely a misunderstanding, a trivial matter. Long Lai managed a bitter smile towards Li Tianbing, a gesture intended for the onlookers, yet his heart burned with unbridled fury, silently cursing his miscalculation in allowing Li Tianbing to draw attention to this gathering of guild members. It appeared that Long Lai held significant sway within the Tianyun Guild. As his words echoed, the surrounding cultivators and guild members discreetly dispersed. To my astonishment, you are even more despicable than I imagined. Long Lai glared at Li Tianbing, his teeth clenched, as if he wished to rend the latter to pieces. Taking a deep breath, he turned and retreated back to the guild. This time, you have erred, but I assure you, I shall pursue you relentlessly next time. I must tread carefully, and above all, I must uncover who seeks my demise. A glimmer of determination flickered in Li Tianbing's eyes, for he suspected that Long Lai was acting under someone else's directive. Otherwise, what grudge could exist between them to warrant such treachery? At the Shui Ling Guild, Li Tianbing reclined upon the grass, his mind preoccupied with the recent events, feeling as though he had neglected Shui Firu. Approaching her door, he hesitated momentarily before deciding to proceed. After all, they had already crossed that threshold. What was there to fear? Tap, tap, tap. As he knocked, the bamboo door emitted a melodious sound, akin to a soul-stirring melody. "Please enter," came Shui Firu's gentle voice, evoking an instinctive desire to protect her. Li Tianbing gently pushed the door open and softly closed it behind him. Instantly, a rich fragrance enveloped him, lingering in the air like a liquid essence. It was the scent of gardenias, intoxicatingly sweet. Xiao Rou, he beheld the lovely silhouette standing by the window, gazing outside at a verdant bamboo grove, pristine and unblemished, reminiscent of the sky itself. "Bing, is that you?" Shui Firu exclaimed in surprise, whirling around, her flowing blue waves of hair dancing with her movement, accompanied by a subtle hint of sorrow. "Xiao Rou, what captures your attention?" Li Tianbing inquired, stepping closer to stand beside her. Undeterred by her momentary astonishment, sharing a smile as they both admired the lush greenery beyond the window, "I was weary and sought some fresh air." "Did you come seeking something?" Shui Firu asked. "Is it so wrong to visit you without a specific purpose?" Li Tianbing replied, resting his hand lightly on her delicate shoulder, smiling at her. "Nothing at all." Shui Firu's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head and spoke softly. "Xiao, although Li Tianbing missed Shui Firu, he found himself at a loss for words, his aged face turning an even deeper shade of red. "If there's something to say, just speak plainly. Hesitating is not your usual style." Shui Firu giggled softly, then met Li Tianbing's fervent gaze. "Xiao, I have been rather inconsistent towards you lately." There was a tremor in Li Tianbing's eyes, and his hand resting on the girl's delicate shoulder tightened involuntarily. "Bing, it's all right that I understand that you have many responsibilities to attend to. Being able to be with you is already the greatest joy for me. I do not seek anything extravagant. I simply wish to share a peaceful and ordinary life with you. And that is enough." Shui Firu spoke sincerely, as if nothing else mattered, yearning only to be by his side for a lifetime. "Xiao, I promise to cherish you. I truly." Shui Firu placed her right index finger gently on Li Tianbing's lips and said, "Bing, it's fine." She shook her head, nestling into Li Tianbing's embrace, her face adorned with a blissful smile. Li Tianbing held the girl tightly, a resolution forming in his heart. The Sot Fortress lies at the intersection of the Eastern Lake, Northern Snow, and the Dark Domain at this moment, within the Eastern Lake Empire. In a mountain range near the Sot Fortress, the scenery was majestic despite the mountains not being as vast or towering as the divine veins. The peaks rose and fell, shrouded in mist. Several winding paths meandered between the mountains. On one narrow path, 3 shadowy figures darted forward like wraiths, creating a rush of air with their speed. Their faces remained obscured due to their swiftness. "Xia, that aura seems to be drawing closer. Can you feel it?" A voice emanated from the 3 shadows, resonating with an alluring magnetism. "Sure, I sense it too," as the Divine Lord mentioned. "This aura is remarkably potent. Though it has not fully awakened yet, I can still perceive its strength." It seemed to be Xia's voice, imbued with a gentle essence. "In a wonder, even the Divine Lord fears the awakening of such an aura." Shi remarked. "The foreign realm Zihua has been absent for so long without any news. Perhaps this mission will prove problematic." This came from Ling, the previously silent female voice. "Regardless, we must complete our task and eradicate that aura from this world," Xia declared. "Indeed. However, we have not emerged for 200 years. If we do not indulge ourselves this time, how can we justify the solitude of over 2 centuries? Shi added, "Moreover, we have yet to address the matters from last time." The 3 shadows came to a halt, all clad in identical black garments, their heads obscured by tightly fitted hoods, concealing their features. One figure was relatively petite. "We must execute that task flawlessly. When the Divine Lord reunifies the continent, he may reward us generously and impart to us some unique techniques." One of the figures removed her hood, revealing a woman who, contrary to her petite stature, possessed an air of striking beauty. Her hair was as dark as the night, with large eyes, a delicate nose, and soft pink lips, reminiscent of a celestial goddess. Yet alas, she was a disciple of the 5-leaf god. At this moment, her expression exuded sophistication and composure. Could she be a spirit? The other 2 figures subsequently removed their cloaks, their appearances indistinguishable from that of humans. Like the woman before, they were enveloped in a faint shroud of black mist. Among the trio, the tallest man bore a mane of black hair, his eyes glimmering with boundless mystery. The smallest man possessed piercing eyes, reminiscent of a hawk's gaze. "This time, we must ensure that the task is completed," the woman stated, as if the matter held immense significance for them. Spirit, we should first indulge ourselves in some revelry, don't you think, Xia? The diminutive man radiated an unsettling gleam, his gaze lecherous in nature. Indeed, it's been over 2 centuries. I've been quite anxious, the towering figure, Xia, concurred, his eyes similarly sparkling with anticipation. The Blood Demon Academy, in the first year, first class of the warrior building. Students, please settle down. Class is about to commence, Ling Shi announced with a smile as he entered the classroom. Today, we shall discuss the concept of mental combat aura. Ling Shi surveyed the gradually quieting students and spoke solemnly. Who can elucidate what is meant by mental combat aura? Teacher, a voice called out, drawing the attention of all the students to one individual. Li Tianbing, I know a little. Li Tianbing politely raised his hand and stood to speak. Oh, please share, Ling Shi encouraged with a smile. Mental combat aura refers to the use of one's will to attack an opponent, or rather, the fusion of combat aura with mental energy to manifest techniques that strike at the adversary. Li Tianbing concluded, taking his seat thereafter. In truth, Ling Shi had briefly discussed the knowledge of mental combat aura with Li Tianbing on the day of enrollment. Although he only grasped a fraction of the concept, he possessed a deeper understanding of mental combat aura than most in the class. Ling Shi glanced at Li Tianbing, noting that although he had only touched upon a small aspect, it indeed constituted one of the profound truths of mental combat aura. Chapter 32. What can be endured? What cannot be endured? Although Li Tianbing spoke little, his insight is indeed correct. Mental combat aura signifies the amalgamation of combat aura and mental energy, transmuting into an intangible force for combat, yielding unexpected results. Ling Shi sighed, a hint of melancholy permeating his words. In the world of combat aura on the continent of purity, combat aura is divided into 2 categories, primal combat aura and mental combat aura. I need not elaborate on primal combat aura, as you should already be familiar with it. For mental combat aura, I believe most present have only heard its name, lacking true comprehension. Ling Shi moved closer, and all the students gazed at him intently, earnestly absorbing his teachings. To strengthen mental combat aura, one must enhance their mastery over mental energy. Mastery entails both grasping and controlling. Point 1, must not only become adept with mental energy but also control it with finesse. It is essential to fortify both mental energy and combat aura. This bears some resemblance to the dual cultivation of magic and martial arts, yet dual cultivation is not synonymous with mental combat aura. The dual cultivation of martial and magical prowess involves the separate honing of mental strength and fighting spirit, while the concept of intent fighting spirit represents a profound amalgamation of the two, far surpassing the mere dual cultivation. Naturally, since you have chosen the path of the warrior, it is imperative that you diligently refine your fighting spirit. As for the intent fighting spirit, should any students possess the enthusiasm and energy, I would be more than willing to impart some rudimentary knowledge. Anything too esoteric would be beyond your capacity to grasp. Ling Shi returned to the podium, wearing a smile. Time flowed slowly, and all the students were enraptured by Ling Shi's lecture. At that moment, no one harbored even a flicker of disrespect towards him. However, Ling Shi refrained from delving deeply into the subject of intent fighting spirit. He settled into his chair, allowing the remaining time to be at the student's own disposal. Hey, how can one cultivate the intent fighting spirit? During Ling Shi's moment of repose, a female student in front of Li Tianbing turned to inquire. She was quite attractive and possessed a slender figure. Did the teacher not just explain it? Are you incapable of listening? Are you deaf? Or are you merely asking me on purpose? Li Tianbing was somewhat taken aback that this girl had spoken to him for the first time. However, his surprise was fleeting, soon replaced by a tinge of aversion. He shot her a glare and replied dismissively, "Humph. So what if you're a transfer student? Riding on the teacher's coattails, what gives you the right to act so high and mighty?" The girl scoffed, rolling her eyes at Li Tianbing, muttering under her breath. Upon hearing this, a surge of anger welled up within Li Tianbing's mind, yet he managed to suppress it with sheer will. "Tianbing, why are you ignoring her? She is so eager to learn," Fei Dao remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the girl, his signature smile gracing his face. "I can't be bothered with her," Li Tianbing huffed, closing his eyes. "A transfer student. I reckon she lacks the strength and is merely relying on connections." The girl provocatively raised her voice, but the classroom was abuzz with discussions about intent fighting spirit, rendering her words largely unnoticed. Nonetheless, Li Tianbing heard her loud and clear. "Say that again?" Suddenly, the atmosphere around them seemed to plummet to a freezing point as Li Tianbing opened his eyes, unleashing a gaze that was both chilling and commanding as it bore down on the girl. "I said, you lack the strength and the qualifications to remain in this class." The female student retorted audaciously, her eyes unwaveringly fixed on Li Tianbing, laden with unmistakable provocation. Exhaling a deep breath, Li Tianbing struggled to contain his rising fury. To lose his temper at a girl would be a sign of immaturity. He shifted his body, leaning into the golden rays of sunlight, and closed his eyes once more. What? Did I strike a nerve? Humph. People like you, so self-righteous, prancing about with an air of superiority. What makes you so special? What are you feigning indifference for? Do you genuinely think you are impressive? The girl raised her voice again, persistently pushing her luck. What right do you have to criticize him? Who do you think you are? Do you consider yourself exceptional? In my eyes, you are nothing more than a piece of excrement. No, you are even less than that. The least excrement can be consumed by dogs, while you lack even the merit to be sniffed by one. At Fei Dao, engrossed in a tome on weaponry, maintained a gentle demeanor as he spoke words that starkly contrasted with his appearance. Yet he did not spare a glance at the girl. Whom are you referring to, you wretched fool? What pretense is this? Do not assume that being the top of your class or a class monitor grants you any significance. Do you truly believe yourself to be handsome? I hold you in utter disdain. In my eyes, you are nothing more than a dog. This girl is indeed formidable. What gives her such audacity? Is it her strength? Or is it simply her nature? You are called Sichuan, are you not? Fei Dao's lips curled into a subtle smile, his gaze fixed upon the books on the table, though there seemed to be an added depth in his expression. And what of it? Fei Dao fell silent, glancing at Li Tianbing, then turned with a smile to focus on the books. Suddenly, a voice reached Li Tianbing's ears. Tianbing? Li Tianbing opened her eyes wide and looked towards the podium, where Ling Shi was smiling at her. Tianbing, endure for a moment and the storm shall pass. Take a step back and the sea will open before you. Those whom we despise often possess their own vulnerabilities. Take a moment to reflect. This advice was like a celestial melody soothing Li Tianbing's restless spirit. She smiled, then closed her eyes again to ponder Ling Shi's words. However, as the saying goes, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them, but should they provoke me, I will retaliate. Li Tianbing could tolerate Sichuan, but if her patience were tested, as noon approached, Li Tianbing and Shui Firu agreed to dine at the Blood Demon cafeteria. Most students residing at Blood Demon Academy lived on campus, thus the cafeteria was established many years ago. It offered various meal options at different price points. Li Tianbing and Shui Firu chose a moderately priced spot, ordering their meals and joyfully dining together. Oh, a transfer student, has she managed to ensnare a virtuous maiden? A voice cut through, as Sichuan and several female students deftly passed by Li Tianbing, not missing the chance to belittle her, with Sichuan's laughter ringing out. Tianbing, who was that girl? Shui Firu glanced at Li Tianbing, then turned her gaze with curiosity towards Sichuan, her expression akin to that of someone gazing at a fool, having detected the mockery in Sichuan's words. Thus, a flicker of disdain arose within her towards Sichuan. Ignore her. She's a lunatic, Li Tianbing replied nonchalantly, continuing to eat without acknowledging Sichuan. Oh. Shui Firu nodded thoughtfully, her azure eyes shimmering with an unusual hue. What did you say? You think I'm insane? I shall teach you a lesson today. As her words fell, she abruptly hurled her utensils to the ground, scattering food everywhere. Dark sparks appeared around Sichuan's hands. Sichuan, do not be agitated. There is no need to waste your anger on someone like her. Several girls nearby rushed to restrain the fuming Sichuan as the entire cafeteria turned their attention to the commotion. Naturally, Sichuan's friends did not wish for her to cause a scene. Humph! I would never let someone like him get to me, the girl remarked. You must be cautious of her, lest your pure and pristine self be tarnished by her. Sichuan chuckled in a peculiar manner, a helpless expression crossing her face as she shrugged her shoulders. Suddenly, she turned to leave with her companion. However, in that fleeting moment, Sichuan felt a chill envelop her heart. At that instant, it seemed as though she was teetering on the brink of death. All traces of joy and laughter vanished from her visage, replaced instead by sheer shock and terror. She sensed a cold object resting against her neck, accompanied by an electric jolt that coursed through her. You may insult me at will, but it is prudent that you do not overstep your bounds with my woman. Otherwise, Li Tianbing stood behind Sichuan, head bowed, his azure hair obscuring his forehead, rendering his icy gaze unseen. The xiling blade in his hand was poised silently against Sichuan's throat, a prelude to demonstrating whether she deserved to remain among the elite. There are limits to what one can endure today. Within the confines of the classroom, Li Tianbing had already shown Sichuan considerable restraint. Yet this vile woman dared to push her luck time and again. even going so far as to confront him in front of a multitude in the cafeteria. Even the most placid of individuals would reach their breaking point, let alone Li Tianbing. Shi Chuan dared not utter a word. She was drenched in cold sweat, acutely aware that Li Tianbing's sword pressed harder against her throat, making it clear he could end her life at any moment. Yet, amidst her silence, she unearthed a perplexing emotion within herself, one so obscure that even she struggled to comprehend it, as if it had been buried deep within her heart for ages. A complex sentiment that eluded her grasp? Shi Chuan shook her head. However, as she gazed at the receding figures of Li Tianbing and Shui Firu, a sense of bewilderment clouded her eyes. I am powerless in this situation. I in the classroom today. I have already exercised great patience towards her. As you witnessed earlier, I do not mind her antagonism, but I cannot tolerate her disrespect towards you. In response to Shui Firu's probing questions, Li Tianbing candidly acknowledged his actions. He had made his point clear to Shi Chuan, and Shui Firu had observed it all. Nevertheless, she felt that such behavior was somewhat demeaning for a girl. While she may have crossed a line, it hardly justified the sword being brandished at her throat, especially in such a public setting. It was utterly inappropriate to humiliate a girl in front of others. Shui Firu, her cheeks flushed with indignation, walked alongside Li Tianbing along the shaded path, her head bowed. Did she ever consider how it felt to embarrass you? I will ensure that anyone who dares to harm you pays dearly. A fierce glint flickered in Li Tianbing's eyes. Yet, to Shui Firu, that intensity conveyed a sense of concern. A faint blush adorned her delicate features. Though she was somewhat perturbed by Li Tianbing's earlier actions, was it not also an expression of silent care? Chapter 33. The fourth stage of the Tianlingju nightfall descended swiftly. Within the confines of Li Tianbing's wooden abode, a silvery radiance emanated from his dantian, gradually flowing towards the crown of his head, only to return to the dantian, repeating this cycle 14 times over 4 minutes. Upon opening his eyes, Li Tianbing exhaled a long, deep breath of murky air. The Tianlingju had ascended to the fourth stage, and even Li Tianbing was taken aback by the rapidity of his cultivation. However, upon reaching this fourth stage, he increasingly felt that his progress had begun to slow. As the fighting spirit surged from his dantian to the Tianling acupoint, each rotation felt akin to wading through a quagmire, each step fraught with difficulty. This moment, Li Tianbing found himself completely drenched, unaware of how much time had elapsed. What he sensed was that his cultivation had become increasingly arduous. After cleansing himself, a refreshing sensation coursed through his numerous pores once more. The door creaked open, and Shui Firu entered with a faint smile, suggesting, Tianbing, shall we have dinner together? Xiao Rou, how long have I been cultivating? Li Tianbing asked. Lowering his head as he adjusted his garments. 2 hours, came the reply. With the enhancement of his cultivation, the areas requiring comprehension had multiplied, and his progress had significantly slowed. With a sigh, Li Tianbing lamented, the path of cultivation cannot be rushed. One must advance steadily. Excessive haste can hinder progress. Desire for speed results in failure, Shui Firu consoled him. Yes, I understand why Mother has returned and wishes for us to dine together, Shui Firu said with a smile, her spirits evidently high. However, Li Tianbing's brow furrowed, as if sensing that something was amiss. Tianbing, do eat more dishes, do not stand on ceremony, urged Shui Firu. Her mother, Shi Qian, was a stunning beauty, truly captivating. At the dining table were Shui Ling, Shui Yu, and Hua Ti. Though Hua Ti appeared somewhat out of sorts. Thank you, Aunt, Li Tianbing replied with a smile, scratching the back of his head as he served Shui Firu a dish. Tianbing, the Blood Demon Academy has just commenced, hasn't it? Shi Qian inquired, deftly rolling up her sleeves with one hand, while placing a dish in front of Li Tianbing with the other. Li Tianbing felt somewhat uneasy, quickly responding, yes, thank you for your concern. Aunt, he maintained a polite demeanor throughout their conversation, sensing an unusual aura emanating from Shi Qian. Are you adjusting well to living here? She asked quietly after finishing her mouthful. Meanwhile, Shui Ling remained silent, nursing his cup of clear wine throughout the meal. Haha, quite well, thank you for asking, Aunt, Li Tianbing replied. Though Shi Qian's expression shifted slightly, her tone tinged with irritation, no need for such formalities. I find it quite distasteful. Very well, Li Tianbing acquiesced, shedding his reserve. How far has your fighting spirit cultivation progressed? Shi Qian's beautiful eyes fixated on him with seriousness. Li Tianbing felt a surge of anxiety. She had posed a similar question during their last encounter. I am merely a novice warrior, and I feel quite ashamed, he admitted with a sigh and a shake of his head. Continue to cultivate diligently, and remember, haste makes waste, she mused. Thus, The dinner progressed uneventfully. Li Tianbing had anticipated something significant might transpire, only to find it was a false alarm. Sigh. Lying on the grass beside Shui Firu, he gazed at the resplendent stars above, unable to suppress a sigh. The cool breeze rustled through the air, and under the moonlight, the shadows of the trees danced, resembling ethereal claws upon closer inspection. Shui Firu observed Li Tianbing's furrowed brow with a hint of concern and gently inquired, "What troubles you? Why the sigh?" "I cannot quite articulate it. I simply feel a heaviness in my chest, as though something is obstructing me." "Xiao Rou, would you accompany me for a walk?" Li Tianbing suggested, sitting upright and touching his chest. Shui Firu cast another glance at him, uncertain of his predicament, yet she softly replied with a gentle mm. Unbeknownst to her, at this very moment, Li Tianbing was contemplating various matters. As she strolled along the bustling streets, the surroundings remained a vibrant scene of vehicles and pedestrians. "Tianbing, are you concealing something from me?" Stepping away from the clamor of the city, she arrived at the edge of a forest. And upon closer inspection, it was indeed the very same grove from before. In truth, "I am merely a bit fatigued," Li Tianbing smiled faintly, finding a spot to sit, her expression heavy as she gazed at the dim moonlight filtering through the leaves. Her thoughts seemingly crystallized. "You must rest well. Do not let your pursuit of cultivation jeopardize your health." Although this sentiment should not have been voiced, Shui Firu spoke it out of concern. Observing Li Tianbing's countenance, Shui Firu approached him tenderly and sat beside him. "Xiaorou, what do you enjoy?" The question escaped Li Tianbing's lips impulsively, and he immediately regretted it. What do I enjoy? Let me think." Fortunately, Shui Firu did not detect the contradiction in his words right away, instead pondering seriously. Suddenly, a spark of excitement flickered in her azure eyes. "It must be you. What else could it be?" Upon uttering this, a blush adorned her cheeks. In the darkness, Li Tianbing enveloped Shui Firu in his embrace. "Xiaorou, if one day I were to vanish, disappear forever, what would you do?" For reasons unknown, Li Tianbing found himself voicing this thought involuntarily. "I would disappear with you." Shui Firu did not interrupt his words. Rather, she conveyed her unwavering resolve to him, as if pledging a vow for eternity. "Xiaorou, that day will never come, I promise you." Li Tianbing lifted his gaze to the moon. It was not a matter of urging one another to live on, but rather a mutual vow of unwavering loyalty. Save the sweet nothings for hell. Suddenly, a cold snort pierced the air. A figure darted forth from several paces away, a flash of golden light flickering momentarily. "Long Lai?" Li Tianbing's brow furrowed again, and he rose to his feet. "Xiaorou, step back." Gently guiding Shui Firu aside, Li Tianbing understood that this battle was unavoidable. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air echoed as Long Lai's short sword radiated concentric golden ripples, advancing menacingly toward Li Tianbing. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on Li Tianbing. This battle would be arduous. The opponent's strength far surpassed his own, imposing a suppression of 4 entire realms. Even with 2 heavenly swords at his disposal, he could not harness their true power. Within the Tianyun Guild, he had managed to evade confrontation purely due to the guild's numerous spies and a stroke of luck. Tonight, Long Lai had waited 2 hours in front of the Water Spirit Guild, ultimately tracking Li Tianbing and Shui Firu to this very grove. Now was the opportune moment to strike. Li Tianbing was acutely aware that he could only rely on himself. With the Xiling sword in hand, clang! The golden short sword suddenly clashed against the Xiling sword, forcing Long Lai to retreat dozens of paces, sending leaves swirling in every direction as Li Tianbing and Long Lai locked eyes in a furious standoff. Whoosh! Another slash followed, accompanied by waves of intense golden killing intent, illuminating the surroundings. Li Tianbing scoffed, his fighting spirit surging forth, the Xiling sword glowing with a brilliant purple light, mingling with silvery fighting energy. In that instant, a powerful force radiated outward. In comparison to his previous encounter with Jinzi, Li Tianbing exhibited a heightened sense of caution and gravity. "Your time has come," Cold Lai intoned coldly, as countless golden rays emanated from his form. Swirling through the air like a dance of dragons and phoenixes, the oppressive aura of murderous intent saturating the forest around them. The sovereign level, Cold Lai was incredibly formidable. Had it not been for the assistance of Xiling, Li Tianbing would likely have met his defeat long ago. Shui Firu, anxiously observing from the sidelines, refrained from intervening or leaving, unwilling to disrupt Li Tianbing's battle. Should that fateful day truly arrive, she was prepared to face death alongside him. Allowing destiny to decide their fate, Li Tianbing's silver aura had grown increasingly faint, and he sensed his stamina waning. He was simultaneously contending with Coldly's relentless onslaught of murderous energy while grappling with the fatigue brought on by his exertion. Time was running short. A sense of despair gradually crept into Li Tianbing's azure eyes. In this moment, from birth until now, he felt an overwhelming wave of hopelessness, his entire being trembling with the chill of impending death. At this juncture, he finally comprehended the harsh truth of the survival of the fittest. With a fierce roar, Li Tianbing leapt into the air, his feet propelling him through the trees, where he unleashed a flurry of sword strikes that wove through the air. The sparks generated by the clash of Xiling and the dark golden short sword flared out, creating a cacophony of crackling sounds. Simultaneously, a pungent odor wafted through the as Li Tianbing and Coldly locked eyes. Their movements came to a halt, leaving only the sound of flames consuming the trees in the stillness. Li Tianbing furrowed his brow, his expression fraught with alarm, his chest heaving, yet he did not draw a breath. Instead, he inhaled sharply through his nose. In stark contrast, Coldly's gaze was suffused with an unending bloodlust. After several tense moments, neither party moved, the atmosphere around them seemingly frozen. Ultimately, it was Li Tianbing who broke the stillness, recklessly channeling his life force into Xiling. Instantly, his energy surged within Xiling like a silver dragon, intertwining with the violet glow of Xiling to create a brilliant radiance that illuminated the surroundings. Li Tianbing pointed his sword towards the heavens, as the energy danced chaotically around Xiling, gradually forming a vague yet discernible pattern that hovered in midair, emanating a formidable resonance. At this moment, Li Tianbing's complexion was ashen, his form wavering, nearly collapsing to the ground. Nevertheless, he resolutely persevered, driven by the strength of his will, for he needed to endure until the technique manifested. The energy enveloped Li Tianbing, bathing him in a cascade of silvery light. The circular pattern of energy above continued its relentless rotation, ultimately coalescing into a vortex that was nothing short of astonishing. The shimmering vortex in midair split into two, intertwining and spinning, generating an elusive gravitational pull. In an instant, the leaves in the forest rustled, and debris was stirred about. Shui Firu swiftly summoned her pale blue mental energy to shield herself from the pull. Meanwhile, Coldly, having sensed Li Tianbing's movement, also sprang into action. The golden short sword in his hand gleamed like a radiant star, infused with a relentless wave of murderous energy, rendering it even more resplendent. As a cold smile crept across Coldly's lips, the atmosphere grew ever more ominous. The golden short sword suddenly radiated a blinding brilliance, enveloping the surroundings within a span of several dozen feet, akin to the illumination of daylight. Long Li's form surged violently, muscles swelling, his visage contorted in a fierce grimace, and the golden light encircled both the distant Li Tianbing and Long Li. Shui Firu could only anxiously pace outside the golden glow. The moment the golden light coalesced around Long Li, two swirling vortices truly manifested above Li Tianbing's head. Boom! High above in the heavens, a bolt of lightning streaked across, and a thunderclap struck into the vortex. It was evident that Li Tianbing was on the brink of collapse. His internal fighting spirit dwindling to mere remnants, a chill gripped Li Tianbing's throat, prompting him to violently expel a mouthful of blood. Within the golden light, two silver whirlpools tinged with purple became visible. The fourth tier of the Tianling Ju, Qian Kuan Hun Yuan. An extreme profundity. Li Tianbing struggled to utter these words, his brow furrowing tightly. With a gentle flick of the purple spirit sword, the two vortices surged toward the equally ensconced Long Li within the golden glow. From within the golden radiance, a thunderous shout erupted from Long Li, causing the golden brilliance to expand outward by several dozen feet, enveloping even Shui Firu, who hastily shielded her eyes with her soul's energy. Her heart racing with anxiety as she gazed into the golden light. As the vortices swept through, it seemed as though everything was affected, sand flying and stones tumbling, a vast cloud of dust swirling within the golden gleam. Boom! A colossal sound reverberated from the depths of the golden light, as if everything had been rendered still. Was it over? Shui Firu gasped, rushing into the golden radiance, and in the blink of an eye, her figure vanished from sight. Following the thunderous roar, the golden light gradually dissipated, transforming into a cloud-like mist that spread outward. The golden glow dimmed progressively until it vanished entirely, restoring a profound tranquility to the surroundings. In the aftermath, the area once impacted by the golden light appeared as a desolate ruin, dilapidated and strewn with withered branches and leaves. Even more astonishing to Shui Firu was the small pit at the very center of the ruins, where a figure lay, none other than Li Tianbing. Chapter 34. The first grave injury in the North Snow Empire, due to the existence of certain anomalous factors, a plain was forcibly cultivated in the central region, bathed in gentle sunlight throughout the year, becoming a peculiar haven in contrast to the other frigid locales of the empire. Furthermore, the presence of the Central Plain and the Ice Mountain Range, two regions occupying nearly half of the North Snow Empire's territory, resulted in the majority of the population being concentrated in the northeast and southeast. Nevertheless, this demographic distribution did not alter the fact that the North Snow Empire was home to the largest number of adventurers. Approximately 100 kilometers east of Shuling Mountain lies a small town known as Shirley. This town is situated about 70 to 80 kilometers above the northern boundary of the Domain of Darkness. Although Shirley is a small town and not particularly prosperous, it offers any goods the common folk and cultivators might need, boasting a remarkably high population density. Almost every 100 square meters accommodates 10 individuals. Such a bustling small town naturally thrives with activity. At this moment, it was the dead of night, yet Shirley was still ablaze with lights. Due to its relatively southern geographical position, the temperature was only slightly lower than that of the East Lake Empire, and even at night, there was little change in warmth. The streets and pathways were blanketed with layers of white snow, and the thoroughfares were bustling with a constant flow of pedestrians, vibrant and lively. A group of intrepid adventurers has gathered in the city of Shirley, most of whom are preparing to venture into the icy wilderness, hoping to uncover treasures buried in snow for millennia. Among them are a faction of cultivators whose ambition lies in the annihilation of snow dragons. Deep within the icy realm of the Northern Snow Empire reside 5 legendary snow dragons, rumored to be the last of their kind on the entire continent of Purue. These majestic creatures are elusive, their appearance is fleeting, and their power is said to rival that of deities in recent years. A fervor for dragon hunting has swept across the continent. Adventurers embark on perilous quests to slay these magnificent beasts, even at the cost of their lives. Yet, the legacy of their endeavors endures, as their sons, grandsons, and descendants continue the relentless pursuit of dragon hunting, highlighting the irresistible allure of the snow dragons. The dragons are treasures in their own right, and should one succeed in their slaughter, cultivators would gain immense fortune and experience a meteoric rise in power. However, the elusive nature of the snow dragons makes the task daunting. Not only are the dragons formidable in strength, but the treacherous terrain of their icy domain is fraught with danger. At this moment, within a brothel in Shirley, the establishment boasts 3 stories and spans several hundred square meters, making it a considerable venue. At the entrance, a matron with a lewd grin and a rotund figure, adorned in garish makeup, holds a floral fan in her right hand while playfully gesturing with her left as she engages in jovial conversation with a patron, presumably a regular. After ushering him inside, she promptly returns to the doorway to greet new guests. The brothel is adorned with 2 pink lanterns, beneath which patrons sway in and out. Inside, the atmosphere is far more vibrant than the exterior suggests. Those who frequent this establishment are all dashing gentlemen, hailing from prominent families. Upon entering, one is greeted by a spacious central area where several captivating dancers perform, their attire daringly revealing and their figures breathtakingly alluring, occasionally teasing the audience with their enchanting gazes. Below, dozens of tables are filled with patrons, each accompanied by a dancer, as laughter and revelry echo throughout, creating a lively and indulgent ambience. At the rear of the central area, a wooden staircase leads to the second floor, which is the true haven of pleasure, each room shrouded in mystery by delicate pink drapes. At this moment, a symphony of moans emanates from within the chambers, a continuous wave of sound that ignites the imagination, causing hearts to race and bodies to tremble with anticipation, further intensified by the stunning roseate hues that evoke a primal urge. The third floor remains an enigma, devoid of any visible presence. Meanwhile, on the second floor, in one particular room, the chorus of sounds gives way to 2 distinct moans, as if releasing pent-up desires. The decor of this room is entirely in shades of pink, with even the tea table reflecting the themed bed, adorned in a rosy hue, serves as the stage for 2 entwined figures, a scene so intimate it would cause any onlooker to blush. A man reclines on the bed for a moment, seemingly savoring the experience, before turning his attention to the woman beside him, indulging in further pleasures, and finally composing himself to don his attire and depart. The man before them was unmistakably malevolent, having merely altered his appearance and physique slightly. The dark aura and peculiar markings that adorned him were cleverly concealed. As he stepped outside, his cloak subtly obscured his face. He chuckled to himself, "It has been years since I felt such exhilaration." A smirk played at the corners of his lips, and his eyes gleamed with a fierce brilliance. Within the confines of the divine pulse, For reasons unbeknownst to him, he was unable to engage with women, leading to a profound sense of repression. At this moment, the opportunity to release his pent-up desires was simply too enticing to resist. Truly a debauchee. Opposite him stood a figure. She was Ling. The trio of Xie, Shi, and Ling were destined to remain within 100 meters of one another, lest they succumb to a fatal demise. This peculiar rule, enforced by some arcane method, had forged an unbreakable bond among them, strengthening their connection in the process. While Xie reveled in his moment of joy, Ling stood outside, gritting her teeth in anticipation. After such a prolonged period of restraint, how could I not seize this opportunity to indulge myself? My conscience would never forgive me otherwise. You have lingered in the divine pulse for so long. Now that you have finally emerged, how can you not revel in this chance? Are you not lonely? Are you not stifled? Xie chuckled derisively, his expression betraying a hint of discomfort, yet Ling remained oblivious to his demeanor. Scoundrel, she thought, her face flushed with embarrassment, though Xie was equally unaware of her reaction. Just as Ling was about to turn away, the door to the adjacent room was suddenly flung open, and a disheveled figure stumbled out, a man with a gaunt face, hastily donned in a cloak. What happened? Xie inquired, his tone revealing a touch of curiosity, for he had never witnessed this man in such a state of panic. It was evident that something had transpired within. Don't ask, just run. That madman. The man turned abruptly, revealing himself to be Shi, his expression one of exasperation. And no sooner had he finished speaking than another figure burst forth from the room, a dancer, her attire scandalously revealing, evidently hastily thrown on. Upon seeing her, Shi became even more flustered, and in a sudden burst of energy, he dashed towards a window at the end of the hallway. Xie and Ling exchanged puzzled glances, momentarily taken aback by the spectacle, before hastily following Shi. The dancer appeared to be an ordinary civilian, devoid of any martial prowess, and her speed was comically inferior to that of Xie and the others. The three of them leaped through the shattered window, streaking through the air like flashes of light, swiftly disappearing into the distance amidst the rooftops. Humph! At the window, the dancer stomped her foot in frustration, letting out a soft huff of discontent as Xie, Ling, and Shi traversed the snow-laden streets. A shroud of dark energy enveloped them now. Perhaps we can uncover the truth behind all this? Xie mused, lowering his head as swirling tendrils of shadow gradually dissipated. Concealing his visage within their folds, that woman was quite remarkable, with a fiery figure and impressive skills. Yet, after everything, she actually wished to pledge her life to me. Sigh. Shi sighed, similarly ensnared by a veil of darkness. Pledge her life? Humph. Was she not already offering herself? Ling, being a woman, attempted to feign composure, yet her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, as an unseen shroud of darkness enveloped her delicate form. Are you not that person anymore? How could she offer herself so readily? Xie couldn't help but ask curiously. I meant to say that she wants me to be her husband, Shi hastily clarified, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Husband? You would be overestimating him even if you suggested he be her grandfather, let alone her husband. It's utterly laughable. Xie gazed at Shi's innocent expression, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. The past is in the past. Why dwell on it? Ling scoffed lightly, brushing her hand over her cloak as she took the lead, prompting Xie and Shi to share a tacit, wry smile before following her. At the Shui residence, within the icy wooden chamber of Li Tianbing, he had lain unconscious for 3 days and nights, still yet to awaken. By the bedside, Shui Fira gently wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. Behind her stood Shui Ling, Shui Yu, Uncle Nan, and Hua Ti, though Hua Ti appeared somewhat uneasy. 3 days prior, during the battle with Long Lai, he had sustained only minor injuries, while Li Tianbing fell into a state of unconsciousness. Just as Long Lai was about to deliver a fatal blow, Jimier intervened, saving both Li Tianbing and Shui Firu. Yet he bore no ill will towards Long Lai for such a trivial matter. It seemed as though fate had already determined the course of events. As for Ling Shi, Shui Firu naturally requested a leave of absence for Li Tianbing, which was a trifling matter to this moment. With her family present, Shui Firu laid aside all reservations, gazing tenderly at the furrowed brow of Li Tianbing on the bed, murmuring softly to herself, her eyes filled with concern. Shui Ling shook her head with a sigh, an expression of sorrow clouding her features. If anything were to happen to Li Tianbing, she would feel immense guilt within her heart. Shui Ling departed, followed by Shui Yu, Uncle Nan, and Hua Ti, leaving this solitary pair behind. Li Tianbing's injuries were quite severe, arguably the most grievous he had ever sustained during his cultivation. His internal organs and meridians had been violently disrupted, revealing crimson fragments within. Had it not been for the arrival of a ghostly physician who stabilized his condition, Li Tianbing would surely have faced grave peril. Ice, did you not promise to treat me to a grand feast? Shui Firu whispered. When you awaken, I shall insist that you fulfill your promise. You must not try to evade me, and that you still owe me a kiss, which I shall demand you repay in person upon your awakening. Her rosy cheeks exuded an enchanting charm, yet tears helplessly streamed down her face. Look at you. What does your silence mean? Are you planning to back out of your promises? Humph. I intend to cling to you forever, she murmured softly, as if in a tender reverie. Perhaps fatigued, Shui Firu gently closed the door and lay down beside Li Tianbing, swiftly drifting into slumber. She had not rested for 2 days and nights. Within Li Tianbing's dantian, the fighting spirit had dwindled to a mere whisper, nearly extinguished, its presence a mere shadow of what it once was. If this trend continued, it would not be long before the celestial spirit's fighting energy vanished from Li Tianbing's body forever. Witnessing this, Shi Shui grew anxious. Fighting spirit was the very essence of a warrior. Without it, a warrior was akin to a mortal devoid of a soul, left with an empty heart. What would Li Tianbing's emotional state be upon awakening without his fighting spirit? Shi Shui understood all too well that without it, Li Tianbing would inevitably succumb to despair, perhaps even contemplate ending his own life. Tianbing, Li Tianbing. Wake up this instant. In desperation, Shi Shui had no choice but to launch a fierce assault on Li Tianbing's soul mark. At this moment, deep within the latter's soul, there lay an eerie silence, as if death itself had claimed the space. Forcing an attack on Li Tianbing's fragile soul, akin to a mere flicker of fighting spirit, posed a staggering 70% chance of demise. Yet, despite this daunting prospect, Shi Shui could not afford to be overly concerned, for without fighting spirit, his master would surely descend into madness, even to the brink of self-destruction. The only recourse left was to awaken Li Tianbing, urging him to harness the power of the 7 swords dormant within, to mend his wounds. Such power could only be effectively summoned by Li Tianbing himself. Wake up, damn it. There are countless matters awaiting your attention. How can you lie here in slumber? Ah, get up at once. It was as though a cacophony of sound reverberated through Li Tianbing's soul. However, within that silent abyss, there remained not a trace of response. You know. There is a girl who has been waiting for you, waiting for you, waiting for you. This ethereal whisper suddenly resonated deep within Li Tianbing's soul. Bang! The tranquility of the soul, akin to a still lake, was shattered by a tiny pebble, which sent ripples of white light surging forth, gradually expanding and illuminating the void. Boom! In an instant, the white light erupted, flooding Li Tianbing's soul to the center of this ethereal brilliance. A shadow began to emerge from the depths, as if it were a figure, isolated and sorrowful. From indistinctness to clarity, the silhouette gradually took form. The appearance of this figure finally elicited a flicker of response from Li Tianbing's soul. That figure, which haunted Li Tianbing's dreams, with each graceful smile and frown, filled his entire mind with warmth and purity, repeatedly stirring the depths of his soul. Meanwhile, Shi Shui's voice seemed to be muffled, leaving only that enchanting figure echoing in his consciousness. This fragile soul conveyed a message to his brain. After a slight tremor, Li Tianbing's eyes finally fluttered open. Chapter 35. The Pill. His vision blurred. Li Tianbing blinked several times, fixating on the ceiling. His consciousness remained in a state of disarray. With his awakening, the frail strength of his soul finally transmitted the agony he had endured. Instantly, the intense pain from his injuries coursed through his body, prompting Li Tianbing to involuntarily gasp. Yet he gritted his teeth and endured. After a prolonged moment of staring at the ceiling, memories of his battle with Long Lai gradually resurfaced. Turning inward, he perceived the faint traces of fighting spirit swirling within his dantian. A bitter smile crept upon Li Tianbing's lips. He had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. Just as he contemplated raising his head, waves of pain surged through him, causing him to gasp once more. He forced a wry smile, reluctant to move. This severe injury had abruptly made him realize the paramount importance of possessing formidable strength. As he attempted to move his right hand, a frown etched across his face. Even his hand refused to obey, rendering him no different from a cripple. With this thought, a profound sense of defeat and despondency welled up within him. However, the lingering presence of animosity caused Li Tianbing's previously tranquil emotions to stir once more. At that moment, he sensed a gentle pressure against his right hand, accompanied by a fragrance that wafted through the air, reminiscent of the sweet-scented osmanthus in autumn. Unable to resist, Li Tianbing inhaled deeply a few times, and with a fleeting glance, he beheld the familiar figure of Shui Firu beside him. Reflecting on the myriad events leading up to this moment, an overwhelming wave of emotion surged within him, causing his nose to tingle and the corners of his eyes to moisten. Perhaps it was during his days of unconsciousness that she had been tending to him. He chose not to disturb her, instead staring blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought, and with a soft sigh, he closed his eyes, sinking into a meditative state. Within his dantian, his fighting spirit was merely drifting at a painfully slow pace. Outside, the pale red sunlight cast its gentle rays, painting everything in hues of orange and yellow. The horizon blazed with a fiery red, transforming the world into something breathtaking. Alas, it was nearly dusk, and even the most beautiful scenes must eventually fade into memory. A shadow stealthily approached from the walkway outside the wooden cabin, glancing furtively around as if fearful of being discovered. This figure, however, added a touch of discord to the otherwise picturesque twilight. Upon reaching the entrance of Li Tianbing's cabin, the silhouette paused, cautiously surveying the surroundings once more. A grotesque smile crept upon the figure's lips before it pushed open the door and peeked inside, only to gently close it behind them. Once inside, the individual wore a smile, gradually making their way toward Li Tianbing, their grin growing increasingly radiant. Yet by the end, a glint of malice shone in their eyes. Before his fighting spirit could fully awaken, Li Tianbing sensed the presence of another in the room. Out of instinct, he slowly opened his eyes, only to find that the newcomer was Huodi, which warmed his heart. Huodi had always been somewhat averse to him. Yet here he was, visiting during Li Tianbing's time of injury. What a heartening surprise! Huodi, big brother, Li Tianbing exclaimed with a joyful smile, but his heart sank as he caught sight of the murderous intent in Huodi's eyes. You! Before he could finish, Shui Firu stirred beside him and sat up. Upon seeing Li Tianbing awake, her face radiated an indescribable joy. However, she quickly noticed the astonishment in Li Tianbing's gaze and followed it, her lovely eyes widening in surprise. Huodi, big brother, I thought you were off training. What brings you here? As she spoke, she seemed to sense the fierce demeanor of Huodi, prompting her to exclaim. A brief silence enveloped the room. This silence was soon shattered by Huodi, who chuckled. Well, today, you find yourself in my grasp. With that, he began to approach Li Tianbing and Shui Firu. Huodi, big brother, what do you intend to do? Shui Firu cried out in alarm. In her memory, Huodi had always been a gentle soul, rarely angered. His attempts to charm her had often left her feeling repulsed. Little did she know that the Huodi she recalled was merely a facade. The true Huodi concealed his struggles and schemes deep within his heart. Step aside. I need to deal with this troublesome fellow, Huodi said, gently pushing Shui Firu aside. His gaze fixed on Li Tianbing, now brimming with menace. Huodi, big brother. Upon hearing Huodi's words, Shui Firu immediately covered her mouth with her hand, gazing at him in astonishment. Humph. It truly is you. I had long sensed that flicker of flame. And surely, it was because of you that Long Lai sought to take my life, was it not? Li Tianbing's eyes flickered coldly as he spoke. That fellow cannot even deal with you. How utterly disappointing. However, you should consider it an honor to perish at my hands today. Although Huodi possessed the strength of a high-level mage, which paled in comparison to Long Lai's prowess, he far surpassed Shui Firu, who was merely a novice mage. At this moment, a single strike from Huodi could easily spell doom for Li Tianbing. Suddenly, Huodi seemed to recall something, and his right hand conjured a playful sphere of yellow flame, dancing mischievously. Just as he prepared to unleash his attack, the flame in his hand was extinguished by a water sphere, dissipating into wisps of vapor until it vanished completely. Fury ignited within him as he turned to confront the creator of the water sphere. Shui Firu, what are you doing? Huodi exclaimed in astonishment, never anticipating that Shui Firu would intervene. Throughout their lives, he had known that his efforts to please her had gone unrewarded. Yet, they had grown up together, inseparable from a young age. Huodi could hardly fathom that Shui Firu would stand against him for someone she had known for less than half a year. A pang of bitterness surged in his heart, causing his voice to tremble as he declared, Everything I do is for you. I care not for your motives. If you harm him, I will not rest until I have my revenge. Shui Firu bit her soft lip, her delicate features displaying unwavering resolve as she positioned herself protectively in front of Li Tianbing's bed. Not rest until you have your revenge? The words struck Huodi's heart like a hammer, causing cracks to spiderweb through his emotions. He forced a smile, attempting to maintain composure as he replied, Do you mean to say that our 16 years together pale in comparison to your 5 years with him? It was evident that Huodi had summoned immense courage to utter those words. I did not mean it that way. It's just that Bing is the one I love, and I cannot allow you to harm him. Normally gentle and kind, Shui Firu's demeanor now radiated a fierce protectiveness toward Li Tianbing. The one you love? And what of me? What am I to you? Hua Ti gritted his teeth, trembling with rage. As if a knife were repeatedly slicing at his heart, the cracks within him bleeding like a spider's why best friend. I hope you will not force me to extinguish the last remnants of goodwill I hold for you. Shui Firu's cheeks flushed slightly, seemingly oblivious to her bond with Hua Ti, her eyes flashing with anger, her body trembling with emotion. Why best, friend? Observing Shui Firu in that moment, Hua Ti felt an unsettling distance between them, a profound sense of despair washing over him. He never anticipated that his 16 years of devotion would be lived in the shadow of another. A wave of sorrow engulfed his heart. But then, his gaze shifted to Li Tianbing, fixating on the latter's deep, cerulean eyes, sensing a hint of malicious delight within them. It was absurd that he could not triumph even over a wounded adversary lying in bed. He vowed then and there that he would ensure Li Tianbing suffered. Suddenly, the wizard Hua Ti erupted with an astonishing speed, his silhouette flickering as the air reverberated with a series of sounds, leaving behind an array of afterimages. This took Li Tianbing by surprise. Hua Ti gently pushed Shui Firu aside, preparing to strike Li Tianbing with a palm aimed directly at his face. Should that blow land, it would likely spell the end of Li Tianbing's life. Shui Firu, who had been attentively observing Hua Ti's movements from the very beginning, stumbled back after being gently nudged aside, her countenance paling as she coldly declared, Hua Ti, if you dare to harm him, I will inform my father. Upon hearing this, Li Tianbing shuddered involuntarily. In that moment, Shui Firu stood there like a block of cold iron. Even Li Tianbing was taken aback. Hua Ti, on the other hand, halted his actions, his body trembling. He surely understood the weight of Shui Ling's regard for Li Tianbing. Should he proceed to kill him, life in the Shui family would become unbearable. Hua Ti furrowed his brow, his eyes darting slightly as he weighed the pros and cons, ultimately stating in a deep voice, For the sake of my uncle today, I shall spare you. However, you must tread carefully at the Blood Demon Academy from now on. With that, Hua Ti delivered his harsh words, maintaining a calm demeanor as he passed by Shui Firu without so much as a glance. Striding straight out the wooden door, it was evident that the bond forged over 16 years between the two had been irrevocably shattered in that moment. Shui Firu's shoulders trembled, an ache settling deep within her heart. She realized she had lost someone of immense significance, a bond cultivated over more than a decade, one that could not be compared to any other. It was her own words that had shattered it. Shui Firu shook her head. When faced with the choice between her beloved and her good friend, she would unhesitatingly choose the former. Forcing a smile, she gracefully approached Li Tianbing's bedside, gently sitting down to meet his gaze. Li Tianbing, drenched in cold sweat, was astonished by how close he had come to death. That was death, though he harbored no fear of it. He still had many things left to accomplish. Shui Firu gazed at Li Tianbing, whose smile was slowly emerging, her left hand caressing his face as she tremulously spoke. Bing, you have finally awakened. Do you know how worried I was about you? The moment the words left her lips, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Li Tianbing's heart tightened. Yet he soon relaxed his brow, chuckling softly. But I am awake now, aren't I? Come now, Ro, do not cry. It pains me. He attempted to reach out, but alas, found himself powerless, resulting in a bitter smile. Bing, be cautious of Hua Ti in the future. With his influence at the academy, he seems to possess some capabilities, Shui Firu whispered, her delicate hand resting atop Li Tianbing's right hand, her gaze filled with profound affection and concern. Yes, understood. Without hesitation, as he felt the softness of her touch, warmth coursed through Li Tianbing's heart. Once again, he gazed deeply into her eyes and suddenly, it was as if time had frozen. The girl's autumn-like eyes glimmered with a hint of shyness, her gaze toward Li Tianbing growing fervent. Shui Firu's fair face flushed crimson like the evening glow outside, as she leaned slowly closer to Li Tianbing, whose star-like yet vacant azure eyes met her own. Hey, what do you intend to do? Li Tianbing instinctively jumped, though he dared not react too excitedly. Shui Firu's exquisitely delicate and elegant visage instantly flushed a deep crimson, rendering her utterly bashful and frozen in place. Ahem, I understand now. You wish to make an indecent proposal? Hee, do not be in such a haste. I have been reclining for so long, and I am quite unkempt. Once I have healed, you may indulge in your desires at will. Inhaling the unique fragrance of the woman beside him, Li Tianbing found himself momentarily entranced. He quickly regained his composure, a wicked grin creeping across his face as he said, How bothersome. That moment, A captivating blush adorned Shui Firu's fair complexion, rendering her utterly enchanting. Regaining her composure, she gently addressed Li Tianbing. Bing, please take care of your health. I shall not disturb you any longer. By the way, I fear my father may discover the egg on the tea table. I will secure it for you and bring it over shortly. Thank you. Li Tianbing could undoubtedly sense Shui Firu's attentiveness, and after gazing at her tenderly for a moment, he obediently closed his eyes, succumbing to the healing process. Li Tianbing turned his focus inward once more. A bitter smile emerged. His meridians lay in disarray, his internal organs severely injured, and his strength paled in comparison to that of Long Lai. Were it not for the protection of the Xiling sword, he would likely have perished from Long Lai's golden strike. Reflecting on his condition, Li Tianbing could only let out a resigned smile. That moment, a singular thought struck him. Elixirs. Thousands of years ago, in the dawn of the continent, the vast world was filled with wonders. Extraordinary herbs and elixirs flourished and thrived in the perilous mountains and treacherous waters, enticing countless cultivators to madness. It is widely known that elixirs must be refined to take shape. Yet, in those desolate regions, some elixirs are born from herbs or various materials nurtured by the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. While certain elixirs require refinement before consumption, others can be ingested directly. The reasons for which remain obscure to most. Some elixirs can heal wounds, enhance one's strength, or even lead to transformation into beasts or deities, and some even possess the ability to break through shackles and grant immortality. On the continent, there exists a profession that holds a significant place: alchemists. The materials for elixirs are often found in perilous mountains or unfrequented areas, as well as in peculiar swamps. Even the crystalline cores within exotic beasts serve as medicinal materials. Elixirs are born from the spiritual essence of all things, and a select few possess effects so potent that countless cultivators risk their lives to gather them or even steal them from their possessors. The elixirs of the world are particularly ferocious. Any violent elixir must be purified. Hence, the role of the alchemist emerged. Due to the widespread availability of elixirs, cultivators can seek them out, and the profession of alchemy is not held in particularly high regard among cultivators on the continent. If not for the fact that certain elixirs are unattainable in those desolate regions and must be refined by alchemists from various materials, cultivators would largely disregard them and even mock them. As most alchemists possess limited strength in a world where power reigns supreme, strength is always prioritized by cultivators. Alchemists, however, are not solely dedicated to refining elixirs, and for some, it is not even their forte. The ranks of alchemists are categorized from lowest to highest as follows: Alchemist, Master Alchemist, Saint Alchemist, Grandmaster Alchemist, Divine Alchemist, and Supreme Alchemist. The grades of elixirs are divided from the 1st to the 9th tier. Along with Celestial, Holy, and Divine tiers, totaling 12 levels, it appears to be a coincidence that alchemists of every rank are capable of concocting 2 tiers of elixirs. For instance, a basic alchemist can produce 1st and 2nd tier potions, while a more advanced alchemist can subsequently create 3rd and 4th tier potions. However, some alchemists, upon reaching the esteemed level of a master alchemist, find themselves unable to fabricate divine tier elixirs, simply because the creation of such potions is deemed an act against the heavens. To craft a divine tier potion, one must possess unparalleled strength. The number of alchemists capable of producing divine tier potions on the continent is exceedingly scarce, resulting in these potions being sought only in perilous realms. Yet, the divine tier potions within those treacherous locales are not easily found, and furthermore, they are imbued with spirit, to the extent that they can even cultivate themselves. This renders the majority of cultivators unable to glimpse the true visage of divine tier potions throughout their lifetimes. The art of potion making is not as simple as it may seem. It requires not only an array of materials, but also an exceptional mastery over the precise timing of the concoction process. Thus, the higher the tier of the potion, the greater the likelihood of failure in its creation. Potions ranging from 1st to 9th tier are abundant across the continent, while only the great powers can produce heavenly tier potions, and saint tier potions are even rarer. Divine tier potions, however, are scarcely found. Legend has it that a master alchemist once endeavored to create a divine tier potion but ultimately suffered the consequences, resulting in his demise along with the destruction of the potion. The difficulty of crafting saint tier potions is no less formidable, with failures leading to ruin occurring with alarming frequency. Consequently, lying in bed, Li Tianbing ardently yearned for potions to mend his injuries, even entertaining the thought of becoming an alchemist himself. However, burdened by his family's mission, he was reluctant to divert his focus from becoming a warrior. Of course, should an opportunity arise, experimenting with potion making could enhance his understanding of myriad extraordinary substances. Gazing blankly at the ceiling for over 10 minutes, lamenting his inadequacy, Li Tianbing eventually returned to reality. At this moment, he recognized that his knowledge of the continent was painfully limited, and once his injuries improved, he resolved to seek out books for study. Suddenly reminded of the possibility of recovery, a graceful figure flashed through Li Tianbing's mind, and a smile gradually graced his lips. Chapter 36. The heavenly sword heals within his dantian. A faint flow of energy was visibly moving at a discernible pace. Gritting his teeth, Li Tianbing endured the agony of ruptured meridians and internal torment, attempting to circulate the meager energy within him. Upon his initial attempt, a surge of joy overwhelmed him. It seemed that heaven still favored him. He cautiously began to channel his energy. However, as he gently guided the energy, painful sensations swiftly coursed through every corner of his body, akin to a bucket of cold water being splashed upon him. Li Tianbing grimaced in pain, yet amidst his suffering, he was secretly alarmed. His injuries were indeed grave, leaving him feeling utterly helpless. Subsequently, he realized that each attempt to circulate his energy was exceedingly challenging. Within mere seconds, waves of sharp, burning pain would compel him to cease his efforts. Just as Li Tianbing was on the verge of abandoning the circulation of his energy, he suddenly perceived two radiant lights, one purple and one red, emanating from a particularly obscure corner of his dantian. Had it not been for a casual glance from Li Tianbing, it is likely that even with the knowledge of their presence within his dantian, he would have struggled to locate them easily. This moment, two beams of light, one purple and the other red, remained motionless like the still air, igniting a profound curiosity within Li Tianbing. He set aside his previous conflicts and directed his consciousness along the beams, feeling a familiar aura wafting through the air as he drew closer. Just as he was engulfed in confusion, a well-known voice quietly resonated. That is the residual power of the seven swords, a result of the initial fusion between Xiling and myself with you, due to a lack of compatibility. This power can only be wielded once. Though merely an accidental remnant, it is sufficient to heal your current wounds. The voice of Shishua echoed leisurely, leaving Li Tianbing utterly astonished. He suppressed the joy swelling within him and cautiously began to channel the two beams of light. Boom! Under Li Tianbing's manipulation, the two forces surged forth like a tidal wave, ultimately merging into one. This newly formed power bore no resemblance to Xiling's lightning energy, nor did it reflect Shishua's blood energy. Instead, it amalgamated into a force devoid of attribute yet imbued with an overwhelming pressure, surging forth like a colossal torrent, grand and magnificent. Perhaps fearing a recurrence of his previous experience where his energy dissipated, Li Tianbing exercised caution in his approach. Yet, he felt no pain. Rather, under the influence of the seven swords' power, his injured muscles, bones, meridians, and every organ were being mended. The seven swords' power truly lived up to its illustrious reputation. Nourished by the power of the heavenly sword, the numerous intersecting scars on Li Tianbing's body began to vanish at a visibly rapid pace. Until they completely disappeared, he activated the seven swords' power. It coursed through his entire being, eliciting a chorus of approval from his body wherever it flowed. Li Tianbing felt an unparalleled sense of relief in every corner of his being, as if he had slipped beneath a warm blanket on a frigid day. Enveloped in comfort, as the seven swords' power returned to his dantian, it had thinned considerably. The previously tranquil energy within now surged violently like boiling water. Overwhelmed with joy, Li Tianbing exerted all his might to channel the energy, only to be struck with astonishment at the current density of his energy. It appeared he had ascended to the rank of a junior mid-level warrior, with the potential to reach the pinnacle of mid-level. This injury had brought his energy usage to the brink, inadvertently enhancing the richness of his energy. Following the cultivation scripture of the heavenly spirit technique, Li Tianbing carefully guided a thread of energy through his meridians, which had grown even more resilient and seemingly enlarged under the restoration of the seven swords' power. Consequently, the energy surged smoothly into the heavenly spirit acupoint. Upon completing a cycle of energy circulation, Li Tianbing felt a profound transformation within him. He then initiated another round of heavenly spirit energy, guiding it through his meridians towards the heavenly spirit. After repeating this cycle 14 times, the heavenly spirit energy lingered approximately 6 inches above his dantian, before slowly descending like a ray of light, ultimately returning to the dantian. The seven swords power that was cycled back into Li Tianbing's dantian transformed into specks of light, dispersing throughout his being. Gradually, in an imperceptible manner, these lights would mend Li Tianbing's injuries until he was fully healed, at which point they would quietly dissipate. During the day, under the blazing sun, Li Tianbing suddenly opened his eyes. two beams of azure light shooting forth before gradually shrinking and vanishing. With a whoosh, a long repressed murky breath escaped his lips as he half sat up, his body twisted, producing a series of crackling sounds. After cleansing himself in the bathing room and donning a set of black garments, he held a purple spirit in his hand, exuding an air of elegance. This feeling is truly delightful, yet, just then, a rumble emanated from his stomach, prompting a rueful smile from Li Tianbing. Sitting at the tea table, he stared at the peculiar egg, which was bluish-white and utterly still, his expression devoid of emotion. Yet, inside, his heart raced with anxiety. What if one day he fell into a deep slumber, only to have it hatch and swallow him whole, while remaining expressionless? Suddenly, the doors swung open, and gentle sunlight poured in unabashedly with the wooden door-s opening. In an instant, a petite fragrant figure was silhouetted against the golden light, as the door closed. A familiar scent enveloped Li Tianbing's senses, the fragrance of baiji grass wafting from Shui Firu. The corners of Li Tianbing's mouth curled into a subtle smile as he stood up, gazing at Shui Firu. Today, she wore a delicate blue veil that subtly outlined her developing form, while her light blue wavy hair was tied back into a small braid, cascading down to her waist like a crystal-clear stream. "Xiao Rou, how many days have I slept?" Li Tianbing inquired with a smile, stepping towards Shui Firu and halting half a meter in front of her. Though it was not their first encounter at such close proximity, the masculine aura emanating from him caused Shui Firu's fair face to flush with an enchanting crimson. "Since your injury, you have been in a coma for 3 days. And after that, you have been cultivating for 4 days, totaling 7 days, Shui Firu replied softly, her shyness intensifying rather than diminishing. Li Tianbing nodded thoughtfully and then said, "Have you been taking care of me all these days? I truly appreciate it, Xiao Rou." He dared not jest regarding Shui Firu's attentiveness. "It's nothing. Do we really need to say such things between us?" However, Shui Firu's thoughts were not on the matter of care, but rather on the time she had helped Li Tianbing cleanse himself. Consequently, her delicate face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. "That being said, through this battle, I have fortuitously gained some strength, and yet..." What Shui Firu was contemplating remained unknown to Li Tianbing. He was only aware that after so many days, he felt somewhat at ease that moment. He lifted his right foot and took a step forward, closing the distance between him and Shui Firu to a mere breath apart, their noses nearly touching. Both felt the warmth of each other's breaths, their hearts racing with excitement. The memory of Li Tianbing's words from a few days prior made Shui Firu's heart flutter like a startled rabbit, a blush creeping across her neck. "Moreover, I have missed you dearly." Li Tianbing leaned slightly forward, causing Shui Firu to instinctively retreat a few steps. "Do you wish to know who saved you?" Shui Firu retreated a small step once more. "Who could it be?" Li Tianbing gazed at Shui Firu with a serene smile, speaking at a leisurely pace. "Elder Jimia." Shui Firu's breath quickened, her chest gently heaving as she inhaled the fragrant aroma exhaled by Li Tianbing. Her delicate body trembled slightly. "Elder Jimia, how could it possibly be him?" Upon hearing this, Li Tianbing furrowed his brows, lost in contemplation. "How does he know I was battling with Long Lai?" Li Tianbing questioned with a frown. "I am uncertain." At that moment, Long Lai only sustained minor injuries. "Just as he was about to strike you down, Elder Jimia made his entrance," Shui Firu replied, patting her chest and exhaling a sigh. "Could it be that he has been following us all along, protecting us from the shadows? What advantage could that hold for him?" Li Tianbing pondered for a moment, some doubts surfacing in his mind. His azure eyes shifted, and as he closed them, a wisp of mist escaped his lips. "Nevertheless, that is all in the past. Should we cross paths again by fate, I shall repay him in full, yet the matter of greatest import remains." Li Tianbing gazed at Shui Firu with lingering affection, a wicked smile suddenly curving his lips. Observing Li Tianbing take a small step closer, even his breath seemed to draw nearer. Shui Firu retreated once more, a hint of panic and fear on her face, though it was quickly veiled by shyness. "Bing, what do you intend to do?" Her voice trembled slightly. "Hee. What do you think I could possibly do in this situation?" Li Tianbing advanced, cornering Shui Firu against the door. She glanced left and right, realizing there was no escape, and with a resigned spirit, she succumbed. But her bright eyes dared not meet Li Tianbing's gaze, tightly shut as she softly murmured. "No." Li Tianbing leaned his right hand against the door, observing Shui Firu with keen interest, exhaling a breath imbued with the fragrance of orchids. Her delicate form quivered slightly, prompting Li Tianbing to chuckle aloud. Shui Firu furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. "Let us go eat." I have been lying down for so long, and I am quite famished, Li Tianbing said, straightening his posture and smiling gently. Then, what about that? What I meant by the most important matter is eating. Of course. Did you think I meant something else? He laughed heartily, lightly pushing the still-dazed Shui Feirou aside as he swung open the wooden door and exited with a hearty laugh. Li Tianbing, you dare to toy with me? Shui Feirou scolded in a mix of anger and indignation, rushing out after him. However, upon hearing her playful rebuke, Li Tianbing turned around, saying, Who has toyed with you? I merely. As he turned, he found Shui Feirou crashing into his embrace, her soft lips inadvertently silencing his words. This comical kiss caused Shui Feirou's beautiful eyes to widen in surprise, filled with shyness. Perhaps due to her previous experiences, she slowly closed her eyes, losing herself in the kiss with Li Tianbing, in the memory pavilion, at a window-side table on the second floor. Shui Feirou sat in silence, gazing at the ravenous youth before her. Half an hour later, Li Tianbing contentedly released a satisfied burp, the table now devoid of any remaining dishes. Are you full? At long last, Shui Feirou cast a sidelong glance at Li Tianbing. Her eyes filled with exasperation as she uttered the first words of her visit to the memory tower. Heh, it's a stretch. Li Tianbing chuckled foolishly for a moment before washing his hands in the warm water of a basin nearby, and then he stepped out of the memory tower alongside Shui Feirou, who wore a displeased expression. What's the matter? Are you upset? Observing Shui Feirou's silence, Li Tianbing forced a wry smile, realizing that in his preoccupation with eating, he had somewhat neglected her. I've been asleep for so many days. I'm truly famished, he remarked, hoping she would understand. No, how could I possibly be angry with you? Shui Feirou replied, her face still stern, offering a half-smile that lacked genuine warmth before turning her delicate features away. Li Tianbing discerned the emphasis on the word you in her statement, and a bitter smile crossed his face. However, he was aware that Shui Feirou's temperament would not allow her to harbor genuine resentment. Is it not enough that I acknowledge my fault? I assure you, I will make it up to you next time, he pleaded with a sense of helplessness, feeling a bead of cold sweat form in his heart. I am not angry at all. Shui Feirou halted her steps, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of seriousness. It seemed, as Li Tianbing had suspected, that her nature was not one to concern herself with trivial matters. I knew you weren't angry, he replied. You are quite the chatterbox. In a realm shrouded in darkness, within the depths of a cavern known as the Divine Vein, two figures, akin to specters, halted before an object resembling a pulsing red heart. These two were none other than Sha and Sha-ing. At this moment, Sha's eyes glowed with crimson light, reminiscent of eyes peering from the shadows, in no less than several decades, or at least 10 years. The time for me to unify the three realms is nigh, he cackled. Suddenly, tendrils of smoke began to swell and were entirely absorbed by Sha, causing his cloak to flutter gently. Sha-ing stood in silence, fully aware that he could not impede Sha. His strength paled in comparison to Sha's, and even he felt a twinge of trepidation. Moreover, an unbreakable pact existed between them. Were it not for that binding contract, Sha would have likely eliminated Sha-ing long ago. Chapter 37. The decision. As night fell, a young man clad in a cerulean robe abruptly opened his eyes, radiating a brilliance that pierced the darkness. The following day, soft beams of light streamed into Li Tianbing's wooden abode, heralding the dawn of a new day. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing Li Tianbing stepping out, sword in hand, a weapon of azure and violet. His injuries had truly healed, and the lingering remnants within him had been entirely eradicated by the dissipated power of the seven swords. At this moment, Li Tianbing stood at the pinnacle of his abilities. The Blood Demon Academy. Truly disappointing. I hope such incidents do not recur, Liang Shi proclaimed from the podium, his voice low yet resonating with palpable anger, understood by all present. Li Tianbing, caught in trepidation, dared not exhale. With a heart full of apprehension, he grasped his xiling and rose from his seat. Fei Dao regarded him with sympathetic eyes, and Li Tianbing could only manage a wry smile in return as he followed Liang Shi out of the classroom. The presence of Fei Dao, coupled with Liang Shi's ire, rendered the classroom eerily silent. Upon arriving at the fifth-floor office of the Magic and Martial Arts Teaching Building, Li Tianbing remained unnaturally silent. His head lowered as he felt the soul pressure emanating from Ling Shi, his heart racing with anxiety. Deeply apprehensive, Li Tianbing was acutely aware that his absence from class over the past 9 days would surely incite Ling Shi's displeasure, yet he was uncertain of what awaited him next. Please, take a seat, Ling Shi commanded as he settled into his chair behind the desk, traces of anger still evident on his face. Trembling, Li Tianbing sat across from Ling Shi, daring to lift his gaze only to find Ling Shi drumming his fingers on the table, fixating his stare upon him. The intensity of that gaze compelled Li Tianbing to swallow hard, and he quickly averted his eyes, feeling like a guilty thief. Have your injuries healed? The anger on Ling Shi's face gradually dissipated, yet no smile graced his lips. His expression remained impassive. Yes, I am fine now, Li Tianbing replied, his surprise evident as he stared at Ling Shi. Why had this old man undergone such a drastic change? It was unexpected that he would show concern for his well-being. Intrigued, he ventured a question. Teacher, you call me master when there are no others present. Ling Shi raised his hand to interrupt Li Tianbing, a gentle smile unexpectedly adorning his face, leaving Li Tianbing momentarily entranced. What are you staring at, you foolish boy? I am not a woman, Ling Shi chided with a playful scold. I merely found it surprising, master. Why were you so angry in class earlier? Li Tianbing responded, feeling a bit embarrassed, and quickly composed himself to adopt a serious demeanor. I simply wish to make those little rascals understand that I am not to be trifled with. If I do not instill a sense of respect in them through your situation, they might rebel in the future, and my reprimand of you was merely a necessity. You do not hold it against your master, do you? Ling Shi chuckled. Of course not, master. I thought you were genuinely upset with me earlier, Li Tianbing admitted with a wry smile. However, I must apologize for taking so many days off. Why would I blame you, you rascal? You were injured, and if I held you accountable, I would have to hide away in shame. Nevertheless, you have indeed fallen behind in your studies. Ling Shi stood, his expression instantly turning grave, his tone far from the earlier levity. Li Tianbing considered for a moment before responding. Indeed, I have missed many lessons. I was hoping to discuss this with you and see if you could assist me in catching up. Come with me, Ling Shi instructed, not answering Li Tianbing directly but leading him out of the office. Although puzzled, Li Tianbing followed without further inquiry. Ling Shi brought Li Tianbing to his secluded classroom, closing the door behind them. A surge of soul power erupted, and moments later, a soundproof barrier enveloped the room. Perhaps due to your father's influence, I harbor a slight bias towards you. What I have taught you in the first year is now of little consequence. The second year is where the real trials begin. Thus, your missed lessons are not of great concern. Those teachings were merely superficial. The most pressing matter, and the reason I summoned you here, is Ling Shi conveyed his stance to Li Tianbing. Although Li Tianbing was already aware of Ling Shi's slight favoritism towards him, he was still somewhat taken aback when the latter articulated it directly. The Blood Demon Academy. The knowledge acquired in the first year was merely foundational, with offspring from prominent families attending primarily to experience the atmosphere of the institution. It was not until the second year that one could truly delve into profound and intricate knowledge. By the third year, the focus would shift predominantly to the application of techniques and skills, allowing students to engage in mutual exchanges and sparring. The duration of classes in the third year was a mere 2 months, and upon its conclusion, there would be an examination exclusive to third-year students. Those who ranked within the top 100 in this examination could gain introductions to more prestigious academies on the continent through the recommendations of the higher-ups at the Blood Demon Academy. It was rumored that the top 3 in the examination would receive special rewards from the academy. Perhaps Li Tianbing was still unaware of these matters, as he politely inquired of Ling Shi. Master, did you summon me here to bestow upon me a set of techniques? Ling Shi replied with a smile. Techniques? Li Tianbing could not help but furrow his brow, his heart tumultuous. Do I not already possess the heavenly spirit art? What need have I for additional techniques? Indeed, Li Tianbing was but a novice in this world, still oblivious to the continent's enigmatic realms. You naive fool, I scarcely know how to address your ignorance. Though you possess the heavenly spirit art, do you truly believe that alone will elevate your strength to the pinnacle of the continent? Ling Shi retorted with exasperation. The continent of Purue had endured thousands of years. When some superlative powerhouses roamed its expanse, did any of them lack their own hidden cards? Without these hidden techniques, one could never attain immense strength. Even possessing techniques does not guarantee one will become a formidable force. The path to power is long and arduous. The journey is long and fraught with challenges. Many strong individuals rely on their family's heritage, bloodlines, techniques, treasures, and the resolve of their hearts to ascend to the heights of power. The road to becoming a strong individual is fraught with trials, rendering it even more difficult. Upon hearing Ling Shi's words, Li Tianbing's curiosity was piqued. He had gleaned from his readings that techniques also possessed varying levels of proficiency. Seemingly anticipating Li Tianbing's thoughts, Ling Shi pondered briefly before stating, Very well, come find me again tonight. I have matters to attend to at the moment. So you may return to your classroom. Li Tianbing couldn't help but feel embarrassed. After a mere exchange of a few words, he was dismissed so abruptly. What was this? However, he could only entertain such thoughts momentarily, understanding that Ling Shi's actions carried their own significance, and matters of technique could afford to wait. He could only nod and bid farewell to Ling Shi. Returning to the classroom, he ignored the curious gazes of his classmates and settled into his seat, leaning his purple spirit against the wall and closing his eyes in feigned slumber. Is everything all right? Fei Dao queried, maintaining a calm demeanor, a faint smile gracing his lips as he closed the book in his hands. Nothing to worry about, just received a scolding, Li Tianbing replied, by the way. There are only half a month left until the expedition to Snake Valley. I wonder how prepared you are. A peculiar thought arose in Li Tianbing's mind. He wished to accompany Fei Dao to Snake Valley. Though this notion was rather unrealistic and audacious, as the valley was fraught with peril, Li Tianbing sought to hone his skills and perhaps uncover some treasures during his exploration. My prowess is currently stabilized at the level of a senior warrior. I believe that before long, I will be able to strive towards the pinnacle of senior warriors, and it is not beyond the realm of possibility to transcend this level and attain the rank of a swordsman. However, I am uncertain if I can achieve this within the span of half a month. Fei Dao lightly shook his head and smiled, acknowledging that at this level, he is among the top 5 in the entire grade. Some individuals are reluctant to participate in the so-called freshman competition, hence the true strength of many students remains largely unknown. Yet, Fei Dao is still dissatisfied with his current abilities, which verges on a sense of greed. Even with Li Tianbing's composure, upon hearing Fei Dao's declaration, he couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. A senior warrior? That is a level comparable to a third-year firebearer. Such strength is undoubtedly something Li Tianbing can only gaze up at. Truly worthy of being the class leader, with such profound prowess, I find myself lacking. Even Li Tianbing felt an immense shock within. What does this signify? It is merely a senior warrior. Just as Fei Dao was about to speak, a scornful voice unexpectedly emanated from in front of Li Tianbing. Taken aback, Li Tianbing noticed Sichuan gazing at him. Upon catching Li Tianbing's glance, Sichuan's expression revealed a hint of discomfort. Li Tianbing coldly snorted inwardly, recognizing this individual once more. Nevertheless, he and Fei Dao chose to disregard him entirely, resuming their conversation until Ling Shi's class began. As night fell in the Shui Ling residence. What? You plan to board here? Water Fei Rou was taken aback upon hearing Li Tianbing's intention. Li Tianbing smiled as he embraced Water Fei Rou, both seated on the grassy ground, gazing up at the celestial stars, wishing that time could eternally linger at this moment, neither retreating nor advancing. Xiao Rou, I am sorry I may not have much time or opportunity to accompany you in the future, but I will certainly strive to carve out some moments. With a heavy heart, Li Tianbing sighed, acknowledging that the decision to board could not be altered. Firstly, it would allow him to truly learn and adapt to the academy. Secondly, it would provide him with a tranquil environment to focus on his cultivation. And the academy's excellent conditions would aid in his enhancement of strength. I understand a man must inevitably pursue great endeavors. Boarding is indeed a prudent choice. Perhaps it will greatly assist you, as long as you carry me in your heart. That is sufficient. Water Fei Rou was a tender-hearted and kind girl, perhaps a bit naive, yet her intellect was far from simplistic. Many of her thoughts remained concealed within, unspoken. No sooner had she finished speaking than tears began to flow down her cheeks. Leaning against Li Tianbing's chest, she felt the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, closing her eyes as her damp lashes glistened with crystalline tears, rendering her particularly pitiable. Xiao Rou, trust me, I will not let you down. His resolute gaze gazed into the distance, shimmering with an unusual light. Although his youthful face bore a hint of innocence, it instilled warmth in Water Fei Rou's heart. Li Tianbing's determination was something Water Ling could not deter. She simply wished for him to regard the Shui Ling residence as a reliable sanctuary. Regardless of the time, should he wish to return, he would always be welcomed at the Blood Demon Academy. In Ling Shi's secluded classroom, this technique suits you remarkably well. If you can master it to its pinnacle, you will undoubtedly stand proudly among your peers. With a flick of his right hand, a fiery red scroll appeared before Li Tianbing's eyes. Chapter 38. Gue Luo. Li Tianbing gazed fervently at the crimson scroll before him, observing the flowing crimson lines that adorned its surface, with waves of fervent heat swirling around. This technique, known as the fiery palm, is a second-tier skill. It is categorized into 3 major stages: entry-level, mastery, and peak. I chanced upon it at an auction, recognizing its potential utility for you, and thus acquired it. Ling Shi, noticing the excitement flickering in Li Tianbing's eyes, felt a tinge of disdain. However, after a moment of contemplation, he remarked, in this continent, The ranks of martial arts techniques are classified from 1st to 9th tier, with divine tier encompassing 10 levels. Some techniques are accompanied by complementary skills, while others exist solely as standalone techniques. When a technique has associated skills, the primary technique serves as the foundation while the skills act as supplementary. The tier of the complementary skills aligns with that of the primary technique. For instance, your Celestial Spirit technique is both a technique and a skill, where the mastery of Celestial Spirit Do Chi forms the core. While the skills are the maneuvers employed in combat. As for the Fiery Palm, it is merely a 2nd-tier skill, not particularly formidable. True mastery is found in techniques of the 8th and 9th tiers. I possess only a 7th-tier technique myself. Upon hearing Ling Shi's words, a wave of astonishment surged within Li Tianbing. Even with Ling Shi's prowess, he merely possessed a 7th-tier technique. What might the higher-tier techniques be capable of? Although the Fiery Palm is a 2nd-tier skill, for Li Tianbing's current qualifications and strength, acquiring such a technique is a significant fortune among his peers. Cautiously, he accepted the scroll of the Fiery Palm technique, and an intense heat immediately enveloped his body, causing beads of sweat to form on his skin. Startled, he quickly circulated his Do Chi to fend off the searing energy. He then turned his gaze to the scroll, where lines of text were inscribed upon its surface. This technique is of the fire attribute, divided into 3 realms: entry-level, mastery, and peak. Upon reaching the pinnacle of mastery, one could wield the power to obliterate mountains. This technique is exclusively suitable for warriors. Any other cultivators who might chance upon it must refrain from attempting to cultivate it. This cannot be overstated. After reading this passage, Li Tianbing gasped in shock. If mastered to its zenith, the power to destroy mountains is indeed terrifying. Naturally, the Fiery Palm, as stated in the scroll, is only applicable to warriors, particularly those of lower ranks. For stronger individuals, it would hold little value, as they would not regard such a low-tier technique. Other cultivators of different professions could only gaze upon it with envy. With a slight turn of his eyes, Li Tianbing held the scroll to his forehead. Immediately, a surge of mental energy drew into the scroll, and lines of red characters flew forth, merging into Li Tianbing's mind. Boom! The scroll promptly disintegrated into a flurry of air currents, gradually dissipating, while a sharp pain pierced Li Tianbing's forehead. Filling his mind with a wealth of information, he closed his eyes in contemplation, organizing the new knowledge before committing it to memory. Cultivators can typically memorize cultivation methods within a short span, barring exceptionally obscure and profound techniques that require continual contemplation. However, such techniques are generally of a higher tier. Ling Shijian observed that Li Tianbing was not in a hurry to cultivate the Fiery Palm. With a smile, he remarked, "This technique is inherently of the fire attribute. If it were to be practiced by cultivators of ice or water attributes, they would find it impossible to master. If they were to forcefully attempt it, they might even suffer a backlash. However, you are different. Your own fighting energy possesses no specific attribute. Thus, you are capable of cultivating any technique of any attribute. No specific attribute," Li Tianbing murmured, wondering if this was related to his identity as the 7 Swords Chosen One. If his fighting energy was indeed without attribute, did that mean that Long Lai, whom he had battled against previously, also lacked a specific attribute? After all, at that time, Li Tianbing had not sensed any distinct energy from his opponent, and the techniques employed by Long Lai were also devoid of any particular attribute. That Long Lai, having been bribed by Huati to take lethal action against him, must be approached with caution. If the opportunity arises, he would certainly seek to retaliate. "By the way, master, I have made a decision." Li Tianbing opened his eyes and declared, "Oh? What decision?" Ling Shijian inquired. "I wish to reside in the academy," Li Tianbing stated after a moment of contemplation. "Oh?" Ling Shijian frowned, deep in thought. "I believe that only by dedicating myself to cultivation can I enhance my strength. Living in the academy would provide me with a tranquil environment and ample time, which would undoubtedly serve as a valuable training experience for me." A glimmer of resolve and seriousness flickered in Li Tianbing's eyes. He placed great importance on the matter of accommodation. Firstly, it would allow him to immerse himself in cultivation, and secondly, it would help him evade Long Lai and minimize encounters with Huati. Regarding the former, Li Tianbing indeed felt a measure of trepidation. The strength displayed by Long Lai on that day was something he could only look up to. As for Huati, Li Tianbing was not in the slightest intimidated. With the 2 celestial swords and the 4th tier of the Celestial Spirit technique, which had the potential to inflict light injuries on Long Lai, it was improbable that he could slay him, but inflicting severe damage was certainly within the realm of possibility. After all, even Jin Zi, who was immune to fighting energy, had been grievously wounded by a mere yawn from Ziling. The reputation of the Celestial Sword was not to be taken lightly. Although Li Tianbing had yet to unleash even a fraction of its power, considering he now possessed the fiery palm, the potential to reach the pinnacle of cultivation and unleash devastating might that could shatter mountains was tangible. Such power could undoubtedly obliterate Huati, and even Long Lai, who was comparable to a grand sword master, would likely hesitate to confront the peak-level fiery palm head-on, despite Li Tianbing not having begun his training yet. Ahem. Regarding accommodation, according to regulations, you should reside in the warrior's dormitory area. However, due to certain circumstances, the warrior's dormitory is currently unable to accept new residents. Nonetheless, I can arrange something for you. I have a rather suitable candidate for a new student. The dormitory area is divided into male and female sections, with each section further categorized into warriors, magic warriors, and mages dormitories. However, the number of students residing in these dormitories is quite limited, with the total not exceeding 3,000 across all 3 grades. Naturally, the male and female populations are roughly equal, with each building comprising 10 stories, each floor containing 25 dormitories, with 2 occupants per dormitory. As Li Tianbing walked alongside Ling Shijian through the dormitory area, he couldn't help but gaze upward at the towering dormitory buildings. In comparison, the height of the teaching buildings seemed considerably lower. Upon reaching the male dormitory area, the elder at the entrance, upon recognizing Ling Shijian, displayed an expression of reverence and immediately bowed in greeting. Ling Shijian raised a hand slightly and stepped inside, with Li Tianbing following closely behind. After a few minutes of walking, having circumnavigated the dormitories of the warriors and the magic practitioners, the two paused before the building designated for magical students. "Follow me," said Ling Shi. Ascending the central staircase among the 3, left, middle, and right, Ling Shi cast a glance at Li Tianbing. The latter surveyed the scene within the building, where bright lights flickered unevenly in various corners, and glimpses of radiant illumination could be seen fleeting through some rooms. After a moment's contemplation, Li Tianbing promptly hurried to catch up with Ling Shi. The two ascended the staircase, with Ling Shi leisurely tapping the steps with his toes, almost gliding around the corners with each stride. Soon, Li Tianbing found himself breathless in pursuit. As students conversed while traversing the floors, in the midst of their exchanges, a gray-white figure zipped past, and before they could process the sight, it had already ascended further. Upon regaining their composure, another disheveled figure rushed up the stairs. By the time Li Tianbing reached the 10th floor, Ling Shi was already waiting at the staircase corner, a smile on his face and hands clasped behind his back. With a sigh, Li Tianbing began to circulate his fighting energy, enveloped instantly by a silvery light that began to restore his stamina. Although the neutral fighting energy lacked the formidable healing capabilities of water or light attributes, it still allowed for a gradual recovery of strength, albeit at a lesser efficiency. This floor housed predominantly teachers, with only a select few students residing here, most of whom were individuals of considerable influence, commanding respect even from the academy itself. Ling Shi's expression bore a hint of exasperation as he waved his sleeve and approached a dormitory adjacent to the corridor. Upon hearing Ling Shi's remarks, Li Tianbing was taken aback. What kind of power did a student have to warrant such deference from the academy? Curiosity piqued, he hastily followed Ling Shi, and they halted before a dormitory door marked with the number 1010. Ling Shi knocked gently, and after a brief pause, a voice from within invited, "Come in." The sound sent a shiver through the air, and Li Tianbing felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with it. Ling Shi smiled slightly, then gently pushed the door open with a pair of slender hands. The room was shrouded in darkness, yet Ling Shi's formidable strength allowed him to discern the position and presence of the occupant. "Ah? Why is it still dark? Aren't you going to turn on the lights to welcome me?" A low voice resonated from the shadows. Ling Shi squinted, hands still behind his back. In the dark, waves of magical energy surged forth, devoid of any illumination, presumably dark attribute magic. Suddenly, the room was illuminated as a lamp hanging from the ceiling cast a bright glow. "Teacher Ling Shi, I apologize for the unceremonious greeting," came the voice, revealing that the speaker was aware of Ling Shi's esteemed title, which surprised Li Tianbing. Within the academy, only a handful of first-year students, including himself and their classmates, were familiar with Ling Shi's name. Thus, this individual must belong to that select group of considerable standing. As the words settled, a figure seated cross-legged on the bed rose and approached with deliberate steps. Before him stood a figure adorned with cascading black hair that flowed gracefully down to his waist, reminiscent of a waterfall. His long black robe trailed upon the ground, and an enigmatic aura of dark energy seemed to swirl around him, creating an unsettling atmosphere. "Allow me to introduce this individual. His name is Li Tianbing." After Ling Shi spoke, he stepped aside, allowing Li Tianbing to gaze upon the silhouette within the room. Instantly, the smile upon Li Tianbing's face began to falter, revealing a hint of awkwardness. "Gui Luo?" Li Tianbing furrowed his brow and murmured. He had not anticipated encountering this person here. Gui Luo's strength was unfathomable, far beyond what he could easily perceive, surpassing even that of Fei Dao by a considerable margin. "Young man, this is Gui Luo. I presume you are somewhat acquainted with him," Ling Shi remarked, stroking his beard. The leader of the new mage group. Li Tianbing's expression darkened, though not out of anger. Despite his generally tranquil demeanor and frequent smiles, he was a man of few words, and being in the presence of Gui Luo. "Teacher Ling Shi, may I inquire?" Gui Luo's eyes shimmered with an unusual dark energy. If one were not careful, they might perceive them as two black holes, devoid of any emotion, his voice equally devoid of warmth. "I'll be straightforward. This young man suddenly wishes to reside here, but due to certain peculiar circumstances in the warrior district, they are not accepting any new lodgers. Hence, I sought you out." Ling Shi interjected, attempting to lighten the mood, yet internally contemplating, "Even your father must show me some respect, and I doubt you would refuse. It seems that within your clan, only that individual merits my caution. Since even teacher Ling Shi has intervened, I shall allow him to stay with me," Gui Luo replied with a faint smile. Yet it was as frigid as ice, perhaps even colder than snow. "Very well, let us have him come over tomorrow evening," Ling Shi concluded, turning to depart. Li Tianbing promptly followed, nodding and smiling at Gui Luo, a gesture of inquiry. The latter maintained an indifferent expression as he formed a hand seal, and with a mere flick of his sleeve, a black light shot forth, plunging the surroundings into darkness. "Master, why must you have me stay with him?" Li Tianbing expressed his reluctance, feeling quite out of place in front of the aloof man, an indescribable sensation swirling within him, even though he recognized his own somewhat haughty demeanor. What disadvantage could there possibly be in residing with him? His prowess ranks among the top of all new students, and he wields considerable influence. Cultivating a good relationship with him could prove beneficial in the future. Ling Shi settled into a cross-legged position at the center of the training ground. Li Tianbing took a seat beside Ling Shi and inquired, "What of his family's power? Is it formidable?" Upon hearing Ling Shi's words, Li Tianbing's interest piqued. Perhaps it was his inherited curiosity from his father that drove him to ponder the minds of the powerful, thus dissipating his earlier concerns. "His family is extremely powerful. Even I would not dare to underestimate them. However, divulging this information to you serves no purpose and may even disrupt your state of mind." When Li Tianbing inquired about Gui Luo's familial influence, Ling Shi's gaze betrayed a hint of resignation. Yet, Li Tianbing was somewhat taken aback. It is essential to understand that in his mind, Ling Shi's strength was already formidable, only a hair's breadth weaker than that of the few old men like Jimia. A family that even Ling Shi dared not underestimate might indeed prove to be quite intriguing. Even the master seemed to harbor some trepidation. Li Tianbing regained his composure and fixed his gaze upon Ling Shi. Indeed, it was a certain aspect of his family that he regarded with caution. If you cultivate a good relationship with him, it will undoubtedly serve you well in the future. However, Gui Luo's peculiar disposition may present challenges down the line. Ling Shi lifted his head, gazing at the starry sky, his aged visage etched with the lines of time. That moment, he seemed to reminisce about days long past, as if recalling a time when he held a woman close, both of them gazing at the heavens above. "Master, master!" Li Tianbing noticed Ling Shi's prolonged silence, as if he were lost in memories of yesteryears, and could not help but raise his voice slightly. What did you say?" Ling Shi turned his head, a look of helplessness adorning his face. "I asked, are you capable of conjuring radiant battle energy to coalesce in the sky? Just 5 minutes will suffice." Li Tianbing replied with a smile, as the surprise he had long harbored for someone was finally about to unfold. "Oh? What scheme are you concocting now?" Ling Shi looked at Li Tianbing with exasperation. "As long as I am of use, that is sufficient, I beg of you, master," Li Tianbing murmured. "With my prowess, I cannot effectively produce such an effect with battle energy, but there exists something that can." Ling Shi pondered momentarily. With his martial saint level of strength, he could easily meet Li Tianbing's request. However, he was reluctant to lower his dignity by personally undertaking this task for Li Tianbing. If it were something else, it might be acceptable, but requests like those of Li Tianbing were considered a luxury for many, and most powerful beings would not stoop to such actions. "What is this thing?" Li Tianbing inquired, first sighing before his expression brightened. "Scrolls," Ling Shi chuckled, stating, Chapter 39. The Power of the Third-Tier Scrolls. Li Tianbing's brow furrowed at once. You should be somewhat familiar with this term. Scrolls are crafted by scroll mages. Their utility can be both beneficial and detrimental, though they are predominantly advantageous. Even martial arts can be created by 3 or 4 scroll mages. Ling Shi stroked his beard, squinting his eyes as he spoke. Oh, this, Li Tianbing slightly nodded. He was not unfamiliar with the term scrolls. The rank of scroll mages is akin to that of alchemists, differing only in title, and they cultivate the same force known as technique energy, which lacks substantial offensive power. Furthermore, the ranks of scrolls are similar to those of medicinal pills, ranging from 1st tier to 9th tier, with celestial, holy, and divine tiers. However, when compared, certain aspects of scrolls can rival those of medicinal pills. Some divine tier scrolls can even be compared to divine tier martial arts, possessing immense, boundless power. Indeed, how could I not have thought of this? Upon hearing Ling Shi's words, Li Tianbing suddenly came to a realization, excitedly clapping his hands. What do you intend to do with those scrolls? Ling Shi once again stroked his beard, smiling. Li Tianbing, upon hearing this, could not help but feel a bit bashful and promptly whispered a few words to Ling Shi. After listening, Ling Shi couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "That little girlfriend of yours must be the girl who came to help you ask for leave that day, right? I never imagined she would end up with you. I recall she is the daughter of the Shui Ling Guild. For her to have set her sights on you truly seems like a misjudgment." "Master, what do you mean by that?" Li Tianbing retorted, his tone suddenly irritable. "You brat, are you displeased? Rest assured, I will take care of this matter for you by tomorrow night. It is getting late. You should return and rest." Ling Shi stood up, brushing the dust off his rear. Li Tianbing's smile grew even more radiant as he also rose to his feet, joyfully saying, "In that case, I shall trouble you, Master." He scratched the back of his head, grinning foolishly. "Who told you to be the child of that recklessly Xian? I must take good care of you." Ling Shi shot a disapproving glance at Li Tianbing, then suddenly added, "Actually, my suggestion for you to stay with Gue Luo is not solely due to his family's influence." Li Tianbing abruptly halted, furrowing his brows as he inquired, "Could it be that Master did this intentionally? I know you resemble your father in your immense interest in cultivation, even to the point of obsessive dedication. Therefore, I am aware that you will not miss this opportunity," Ling Shi replied, his words laden with implication. "Are you implying this journey to Shigu?" Li Tianbing exclaimed in shock, a surge of unidentifiable emotions rising within him. It is not merely a matter of lodging with Fei Dao, and considering that Yushi is a girl, I had no choice but to bring you to Gue Luo. Establishing a good rapport with him will be immensely beneficial for your upcoming venture to Shigu," Ling Shi stated with an air of indifference. "Are you suggesting that I can accompany them?" Li Tianbing grasped the deeper meaning behind Ling Shi's words, immediately asking if he could join Fei Dao and the others on their expedition to Shigu. It would greatly enhance his strength and mental fortitude amidst the perilous challenges of the valley. "Who else would I help if not you? In any case, focus on your cultivation. If you encounter any insurmountable problems in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. My words here still command respect," Ling Shi responded calmly. "Very well, since that is the case, I shall take my leave now." Li Tianbing, devoid of hesitation, bowed to Ling Shi and leaped away towards the academy's entrance. "That little rascal, I returned to the academy for your sake," Ling Shi murmured to himself, watching the retreating figure with a smile. Time passed quietly, and before long, night fell on the following day. Inside Li Tianbing's wooden cabin, Shui Firu stood nearby, watching him as he prepared his belongings, her heart heavy with sorrow. In truth, Li Tianbing had little to organize. He swiftly gathered his items alongside Ziling and Shui Firu. Yet, as if struck by a thought, he returned to the cabin, cradling an egg from the tea table in his arms and wrapping it in another piece of cloth. After bidding farewell to Shui Ling, he finally exited the Shui Ling Mage Guild with Shui Firu. The streets were bustling, illuminated by the vibrant lights of nightfall, enveloped in a dazzling array of colors. The two walked along the street, each lost in their own thoughts. After walking for more than 10 minutes once again, Shui Firu cast a sidelong glance at Li Tianbing, who was staring straight ahead, seemingly oblivious to her presence. Frustrated, Shui Firu halted her steps, yet Li Tianbing appeared not to notice, continuing his forward march in a fit of irritation. Shui Firu stamped her foot, let out a huff, and hurried to catch up with him, exclaiming, "Li Tianbing, you scoundrel!" Upon arriving at the academy and tidying up his bed in dormitory 1010, Li Tianbing rushed downstairs, breathless, to find Shui Firu. Her delicate face was still flushed with anger, which left Li Tianbing feeling quite helpless. After having been thoroughly berated by Shui Firu earlier, he had learned to be more cautious, yet she had not forgiven him in such a short span of time. Dragging Shui Firu to the playground, Li Tianbing managed a wry smile and said, "Xiao Rou, I was truly lost in thought just now. How about this? I have something to show you that you are sure to like." "What is it?" The sky here is indeed breathtaking, Shui Firu retorted, plopping down on the grass, her tone dripping with sarcasm. However, Li Tianbing was unfazed. He understood that Shui Firu's anger would soon dissipate, and in the meantime, he wished to prepare something. Xiao Rou, please wait for me here, he instructed, and without pausing for her reaction, he quickly stepped back a dozen meters and halted. In the ensuing darkness, a figure began to materialize. Master, is it truly going to work? Li Tianbing inquired anxiously as the shadow approached. Rest assured, this is a third-tier scroll. Though somewhat rudimentary, it will be sufficiently helpful to you, came the reassuring voice. It was none other than Ling Shi. However, the mention of a third-tier scroll caused Li Tianbing to flinch. He knew that such a scroll, if auctioned at a fair price, could fetch no less than 100,000 gold coins, a sum far beyond his meager financial means. Then I must impose on you, master. Li Tianbing sighed resignedly, knowing that in Ling Shi's hands, the scroll would provide him with peace of mind. Merely a trivial matter, Ling Shi replied, before his form gradually dissipated amidst the spatial fluctuations, leaving Li Tianbing gaping in astonishment. Such manipulation of space was beyond his current capabilities. Regaining his composure, he let out a helpless smile. His fists clenched tightly. I must become stronger. In that moment, his yearning for power intensified. Turning to glance at Shui Firu on the playground, he again bore a wry smile. Yet simultaneously, a thought crossed his mind. Did this not indicate that she harbored feelings for him? Xiao Rou, Li Tianbing approached her side and sat down, saying, "Please close your eyes." "Why?" Shui Firu replied coolly, the anger in her beautiful eyes noticeably fading, although her lips were slightly pursed. She was uncertain when she had forgiven him. Perhaps she had never truly been angry to begin with. "I beg you, just close your eyes, and I will do whatever you wish," Li Tianbing implored, willing to go to great lengths to see her smile. "Humph, I doubt you would dare to pull any tricks," Shui Firu shot back. Yet she slowly closed her eyes, playfully adding, "But don't you dare do anything out of the ordinary, or I won't let you off easily." Li Tianbing extended his hand and waved it in front of Shui Firu's eyes, confirming that she had truly closed them. He said, "No matter what transpires in the world around us, even if it faces annihilation, do not open your eyes. Rest assured, whatever may occur, I shall remain by your side." Trust me, in truth, Li Tianbing himself was uncertain about the effects of the third-tier scroll, and could only offer assurances to Shui Firu in that moment. Upon hearing his words, Shui Firu felt an involuntary surge of anxiety. Biting her delicate lip and nodding slightly, Li Tianbing let out a long breath, his heart brimming with joy. At this point, half of the plan had already succeeded. Suddenly, a beam of white light illuminated the air several dozen yards ahead of them, near the academy's boundary wall, where a gesture swept through the luminescence. Li Tianbing gazed intently, his heart swelling with delight. Taking a deep breath, he nodded and instructed, "Xiao Rou, shield your ears with your magical energy." Though puzzled by Li Tianbing's slightly tense and earnest tone, Shui Firu nodded slightly, enveloping her ears in a soft blue glow. At that moment, Li Tianbing's heart trembled, considering this as the first gift he would bestow upon Shui Firu. After gathering his thoughts, he raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Although the sound was not particularly loud, Ling Shi, standing at a distance, immediately understood. The white light surged violently and vanished from sight. After a brief interval, Li Tianbing observed a scroll slowly rising in the air, colorful rays converging upon its surface, illuminating it in a dazzling display akin to divine radiance. After a moment's pause, the vibrant light and the scroll within suddenly erupted with a resounding noise. Boom! The colorful light instantly spread, casting the academy into a brilliance reminiscent of daylight. Simultaneously, students in the dormitories and even teachers in their offices turned their gazes toward the phenomenon. Upon recognizing Ling Shi in the playground, the teachers quickly returned their attention elsewhere, while students in the dormitory curiously peered into the corridor to witness the spectacle. In the center of the playground, the radiant light from the scroll erupted with a blinding brilliance, extending its reach over a radius of more than 10 meters, which left Li Tianbing astonished as he excitedly observed the unfolding changes. The colorful light diffused through the air, once more taking the shape of lines as thick as a palm, radiating dazzling halos. As the colorful light formed, characters gradually took shape, and when the final stroke was completed, the colorful illumination ceased its drafting. That moment, 5 enormous characters materialized in the sky, dancing and swirling with an imposing grandeur, their brilliance nearly enveloping the entire playground. Even pedestrians outside the academy paused at the entrance to gaze inward. Although the luminescence of these 5 characters was not as resplendent as the 7 colored orbs above the entrance, Their content was evidently far more striking. Female students in the dormitory could hardly contain their excitement, some even letting out shrill cries, while a few teachers sighed in exasperation. What has become of today's youth? Have their parents neglected their upbringing? Who is so romantic? Li Tianbing stared at the characters in the sky, murmuring to himself, is this the power of the third-tier scroll? Chapter 40. The new home of the odd egg in the depths of darkness. Ling Shi murmured to himself, this young lad truly embodies the spirit of my youth. His tone was tinged with nostalgia. With excitement, he gazed upon the masterpiece of the third-tier scroll, and Li Tianbing could not help but break into a silly grin. Tilting his head, he cast an expectant glance at Shui Firu. Gently patting her delicate shoulder, Shui Firu trembled slightly and asked, can I open my eyes now? The soft blue glow around her ears gradually faded. It's all right now, Li Tianbing breathed, his breath quickening. Upon hearing this, Shui Firu fluttered her eyelashes and gently opened her eyes. Moments later, her graceful figure suddenly stiffened, and she covered her mouth in astonishment. Her eyes wide with disbelief. Suspended in midair were 5 colorful words. Xiao Rou, I love you. Such simple yet profoundly impactful words rendered Shui Firu momentarily speechless. She gazed at the affectionate declaration, her heart a tempest of emotions, overwhelmed by a potent mix of sweetness and sorrow. Her nose tinged red, tears streamed down her cheeks as she began to see our white eye in Li Tianbing's heart. Shui Firu was a perceptive and understanding girl. Seeing her in tears now left him utterly at a loss. Xiao Rou, I got it all right. Don't cry. I'm sorry, he stammered, unsure of what else to say. This surprise had been in his plan since he first arrived in Donghu City, yet he found himself perplexed by how the situation had spiraled out of control. Above all, he feared Shui Firu's tears. Upon hearing Li Tianbing's flustered words, Shui Firu, for reasons unknown, felt even more sorrowful. Suddenly, she dashed into his embrace, causing him to stumble back a few steps before regaining his balance. This girl is far too emotional, he thought, momentarily struck dumb, his hands hovering awkwardly in midair. Bing, I thought I misjudged you. It turns out you have sacrificed so much for me during this time. Bing, I'm sorry. She gently sobbed in his arms. Shui Firu, a girl easily moved by emotions, felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude when receiving too much love. The surprise Li Tianbing had prepared left her heart racing with excitement and filled her with deep affection for him. Fool, everything I do is for you. There's no need for apologies. It was I who neglected you, and that was my fault. All I desire is your happiness. Do you understand? Please, stop crying. Upon hearing Shui Firu's heartfelt words, Li Tianbing finally exhaled in relief, realizing that her tears were born of overwhelming emotion. Instantly, a weight lifted from his heart, and a smile blossomed on his face, one that words could scarcely capture, as he tightened his embrace around her. Bing, I won't be so willful anymore. Shui Firu broke free from Li Tianbing's embrace, raising her tear-streaked face into a smile, before wrapping her arms around him once more, as if afraid he might vanish. Youth is truly a blessing, a soft sigh echoed in the darkness. The next day, Li Tianbing awoke, believing he had risen early, only to discover that Gue Luo had risen even earlier, engaged in some mysterious endeavor. After making a slight adjustment, Li Tianbing's gaze fell upon the subtly raised area on the bed, his brow furrowing momentarily before relaxing again. With that, he hurried downstairs. He had resolved that once he could set his final lingering concerns to rest, he would seek a secluded place to diligently cultivate his skills. After all, the knowledge acquired in the first year held little value for Li Tianbing. The academy was a place he could choose to attend or not, yet he was afforded nearly a year of cultivation time. Upon returning to the classroom, Li Tianbing closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. Half an hour later, Ling Shi entered the classroom and, noticing the profound silence, could not help but smile and nod slightly. Classmates, he began, previously I shared with you the method of cultivating mental energy, starting with the enhancement of spiritual power. I wonder how your progress has been. Ling Shi stroked his beard, a smile gracing his countenance. As soon as he finished speaking, a murmur of discussion arose from the students below, clearly debating their recent endeavors in cultivating spiritual energy. Li Tianbing, who had been in deep meditation, opened his eyes, a contemplative expression crossing his face. If he could successfully cultivate mental energy to its peak, it would indeed serve as a formidable trump card. Teacher, mental energy cultivation is exceedingly challenging. I suggest providing the students with a method to cultivate spiritual power, which would facilitate the enhancement of their soul force. After all, mental energy relies on soul force, and with a stronger soul, mental energy can yield astonishing results. The speaker was a tall, slender youth seated in the front row. possessing an undeniably handsome visage. Classmate Luoshan, your suggestion seems rather audacious, Ling Shi replied. However, I do have a first-tier method for cultivating soul force to share with you all. Take note of it for your future practice. This method was temporarily kept with Fei Dao, so any student wishing to copy it could simply approach him. Ling Shi contemplated for a moment. While he felt Luoshan's request was somewhat excessive, he acknowledged that the suggestion had merit. With a subtle movement of his fingers, a white ring on his right middle finger emitted a radiant glow, and a book floated forth, swiftly heading towards Fei Dao, who caught it deftly and secured it. Witnessing Ling Shi's display of skill, some students, unfamiliar with such sights, gasped in astonishment, realizing the old man possessed considerable ability. Many were inwardly relieved that they had not chosen to oppose him. Li Tianbing also experienced a slight change in expression, his gaze fervently fixed upon the white ring on Ling Shi's finger, marveling at its enchantment while simultaneously feeling elated that he could practice the soul force technique. Although it was merely a first-tier method, inferior to the fiery palm technique, it was specifically designed for cultivating soul force. In terms of efficacy and rarity, the former clearly surpassed the latter. Teacher, Li Tianbing called out as he stepped towards the front of the classroom. Addressing Ling Shi at the podium, "It is time to address that matter." Ling Shi turned his head to look at Li Tianbing, then gathered his belongings and inquired, "What is it this time?" "You rascal, master, may I speak with you privately?" Li Tianbing said, glancing around furtively and cautiously whispering a few words in Ling Shi's ear. This was not the first time Li Tianbing had approached the powerful Ling Shi so closely, and he was unafraid of exposing the secret of Blood Devour, for with the power of the Sky Sword, few on the continent could see through Blood Devour. "What a mischievous little rascal you are. Always up to something mysterious," Ling Shi remarked. Ling Shi murmured in dissatisfaction, yet his steps were resolute as he led Li Tianbing to the secluded classroom. What matters could possibly warrant such secrecy? After erecting a barrier, Ling Shi furrowed his brow and remarked, "I fortuitously obtained a beast egg at Ishue River, though I cannot discern whether it is benevolent or malevolent. Now that I have relocated to the academy, I have brought this egg along with me. As far as I know, this egg requires sunlight to thrive. Thus, it should be capable of existing in any warm locale. However, I wonder if the academy possesses a secure place for it." Li Tianbing pondered momentarily and replied, "There is no need to worry about informing Ling Shi. My master, I truly do not know what to say. Your luck is rather extraordinary, for there happens to be a suitable place within the academy. Only I and that young dean have access to it. You are indeed fortunate." From Ling Shi's words, it was apparent that the current dean of the Blood Demon Academy seemed to treat Ling Shi with a degree of respect. Li Tianbing scratched his head and said, "Hee, master. If you can secure a residence for my beast egg there, while I cannot guarantee anything, I assure you that anyone who dares to bully our class will face my wrath first." At this point, a glimmer of malice emerged on Li Tianbing's face. Ling Shi cast a scrutinizing glance at him and said, "The young dean is not present, and I wield considerable influence within the academy. I fear nothing. Go fetch the beast egg, and I shall await your return." Ling Shi's confidence was not unfounded. His contributions to the academy were significant, though not unparalleled. Yet, one could only wonder what expression would cross his face if he were to learn that the founder of the Blood Demon Academy stood directly before him. "All right," Li Tianbing exclaimed, scampering down the stairs. After several minutes, he returned, cradling a package. "What kind of egg is this?" Ling Shi inquired curiously, observing the egg in Li Tianbing's arms, which was roughly the size of a human head. "I am not certain. I merely picked it up out of curiosity at that time," Li Tianbing chuckled, unveiling the package to reveal an egg radiating a bluish-white luminescence. Within the egg, intricate patterns could be seen slowly shifting, sometimes intertwining, and at other times spiraling like a Taiji diagram, embracing duality. At the center of the egg, a deeper hue of bluish-white light flickered ominously, resembling a heartbeat. Ling Shi approached Li Tianbing, his gaze filled with curiosity. He stroked his white beard, leaning closer to scrutinize the egg carefully. "What is it, master?" Li Tianbing asked, noticing Ling Shi's intense focus. "This egg is quite peculiar," Ling Shi stated, his eyes fixed on the egg, uncertain if he was responding to Li Tianbing or merely engaging in self-reflection. "What makes it peculiar?" Li Tianbing ventured to ask, though he was unable to discern any oddities. Ling Shi pondered for a moment before responding solemnly. "In my observation, this egg emanates an exceedingly potent aura of being sealed." "Indeed, I have sensed it as well," Li Tianbing acknowledged. "It appears that the aura within this egg has been sealed, yet it is gradually gaining strength." As Li Tianbing stood perplexed, a voice, devoid of warmth yet hauntingly profound, resonated in his mind. At that moment, He subtly acknowledged the insight that Ling Shi possessed regarding the underlying mysteries. The aura emanating from the egg was gradually intensifying, hence it had caught Ling Shi's attention. This also indicated that, in the near future, the creature within the egg would soon emerge into the world. However, Li Tianbing, still consumed by doubt, inquired, the aura of the seal? This egg appeared to have been sealed in the past, yet, as time flowed on, the seal seemed to have weakened significantly, resulting in a markedly accelerated growth of the life within. The origins of this egg were enigmatic, and even I am uncertain of its species. Furthermore, if my calculations are accurate, it could be born in as little as 6 months or as long as a year. Thus, you must be prepared for that eventuality. Ling Shi paused before the egg, and as Li Tianbing fell into a trance, he spoke with calmness once more. Yes, for now, please take me to the place you mention. Li Tianbing shook his head and rubbed his face. Regardless of the circumstances, Ling Shi had already gleaned some insights about the egg, and any concerns were premature. All mysteries would only be unveiled at the moment of the life's birth. Before that, it was essential to ensure it received the necessary nourishment. There is a location within the academy that houses a rare iron. Perhaps it could assist this egg, Ling Shi stated, standing upright and pondering. Rare iron? Li Tianbing furrowed his brow and remarked. Chapter 41. The Black Rare Iron Follow Me. Ling Shi, after a brief contemplation, brushed off the dust from his clothing and stepped outside. He led Li Tianbing to the pinnacle of the magic martial building, where the entire academy's expanse was laid bare before them. Upon the rooftop, which spanned less than 100 feet, stood a small iron hut, appearing somewhat shadowy. As Li Tianbing followed Ling Shi to the entrance of the iron hut, he observed the latter's withered hands emanating waves of intangible force that caused the surrounding space to shimmer slightly. Ling Shi's right palm gently pressed against a recess in the door, and an overwhelming surge of intent and battle energy surged forth, flooding the iron door. Under the weight of this formidable mental pressure, Li Tianbing distinctly felt the flow of his own battle energy momentarily stagnate. The iron door creaked and trembled slightly before slowly swinging open. Ling Shi ushered Li Tianbing into the hut, which measured merely 10 feet in all directions, adorned in an exceedingly simplistic manner, with layers of dust blanketing the floor, evidently indicating infrequent visitors. Ling Shi smiled and waved his hand lightly. An imperceptible wave of energy swept through the air, concealing a robust power within. This unseen force transformed into a colossal hand, which reached out forcefully, drawing in all the dust from within the iron hut. The dust was lifted, swirling into yellow clouds that rushed toward the gigantic hand, moving not with the ferocity of a tempest but rather in a serene, vortex-like manner. As the hand grasped, the dust dissipated into nothingness. Li Tianbing stood frozen in place, his lips parted, his chin trembling, and shock evident in his azure eyes. To wield such power with a mere casual gesture was truly a testament to the might of a martial saint. The terrifying strength embodied in that hand convinced Li Tianbing that should he ever make contact, his very being would be reduced to dust in an instant. What astounds Li Tianbing is not merely this aspect. Under the almost terrifying gravitational pull of this palm, the surrounding decorative items remain utterly motionless, as though untouched. It appears that the palm is solely targeting the dust, much like a colossal magnet drawing in only the iron filings scattered within an iron chamber. This clearly demonstrates that Ling Shi's mastery of mental combat energy has reached a terrifying level of precision. The willpower of a martial saint is indeed formidable. It is no wonder that Ling Shi claims he can easily enumerate the top 50 individuals on the continent who truly instill fear in him. Achieving the ability to manipulate mental combat energy at will to alter external objects is a feat most difficult to accomplish. However, since his emergence from Schwelling Mountain, Li Tianbing's mindset has gradually transformed. After a moment of surprise, he composed himself. My master is truly remarkable. I cannot help but admire him. With an expression of utmost seriousness, Li Tianbing remarked, followed by a self-deprecating chuckle. Although mental combat energy is exceedingly challenging to cultivate, its potential should not be underestimated if one achieves any level of proficiency. Yet, it requires several times the effort compared to ordinary cultivators. My master, through mere chance, embarked on this path, but the dedication I have invested far surpasses that of ordinary practitioners. Otherwise, I could not have ascended to the rank of martial saint. Of course, talent is equally vital. Take you, for instance. At 6, you cultivated the heavenly spirit technique to the 2nd level and by 10, to the 3rd. Such accomplishments, while undeniably a result of your diligence, also reflect your innate talent. After all, your father could only reach the 2nd level at 10, and even your ancestor, Tian Qi, was merely at the 4th level at that age, though you may not quite match him. Nevertheless, your talent should not be overlooked. I trust you have now reached the 4th level, have you not? Surely, this information comes from the letter Ling Shi received from Li Xian. However, he is well aware that the heavenly spirit technique is no ordinary method. Attaining its complete mastery to the 10th level would yield a power sufficient to place it among the top 10 techniques on the continent. After all, the heavenly spirit technique has been passed down through generations of the Li family for a millennium, refined and enhanced by numerous predecessors, making its potency formidable. Ling Shi smiled as he patted Li Tianbing on the shoulder, saying, "Your father has conveyed your situation in that letter. It seems that since the age of 6, you have diligently practiced day in and day out for a decade. Such perseverance and resolve are truly impressive. Even to me, over these 10 years, you must have endured considerable hardship, sacrificing a blissful childhood, have you not? Yet, despite the many trials you have faced, you have garnered rewards, have you not? The journey of cultivation is long and arduous. I sincerely hope you can become the second Li Tianqi, mastering the heavenly spirit technique to its zenith and restoring the Li family's former glory." The elder's eyes glistened with tears, his voice trembling. A millennium ago, the Li family was renowned across the continent, a household name, even treated with great courtesy by royal families. Yet, 1,000 years later, only Li Xian remains as the sole heir of the Li family, which has gradually been consumed by other forces amidst its decline, leaving only Li Xian to narrowly escape. This has driven Li Xian to become increasingly obsessed with martial arts, vowing to restore the Li family's former splendor. However, how many still remember the great family that once saved the entire continent? The instigator of the near annihilation of the Li family was none other than the five-leaf deity. For millennia, although the deity had been sealed away, the five-leaf deity relentlessly suppressed the Li family. Initially, they had the support of Li Tianqi, but following his demise, the Li clan gradually faded into obscurity. Consequently, Li Xian channeled all his hatred into motivation, placing his hopes entirely upon Li Tianbing. When Ling Shi articulated these sentiments, Li Tianbing, who had already comprehended the situation, merely clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deeply into his palms. In that moment, he fully grasped why the purple soul sought to eliminate him. It was undoubtedly the doing of the five-leaf deity. Furthermore, apart from the purple soul, there were certainly other formidable beings from the five-leaf deity in pursuit of him. At this point, Li Tianbing had begun to piece together the puzzle in his mind. They were hunting him down, likely relying on the aura of Duqi to track him. If they were so fearful of the heavenly spirit Duqi, then Li Tianbing vowed within his heart to cultivate the heavenly spirit art to the 10th tier. The Li family and the five-leaf deity were already irreconcilable foes. If he sought to vanquish them, he must possess a power that could instill fear even in the deity. To attain such strength, he needed to train diligently, progressing step by step along the path of cultivation. Li Tianbing was confident. He was still young and had ample time. He firmly believed that one day, he would undoubtedly stand at the pinnacle of the continent. Five-leaf deity, await my arrival. Taking a long breath, Li Tianbing stood dazedly in place, contemplating, lost in thought for a time before regaining his senses. After all, his intellect was not inferior to that of others. Amidst his internal fury, his mind gradually settled. However, Ling Shi's previous words did stir some emotion within him. 10 years. Who, apart from himself, could truly understand the bitterness and hardships contained within? These pains were all silently swallowed by the young man. He chuckled softly, "Master, why have you suddenly become so sentimental? Truly, let us arrange this egg of mine without delay." Li Tianbing waved his hand with a hint of melancholy, suppressing his inner turmoil. His voice hoarse, "Haha, you see, it is I who have embarrassed myself before you. Nevertheless, your strength is still lacking. To put it bluntly, even the most lowly minions of the five-leaf deity surpass you in power. You must strive to cultivate diligently, but do not overexert yourself, for excess can be counterproductive. You must also comprehend your father's sacrifices. Everything he does is for your benefit. He merely wishes for you to restore the glory of the Li family from years past," Ling Shi remarked, wiping away tears, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. "Tianbing has long understood that he acts out of love for me. I have always known he has his own burdens to bear. He and mother are my last kin. They only wish for my well-being," he replied, laughter tinged with sorrow as he spoke. The young man could no longer contain his emotions, and tears streamed from his eyes. "Look at this foolish mouth of mine. He is well aware of these matters, so why must I bring them to light?" Ling Shi silently scolded himself, his right hand instinctively patting his mouth a few times. "Well then, let us first attend to the pressing matters. Weep and wail like a child." What good does that do? Ling Shi slightly composed himself, wiping away the tears at the corners of his eyes. Noticing Li Tianbing weeping pitifully beside him, he straightened his expression and exclaimed sternly, Li Tianbing, dry your tears. Li Tianbing, wiping his tears, suddenly retorted loudly, you old man, just now you cried harder than I did, and yet you dare to say that to me. In the heart of the iron chamber, Ling Shi and Li Tianbing stood before a square iron platform, seamlessly integrated with the ground. The platform, approximately 1 meter in height and half a zhang in width, bore a piece of irregularly shaped black exotic iron, measuring half a zhang in all dimensions. Its surface was as dark as ink, emanating tendrils of black radiance that enveloped it. Sunlight streamed directly onto the iron, which absorbed it incessantly. Following the direction of the sunlight, Li Tianbing discovered that it filtered through a small hole in the center of the roof, roughly the size of a palm. Around the edge of this aperture, various devices were visible, evidently designed to adjust with the movement of sunlight, allowing rays to continuously refract onto the exotic iron throughout the day. This iron, Ling Shi remarked, was a treasure I acquired alongside that young courtyard master in a mountain range. It possesses the remarkable ability to absorb and store heat. Having absorbed sunlight for decades, the energy condensed within could unleash a force formidable enough to make even me retreat momentarily. He chuckled ruefully, acknowledging the iron as a priceless asset for the academy. Li Tianbing, visibly astonished, realized that even a martial saint feared the peculiar heat emanating from this substance. It was clear that this exotic iron was not to be underestimated. Ling Shi shook his head, considering it a mere investment for this young lad. With deft movements, he began to form intricate hand seals, unleashing a torrent of potent energy from his brow, which surged into the gestures. Layers of transparent membranes enveloped his hands, and as he waved them, spatial ripples cascaded forth. Ha! He exclaimed, striking the black exotic iron with his palms, yet the anticipated surge of power did not materialize. Break! He called out again, and suddenly, the force from his palms erupted, exponentially greater than before. A terrifying surge of energy resonated from within the exotic iron, colliding with the waves emitted from Ling Shi's hands. Boom! A circular shockwave expanded outward, forcing Li Tianbing back several dozen steps. Crashing against the iron wall of the chamber, he felt a tumult within his veins, stifling a groan as a metallic tang surged in his throat, which he valiantly suppressed. Casting a fearful glance at the black exotic iron, he recognized its formidable nature. Ling Shi remained immovable before the iron, and Li Tianbing's eyes glimmered with longing as the shockwave brushed past him without so much as ruffling the edges of Ling Shi's garments. With a swift motion, Ling Shi gathered his slender, twig-like hands and gently tapped the iron once more. Buzz! Instantly, the black exotic iron pulsated with waves of energy, releasing tendrils of fiery crimson light in an instant. The temperature within the iron chamber surged dramatically. Li Tianbing frowned as beads of sweat began to form on his brow, trickling down his limbs, making even breath a laborious task. In stark contrast, Ling Shi appeared undisturbed, as if caressed by a gentle breeze, his long beard flowing leisurely. The chasm between a novice warrior and a martial saint was unfathomably vast. Although the heat within the iron was fierce, it was not something that could be unleashed at will. Fortunately, I possess the ability to control this heat, which can provide warmth for your EGG. As Ling Shi concluded his words, a surge of formidable mental energy emanated from his right hand, its terrifying psychic force inducing a suffocating sensation within Li Tianbing's soul. Suddenly, this force struck the alien iron with a resounding thud, creating a depression the size of a human head and 2 feet deep at the very center of the iron. Wisps of heat emerged from within, permeating every corner of the iron chamber. Place the egg in this indentation. Ling Shi beckoned to Li Tianbing, who was gasping beneath the iron wall. With a sigh, Li Tianbing exhaled, silver-white energy flowing forth from his dantian. Remarkably, due to his rare resistance to all attributes, the peculiar warmth could not penetrate the protective barrier formed by his energy. Approaching Ling Shi, he delicately positioned the strange egg into the hollow, its size fitting perfectly. At that moment, Li Tianbing finally felt a sense of reassurance. Under the influence of the strange warmth, the rotation of the blue and white striped patterns visibly quickened. Let a drop of your blood fall in. Should it ever emerge, you will be prepared. Observing the egg resting safely, Ling Shi felt an inexplicable sense of relief wash over him, foreseeing that after today, Li Tianbing would undergo remarkable changes. After a moment of contemplation, Li Tianbing surmised that a drop of blood would surely connect him to the life within the egg, allowing him to sense any upheaval from within. Moreover, by shedding blood, he would acknowledge the bond. Although he was uncertain whether the creature would embody good or evil upon its emergence, he found no alternative but to proceed with the bloodletting. Taking a deep breath, Li Tianbing endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions. He extended his left hand above the egg, while his right hand shimmered with purple energy. With a swift motion, he made a light cut across his palm, and moments later, blood trickled down into the strange it that instant. Li Tianbing also exhaled softly. However, before he could fully regain his composure, an overwhelmingly powerful aura suddenly erupted from within the beast egg, surpassing even Ling Shi's mental force. In the face of this unexpected development, Ling Shi remained unfazed, as his reflexes were far beyond the ordinary. He had been vigilantly observing the egg even before the peculiar transformation began. And now, a mental barrier rapidly coalesced before him. With a violent impact, the aura released by the beast egg collided with the barrier, causing cracks to spread like a spider's web across its surface. Although fissures marred the barrier, Ling Shi skillfully deflected the force away. Conversely, Li Tianbing, having relaxed his body and mind, was caught off guard and struck hard by the overwhelming force, crashing against the iron wall. A chill coursed through his throat as he finally expelled a mouthful of blood. Rising to his feet, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, shaking his dazed head, his gaze fixed fiercely upon the beast egg, a tempest of emotions raging within. Yet, before he could find tranquility, a sharp, intense pain surged from the depths of his soul. At that moment, Li Tianbing's eyes remained locked on the beast egg, where he witnessed his blood swirling within, clearly unable to merge with the egg. Li Tianbing roared in anguish. Bang! In the air, a figure executed an extraordinarily graceful somersault, crashing heavily to the ground. While the body was enveloped in a numbing sensation, the soul endured an excruciating torment, clearly a manifestation of the life within the beast's egg battling against the soul of Li Tianbing. Writhing in agony on the ground, Li Tianbing clutched his head, veins protruding sharply against his skin, beads of sweat cascading down his body. Ling Shi, watching anxiously from the side, seemed to have recalled something. Yet he understood that intervening would only exacerbate the situation. Boom! The fighting spirit from within his dantian surged forth, rushing through the meridians between the crown of his head and the dantian, colliding violently with the soul power of the creature within the egg. Hiss! The fighting spirit impacted the soul, only to be rebuffed, akin to striking a rock with an egg. Another agonizing wail erupted, as the backlash of the fighting spirit struck deep within Li Tianbing's soul. This latest assault was undoubtedly a lethal blow. Although the soul power from the egg was formidable, Li Tianbing still struggled to withstand it. At this moment, while his fighting spirit could not match that of the egg's soul, its backlash was sufficient to inflict grave injuries upon him. Consequently, as the backlash surged, Li Tianbing felt a resounding thud in his mind, leaving him with but a thread of weakened consciousness. Under such a frail defense, the soul within the egg could easily shatter it. Alas, before it could strike, a gentle sigh echoed within Li Tianbing's mind. Subsequently, a terrifying force began to spread throughout his soul, instilling fear even in Ling Shi, who felt a compelling urge to kneel in his understanding. This soul power clearly transcended the realm of humanity. Bang! The suddenly surging soul power of Li Tianbing crashed upon the soul within the egg with an overwhelming might. Roar! An extremely subtle wail emanated from within, followed by the gradual dissipation of that soul power in Li Tianbing's mind. Chapter 42. The terrifying amplification of soul power. However, Li Tianbing let out a soft exclamation in his mind, dragon's roar. At that moment, beneath the might of Li Tianbing's formidable soul power, even though the wail was faint and indistinct, he heard it with utmost clarity. It was indeed the sound of a dragon's roar. This beast seemed to possess some connection to dragons. A familiar voice resonated within Li Tianbing's consciousness. This matter can be set aside for now. All will be revealed upon his emergence. Li Tianbing smiled wryly, realizing that the resistance from the soul within the egg had been incredibly fierce. Were it not for the covert assistance of the blood devourer, his soul would likely have already dissipated. Having survived this calamity, my soul power should now be returned to me. That voice unmistakably belonged to the blood devourer. Could it be true? I perceived this soul power as exceedingly potent. Reluctant to relinquish the soul power that now resided within him, Li Tianbing felt as if it were his own. The essence of a soul constitutes the fundamental essence and root of all beings. Tianbing, I am merely lending you a fraction of my soul power temporarily. If I were to grant you my entirety, I would risk vanishing from this world. Moreover, given your current physical constitution, You can only endure it temporarily. If you wish to wield it for an extended period, both your strength and spiritual power must reach the level of a deity to bear it. Even if you can withstand it now, there will undoubtedly be areas of discomfort, leaving lingering repercussions. Most importantly, this spiritual power, regardless of its might, does not belong to you. It is not derived from your own cultivation. Can you truly find balance in utilizing it? The blood devourer spoke earnestly. His spiritual power emanated from the heavenly sword's might. Should the 7 fundamental sources of the heavenly sword unite, in this boundless realm, he would be second only to the Godfather. In his presence, an individual from the mortal realm amounts to nothing. Within the supreme domain, the existence of the heavenly sword is surpassed only by the Godfather. Its inherent power is nothing short of terrifying. However, the son of the 7 swords, Li Tianbing, lacked the capacity to invoke it. Even if he attempted to do so, the potency of this spiritual power would diminish. Nonetheless, any strand of the heavenly sword's spiritual force far surpasses the pinnacle of human potential. Blood Devourer, thank you. Please withdraw it. After a moment of contemplation, Li Tianbing spoke calmly. Although this spiritual power was immensely desirable, it was ultimately not cultivated by Li Tianbing himself, and he was not in haste to possess it. Understood. The Blood Devourer ceased further discussion. He was aware that if he withdrew his spiritual power at this moment, Li Tianbing would undoubtedly endure considerable torment, yet after the suffering, a profound transformation awaited. Thus, the Blood Devourer refrained from warning Li Tianbing. A sudden and tumultuous rush of water echoed within Li Tianbing's mind, and he subsequently felt that spiritual power, his own spiritual power, returning to his consciousness. A wave of pain surged through him once more, causing his head to throb painfully. He was seen rolling on the ground, his garments in tatters. Meanwhile, Ling Shi remained oblivious to the unfolding events, evidently still immersed in the overwhelming spiritual power from earlier. Once he regained some composure, he noticed Li Tianbing writhing in agony on the ground. Instantly, his astonishment diminished significantly, for he observed that Li Tianbing's spiritual power had suddenly returned to tranquility. However, just as he pondered this, the situation in the arena shifted once more. Ha! Li Tianbing, still rolling and moaning in pain, suddenly bellowed, slamming his hands onto the ground, propelling himself upward into a seated position midair, crashing down with a thunderous impact. Witnessing this, Ling Shi also chose to sit cross-legged on the ground. It appeared as though the spiritual power within Li Tianbing's mind was fragmented like countless short strands. Enduring the excruciating pain, the fighting spirit within his dantian surged forth once again, not to engage in battle, but to envelop his soul in an exceptionally gentle manner, subsequently releasing strands of silvery light to wrap around the myriad short strands. In an instant, these strands began to connect at a visibly discernible speed, 2 merging into 1, which then joined with a third point one after another. The excruciating pain within his soul was replaced by an indescribable sense of relief. With a resounding boom, the final severed strand connected with a previously linked longer strand, forming a silvery soul thread enveloped in fighting spirit within Li Tianbing's mind. The heavenly spirit fighting spirit appeared to shed its corroded rust like decaying iron. It coalesced together and returned to his dantian. This moment, the threads of soul power, though transparent, revealed a certain pulsating silhouette, as if they were gradually swelling. Thump! It resonated like the rhythmic beating of a heart. Yet the sound of this pulsation grew louder. Bang! Suddenly, the threads of the soul expanded dramatically, coalescing into a luminous orb of soul energy, which then swiftly expanded to occupy the entirety of the mind. At last, restoration had occurred. Upon witnessing the soul power return to its usual state, the heart of Li Tianbing, once suspended in anxiety, finally found solace. However, this was merely the beginning. The center of the soul power emanated a gentle radiance. Ding! It resonated like metal striking against the essence of the soul power. Within the core of the soul's origin, it was as if a droplet of water had fallen, sending ripples radiating outward. Boom, bang. Like a tidal wave crashing against the shore, those ripples collided violently with the edges of Li Tianbing's consciousness, causing a fleeting blur in his awareness. When he regained his senses, he was astonished to find that his soul power had surged from the realm of a novice low-tier warrior to that of a novice mid-tier warrior. Yet, before Li Tianbing could fully process this exhilaration, another droplet emerged from the core of the soul sea, igniting yet another ripple that spread outward in a circular shape. Boom! It struck the boundaries of his consciousness with a thunderous impact, and upon awakening from the temporary haze, he discovered that his soul power had ascended to the level of a novice high-tier warrior. Such terrifying velocity would surely leave some who took years to advance a tier in utter despair, perhaps even leading them to seek a wall to crash into. Litionbing felt as though he were on the verge of losing consciousness from the sheer force of it all. Yet, boom! Once again, a ripple surged forth from the core of the soul sea, spreading outward and crashing against the edges of his consciousness. Litionbing found himself momentarily entranced, but as he regained focus, his mind sharpened with clarity, and predictably, his soul power had now elevated from novice high-tier warrior to the threshold of a junior low-tier warrior. Boom, 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 boom. In a state of near numbness, Litionbing felt the soul sea release 8 successive ripples that battered against the edges of his consciousness. Simultaneously, under the relentless onslaught of these ripples, his soul power gradually surged, growing increasingly robust. When Litionbing's soul power reached the level of a high-tier warrior, the soul sea, which had unleashed 8 ripples, finally fell silent. At this moment, within the slightest stir of Litionbing's soul, an overwhelming force surged forth. What is happening? A high-tier warrior. Has it truly risen so effortlessly? Damn it! Litionbing exclaimed inwardly in shock. He realized that even with his eyes closed, he could still vividly perceive the world both within and beyond himself. The current strength of his soul power was exponentially greater than before, by dozens of times. This rate of enhancement left Litionbing astounded, even hesitant to believe it. However, while Litionbing was still immersed in the terrifying ascent of his soul power, a disturbance erupted in the Dantian below. Within the small vortex, the battle energy surged in tandem with the elevation of soul power, tumultuous and overwhelming. At this moment, the trend of soul enhancement ceased, and the fighting spirit surged forth like a colossal shark leaping from the ocean, extracted from a small whirlpool, resembling a giant shark inverted in midair, voraciously drawing in the fighting spirit like a whale. The fighting spirit burst forth from the whirlpool, akin to a columnar waterspout, tumultuously swirling and rotating above the whirlpool in the Dantian. Regarding the transformation of his fighting spirit, Litionbing refrained from interference, recognizing that the elevation of strength was beyond his control and could only be allowed to unfold naturally. With a sound reminiscent of flowing water, the fighting spirit roared as it surged from the Dantian, forcefully ascending towards the heavenly spirit's apex. As it traversed through some established meridians and minor channels, Litionbing was elated to discover a marvelous sensation of comfort coursing through his entire being. His muscles, bones, blood, organs, cells, and even meridians were undergoing transformation. The muscles became more rounded and solid, the bones grew sturdier, the blood richer in nutrients, the organs' absorption capabilities intensified, the cells brimmed with vitality, and the meridians appeared to solidify and expand slightly. Upon reaching the Tianling acupoint, a silver vortex over 1/2 meter in diameter coalesced above his head, drawing in the abundant spiritual energy from the surrounding world, which was subsequently released into Litionbing's Tianling, fortifying his physique. Simultaneously, the impurities intermingled within this energy were expelled from the vortex, rendering the spiritual energy even purer. In a sudden moment, after lingering in the Tianling for half an hour, the fighting spirit gently receded back into the Dantian. Abruptly, the energy vortex erupted with a thunderous sound, gradually dissipating. As it vanished, Litionbing emerged from his astonishment, his mind sharpening, and the condition within his body became apparent. The silver fighting spirit was subtly shifting within the small whirlpool. At this juncture, the density and robustness of the fighting spirit had increased several-fold compared to before, evidently reaching the level of an initial high-tier warrior. However, the Tianling technique had yet to advance to the 5th tier. The enhancement of strength indicated that the Dantian could accommodate a greater quantity of purer fighting spirit. The stronger the individual, the more refined the fighting spirit became, and the more it could be contained within the Dantian. The Tianling technique primarily cultivated this fighting spirit, while its corresponding techniques involved the comprehension of the fighting spirit or the understanding of the Tianling technique, which would then be manifested through various moves. The two were interconnected. Should the technique ascend to the 5th tier, the corresponding techniques would naturally follow suit. Moreover, the elevation of the technique was reflected in the intensity of the fighting spirit, which would also undergo a change in color. From the 1st to the 3rd tier, it was purple. From the 4th to the 6th tier, silver. From the 7th to the 9th tier, silver. And at the 10th tier, it would take on a color of nothingness. Litionbing maintained a calm demeanor towards the lack of advancement in the Tianling technique. After all, the legacy of the Tianling technique had endured for millennia, and its intricacies were not easily fathomed. Nonetheless, he harbored aspirations for the 5th tier, for reaching it would grant him the ability to soar through the skies. Having cultivated for over a decade, Li Tianbing had elevated the Tianling technique from the second to the fourth tier, now merely a small step away from that modest goal. A decade of advancement by 2 tiers was already considered exceptional among the younger generation of his family lineage. Yet it was regrettable that the once great family had since vanished. Based on this, Li Tianbing is acutely aware that if things continue in this manner, it may take 5 or even 10 years to ascend to the 5th tier, which is not entirely impossible. Perhaps before that time arrives, he will have already been discovered by the powerful beings of the Five Leaves God, leading to numerous crises. Thus, Li Tianbing resolves to conclude the matter of the beast egg today and thereafter engage in arduous cultivation to enhance his strength and broaden his horizons. The benefits he reaped from this confrontation with the soul of the beast egg are undeniably immense. Not only did he elevate his soul power by 3 tiers during the struggle, but he also advanced his overall strength by 1 tier. More importantly, he completed the recognition of the beast egg's life as his own. The speed and opportunity of such a power enhancement would surely leave even a level 10 expert utterly speechless. Without the assistance of Blood Devourer, Li Tianbing would not have survived the encounter with the soul of the beast egg, however. If Blood Devourer had intervened from the outset, preventing him from having the opportunity to confront the beast egg's soul, it is possible that Li Tianbing would not have experienced such growth, nor would he have garnered the insights and sensations he did during the process, as he slowly opened his eyes. Akin to a vulture in the night, a sharp glint shot forth from his gaze, gradually dissipating. With a deep exhale, he released a cloud of murky gray mist, feeling a sense of relief wash over his chest. A luster akin to warm jade appearing on his handsome face, which bore a hint of a smile. Rising to his feet, he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, the sound of cracking bones echoing from his joints. The resilience of his bones, having undergone a rigorous transformation, improved significantly following this recent enhancement in strength. At this moment, Li Tianbing found himself in peak condition, with no trace of fatigue in his internal energy and not a single impurity within his body. If there were any, it was merely the black sweat trickling from his skin's surface. Sensing the surging energy coursing through his body with every movement, along with the fullness of his soul power, Li Tianbing nodded slightly in approval. With a few casual punches, he smiled once more. He relished this newfound strength. Although it was still insufficient to contend with the Five Leaves God at this moment, his soul power was remarkably potent, surpassing that of many at his age. Thus, cultivating his willful energy would become increasingly easier, for he is young and his path of cultivation has not been excessively convoluted. A balance in martial arts is paramount. Li Tianbing understands that while he yearns for strength, he is also aware that exceeding limits could prove counterproductive. His gaze turned sharply towards the beast egg resting upon the black, his brow furrowing slightly. Within the beast egg, a blue-white light, intertwined with strands of red, spun and danced. At that moment, Li Tianbing sensed that his heart seemed to pulse in synchrony with the life force of the beast egg. However, due to the faint seal within and the beast egg's current slumber, Li Tianbing found himself unable to ascertain the strength and identity of the beast egg's life. Only when the beast egg's life eventually emerges will the blood contract he established with it come into effect. At that time, every aspect of the beast egg will be intrinsically linked to Li Tianbing, and everything will become abundantly clear. Li Tianbing halted his steps, his gaze fixated on the beast egg with a palpable curiosity. The corners of his lips curling into a subtle arc, he was eager to witness whether the egg would exhibit any further signs of life. 10 minutes later, observing the egg's continued stillness, Li Tianbing finally let out a cold chuckle, a sense of relief washing over him. Surely, there would be no unforeseen events this time? Exhaling deeply, Li Tianbing's mind stirred, and he perceived the swirling paths of blue, white, and red light emanating from within the egg, all captured in his consciousness. That little rascal, has he forgotten his old master after gaining such benefits? Alas, I truly am a judge of faces but not of hearts. The world has grown so cold and indifferent. Indeed, the moral climate is on a steady decline. A voice, seemingly lamenting yet tinged with complaint, unexpectedly broke the silence. Here, aside from Li Tianbing, who else could it be but Ling Shi? At that moment, Ling Shi was seated cross-legged on the ground, his right hand propping his chin upon his knee, while his left index finger rhythmically tapped against his left knee. His eyes occasionally darted sideways towards Li Tianbing. His lips pursed in a childlike display of dissatisfaction. Master, what do you mean by that? Tianbing is merely observing the beast egg's activity. Where is the offense towards you? Li Tianbing pouted slightly, casting a somewhat resentful glance at Ling Shi. Ahem, perhaps it would be best to get dressed first. Ling Shi stood up, covering his mouth with his right hand as he cleared his throat softly. He then retrieved a set of coarse gray clothes from the white ring on his hand and tossed them towards Li Tianbing. Wait a moment. Upon hearing this, Li Tianbing instinctively lowered his head, only to realize he was completely unclothed. His garments had been torn to shreds during the surge of power earlier, causing his face to flush a deep crimson. Embarrassed, Li Tianbing scratched his head awkwardly, hastily accepting the clothes and putting them on. As he glanced around, he found them to fit him perfectly, albeit with a hint of discomfort. Master, what manner of ring is this? It is truly remarkable. Noticing how Ling Shi effortlessly retrieved items from the ring with a mere wave of his hands, Li Tianbing's eyes gleamed with fervor, a strong desire to claim the white ring for himself igniting within him. This is a void ring, as the name suggests. It is a spatial ring. It contains a space where objects can be stored. Void rings come in various grades. I have heard that the highest grade rings on the continent are merely divine artifacts. As for the two higher tiers of void rings, I have yet to encounter them. Only a handful of factions on the continent possess divine-grade void rings. Their value can reach tens of millions or even over 100 million gold coins, with an expansive internal space that rivals even that of the Eastern Lake Empire. On the other hand, a mundane-grade void ring can be purchased for a mere few 100,000 gold coins, with only a few square meters of space inside. As Ling Shi spoke of the divine-grade void rings, his eyes sparkled with a fervent longing. Upon hearing this, Li Tianbing could not help but click his tongue, swallowing hard in contemplation. The divine-grade void ring. How would it compare to his 7 swords? Chapter 43. Cultivating the fiery palm. Li Tianbing listened to Ling Shi's words, utterly astonished. When it comes to divine-grade void rings, they are said to possess a form of sentience, capable of manifesting spirit entities and even assisting their masters in battle. However, the divine artifact known as the, which can nearly rival the 9th-tier techniques, commands a price that has soared to tens of millions or even billions of gold coins. Such exorbitant costs are accessible only to certain formidable powers and royal families. Unless one possesses a distinguished status or exceptional strength, it is exceedingly rare for an ordinary cultivator to amass such substantial funds. As for the exceedingly inferior mundane artifact, its price is still above several 100,000. Such a troublesome item is not something that Li Tianbing can afford to squander on at present. That aside, the transformation you underwent earlier was truly astonishing. The essence of that soul power instilled a sense of fear within me. Ling Shi's expression turned grave as he ceased his jesting. Although Blood Devour was severely weakened due to the Seal of Destruction, it has been gradually recovering over the past millennium. Ever since that day when Li Tianbing brought it forth, Blood Devour's soul power has returned to its zenith, and the aura that transcends humanity is something Ling Shi will never forget. That overwhelming pressure has the capacity to compel complete subservience. The sudden surge of soul power that propelled me from a novice low-tier warrior to an advanced high-tier warrior is indeed astonishing. As for the soul power that instilled fear within you, whose is it? Can it truly evoke such trepidation in you? Surely not. I recall when I was contending with the beast egg soul. My soul power was nearly depleted, my mind blank, and when I regained consciousness, I had ascended. Li Tianbing brushed his hair back, touched his nose, and feigned contemplation. He chose to conceal the details of the 7 swords from Ling Shi. Oh? How could that be? I distinctly felt it, the sensation of fear intertwined with formidable soul power, a memory that shall remain with me for a lifetime. Allow me to test this. Could it be that I, in my old age, am succumbing to illusions? Ling Shi murmured, furrowing his brow as he approached Li Tianbing. Withered fingers of his right hand, pointing directly at Li Tianbing's third eye, betrayed no hesitation. Li Tianbing remained still, aware that evasion would only draw Ling Shi's attention. He held confidence in Blood Devour's concealment abilities. Ding! The seemingly frail yet powerful fingers suddenly pressed against Li Tianbing's brow, and forthwith, a torrent of robust soul power surged outward, causing Li Tianbing's legs to tremble uncontrollably. This force both inspired yearning and instilled fear within him. Consequently, the soul power within his consciousness erupted with a resounding fury, as if intimidated by Ling Shi's own essence, bubbling and churning like boiling water. 10 minutes elapsed before Ling Shi finally withdrew his fingers, shaking his head and murmuring, "What just transpired? What was that terrifying soul power that vanished?" Ling Shi, having only reached the level of an advanced warrior, found himself perplexed by the earlier overwhelming force. He fixed his gaze once more upon Li Tianbing's azure pupils, which were as deep and tranquil as a still lake, yet he discerned no anomalies. Ultimately, he could only turn away in exasperation. "It's quite unsettling to be stared at so intently," Li Tianbing muttered under his breath, pursing his lips in mild complaint. Neglecting the pressing matters concerning Li Tianbing, Ling Shi turned to gaze intently at the discarded Xiling die. In this context, the Xiling sword served as a formidable third party in combat. Should it exhibit no peculiarities, Ling Shi would be reluctantly compelled to abandon his efforts. Nevertheless, this experience etched a shadow upon his heart, an indelible mark that would haunt him eternally. With furrowed brows, Ling Shi unleashed a torrent of his soul power, enveloping the Xiling sword in a magnificent aura that far surpassed the soul power previously used to probe Li Tianbing. He placed all his hopes upon the Xiling sword. Consequently, the image of Xiling began to crystallize in Ling Shi's mind. It was a sword of a deep violet hue, imbued with latent thunderous energy, with strands of crimson blood, Li Tianbing's essence, coursing through it, its rank merely classified as a spirit weapon. This was the entirety of the information the sword imparted to Ling Shi. 20 minutes later, Ling Shi ultimately conceded, his hopes shattering in an instant. With a resigned turn, he shook his head at Li Tianbing, who, witnessing this, offered a comforting smile. Yet, before Li Tianbing could fully relax, Ling Shi suddenly pivoted, unleashing an overwhelming surge of soul power that erupted from his brow, crashing into the Xiling. Bang! The Xiling was struck violently, spinning mid-air before crashing to the ground, motionless. Ling Shi stared at the Xiling for an extended period, then turned away with a sigh. In his earlier perception, it was evident that the Xiling had attempted to defend itself against the attack, but that defense was pathetically insufficient. The transcendent defense and counterattack Ling Shi had hoped for never materialized. Extinguishing the last flicker of his hope, "Master, have you uncovered any clues?" Li Tianbing inquired, his eyes wide and mouth agape in bewilderment. "Alas, perhaps it is due to some unforeseen circumstances. Nevertheless, I must congratulate you on your remarkable advancement in strength. In merely half an hour, you have ascended 3 levels, I dare say. Such an extraordinary pace is unprecedented in my lifetime." Upon finishing, Ling Shi glanced at the smug Li Tianbing, unable to suppress a chuckle, oblivious to whether the latter was amused by his failure to discern the truth or by the praise itself. Ling Shi playfully tapped Li Tianbing's head, saying, "Boy, don't be too pleased with your gains. Let me remind you, out there, your current prowess would barely suffice to be dismissed with a flick. This is not meant to discourage you, but rather to impart wisdom. Now, it is getting late. Noon approaches, and I suspect you are hungry. Shall we go for a meal together?" As Ling Shi spoke, he walked to the door, peering outside. "Master, thank you, but I am not hungry. You may go ahead. I wish to take advantage of the residual energy here to practice the flame palm in preparation for our journey to the Serpent Valley. I may return here for the next few days. May I have your permission?" Upon hearing Ling Shi's words, the smile on Li Tianbing's face was swiftly replaced by seriousness, and the earlier joy dissipated. Indeed, his current strength was hardly noteworthy. Let me ponder for a moment. How about this? In the final 3 days leading up to the expedition to the Serpent Valley, I will organize a competition. The victor shall earn the last spot to the Serpent Valley. I must say, I am extending a considerable favor to you by doing this. Although my words carry a certain weight here, I find myself unable to assist you further due to some younger individuals involved. You must devote yourself to training diligently in the coming days. I have high hopes for you." Ling Shi contemplated for a brief moment, his eyes darting mischievously before he flashed a cunning smile at Li Tianbing, and then departed quietly. By the time Li Tianbing regained his senses, Ling Shi had vanished without a trace. Li Tianbing's eyes radiated a fervent glow. Infused with determination, he was resolute in his pursuit of the championship title. Shaking his head, he turned his gaze towards the beast egg, finding it to be perfectly unharmed, which brought him a sense of reassurance. He then looked towards the black, anomalous iron, noticing wisps of visible crimson heat emanating from it, spreading in various directions, even enveloping the beast egg. The heat then permeated into the iron walls of the iron house, causing the temperature to gradually rise. Suddenly, a surge of impulsiveness overtook Li Tianbing, prompting him to strip off his upper garment, revealing his well-defined muscles. Since that fateful night he met Shui Firu, Li Tianbing had nearly forgotten about his muscle training. Over the past 3 months, he had scarcely found time for physical cultivation, instead focusing all his energy on combat chi. Observing his underdeveloped muscles, a bitter smile escaped him. Yet, the latent power within his body gave him a slight sense of satisfaction. And upon reflecting on his soul force, he ceased to dwell on his muscular shortcomings. With a light step, he approached the black, anomalous iron, standing a meter away, as waves of heat surged into his body. Startled, Li Tianbing swiftly activated his combat chi to fend off the onslaught, in the midst of regaining his composure. He sensed that the heat contained a ferocious energy. Alas, it was tainted with excessive impurities. If only he could eliminate these impurities and refine them into essence to absorb into his body, it would greatly benefit his cultivation. With a soft sigh, just as Li Tianbing intended to sit cross-legged, Xiling suddenly drifted before him, effortlessly blocking the onslaught of heat from the anomalous iron. That fellow has finally left. I never expected him to be so obstinate. A hint of dissatisfaction echoed in Li Tianbing's mind as the scars on the sword's body, which had been deliberately inflicted earlier, vanished without a trace. Huh? Master didn't leave just now? Li Tianbing inquired in astonishment. Indeed. Perhaps the bloodthirsty soul dealt him quite a blow. Xiling shook the sword body. In that case, it would be better to keep you alongside the bloodthirsty one. Li Tianbing chuckled helplessly, thinking he could showcase the Xiling sword to great effect, only to find that this charm was accompanied by complications. No matter, as soon as the words left his lips, Xiling transformed into a streak of purple light, leaving behind a trail of azure and violet remnants, piercing into Li Tianbing's brow, joining the bloodthirsty entity within. However, Li Tianbing was ultimately still too young. Did he not consider that Ling Shi would notice something amiss if he suddenly concealed Xiling? A shiver ran through Li Tianbing as he then slightly moved his limbs, settled into a cross-legged position, and formed various hand seals, adjusting his body to its peak state. As the subtle stirrings of his soul commenced, a method of cultivating the fiery palm materialized within Li Tianbing's mind. Utilizing the meridians of his hands as conduits, channeling his fighting spirit as a medium, and transforming his palms into a bridge for assault, the technique unfolded. Simply put, it entails transmitting the fighting spirit through the specific meridians associated with the fiery palm from the arm to the palm, thereby converting it into offensive power. It should be noted that mastering such techniques predominantly relies on familiarity and one's own fighting spirit and meridian characteristics. After a brief contemplation, Li Tianbing paused momentarily, and then further insights regarding the fiery palm appeared before him, highlighting essential precautions and applications of the skill. Upon reviewing this information, he cast a glance at the black exotic iron, which was infused with a trace of fiery energy. Should he practice the fiery palm in proximity to this iron, his speed and efficiency would increase by approximately 30%, which elucidated his choice of this iron chamber as a training ground. Li Tianbing closed his eyes, calming his mind and steadying his breath. Within his dantian, the fighting spirit gradually coursed through various meridians toward his right arm, while concurrently, his right hand was elevated, parallel to the ground. The resistance to heat that his body had previously maintained was suddenly relinquished, and waves of intense warmth enveloped him, causing beads of sweat to emerge from his body almost instantaneously. Gritting his teeth, he endured the searing pain of the heat, as the fighting spirit continued to flow toward the specific meridians of the fiery palm in his right arm. In the blink of an eye, visible silver threads began to converge toward his palm. During this accumulation process, the silver strands gradually transformed into vibrant red lines, exuding an eerie aura, as the heat from the exotic iron subtly permeated. The fiery hue intensified. In truth, the fiery palm is inherently a fire attribute technique, accessible solely to warriors wielding fire attribute fighting spirit. Li Tianbing, having recklessly memorized the cultivation method without consulting Ling Shi, had indeed acted with folly. Fortunately, Li Tianbing's fighting spirit was of a neutral attribute, enabling him to cultivate techniques of any element, including the fiery palm. Otherwise, merely committing the technique to memory could have led to severe injuries or even death. With a hissing sound, warmth continually infiltrated Li Tianbing's right arm, as the fighting spirit morphed into a fiery red, culminating in his palm. Suddenly, Li Tianbing swung his right arm decisively, releasing a surge of power from his palm. However, the force merely displaced the heat in front of him slightly before it surged back toward him once more. To his surprise, the practice proved exceedingly challenging. Rising to his feet, he gazed at his reddened right palm, where the skin had begun to peel due to the relentless heat, and the same was true for his body. Extensive patches of skin had shed. Li Tianbing inhaled sharply, a rueful smile creeping upon his face. If this technique were so easily mastered, it would hardly be termed a technique at all. The outcome of his inaugural attempt at cultivating the fiery palm aligned with his expectations. Suddenly, Li Tianbing assumed a horse stance, and as he vigorously swung his arms, waves of fighting spirit surged forth from his dantian. The next day, Li Tianbing engaged in a brief morning routine in his dormitory before hastening toward the iron chamber. The seal of the iron chamber was temporarily lifted by Ling Shi. Li Tianbing was able to enter and exit at will upon entering the iron chamber. A familiar wave of heat enveloped him, He swiftly discarded the lone azure sleeveless vest he wore, casting it aside. And naturally, his defensive aura dissipated. Following his training and research on the fiery palm yesterday, Li Tianbing was able to execute it with even greater efficacy. However, his body bore numerous abrasions, rendering him quite a sight. Fortunately, there were no blisters, or the consequences would have been dire. Chapter 44. Transformation of Qi technique using the meridians of his hands as conduits, with his aura as a medium and his palms as bridges. He transformed it into a method of attack. Streams of aura surged from his dantian to his arms, with a trickle of heat permeating in. The silver aura gradually morphed into a fiery crimson hue within his arms. Shining brightly like a fireball, with a swift motion, Li Tianbing thrust his palms forward, witnessing the heat before him being effortlessly pushed back several meters by the shadow of his palm, forged from the crimson aura, sending ripples through the surrounding warmth that rolled and churned before settling into tranquility. Observing his achievement, Li Tianbing nodded slightly. Indeed, his efforts yesterday bore fruit. If he persevered, greater leaps were surely on the horizon. Remarkably, within just half a day, he had made his initial strides. Although there remained a considerable distance to mastery, such training speed was commendable. Suddenly, a voice of astonishment broke the silence. Turning around, Li Tianbing found none other than Ling Shi. "Master!" Li Tianbing greeted with respect. While the two often exchanged playful banter, Li Tianbing understood the importance of such etiquette. "You foolish boy, knowing full well the heat in this chamber, yet you do not resist it with your aura," Ling Shi remarked, eyeing the injuries on Li Tianbing's body. "First, apply some medicine, or shall I lower the temperature for you?" He chided with a chuckle, though his expression soon turned serious. He then retrieved a white jade vial from his spatial ring and tossed it to Li Tianbing. Li Tianbing caught the vial and smiled, saying, "Master, there's no need. To excel in one's craft, one must first hone their tools. Achievements require effort. How could one expect success without sacrifice? Moreover, shedding my garments and setting aside my defenses allows for further cultivation." He chuckled, a twofold benefit, indeed. Tianbing knows his limits. As he spoke, he stepped outside, eye in his hand. The white jade vial emanated a swirling chill. Remaining untouched by the sunlight, Li Tianbing could not help but feel a sense of astonishment. He uncorked the vial, and immediately, a wisp of cold air escaped, causing the surrounding temperature to drop significantly. The fragrant chill filled his nostrils, bringing a wave of comfort throughout his being. This was a low-tier healing elixir. A second-tier pill known as cold spirit powder, specifically designed to treat minor injuries caused by fire energy. Ling Shi approached Li Tianbing with light steps, speaking calmly. "A second-tier pill?" The aroma of such a pill was enough to alleviate pain. Could more advanced pills grant immortality or resurrect the dead? Li Tianbing's eyes widened in innocent wonder. "Shaw, in this world, the extraordinary is commonplace. I dare say I have not encountered such high-tier pills. Yet I cannot claim they do not exist. There may very well be such things, but whether they exist or not is uncertain. In time, you will encounter that realm. Should you be fortunate enough to witness them, then they shall indeed be real. If one has not been seen, it does not necessarily mean that one does not exist." Ling Shi abruptly seized the white jade vial from Li Tianbing's hand, mumbling to himself. Hearing this, Li Tianbing rolled his eyes in exasperation. It was all too convoluted. The master had rambled on endlessly. Wasn't he at all mere drivel? Surely, there would be opportunities for personal experience in the future. Ling Shi maintained a placid expression, his right hand slightly tilted, and a droplet of crystalline blue elixir flowed forth from the vial, landing on Li Tianbing's back. Subsequently, that elixir astonishingly spread throughout every corner of his body with a force that was both overwhelming and revitalizing, even penetrating to certain intimate areas. What exquisite bliss! Li Tianbing involuntarily let out a moan of pleasure. The indescribable sensation of the blue liquid permeating his being was refreshingly euphoric, prompting him to exclaim loudly. After completing his cultivation, he would surely apply a drop of this elixir upon himself. Although this pill was of a lower tier, it could be considered top-notch among second-tier pills, particularly effective for lower-tier cultivators with more severe injuries or burns. Ling Shi snorted softly, his eyes filled with disdain. Clearly, obtaining this handling powder was a trivial task for him. Relishing the rapid healing of his skin and the indescribable comfort coursing through him, Li Tianbing felt elated. Despite only a single drop being released, the energy contained within was remarkably pure and substantial, and moreover, exceptionally gentle. A portion was absorbed by the wounds, while a small fraction was drawn into Li Tianbing's cells. This elixir would significantly contribute to the enhancement of Li Tianbing's strength in the future. With a resounding thud, Li Tianbing unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, his fighting spirit coalescing in the air before dispersing. He slightly calmed his aura, and only once the elixir had been completely absorbed throughout his body did Li Tianbing cease his movements. Just as he intended to turn back towards the iron house, Ling Shi hurriedly grasped Li Tianbing's arm. "Let us not train today. I have something for you," Ling Shi exclaimed, a mischievous grin playing on his face. Li Tianbing, with a resigned shrug, straightened his posture, awaiting Ling Shi's next move. Ling Shi waved his hand lightly, and a flash of white light emanated from his empty right hand, revealing a white scroll in his left. Upon the emergence of this scroll, Li Tianbing's enhanced spiritual perception allowed him to discern the rich spiritual energy contained within it. He surmised that this must be a remarkable treasure. This scroll contained a mental cultivation technique and simultaneously a mental skill. Ling Shi maintained a calm demeanor as he spoke. A mental cultivation method? A skill? Li Tianbing's eyes widened in astonishment. This technique is called Transformation Qi Technique, a third-tier cultivation method. Ling Shi continued, his expression unwavering. A third-tier technique? One tier above the blazing palm? Li Tianbing exclaimed, utterly flabbergasted. A third-tier technique was the highest he had ever encountered thus far. Not counting the Tianling art, whose level remained a mystery. It was a legacy of the Li family, accessible only to direct descendants possessing the Li bloodline. "Now, allow me to introduce you to the Transformation Qi Technique," Ling Shi stated calmly. Li Tianbing nodded vigorously, his eyes gleaming with fervor, eagerly anticipating Ling Shi's elaboration. Mental cultivation methods, also known as spiritual techniques, the Transformation Qi Technique is a third-tier cultivation method as well as a third-tier skill. Classified into 3 levels, first, second, and third, Ling Shi explained, his expression remaining unperturbed. Although it was but a brief passage, Li Tianbing listened with utmost seriousness. He understood that to successfully cultivate the will-based combat energy, one's soul power must be sufficiently formidable. The fact that his soul power had fortuitously surged so significantly, albeit still unstable, meant that with the acquisition of this transformation technique, Li Tianbing would be able to wield his soul power with greater dexterity. Furthermore, it should be noted that for practitioners of will-based combat energy or warriors, the level of soul power is categorized according to the rank of the warrior, which differs from that of the magic warrior. The soul power of a magic warrior is classified based on the level of a mage. Practitioners of will-based combat energy experience a substantial increase in strength once the will and combat energy are combined. Conversely, magic warriors possess the ability to utilize magical power derived from their soul power, enabling them to cast spells. Essentially, this delineates the distinction between the two. The former can amalgamate their soul power with combat energy to become an even more formidable will-based combat energy, while the latter can transmute their soul power into magical energy, employing specific techniques to cast spells. Shaking his head, Li Tianbing ceased to ponder further. He accepted the white scroll from Ling Shi, his palm trembling slightly. Observing Li Tianbing's previous expression, Ling Shi contemplated certain matters. If a mere third-tier technique could elate him so, how ecstatic would he be with a more advanced technique? Indeed, at this moment, Li Tianbing was genuinely overjoyed, thinking to himself, while others may deceive their fathers, I shall deceive my master. Master, with the acquisition of this transformation technique, surely I need no longer copy the mental technique you provided to Fei Dao, right? Cradling the white scroll, he noticed the intangible soul power was faint, likely because Ling Shi had secretly dispelled the seal when handing it over. In truth, Ling Shi had merely glanced at the inscriptions on the scroll. He was entirely unaware of the cultivation content within it. That is unnecessary. This transformation technique is perfectly suited for you. The soul seal has been removed by me. Quickly inscribe the method of cultivation, Ling Shi said, stroking his beard, finally breaking into a smile. Li Tianbing nodded, and a surge of soul power erupted from his third eye, enveloping the white scroll, extracting its information, which transformed into a long, formless entity that returned to his brow. The vast information absorbed was far greater than that of the fire palm technique, and Li Tianbing occasionally furrowed his brow as he found the cultivation methods somewhat overwhelming. Nevertheless, he endeavored to commit them to memory, albeit he sensed something peculiar about this transformation technique, as there seemed to be a terrifying pressure emanating from it. Perhaps due to its ancient origins, this pressure manifested indirectly, yet Li Tianbing remained unfazed. With a thunderous roar, the information was drawn forth, unfolding within his mental landscape. The transformation technique, cultivated within the Mud Pill Palace, commanded its energy and transformed its essence, achieving the ability to materialize solid forms, thereby nearing mastery. This was the essence of the technique. The soul was cultivated within the Mud Pill Palace, continuously strengthening and refining it. This constituted the method of cultivation. The length of the information exceeded Li Tianbing's expectations, and even after browsing through it for several dozen minutes, he had yet to reach the end at this moment. He stood there, eyes closed, comprehending the material. Ling Shi remained silent, observing him from the side. Mud Pill Palace. It seems this acupoint is mentioned in medical texts. Within the book Zi Qing Zhixianji, it is written, the head possesses 9 palaces, corresponding to the 9 heavens. In the realm of esoteric knowledge, the central palace, referred to as the Niden, is also known by various names such as the Yellow Court, Kunlun, and Heavenly Valley, each name reflecting its profound significance. Generally speaking, among the 9 palaces, the 4 palaces nearest to the Niden are collectively termed the 4 directions, while the 4 palaces located at the periphery are dubbed the 4 corners. The central aspect of the 8 palaces and the central is denoted by the Niden. Ancient texts elucidate that this palace serves as the dwelling place of the primordial spirit, characterized by its emptiness akin to a valley, wherein the spirit resides, thus earning the titles of Valley Spirit, Primordial Spirit, and Brain Spirit. The Niden is also referred to as the abode of the hidden spirit, corresponding to a deity residing in the heavens above. This palace wields immense dominion. Should the deity within perish, all other deities would likewise be extinguished. The Niden exerts various influences upon the human body, intricately linked to the essence of life itself. The maxim states, the essence of the soul resides in the Niden. Should the Niden be destroyed, the soul loses its foundation. Without a foundation, the soul dissipates, leading to the end of life. Should one cultivate the spiritual power within the Niden to great strength, the Niden itself will flourish, enhancing one's cultivation. Conversely, weakness will ensue. This principle illustrates that a single thread can affect the entirety. The Niden is also associated with the Dantian, as the energies of cultivators, be it martial prowess, magical force, or soul-killing energy, are concentrated within the Dantian, serving as the foundation for cultivation. The presence of the soul within the Niden is fundamental to life, akin to the principles governing the Dantian, hence the reference to the Dantian Palace. However, the myriad mysteries of the human body cannot be fully encapsulated in mere words. The Niden is situated at the midpoint between the Intang, the space between the eyebrows, also known as the third eye, and the Yuzhen, located 2.5 inches directly above the nape of the neck. Adjacent to the protruding edge of the pillow-like depression, the Niden, positioned centrally within the head, can be considered the brain of the brain, thus the appellations of primordial spirit and brain spirit. The Niden is indeed the source of the soul's essence. The practice of qi transformation requires the enhancement of spiritual power within the Niden to unleash its maximum potential and the myriad advantages of the Niden itself. As Li Tianbing perused this knowledge, he began to mentally recite the information he had previously encountered in ancient texts regarding the Niden, integrating it with the teachings of qi transformation. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and a beam of brilliance, seemingly tangible, burst forth, causing his body to tremble. With a resounding boom, the spiritual power within his mind instantaneously broke through, reaching the threshold of a low-tier swordsman. The chasm between advanced warriors and swordsmen is akin to an insurmountable gulf. Once crossed, one truly embarks on the genuine path of martial prowess. Yet, Li Tianbing achieved this breakthrough. Immersed in the insights of qi transformation, he transcended his previous limitations effortlessly. Breathing deeply, he sensed the enhancement of his spiritual power. Realizing that his mental strength had significantly amplified compared to before, this exemplifies the distinction between advanced warriors and swordsmen. Li Tianbing firmly believed that, with his overall strength, he could contend against advanced warriors, and even hold his own against low-tier swordsmen. If a warrior of the same rank were to gaze down from this lofty building, he might claim to have spotted a 3-inch tall blade of grass beside a bench on the playground. In contrast, Li Tianbing would assert that he also discerned the tiny black ants scuttling across the grass blades. This exemplifies the remarkable advantage of formidable spiritual power. You wretched boy, do you wish to incite envy in me? In less than a day, you have audaciously elevated your spiritual power by 4 levels. Do you intend to make me feel ashamed? With just a mere closing of your eyes to glimpse the cultivation method, you can enhance your strength. How can others hope to cultivate under such circumstances? Ling Shi's previously placid expression finally shifted, his aged face flushing with a deep crimson, suffused with envy, jealousy, and resentment, leaving him feeling quite unsettled. However, to Li Tianbing, his words resonated with a tone of concern. With a sigh, the flow of energy within him became increasingly smooth, and Li Tianbing was filled with excitement. He had not anticipated that such a rudimentary third-tier technique would contain an abundance of insights. leading him to wonder what revelations a higher-tier technique might hold. Li Tianbing's response was utterly off-topic. Ling Shi remained silent, deep in contemplation. Yet, neither Ling Shi nor Li Tianbing were aware that this qi transformation technique was not merely a simple third-tier method. It possessed the potential to advance and evolve into a fourth-tier technique, or even a fifth-tier one. This qi transformation technique was a relic of a bygone powerhouse, fortuitously acquired by Ling Shi's friend, who naively believed it to be just a third-tier technique and thus bestowed it upon Ling Shi, knowing that he would surely find it useful. However, neither Ling Shi's friend, nor Ling Shi himself, nor Li Tianbing had any inkling that this qi transformation technique harbored a functionality that drove countless cultivators to madness. Its capacity for advancement, the Yintang, or the center of the eyebrows, houses the Nirvana Palace, located between the brow and the occipital region, surrounded by four corners. Li Tianbing located the Nirvana Palace and drew all his dispersed spiritual energy into it. Upon reaching the swordsman level of spiritual power, only a single orb truly coalesced within the Nirvana Palace, indicating its expansive nature. Li Tianbing practiced, according to the methods of cultivating spiritual energy outlined in the qi transformation technique, while simultaneously training in the fiery palm and the heavenly spirit technique, continuing this cycle day after day. Before long, the day of the competition arrived, and Li Tianbing chose not to train today, opting instead to run 10 laps around the playground in the morning. Half a bottle of cold spirit powder remained. Over the past 10 days, he had endured the excruciating trials of his body, only to subsequently apply the cold spirit powder for recovery. Li Tianbing had absorbed 1/3 of the consumed medicinal liquid within him, equating to 1/6 of an entire bottle. Consequently, he discovered that the organs within him seemed to have improved significantly once again. Today, Li Tianbing attended classes for the entire morning. A surprising turn of events. He had broken through the bottleneck of the advanced warrior rank during these 10 days, achieving the status of a low-tier swordsman at the tender age of 16. Truly, this brought honor to the Blood Demon Academy and left many astonished. Across the various academies in Donghu City, and even throughout the entire Purity continent, apart from a handful of transcendental powers, Fei Dao's strength and talent ranked among the foremost of his peers, leaving even Li Tianbing feeling inferior. However, if Fei Dao were to learn that Li Tianbing had elevated his spiritual power by 4 levels within a single day, it is likely that he would be driven to find a wall to crash into in despair. The prowess of Fei Dao has indeed augmented the security of the journey to Shegu, yet his soul power merely ranks as a low-level intermediate warrior. It appears that the first-tier techniques are simply incomparable to the third-tier techniques. Nevertheless, given Fei Dao's innate talent, to elevate his soul power to such heights within a mere fortnight using first-tier techniques is quite remarkable. Had it not been for the superior cultivation method of Li Tianbing, and had Li Tianbing not faced a setback in his soul's journey, should both Li Tianbing and Fei Dao cultivate the first-tier techniques provided by Ling Shi together, the outcome of their competition after half a month, who would emerge stronger, would remain uncertain. Aside from attending classes, there is naturally no shortage of romantic exchanges with Shui Firu, as the couple enjoys their harmonious moments together. As night fell, during this time spent with Gue Luo, Li Tianbing discerned that his demeanor was not one of coldness. Rather, it was an unusual aura that deterred others from approaching. Much like Li Tianbing, Gue Luo was simply a man of few words, preferring tranquility. Moreover, Li Tianbing could not ascertain his strength, as Li Tianbing's soul stirred within the Naiwen Palace. The beast egg remained alive, allowing him to rest assured and meditate on his bed. The following day, the much-anticipated competition among the students was poised to commence. In the days leading up to the contest, numerous students had heard the Academy's announcement that a competition exclusively for freshmen would take place today, with the champion securing the final quota to journey to Shegu. Upon hearing the announcement, the Academy buzzed with excitement, and discussions surrounding the competition dominated conversations. With no classes scheduled for the day, many students eagerly flocked to the arena in groups, fervently discussing the event along the way, creating a lively atmosphere throughout the Academy. While most freshmen were exhilarated and brimming with enthusiasm, the notorious reputation of Shegu instilled fear, preventing many from signing up. Out of 3,000 new students, only over 100 displayed the courage to register, including several dozen female participants. The competition was imminent. Chapter 45. The competition begins. Battle against no heir. The temperature of the Donghu Empire remains temperate year-round, in stark contrast to the frigid north snow. The gentle sunlight bathes the earth and warms the people, neither scorching nor oppressive. The central arena of the Blood Demon Academy, known as the Magic Martial Arena, stands as the largest stage within the institution. The martial arena and the magical arena extend over 100 meters in length, while the magic martial arena exceeds 200 meters. As time passed, the area within 5 meters of the magic martial arena became a bustling sea of spectators. Within the 5-meter radius, teachers and judges stood, while the outer perimeter was teeming with a crowd, even filling the other 2 arenas, where people stood atop chairs or tables, creating a lively spectacle. Suddenly, a sound of air being sliced through echoed, followed by a flash of white light as a figure soared through the air, landing gracefully in the center of the unoccupied magic martial arena. Clad in a gray cloth robe, with white hair casually tied back with a tattered cloth, the individual bore a smile, his expression deep yet tinged with mirth, none other than Ling Shi. This competition held considerable significance, generating immense excitement within the academy, and even attracting practitioners from Donghu City to join in the festivities. It is with great honor that I, the old man, preside over this competition. Without further ado, I shall outline the rules. Within this box lie 64 slips of paper inscribed with the names of the participants. The remaining 64 contestants, whose names are not written, will take turns drawing these slips at random. Facing the individuals whose names they draw in combat. In total, there are 128 competitors. In the first round, half will be eliminated while the other half advances. The same procedure will apply to the subsequent rounds, continuing until only 2 contestants remain, with the victor being crowned the champion. Each participant progressing to the next round may consume a recovery pill, a remedy designed solely to restore their expended energy, generously provided by the Academy, thus allowing all to engage in battle without concern. However, should any harbor malicious intent, they shall have me to reckon with. Ling Shi's expression remained placid as he spoke, yet a profound meaning lingered in his tone. Suddenly, with a flicker of white light from his empty right hand, a grand box materialized beside him. As his words concluded, a murmur of discussion arose from the audience. Despite the elder's moments of calm and occasional smile, the crowd was acutely aware of his formidable presence. The invisible pressure he exuded was not to be underestimated. Suddenly, a cacophony of piercing sounds filled the air as hundreds of figures leapt into the arena, each surrounded by a faint, radiant glow, their garments billowing as they descended. The sight of so many luminous figures converging was a spectacle emblematic of the Blood Demon Academy. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of landing reverberated as 63 figures joined the stage, yet one remained absent. Their stances varied. Some stood with arms crossed, gazing down with pride, others with fervent eyes, some smiling, some silent with closed eyes, and others meditating in a lotus position. "Come forth to draw your slips," Ling Shi announced with a chuckle, but before he could finish, a flash of green in a corner of the arena interrupted him, followed by a resounding thud that startled the onlookers. This figure, clad in a verdant robe and wielding a deep violet long sword, wore a smile that radiated confidence, the sunlight illuminating his chiseled features. This was none other than Li Tianbing. Upon his arrival, dozens of gazes were directed toward him, and Li Tianbing was acutely aware that these stares were far from benevolent, yet he merely smiled in silence. Among the spectators below, those who had witnessed Li Tianbing's earlier duel with Jinyi began to murmur amongst themselves. "Hey, did you see that? It's that kid again. Who would have thought he would join this competition? He must be courting death," one male contestant remarked to his companion. "Haha, he truly does not know the limits of his abilities. Does he believe he can triumph here?" Meanwhile, several young women gazed at Li Tianbing with eyes full of admiration, their hearts aflame. Unperturbed by the myriad of glances, Li Tianbing strode directly to the box beside Ling Shi and reached inside. In the corridor connecting the 5th floors of the Magical Martial Arts Teaching Building and the Magical Teaching Building, a voice inquired, "Brother Fei Dao, who do you think will emerge as the champion of this competition?" A graceful silhouette leaned gently against a blood-red marble pillar in the corridor, her enchanting gaze directed downward. Clad in a flowing azure garment, her waist was delicate and slender, and her every smile and frown exuded captivating charm. Her long black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, framing her alluring visage, unmistakably revealing her identity as Yushi, the first-year leader of the Demon Martial Arts Group. "I find myself uncertain. The outcome is unpredictable. For many formidable talents gather below, their strengths closely matched, making it difficult to ascertain who shall emerge victorious." Yushi's right. Fei Dao, donned in a white robe with silver hair, also gazed into the crowd below, a smile gracing his features. "Brother Gue Luo, what do you think?" Yushi covered her lips with a soft laugh, her voice reminiscent of melodious silver bells, enchanting and sweet. "If no mischief arises, the championship should rightfully belong to Tianbing." Behind Yushi and Fei Dao, beside another pillar, Gue Luo spoke calmly. His eyes appeared devoid of white, lending him an eerily enigmatic presence, and upon closer inspection, his skin was astonishingly pale. The black mist surrounding him swirled with his slightest movements. Tianbing? Who might that be? Yushi's delicate brows knitted together, her tone betraying a hint of surprise. Although Gue Luo's true strength remained obscured to her for certain reasons, she understood that his discerning eye was exceedingly sharp. However, the champion he had mentioned was a figure named Tianbing, which piqued her curiosity. Gue Luo paid no heed to Yushi, turning his attention towards the direction of the academy's rear mountain. Despite his outward calmness, his mind was intensely focused on this competition, for the champion would accompany him to the Serpent Valley. Not only did Gue Luo himself value this journey, but his family placed great importance on it as well, hoping he would gain invaluable experience there. Wai Yushi rolled her eyes at Gue Luo in exasperation before shifting her gaze downward once more. Tianbing, you say? Ha, I am quite familiar with him. He is my classmate, seated beside me. This fellow possesses an air of mystery that even I can sense. Moreover, since the start of the term, he has attended class for less than 5 days. Although puzzled by Gue Luo's acquaintance with Tianbing, Fei Dao proceeded to give Yushi a brief introduction to him. Oh? Even you find him mysterious? It seems we are in for an interesting show. A delightful smile graced Yushi's lips, forming an alluring curve. Yet, Fei Dao remained fixated on the scene below. Furthermore, he is quite a handsome lad. Fei Dao suddenly beamed with a radiant smile. What does that have to do with me? Yushi's charming face finally flushed with a subtle crimson. Did I imply it concerned you? Fei Dao chuckled lightly. Heir? A mix of emotions stirred within, as Li Tianbing stared vacantly at the name on the paper before passing it to Ling Shi. The latter, with an expression of indifference, recorded Li Tianbing's match against Heir in his notebook, with Li Tianbing being the first among the 64 selected students to draw a piece of paper. The other students soon followed suit, drawing their opponents in quick succession. Gradually, each student found their respective adversary. Given the random nature of the draw, the likelihood of students selecting their own names was minimal. Once the drawing concluded, the students descended the stage to await their turn. With a wave of his right hand, Ling Shi made the box vanish. As soon as Ling Shi finished speaking, 64 students swiftly leapt off the stage, joining another 64 by the side of the arena, creating an atmosphere that was far from congested. Observing the students as they descended, Ling Shi smiled and declared, in the first round, Li Tianbing faces off against Heir. With that, Ling Shi gracefully exited the stage. A resounding boom echoed through the arena, announcing the arrival of a new contender. This individual stood approximately 2 meters tall, his upper body bare, muscles rippling like forged steel, exuding an intimidating aura. His nostrils flared outward like those of a bull, releasing wisps of vapor. The sheer intensity of his presence sent some spectators instinctively channeling their energy or magical power for protection. His strength was formidable, as evidenced by the deep indentations he left on the marble floor with each step. With a swift motion, Li Tianbing ascended to the stage, locking eyes with Heir. The atmosphere was eerily calm, yet a palpable tension began to mount among the spectators, for the duel was on the verge of commencing. As the barrier was erected, the crowd's gaze was unwaveringly fixed upon the two combatants. The contest was finally set to begin. Most of the onlookers directed their attention toward Li Tianbing, and among them, a significant number harbored a sense of schadenfreude, convinced that Li Tianbing was doomed to face a dire fate in this battle. The stark contrast in stature between Li Tianbing and Heir was enough for them to draw their conclusions. Suddenly, Heir stomped the ground fiercely, enveloping his right hand in a layer of pale yellow energy. Clearly a warrior trained in earth-based combat techniques, though it remained uncertain whether he also practiced magic. Without further ado, Heir charged towards Li Tianbing with the ferocity of a beast, his right fist glowing with intensity. Should Li Tianbing be struck by that punch, he would likely suffer grievous injury. Yet, would Li Tianbing stand idly by and allow Heir to land a blow? Certainly not as Heir initiated his attack. Li Tianbing was already attuned to the trajectory of his strike, the path becoming vividly clear within the recesses of his mind. Simultaneously, sensing Heir's overwhelming aura, Li Tianbing assessed his opponent's strength, determining that he was merely an intermediate-level warrior, albeit with slightly enhanced power. With a swift step to the right, he inclined his upper body and easily evaded Heir's fierce punch. However, to his astonishment, Heir appeared unfazed by the inertia of his movement, contorting his body into an exceedingly difficult angle. With his right leg taut, the pale yellow energy surged forth, delivering a powerful kick aimed directly at Li Tianbing's head. The air whistling in its wake, should Li Tianbing connect with that kick, the impact would surely be devastating. Nevertheless, Heir's strength was accompanied by a lack of speed, an aspect that proved unfavorable for him. The years Li Tianbing had spent honing his skills on Schwelling Mountain were not something Niu Heir could rival. Although Li Tianbing's body had been temporarily neglected over the past 6 months, his foundational skills remained intact. Furthermore, under the influence of Li Tianbing's formidable spirit energy, every movement Niu Heir made was meticulously anticipated. Thus, before Niu Heir could execute his kick, Li Tianbing retreated a full 5 meters. Niu Heir's leg merely struck the air. Niu Heir's eyes turned crimson with fury as he swung his arms, a flash of light revealing a pair of heavy hammers radiating a dark glow in his hands. With a fierce roar, Niu Heir unleashed his full might, the pale yellow energy enveloping the hammers as he charged at Li Tianbing with the force of a boulder. Since the opponent took the initiative, Li Tianbing would not disappoint him. With a sigh, Xiling manifested in his hand, instantly unleashing an aura that made everyone around him change countenance. Spirit weapon? How could this fellow possess a spirit weapon? That hefty individual is bound to be in trouble. It is truly astonishing. That is a high-grade spirit weapon. One must understand that the most advanced treasures within the academy are merely high-grade celestial artifacts. Whispers began to circulate among the spectators, all of whom were utterly astounded. The intelligence of the Xiling sword far surpasses that of any ordinary weapon. It understood that upon being detected by Ling Shi, its aura was at the spirit weapon level, and it merely maintained the aura at that high-grade spirit weapon status. The aura of Li Tianbing was obscured from Dao and others, entirely due to the assistance of the celestial sword. Others found it exceedingly difficult to discern his aura. Even Ling Shi in Donghu City, a high-grade spirit weapon is considered a treasure of the highest caliber. Each tier of equipment possesses its own distinctions, and the disparities between them are vast. At the very least, it would take but an instant for a high-grade spirit weapon to easily shatter a mid-grade spirit weapon, akin to the suppression among cultivators. That Niu Heir had also started to soften his stance. He believed that by catching his opponent off guard from the outset, he would achieve an element of surprise, thus enabling better control of the battlefield's tempo. Unfortunately, his calculations could not come to fruition. For the opponent's speed not only surpassed his own, but even the equipment was 2 grades superior to his high-grade mundane artifact. More importantly, Li Tianbing was about to counterattack. Chapter 46. Smooth Advancement. A high-grade mundane artifact? The heavy hammer came whistling through the air, producing a thunderous sound that resonated through the atmosphere, ruffling Li Tianbing's azure hair. As he sensed the aura emanating from the heavy hammer, a faint smile curled upon his lips. Niu Heir understood the might of spirit weapons, but having already committed his attack, he knew that retracting it would not only risk injuring himself, but also provide his opponent with the opportunity for a devastating counterstrike. Thus, he resolved to engage with all his might. Consequently, the pale yellow light atop his dual hammers intensified to an extreme, suffused with all of Niu Heir's fighting spirit. With calm eyes fixed on the rapidly enlarging heavy hammer, Li Tianbing's right hand moved ever so slightly, causing the Xiling to radiate a brilliant purple light, purely a manifestation of strength. Has that fellow lost his mind? While it is true that high-grade spirit weapons can effortlessly dominate high-grade mundane artifacts, the full-force strike of that hefty individual is not something to be taken lightly. How could he possibly intend to withstand that full-force strike solely with the power of his spirit weapon? Such arrogance is indeed foolish. Yet, it is not a certainty. Although he possesses a spirit weapon, he is likely not a reckless individual, especially since he has not yet revealed the extent of his prowess. The outcome remains uncertain. As Li Tianbing positioned the Xiling before him and made no further movements, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of astonishment, followed by waves of mockery and discussion. Heh, you are doomed. Seeing Li Tianbing stand his ground without evasion, Niu Heir's confidence surged. He was convinced that with this full-force strike, even if Li Tianbing were not injured, he would surely be rendered incapable of further combat. Without hesitation, he charged towards Li Tianbing, unleashing a flurry of yellow light even in mid-air. Li Tianbing gazed calmly at the heavy hammer, then suddenly stepped forward, thrusting his right hand as the sword tip aimed straight at the hammer. Boom! An extraordinarily powerful aura surged forth, crashing against the defensive barrier and dissipating into shimmering specks of light. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Li Tianbing did not get sent flying. At the point where Niu Heir and Li Tianbing clashed, both stood motionless, with Li Tianbing's azure hair gradually settling. Hiss! A chorus of gasps echoed from the audience, including the participating students, and even the judges were visibly moved. Li Tianbing had effortlessly withstood Niu Heir's full-force strike, maintaining a tranquil expression. Despite the assistance of spiritual artifacts and other factors, his courage and spirit were indeed commendable. Could Nyo Heir's mere crude hammer possibly compare to the formidable strength of the heavenly sword? It was utterly laughable. Crack, crack, in the next instant. The pair of heavy hammers in Nyo Heir's hands shattered into fragments, crashing to the ground. Below the stage, after a few moments of stunned silence, a gasp of disbelief was followed by an uproar. This was truly a series of astonished exclamations erupted, as the crowd was rendered speechless. Initially, they believed it astonishing that Li Tianbing could withstand Nyo Heir's full-force attack. Yet, they never anticipated that the mundane weapon would crumble before the spiritual artifact as easily as tofu. Its ferocity leaving them speechless. He does possess some skill on the sidelines. Yushi was taken aback, covering her mouth in shock, her eyes wide with amazement. She had not expected this young man's purple spirit sword to be a high-grade spiritual artifact, truly a hidden gem. Fei Dao also felt a surge of excitement, gripping the railing tightly. Gue Luo glanced briefly at the two before shifting his gaze back, remaining motionless, though a hint of disdain curled at the corner of his mouth. In his view, Li Tianbing's capabilities extended beyond what had been displayed. On the arena, Nyo Heir stared in disbelief at the handle of his hammer, utterly shocked that his high-grade mundane weapon had been destroyed so easily. A wave of indescribable fury surged within him. Below the stage, the crowd began to regain their senses, their eyes now ablaze with fervor. If only they could obtain the spiritual artifact from that fellow's hands. Then Li Tianbing's gaze turned to Nyo Heir. It was indeed time to counterattack. Though you possess strength, your speed cannot match mine. You have only strength as your advantage. In all other aspects, you fall short. A smile graced Li Tianbing's face as he took deliberate steps toward Nyo Heir. His aura remained unyielded. Revealing his primary high-level warrior status would only serve to undermine his position. Squeezing his teeth tightly, Nyo Heir clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh, the veins on his arms bulging ever more pronounced. Nyo Heir's eyes turned crimson as he finally released the pent-up rage within. His body launching toward Li Tianbing like a cannonball. To the spectators, he seemed to blur into afterimages. His speed had indeed increased with his fury. Li Tianbing continued his slow advance toward Nyo Heir. Startled by the beast-like charge, it appeared he would have to unleash his full aura. Whoosh! Battle energy instantly coalesced in his right hand, and then the aura of a primary high-level warrior erupted forth completely. Gazing at the silvery aura coalescing in his right hand, Li Tianbing willed his thoughts, causing Xiling to vanish without a trace. He then dashed swiftly towards Nyo Heir. Observing the rapid turn of events, the audience erupted into cheers. After a month of relentless effort, Li Tianbing no longer resembled his former self during the battle against Jinya, where he had to secure a swift victory to triumph. Nyo Heir, smiling as he watched Li Tianbing charge towards him, felt an involuntary twitch in his eyelids, his movements slowing momentarily. You hesitated, indecisive. Such moments can alter much. Li Tianbing surged towards Nyo Heir, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Bang! A sound echoed, and then the spectators beheld a figure soaring through the air in a perfect parabolic arc, landing motionless in a clear space 5 meters away. In this moment, the defensive barrier had already dissipated. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into fervent applause. This contest had been nothing short of spectacular. The gazes of the onlookers, once filled with disdain, now regarded the not particularly strong or tall figure on the stage with newfound respect. At this juncture, Ling Shi gracefully ascended the arena, declaring loudly, "Li Tianbing wins." Li Tianbing smiled and cupped his fist in salute to Ling Shi before descending from the stage. The crowd instinctively parted to allow him passage. Watching him depart, he had not consumed a recovery pill. Perhaps Nyo Heir needed it more today as he strolled along the path in the courtyard. Now among the top 64, Li Tianbing appeared quite leisurely, basking in the sun, when a familiar voice called from behind. Turning around, he discovered it was Shui Firu. "Xiaoro," he greeted, his smile softening in her presence. "You won just now," Shui Firu remarked gently, having awaited his match from below. "Indeed. However, securing the championship will still be quite challenging," Li Tianbing pondered for a moment before responding. His earlier encounter with Nyo Heir had merely been a stroke of luck. The latter's strength was far inferior. Allowing Li Tianbing to emerge victorious by chance, "I believe in you. You will surely claim the championship," Shui Firu beamed, offering her encouragement without attempting to dissuade him from venturing into the Serpent Valley. Every boy has his ambitions, and strength is indispensable. She merely wished to silently support and encourage him from behind. "Yes, I will prove it to you." The gleam of confidence sparkled in the youth's eyes. "Who is that woman?" Yushi furrowed her brows, her gaze fixated on the two figures along the shaded path below. "Oh, her? She should be Tianbing's girlfriend, Fei replied with a gentle smile. Girlfriend? Yushi's frown deepened. Yes, why? Are you interested in Tianbing? Fei chuckled lightly. Why would I be interested in him? Yushi's cheeks flushed with a quick rosy hue, playfully retorting. Hee, as long as you're not, that's good. Fei laughed in the ensuing moments. Li Tianbing astonishingly won 4 consecutive matches, propelling him directly into the top 4. Of course, he had yet to reveal some of his hidden cards in these 4 contests. The strongest opponents were only able to match his prowess. And with Xilin's assistance, they could not overcome Li Tianbing. After enduring 4 rounds of competition, Li Tianbing suddenly felt a remarkable lightness in his body, accompanied by an ineffable sense of joy. Should he secure one more victory, the championship would be within his grasp. His smooth advancement was unexpected, as he had consumed 2 recovery pills throughout these 4 contests. The efficacy of these pills was extraordinary. With merely a brief meditation, the expended fighting energy would swiftly replenish. Following 5 rounds, the list of the top 4 competitors was unveiled. This moment, it was nearing noon. The fervor surrounding the arena was gradually escalating, as 64 participants had been eliminated. Their names promptly destroyed by Ling's HI.as. The competition progressed. Only 4 name slips remained in the box. However, Ling Shi altered the rules for the drawing. The remaining 4 competitors would send up 2 participants to draw from the 4 slips. If they drew each other's names, they would face off directly, while the other 2 would also engage in combat. Should either of them draw their own name, they would advance automatically. If both drew their own names, they would advance, while the other 2 competitors would be eliminated without contest. Furthermore, there would be no need for them to take turns drawing. Ling Shi's voice resonated clearly. His words indicated that this draw was not merely a matter of chance, but also a test of one's own strength, as it represented a gamble. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonished exclamations. It was evidently a fierce competition for supremacy. Before the others, including the other 3 top contenders, could fully comprehend the situation, Li Tianbing, having been informed of the rules by his master in advance, darted forward like a ravenous vulture, akin to a starving beggar who had just spotted a delectable chicken leg by the roadside. Hastily, he thrust his hand into the box, and to his astonishment, a slip of paper flew into his grasp. Upon retrieving it, he beheld the familiar characters spelling out his own name. Overwhelmed with joy, Li Tianbing glanced towards Ling Shi and discreetly conveyed his gratitude through thought. Thank you, master. Fearless of being discovered by the judges, he promptly communicated his thoughts and subtly passed the slip to Ling Shi. Now, it was time to exert his utmost effort. Ling Shi's expression remained composed as he accepted the slip, then gestured for Li Tianbing to step back. With a resounding voice, he declared, Li Tianbing, you advance directly to the final battle. He then raised the slip, and a powerful surge of spiritual energy emanated from the judges' seats, only to recede moments later. It was evident that the slip had been orchestrated by Ling Shi. His prowess was unparalleled within the academy, and he was a practitioner of mental fighting energy. Thus, his spiritual strength surpassed that of an equivalent magician. After all, mental fighting energy specializes in spiritual power, whereas a magician's spiritual energy is often diluted by numerous elemental forces. Therefore, in terms of essence, the spiritual power of a mental fighting energy practitioner was superior. Enveloped by Ling Shi's spiritual force, the judges remained blissfully unaware of the events occurring within the box, oblivious even to the fluctuations of Ling Shi's spiritual energy. Returning to the center of the arena, Li Tianbing felt a flicker of joy. Only by entering the final round of the championship battle could he find peace of mind. Suddenly, a piercing gaze fell upon him. With Li Tianbing's soul power, he had sensed that this gaze had been fixated on him since the very commencement of the first round of the contest. He merely dismissed it as that of ill-intentioned onlookers. That moment, his eyes sharpened as he turned to confront the source of the gaze, only to be momentarily taken aback. The owner of that gaze was none other than Shichuan, his classmate, the very same Shichuan with whom he had a past grievance. Li Tianbing was perplexed. Why had she returned to participate in this competition? Was it not said that most women feared snakes? Did she not share that fear? Upon noticing Li Tianbing's stare, Shichuan was taken aback, her eyes wavering as she averted her gaze. With Li Tianbing advancing smoothly, the remaining 3 competitors were engaged in a fierce struggle among themselves. And, ultimately, none of them drew their own names. As Li Tianbing had already advanced, the Academy unanimously decided to eliminate the weakest among the 3. However, the weaker student was not the Shichuan Li Tianbing had hoped for. After an intense battle with another male competitor, Shichuan surprisingly advanced with ease. To Li Tianbing's astonishment, that male competitor had lost to Shichuan. It was truly embarrassing. When he learned that his final opponent was Sichuan, Li Tianbing felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. Chapter 47. Sichuan. Upon discovering that Sichuan was to be his final adversary, Li Tianbing involuntarily twitched at the corner of his eye. Why had Ling Shi approved Sichuan's enrollment? How could this be? Was it deliberate? During the previous match, Li Tianbing had also discerned Sichuan's prowess. She was a high-level intermediate warrior. The fighting spirit she wielded was a peculiar dark attribute energy. On the continent of Purue, the attributes of fighting spirits were not solely confined to the 5 elemental types. There existed practitioners who cultivated unique energies, and dark attribute energy was one such category. In the final round, it would be Li Tianbing facing Sichuan. Ling Shi waved his hand, proclaiming in a clear voice. Unexpectedly, the ultimate contest for the championship was to be fought between Ling Shi's 2 students. Regardless of the outcome, Ling Shi would bask in reflected glory. The academy had never questioned Ling Shi's teaching methods. Thus, the fact that his 2 students were vying for the championship raised no objections. Although most present were unaware of the underlying dynamics, the atmosphere was charged with tension. Swish, swish. The sound of 2 figures slicing through the air echoed, as Li Tianbing and Sichuan took their places in the arena. The match began. Ling Shi maintained a calm demeanor as he gracefully descended from the stage. A protective barrier being erected around the arena, in the center. Li Tianbing and Sichuan locked eyes, both exuding an air of tranquility. Below, the crowd watched anxiously, their focus solely on the 2 competitors in their eyes. While Li Tianbing's advancement to the final round could be attributed to a stroke of luck, he had nonetheless fought his way through as a junior high-level warrior. Although there was a disparity in strength compared to Sichuan, Li Tianbing had yet to unleash his techniques, leaving the ultimate victor uncertain. I truly do not know what to say. Competing for the championship against Sichuan, Li Tianbing felt an indescribable discomfort within. She was merely an interloper. Today, he would reclaim the honor lost to her from that fateful duel. Sichuan furrowed her delicate brows, her graceful form trembling as torrents of potent black energy surged forth. Subsequently, her right hand clenched and a black long sword materialized within her grasp. This sword, approximately 5 feet in length, was entirely deep black, with countless strands of dark energy swirling around it, barely visible, as Sichuan's energy and the black long sword manifested. Li Tianbing immediately felt a sense of oppression, one that was somewhat laborious to bear. Upon the appearance of the black long sword, Li Tianbing discerned its classification. A mid-tier refined weapon. Although it was a rank lower than Xilin's current level, the formidable prowess of her opponent, a high-level intermediate warrior, made Li Tianbing acutely aware of the challenge he faced. You merely advanced to the final round by sheer luck. Today, I shall demonstrate the extent of my capabilities. Sichuan exclaimed, her voice ringing with authority. The black mist enveloped her, making it seem as though she were wholly shrouded in darkness. Then, with a graceful shift of her steps, she gradually accelerated, charging directly towards Li Tianbing. Humph! I am exceedingly eager for this expedition to the Serpent Valley. I shall not permit you to covet it at your whim. Li Tianbing scoffed, a surge of anger welling up within him. Sichuan's repeated provocations left him with no inclination for mercy today. In an instant, silver energy surged forth, enveloping him and creating an atmosphere that astonished the onlookers. Wow! Li Tianbing is actually unleashing his full power, showing no regard for the delicate nature of his opponent, who happens to be a girl. Fellow, did you not overhear their conversation? Although they belong to the same class, there seems to be some enmity between them. Furthermore, this journey to the Serpent Valley is undoubtedly a trial for them. After enduring so many rounds, Li Tianbing is indeed ready to engage seriously. In the face of such trials, notions of chivalry become irrelevant. This is pure competition. Oh? Is it possible that he has yet to exert his full strength? Your insight is remarkably lacking. Li Tianbing has not yet infused his energy into that spiritual weapon. In previous contests, he relied entirely on the weapon's power to engage in battle. This upcoming match promises to be quite the spectacle. The murmurs of the crowd grew increasingly animated, the atmosphere of battle intensifying. Humph! Allow me to show you whether I can establish my standing in this class. Without further ado, Li Tianbing unleashed a dazzling silver radiance within his energy, channeling it forcefully into Xiling. After the previous incident, Xiling dared not indiscriminately absorb the heavenly energy, yet this did not imply she would shy away from consuming the energy willingly offered by Li Tianbing, with sustenance delivered directly to her. How could she refuse? Xiling crackled with electric energy as it coursed through the sword, becoming ever more luminous. Li Tianbing stomped his foot, propelling himself toward Sichuan. His disdain for this insufferable woman was palpable. Humph! Allow me to show you my prowess. As Li Tianbing charged towards her, Shi Chuan could not help but recall the moment in the cafeteria when he had held a sword to her neck, rendering her immobile. That humiliation was one she vowed to repay in kind today. Instantly, black energy surged from her dantian, enveloping the black longsword. Ling Lao, seated at the judge's panel, with a mane of crimson hair and adorned in a vibrant red robe, gazed with apprehension at the two individuals on stage, who were on the brink of confrontation. He was acutely aware that both were currently fueled by their tempers. Should an altercation ensue, it would not only tarnish the Academy's reputation but also leave their families without an explanation, an outcome Ling Lao wished to avert. There is no need for concern, he assured, though they may be heated, they possess a measure of restraint. If it escalates to that extent, I shall intervene. Ling Shi's expression remained unperturbed as he spoke, fully cognizant of the significance this competition held for the Academy. He would not permit any unfavorable incidents to transpire. Upon hearing Ling Shi's words, Ling Lao refrained from further commentary, for Ling Shi's prestige and prowess were beyond comparison to his own. Ling Shi, a former director from the previous headmaster's era, commanded a respect within the Academy that was unparalleled. Thus, Ling Lao dared not challenge his authority. Li Tianbing surged toward Shi Chuan, his feet pounding the ground, each step resonating with the sound of wind. Encased in silver energy, Xiling launched a preemptive strike toward Shi Chuan at a direct angle. This thrust was an overt attack. Shi Chuan, witnessing this, could not help but smile coyly. Did he truly believe such an angle could inflict harm? Yet, despite her pride, she possessed considerable cunning. She understood that Li Tianbing's strike was far from straightforward. A black aura coalesced before Shi Chuan, forming a dark barrier that shimmered with an uncanny energy. With a sharp clang, Xiling pierced the barrier. Crack! The barrier shattered under the force, with the sword now aimed directly at Shi Chuan. Observing Li Tianbing so closely, one could see a chilling smile spread across his face. Shi Chuan swiftly pivoted, her form shifting gracefully like a falling leaf, evading Li Tianbing's assault with an exquisite elegance. Unperturbed, Li Tianbing mused that if such a blow could easily lead to Shi Chuan's defeat, it would render her advanced mid-tier warrior's status little more than a fade. He swiftly altered his stance, his left fist enveloped in silver energy, propelling it toward Shi Chuan with explosive force, the air parting with each strike. Similar to his earlier attack, this one bore no malevolence but was nonetheless direct and unyielding. With a swift movement, the girl's remarkable flexibility came to the fore. Her waist bent gracefully, allowing her body to lean back, while Li Tianbing's left fist merely skimmed past her bosom. Sensing the tingling sensation of near contact, Li Tianbing felt fortunate that Shi Chuan had bent so low. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. While Li Tianbing pondered this, Shi Chuan experienced a different sensation, feeling the breeze brush against her attire, which incited both embarrassment and anger. With her aura swirling, Shi Chuan suddenly propelled herself forward, her delicate hand pressing against the ground, launching into an attack with her dark sword aimed at Li Tianbing. He scoffed coldly as Xiling swung fiercely. Clang! The clash of their weapons erupted into a dazzling display of light. The comparison between a mid-tier refined weapon and a high-tier spiritual weapon was no contest. However, even the high-tier mundane weapon wielded by heir was no match for Li Tianbing's Xiling. Despite the enhancement from the fighting energy, it was destined for destruction. Yet, Shi Chuan's dark sword was different. Bolstered by the power of an advanced warrior's energy, it stood resilient against Xiling's strike. Yet she managed to withstand the initial strike. But what of the second, the third, and the fourth? Humph! Li Tianbing let out a cold scoff, a sinister smile gracing her lips as a surge of battle aura erupted around her, enveloping Xiling, with a swift motion of her right hand. Xiling made a sudden slash. Clang! The black longsword was met with a minor incision. What? How dare you treat my sword in such a manner? I shall make you pay. Shi Chuan, gripping the black sword, retreated a good 50 meters. The black battle aura surged forth like a tempest, wildly infusing into the black sword, causing its brilliance to intensify, as if it had plunged into the very depths of darkness. Whoosh! The black sword danced ceaselessly by her side, as Shi Chuan twisted her lithe form into a series of exceedingly peculiar postures. Her sword thrust, jabbed, pointed, cleaved, and swung, continuously executing intricate sword techniques, while wisps of black energy spiraled around the black sword, morphing into mist, strands, circles, and even tadpole-like shapes. The sight was undeniably bizarre. Clearly, Shi Chuan was employing a particular technique. The spectators below fell silent, their discussions subsiding into a hushed anticipation. Underneath the gentle sunlight, beads of sweat began to form on many brows. as a palpable tension enveloped the arena, not to mention the atmosphere on stage. Li Tianbing stood tall, keenly observing Sichuan with interest, and no matter how formidable you are, Sichuan, you remain merely an advanced intermediate warrior. Faced with a swordsman, such prowess can only be crushed. The black battle aura enveloping the black sword swirled around her, forming a colossal, indistinct avian figure. Although it lacked a defined shape, the vague outline hinted at a massive black bird, which let out a piercing cry before lunging towards Li Tianbing, its presence shrouding the marble floor in darkness. Gazing at the oncoming black avian silhouette, which loomed several dozen feet in size, Li Tianbing momentarily lost focus. However, upon regaining her composure, she discerned that Sichuan's technique bore some resemblance to the mental battle aura's attack style, albeit entirely composed of battle aura, and significantly weaker in offensive power. Li Tianbing dared not underestimate her opponent. She recognized that Sichuan's technique was undoubtedly more advanced than her own fire palm. Black demon bird, Sichuan cried out fiercely, as black battle aura surged forth once more. Infusing into the black bird at that moment, a pallor washed over Sichuan's delicate visage, clearly indicating the immense toll exerted by the technique. Fourth-tier technique? Li Tianbing felt a chill run down her spine. Observing the final surge of battle aura from Sichuan and the imposing presence of the giant bird, Li Tianbing concluded that this was undoubtedly a fourth-tier technique, a whole level above her own Qi transformation technique. However, Li Tianbing was no mere soft target to be toyed with. To crush her, one must possess exceptional skill, which evidently Sichuan lacked. Humph. Since you are so audacious, allow me to witness your true capabilities. Li Tianbing suddenly bellowed, unleashing her silver battle aura without restraint, causing the silver radiance of the Xiling sword to shine to its fullest, interwoven with countless streaks of lightning, reminiscent of the wrath of a thunder god. Li Tianbing pointed her sword toward the heavens, and the purple light of the Xiling sword ignited, reflecting against the silver of her battle aura. The two beams of light blazed with unparalleled brilliance. Akin to the very sun itself, Li Tianbing continuously unleashed his fighting spirit, forcefully channeling it into the purple spirit sword. Suddenly, a vortex of over 5 zhang in width materialized at the tip of the sword, with ripples of lightning swirling incessantly. Thunderous roars echoed from the heavens, as dark clouds rapidly enveloped the Blood Demon Academy. The vortex above the sword's tip glimmered with an astonishing brilliance amidst the gloom, emanating an overwhelming aura of dominance. Heavenly Spirit Technique, 4th Stage, Primordial Chaos, Ultimate Principle. Li Tianbing sneered menacingly, his voice cold and resolute. As these words escaped his lips, the very fabric of the world shifted, and the crowd below was struck with awe. 4th Stage? Ha! How could he, whose strength pales in comparison to mine, possibly unleash the true might of a 4th Stage technique? Sichuan thought, her heart swelling with delight at Li Tianbing's chilling proclamation. Nevertheless, being a shrewd individual, she remained vigilant, observing the extraordinary phenomena invoked by the technique and the assistance of a spiritual weapon. Sichuan felt a weight of gravity settle in her heart. Furthermore, since she merely regarded this technique as a 4th Stage one, its true level was beyond her comprehension, intensifying her caution. The 4th Stage technique, as proclaimed by Li Tianbing, was not something Sichuan dared to underestimate. Should it transcend the 4th Stage and she misjudged it, she might very well meet her downfall today. Yet, Sichuan was correct in her suspicion. This technique was indeed not a 4th Stage technique. The heavenly spirit technique of Li Tianbing had been passed down from the founder of the Li clan, Li Tianling, and had undergone continuous evolution, its potency far surpassing that of the original technique conceived by Li Tianling. However, Li Tianbing, as a novice high-tier warrior, could barely unleash 1/10 of its power, yet it still exceeded Sichuan's 4th Stage technique. Nonetheless, it could not compare to the transformation technique, a 3rd Stage skill that was considerably easier for Li Tianbing to execute, allowing him to wield its full might effectively. Moreover, at this moment, Li Tianbing's spiritual strength was inherently superior to his fighting spirit, making the application of the transformation technique far simpler. Conversely, due to its profound nature, the heavenly spirit technique posed some difficulty for Li Tianbing, who found it easier to execute the 2nd stage than the 3rd. This disparity was entirely due to the differences in strength. Sichuan's beautiful eyes, fixated on the silver-purple vortex, gradually taking shape in the air, and as it began to split into 2 smaller vortices, her heart grew increasingly heavy. Her cunning nature brooked no hesitation. Resolutely, she bit her fragrant tongue, and a glimmer of her blood essence was immediately infused into the massive black bird in an instant. The bird's assault came to a halt, its form swelling to several dozen zhong, nearly half the size of the arena. The black mist surrounding the giant bird surged violently, and a shadow of a bird, almost tangible, burst forth, breaking through the dark clouds. Caw! A sharp cry resonated from within that avian shadow, reverberating in all directions. Humph! As events reached this juncture, Sichuan felt her vitality surge within, releasing a muffled groan as weakness washed over her entire being, clearly indicating this technique was among her strongest, leaving her drained. The silver-purple vortex at the tip of the purple spirit sword continued to swirl and expand, ultimately halting at a radius of 20 zhong. Waves of thunderous energy, laden with boundless might, swept across the sky at this moment, with the formidable strength of Li Tianbing unleashing the fourth tier of the Tianling technique. It was evidently several times more powerful than during his confrontation with Long Lai. Hiss! A chorus of gasps echoed around the arena, accompanied by whispers of astonishment. The extraordinary phenomena of heaven and earth elicited a profound sense of awe among the first-year students. Those capable of manifesting techniques that alter the very fabric of reality were few and far between, even among the most influential young elites. The crowd gazed in astonishment at the spectacle in the sky, then shifted their apprehensive glances towards the two combatants in the arena, who were fervently infusing their techniques with fighting spirit. As twilight approached, the distant sky still held traces of light, yet above the academy, ominous clouds churned, casting a foreboding shadow as if the apocalypse had arrived. Go! With a determined grit of his teeth, Sichuan tightened his brows, then brandished his longsword. The colossal blackbird transformed into a torrent of darkness, hurtling towards Li Tianbing, leaving behind trails of black light in its wake. Humph! Li Tianbing's azure eyes sharpened, and with a swift motion of his purple spirit sword, he cleaved forth. The silver and purple radiance surged forth like an army of thousands, crashing towards Sichuan with the force of thunder. A thunderous collision ensued amidst gasps of disbelief from the onlookers. Li Tianbing's gaze remained fixed upon the point of impact. He recalled Ling Shi's earlier caution to be mindful of the proportions, and thus he had discreetly tempered the potency of his fighting spirit, ensuring it would not reach lethal levels against Sichuan. Boom! A tidal wave of force erupted from the collision, sweeping outward with overwhelming momentum. The air was compressed, resonating with thunderous roars, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. How could Li Tianbing be so formidable? To attain such an aura, I must introspect, for I know I am incapable of matching it. Yushi gasped in astonishment, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. The spectacle conjured by Li Tianbing and Sichuan was indeed astonishing. It seemed that this expedition to Snake Valley would prove to be immensely entertaining. Break! The silver and purple vortexes, akin to two colossal dragons, surged violently towards the giant bird. Li Tianbing's heart raced as he bellowed. In an instant, the silver and purple whirlpool coalesced into a bagua diagram, gradually rotating before the black giant bird. Crack, kacha. A series of fissures materialized upon the black bird, ultimately being drawn into the bagua diagram, reducing it to naught from head to tail. Pft. Sichuan felt a chill in her throat as she spewed forth a fountain of blood. The crimson droplets stark against the marble floor. With terror etched upon her face, she beheld the bagua diagram formed by the silver and purple vortexes, her eyes wide with shock. She had believed her technique to be formidable, yet she was gravely mistaken. Li Tianbing's Tianling technique utterly eclipsed her fourth-tier skill. Although Li Tianbing's fighting spirit was insufficient to unleash the full might of the Tianling technique at this moment, the sheer superiority of his technique drastically narrowed the gap between them. Steady! A thunderous command reverberated, and the silver and purple radiance abruptly halted just half a meter before Sichuan. Confronted by the expansive aura of the silver and purple light, and sensing the surging energy of the bagua diagram, Sichuan felt her heart freeze. That energy was potent enough to rend her asunder in an instant. Amidst the swirling silver and violet vortex, resonant sounds echoed, culminating in radiant beams that ultimately vanished into the ether. The silence that ensued was profoundly eerie. The onlookers could only witness the silver and violet lights obliterating the colossal black bird before inexplicably halting before Sichuan. A wave of confusion washed over the crowd, pondering the abrupt cessation of the attack. Yet, among them were those of discerning insight who immediately grasped the gravity of the situation, leading to a profound respect for Li Tianbing. Suddenly, a sound of blood spurting rang out from the arena, drawing the attention of the spectators to the source, who was none other than Li Tianbing, gasping for breath with traces of blood staining the corners of his mouth. The realization dawned upon the crowd. It was Li Tianbing who had forcibly halted the onslaught. Suffering grievous injuries due to the backlash, he had acted out of fear for Sichuan's life, demonstrating that sympathy for an adversary during combat, while seemingly compassionate, could also be a form of cruelty towards oneself. However, this was a contest, a moment where one could seek an escape while ensuring their opponent remained unharmed. Such noble martial ethics were truly awe-inspiring. Cheers erupted from all directions as the crowd, overcome with emotion, began to applaud and shout, igniting the fervor of the competition. Yet, amidst the clamor, Li Tianbing remained unfazed, his expression composed as he addressed Sichuan. "Do you concede?" Standing tall, his chest slightly heaving, Li Tianbing awaited a response. Sichuan, still in a state of shock, felt the lingering dread within him, his garments dampened by fragrant sweat. He exhaled deeply, shaking his head, and remained silent for an extended moment. "Humph, do I concede? Foolish boy, you are truly naive to show me pity. Having already expended my energy once, I doubt you possess the strength to unleash that technique a second time. I can hardly believe you have any fighting spirit left." Sichuan scoffed, his demeanor darkening once more as he brandished his sword, charging at Li Tianbing. Sichuan harbored a desire to venture into the Snake Valley as well. Li Tianbing momentarily faltered, an indescribable sense of shame welling within him. "Master, do not intervene. I will not repeat past mistakes. Rest assured, I know my limits." He conveyed his thoughts swiftly to Ling Shi, not wishing for any interference at that moment, as the intense embarrassment coursed through him. Li Tianbing's anger flared. Thus, he resolved to hold nothing back. As Sichuan lunged towards Li Tianbing, the crowd erupted in outrage, their fury spilling forth in a torrent of invective. "You wretched creature, how dare you turn against those who have shown you kindness? Truly, it is laughable. This woman is devoid of morals. She is unworthy of being a student at the Blood Demon Academy." Sichuan's figure loomed larger in Li Tianbing's gaze, causing him to tremble. With a swift motion, he directed the purple essence, now transformed into a beam of azure light, into his mouth. "Humph. This time, I regret allowing you to participate in this contest." Unperturbed by the derision of the spectators, Sichuan merely smiled. Although she had expended considerable energy, she was acutely aware that Li Tianbing had also depleted a significant amount of his fighting spirit. Indeed, Li Tianbing was unable to summon his energy once more, for it was nearly exhausted. However, that was merely fighting spirit. Upon the dark blade, black radiance flickered, and dark energy ebbed and flowed. In an instant, Sichuan approached Li Tianbing, her delicate hand gripping the black sword tightly, thrusting it fiercely towards the heart of Li Tianbing at an angle so cunning that it was nearly impossible to anticipate. Although this strike appeared unremarkable, it was a manifestation of shifting and illusory angles. While it seemed aimed at Li Tianbing's vital heart, the sword's aura subtly transformed into countless sword shadows, enveloping Li Tianbing's critical points. There was no escape for Li Tianbing. He could only brace himself for the impact. Ling Lao, that young man. Tang Feng furrowed his brows, for he did not wish for any mishap to befall Li Tianbing, as it would tarnish the Academy's reputation. Rest assured, these two are well aware of their limits. Even though Sichuan may seem ferocious, that is merely a facade. She seeks only to vent her frustrations and has no intention of truly taking a life. Furthermore, do you think Li Tianbing would simply stand there and allow her to strike? Ling Shi maintained a calm demeanor. Tang Feng fell silent, for he trusted Ling Shi's words. Indeed, Li Tianbing would not be foolish enough to remain stationary while Sichuan attacked. "Ha! This contest should reach its conclusion." Suddenly, Li Tianbing erupted into laughter, his expression serene as still water, exuding boundless confidence. Abruptly, Sichuan's black sword was merely 3 meters from Li Tianbing. At such a distance, a single forceful thrust from Sichuan could severely injure him. However, Li Tianbing focused intently upon the sword shadow, his gaze flashing as a colossal, intangible hand materialized before him, just as Sichuan's black sword came lunging forward. Clang! The sound echoed as if the sword had struck a steel plate, halting Sichuan's advance and causing the young girl to stubbornly press her lips together. With each successive slash, stab, point, and cleave, the enormous hand effortlessly neutralized them. The swordsman. How is this possible? This aura is from a mage. No, that's incorrect. It's soul energy. I never imagined this fellow had such depth, truly well concealed. On the pathway, Fei Dao stared in astonishment at the massive hand below. At this moment, it instilled in him a sense of oppression. Yushi also covered her mouth in shock, unable to articulate her thoughts. Even Gue Luo turned to gaze downwards. This battle had undoubtedly elevated Li Tianbing to fame. Now it's my turn, isn't it? Li Tianbing grinned ominously, observing the futile efforts of the wretched girl before him. His impatience began to mount. Suddenly, transformative energy technique, first level. Li Shenbing had barely cultivated to the first level, yet his soul energy could freely shift its form. The gigantic hand morphed into a shadow, breaking through Sichuan's offensive, and with a sudden grasp, Li Shenbing seized her from afar, sending her flying beyond the arena, where she crashed onto the field. Bang! A resounding impact echoed from a distance. The arena was several hundred meters from the field. Sichuan's body was not merely grazing the ground. She was airborne. The resistance of air was less than that of the ground, propelling her at greater speed. That fall would surely leave her grievously injured for months, if not worse. Yet, this was merely Li Shenbing's lesson for her. Had it not been for the Academy's contest, he might have delivered a far deadlier blow. Silence enveloped the scene. The crowd below gazed intently at Sichuan on the playground, then cast their eyes towards Li Tianbing on the stage. It was not until several female students rushed to lift the fainted Sichuan, and Li Tianbing cupped his fists in salute to the audience, that a sudden eruption of applause broke out among the previously silent throng, akin to a tsunami, sweeping through the entire academy with fervent cheers. Following this battle, even if Li Tianbing could not yet be equated with the likes of Fei Dao, he was certainly not far from such a distinction. After all, the prowess he demonstrated in the final moments had left the onlookers utterly astounded. Despite his perpetually serene smile, those present were well aware of Li Tianbing's ruthless tactics, showing no mercy even towards the female Sichuan, a testament to his ferocity. Though Sichuan had erred, the attendees could not help but feel a twinge of apprehension regarding Li Tianbing's methods. In the corridor of the 5th floor of the teaching building, with the victor now determined, further observation seemed futile. "Let us depart," Guo Luo remarked, his form shifting subtly before he glided towards the corridor exit with an almost ethereal grace. Li Tianbing is indeed formidable. This excursion to the Snake Valley promises to be quite intriguing, Rain Shi chuckled softly, covering her mouth, before following Guo Luo, casting a glance back at Sichuan on the playground. "I truly wish to spar with him," Fei Dao observed Qingying in the audience with a complex gaze for a long while, ultimately releasing a sigh that seemed to echo his resignation before he too trailed after Guo Luo and Rain Shi. Outside the crowd, 3 silhouettes stood quietly, all clad in identical magical robes. Among them, one figure donned a vibrant red robe, while the other 2 were enveloped in blue. All 3 were notably tall, though their appearances were somewhat unremarkable. "Hua Ti, is he the clumsy oaf who stole your girlfriend?" One of the blue-robed mages approached Hua Ti, revealing a head of azure hair and an exceptionally gentle gaze. To his astonishment, the strength of this individual's soul power was formidable indeed. The red-robed mage was none other than Hua Ti, a high-level intermediate fire mage, while the other 2, being lower-tier high-level water mages, were quite obedient to him, having lived together in the same class for nearly 3 years. In just over a month, they were to undertake the academy examination, at which time the fruits of their 3 years of training would be laid bare. Hua Ti glared at Li Tianbing on the stage, his expression dark and brooding. He clenched his fists tightly, the earlier cracking sound having emanated from his own fists. If even the high-level intermediate warrior Sichuan could not overcome Li Tianbing, then he himself could not be certain of his ability to contend with him. Nevertheless, he resolved to devise a means to instill fear within you. A sinister grin crept across Hua Ti's face. Is it truly him? However, it seems he has yet to reveal his trump card. That would indeed be terrifying. Among the crowd, an unremarkable figure bore a look of trepidation. It was Jin Yi, who had previously been defeated by Li Tianbing during the freshman competition. In recent days, Jin Yi had received considerable admonishment from his brother Jin Zi, leading him to realize that it would be prudent to avoid provoking this individual in the future. Li Tianbing smiled as he fixed his gaze on a particular spot in the crowd, where Shui Firu stood. The 2 shared a silent exchange, their eyes locking in a profound moment of connection, conveying a deep affection that seemed to halt time, rendering everything else insignificant, with only one another in their sights. However, suddenly, Ling Shurha appeared beside Li Tianbing, obstructing his line of sight. Ling Shi cleared his throat and smacked his lips. Li Tianbing squinted his eyes and pouted. Among the crowd, those who understood the situation burst into laughter, while Shui Firu's face turned crimson. "I hereby declare that the champion of this competition is Li Tianbing. He may join the other 3 group leaders to embark on a mission to Snake Valley. This competition is officially concluded," Ling Shi proclaimed loudly. Immediately, a wave of cheers erupted from the audience. Today's contest had provided them with immense satisfaction, furnishing them with topics for conversation in the days to come. Li Tianbing smiled faintly, his heart brimming with anticipation. Next up is the journey to Snake Valley in 3 days, Chapter 49. Breakthrough before the journey to Snake Valley nightfall. In the boys' dormitory, warrior building, room 1010. Silver energy coursed through his body, and then, following the cultivation route of the Tianling Ju technique, it circulated from the Dantian to the Tianling point for 14¼ cycles before halting 6 inches above the Dantian. After a considerable time, it gradually returned to the Dantian. Li Tianbing suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing from his gaze, and he exhaled a breath of turbid air, which dissipated slowly. The Tianling Ju technique and its associated skills mutually constrain and influence one another. The technique has reached the 4th tier, and so has the skill. As the technique improves, so too does the skill. An enhancement in technique signifies a quicker absorption of energy and an increase in strength. However, an increase in strength does not necessarily imply an improvement in the technique. The enhancement of strength is entirely reliant on the external supply of energy, while the Tianling Ju technique aids in the absorption and cultivation of energy. Nevertheless, an increase in strength can also facilitate the training of the Tianling Jue. Li Tianbing descended from his bed, exited the dormitory, and placed his hands on the railing of the corridor, deep in thought and careful analysis. Today's final battle took a considerable toll, yet after taking a recovery pill and resting briefly, his internal injuries had begun to mend. Night enveloped the world, the starry sky shimmering beautifully above. The air was refreshingly crisp, and even in the deep of night, the temperature remained pleasant. In the distance, the streets outside the academy were still festooned with lights, bustling with traffic and lively chatter. I am a high-level junior warrior, and my mental strength, soul power, is that of a low-level swordsman. If I were to confront an opponent with my overall strength, I should be able to easily vanquish a high-level warrior. I have grasped the basics of the fire palm technique, and my chi transformation is at the 1st level. Should I advance to the 2nd level, I believe my soul power would surge. My soul power has already increased significantly. Any further enhancement would be rather excessive. The Tianling Ju relies on a natural progression and the mastery of techniques, and since I am primarily focused on the Tianling Ju, I must elevate my energy once more to better cultivate it. Li Tianbing's gaze was resolute. My soul power has reached a suitable threshold. A rapid surge could lead to adverse consequences. Now, Li Tianbing's desire to enhance is not without justification. I should be able to break through to a low-level intermediate warrior. Li Tianbing's eyes narrowed, his hands gripping the railing tightly. In my battle with Long Lai, I sustained severe injuries and subsequently required a period of recuperation before ultimately healing through the power of the 7 swords, which led to my advancement to a junior intermediate warrior. Subsequently, within the confines of the Iron Chamber, my mental fortitude endured a harrowing trial, ascending from the ranks of a novice low-tier warrior to that of a high-tier warrior, and through my profound comprehension of the transformation technique, I achieved the status of a low-tier swordsman in one fell swoop. During this journey, my combat energy also benefited, allowing me to rise from a junior intermediate warrior to a junior high-tier warrior. Later, while cultivating the fiery palm technique, my skin underwent extensive shedding. However, with the aid of the cold spirit powder, I was able to restore my body daily, then ventured to the side of the strange iron to practice under extreme temperatures, repeatedly using the cold spirit powder to mend my skin. Originally, I possessed a full bottle of cold spirit powder, and now only half remains. I have absorbed 1/6 of the entire bottle into my body, with another third absorbed by my wounds, leaving a considerable amount of cold spirit powder within me. These substances are indeed invaluable. This is the foundation upon which I can enhance my strength. After being modified by the swift annihilation, the body of Li Tianbing has endured numerous injuries, followed by enhancements from the heavenly sword, only to be injured again, until ultimately restored and perfected by the cold spirit powder, resulting in a substantial accumulation of energy essence within Li Tianbing. This accumulated energy essence serves as the foundation for Li Tianbing's strength enhancement. I firmly believe that with the energy distributed throughout my body, I can successfully strive for the rank of intermediate low-tier warrior. Indeed, breaking through to intermediate warrior is not beyond the realm of possibility. Although I have the heavenly sword's assistance, I must not relent. The Leaf family relies on me. I must possess formidable strength to contend with the 5 Leaves deity. Li Tianbing struck the railing and dashed back to the dormitory, closing the door behind him. He ascended to his bed, lying on his back with his heart directed upward, and closed his eyes, with Ge Luo absent. I pondered what mischief he might be up to at such a late hour. I would first utilize the energy within me to surge forth, then see if I could harness this momentum to advance to the next tier. Li Tianbing focused his mind and closed his eyes, channeling his soul energy within the Niwen Palace according to the principles of the transformation technique. Following the technique's guidance, I sought to condense the soul energy into a liquid state that circulated within the Niwen Palace for an extended duration, thus qualifying as an advancement to the third level. At this moment, Li Tianbing's soul energy appeared sparse, dispersed in thin wisps throughout the Niwen Palace, merely constituting the first layer. Once it could fully transform into a gaseous state and fill the entire Niwen Palace, it would signify an advancement to the second level. Although Li Tianbing could condense the soul energy into a gaseous form, the duration was brief, largely owing to the technique's influence. Nevertheless, this process of concentrating the gaseous form was indeed part of the cultivation of the transformation technique, contemplating the essence of existence and the breath of all things, borrowing the breath of heaven and earth to concentrate the power of this life. Li Tianbing silently recited the incantation in his heart. As the combat energy surged within the small whirlpool of his dantian, a silvery halo enveloping him. Simultaneously, the small whirlpool transformed into a silver taiji, with combat energy flowing forth like a fine thread from the dantian, ascending towards the crown of his head. After merely one cycle, the combat energy returned to the dantian. The warm-up concluded, and now, the critical moment was at hand. Li Tianbing closed his eyes, guiding the combat energy to rotate ceaselessly within the taiji. Within the taiji, there existed a silver vortex. Suddenly, wisps of heavenly combat energy began to emerge slowly from within the dantian's taiji, seeping into some minuscule meridians. Hiss! A sharp intake of breath broke the silence. Li Tianbing frowned, gritted his teeth, and persevered through the discomfort as the fighting spirit gradually permeated those minuscule meridians. It simultaneously infiltrated every cell of his body. Unblocking the meridians, Li Tianbing was engaged in the unblocking of his meridians. If he were able to exert control, he certainly would not proceed in this manner. He believed that the medicinal properties of the Hanliang sand, along with the energy accumulated in his body after extreme fluctuations, were being absorbed into the cells, concealed within them. Thus, he surmised that by infusing fighting spirit throughout his body, he could excavate the latent medicinal power. However, he did not anticipate that Li Tianbing would actively impact some of the smaller meridians. Of course, there were even more elusive corners that did not fall within this category, and the medicinal power and energy essence could not meld into those recesses. Yet at this moment, the fighting spirit was indeed surging through some of the smaller meridians. The larger meridians allowed the fighting spirit to penetrate with ease, even to traverse them. The consequences of impacting the meridians are twofold. First, the meridians are unblocked, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of strength. Second, if the meridians become obstructed, it could pose a threat to life. Unfortunately, at this juncture, as Li Tianbing's fighting spirit merely grazed those minuscule meridians, he felt excruciating pain and despair. He had no choice but to redirect the fighting spirit to evade those meridians, allowing it to surge into every corner of his body, extracting the scattered energy essence and medicinal power. The fighting spirit transformed into a mass of energy, coursing throughout his being, enveloping him in a silvery radiance, save for a few exceedingly concealed meridians and tiny channels that remained untouched. Subsequently, every nook and cranny of his body brimmed with fighting spirit, and the fighting spirit commenced its work. Countless cells, muscles, bones, and even blood were incessantly compressed by the fighting spirit, from which innumerable droplets of green liquid emerged, akin to tears in size. Once the green liquid was extracted, it seamlessly merged back into the fighting spirit. Hiss! The fighting spirit meticulously squeezed those cells and muscles, continuously drawing forth the green liquid energy, resulting in Li Tianbing's body undergoing a profound transformation at that moment. The stagnant energy within his muscles and bones dissipated, rendering his body remarkably pure and clean, inducing an involuntary sense of relief. Splash! The fighting spirit transported innumerable droplets of green liquid back to his dantian, akin to a vast ocean flowing into a silver taiji whirlpool. Hiss! As the green liquid first entered the dantian, Li Tianbing could not help but emit a groan, as an extraordinarily pure energy diffused within, causing every pore of his countless cells to feel an indescribable sense of comfort. The green liquid instantaneously filled the entirety of the dantian, causing the silver whirlpool within to cease its rotation. Then, it began to spin in the opposite direction, whirling rapidly. Gradually, in this rotation, the green liquid transformed into gaseous pure energy, subsequently converting into fighting spirit, with a continuous influx of energy morphing into fighting spirit. Hiss! The fighting spirit surged towards a state of saturation, effortlessly breaking through the bottleneck of a novice warrior, reaching the level of an intermediate low-tier warrior. The pure energy transmuted into fighting spirit, assisting Li Tianbing in enhancing his strength. As the fighting spirit ceased to be saturated, and reverted to its primordial state. The trend of pure energy transforming into fighting spirit astonishingly showed no signs of abating. The green liquid incessantly transformed into gaseous energy, which then converted back into fighting spirit to refill the dantian. The purity and abundance of this energy exceeded Li Tianbing's imagination, prompting him to inwardly exclaim in astonishment. With a singular breakthrough from the lower intermediate level to the middle intermediate tier, Li Tianbing gritted his teeth, preparing to take a gamble. Whoosh! The verdant liquid continuously transformed into pure energy, subsequently converting into fighting spirit, swirling and whirling within Li Tianbing's dantian, incessantly filling it. Bang! Just as Li Tianbing reveled in secret delight, the green liquid fully decomposed, all morphing into gaseous pure energy. Thus, with no green liquid remaining to convert into gaseous energy and then into fighting spirit to fill the dantian, it meant that the green liquid had been entirely consumed. Consequently, the dantian remained unsaturated, and without saturation, a breakthrough was unattainable. Dazed, Li Tianbing inwardly cursed, then began circulating his fighting spirit within the dantian's Tai Chi realm, surging forth towards the Tianling acupoint along the channels of the Tianling technique. Splish! Like a flowing stream, the fighting spirit coursed through the designated meridians of the Tianling technique, reaching the Tianling acupoint. Soon, a silvery radiance began to coalesce at the Tianling acupoint, visible to the naked eye as a bright silver glow slowly condensed above Li Tianbing's head. Whoosh! The fighting spirit began to gradually gather above his head, transforming into a small silver Tai Chi vortex. Reluctantly, Li Tianbing realized he must rely on external energy. Swish! Within the silver Tai Chi vortex, the fighting spirit spun and churned, rapidly accelerating until a small whirlwind emerged above Li Tianbing's head, connecting to the Tianling cap. The small whirlwind swirled vigorously, as strands of silver light began to intertwine within and around it, resembling silver lightning. The whirlwind's rotational speed increased, gradually forming a silvery energy vortex above the Tianling cap. Suddenly, strands of celestial energy surged from all directions, drawn into the energy vortex, and subsequently infused into the Tianling acupoint. This celestial energy flowed into Li Tianbing's body through the Tianling acupoint, and then returned to the dantian along the cultivation route of the Tianling technique. Whoosh! The celestial energy drifted aimlessly within the dantian. At this moment, Li Tianbing could not guide the fighting spirit back into the dantian, as he needed to maintain the fighting spirit's rotation above the Tianling cap. Otherwise, he would be unable to absorb any energy, and could only wait until the dantian reached a saturated state to control the fighting spirit's return. For Li Tianbing, absorbing celestial energy for cultivation was a customary affair. Hiss! The energy vortex continuously absorbed celestial energy, purging impurities and sending its essence into Li Tianbing's body. After approximately half an hour, the dantian reached a state of saturation. Before Li Tianbing could return the fighting spirit to the dantian, the energy vortex erupted into a burst of qi and then vanished. The dantian was filled with the purest celestial energy, drifting in vast expanses, while the fighting spirit circulated outside the dantian. Whoosh! Success or failure hinged on this moment. Li Tianbing clenched his jaw and murmured to himself. He then cautiously infused the fighting spirit into the dantian, blending it with the celestial energy. With a sudden resolve, Li Tianbing poured all his fighting spirit into the dantian. Instantly, there was no more space within the dantian to accommodate it, causing it to tremble violently. Yet, the fighting spirit steadily expanded. Hiss! Like a jet stream, the energy within Li Tianbing's dantian surged tumultuously, akin to boiling water, expanding increasingly in magnitude. Startled, Li Tianbing hastily compressed the energy, incessantly squeezing it until it became more refined. To a certain moment, an exceedingly subtle yet perceptible sound resonated, fully captured by Li Tianbing's mind. The silver taiji vortex within his dantian suddenly radiated myriad beams of light, illuminating Li Tianbing's form. Boom! Within the dantian, a colossal wave surged forth, the energy radiating outward, as if the dantian were leaking, with streams of energy pouring forth through countless minuscule orifices. Simultaneously, a sensation of exhilaration coursed through Li Tianbing's body. He tilted his head back and let out a moan. The energy flowed through him like a tidal wave, fortifying his cells, muscles, nerves, and blood. The warm sensation enveloped Li Tianbing, reminiscent of frigid winter days when icy feet are submerged in hot water, a sensation of unprecedented comfort. He mused inwardly. Indeed, he had succeeded in becoming a mid-level warrior. The energy gathered within him flowed like a river, momentarily circulating before returning to the dantian. Upon its return, a potent and pure sensation emanated from the energy. At this moment, the energy was more formidable and refined than before, a testament to the effects of compression. Compared to his previous state, the energy had significantly increased in strength, surpassing that of a novice warrior. Buzz! As he opened his eyes, a beam of light, almost tangible in its sharpness, shot forth from his gaze before dissipating into nothingness. What a delightful feeling! His strength had indeed ascended. He should inquire with his master for a few techniques of cultivation. Li Tianbing felt uplifted, his words becoming unrestrained. He exhaled deeply, secretly reveling in his triumph. Rising to stretch his limbs and freshening up slightly, he gradually drifted into slumber. The following day, as dawn broke, Li Tianbing awoke, finally spotting Gue Luo returning to the dormitory. After a brief refresh, he raced beyond the academy's gates. Why abilities remain insufficient? I must enhance them. Yet today, I must prepare for the journey to the Snake Valley. Exiting the courtyard, Li Tianbing dashed along the street, vanishing into the sea of people. Chapter 50. The journey begins. Although accompanied by his master, the treacherous Snake Valley was fraught with peril, swarming with venomous creatures and toxic miasmas. I ought to procure some healing elixirs, for our stay in the Snake Valley will be prolonged, and the risk of injury is ever present. Some antidotes for snake venom are also indispensable. As Li Tianbing traversed the bustling thoroughfare, glancing around, his mind was deep in thought. Despite the early hour, the streets were already lined with goods, and shops had opened, showcasing a dazzling array of merchandise. The morning air was pleasantly mild, yet for Li Tianbing, it felt somewhat stifling. Nevertheless, he could adapt, having resided in Donghu City for quite some time, and as a cultivator, he was naturally unfazed by such trivialities. The sky was a pale blue, with a visible white glow lingering in the distance, strikingly apparent against the backdrop. However, I only have over 9,000 purple crystal coins left, equating to over 90,000 in gold coins. That should suffice to purchase some first or second-tier elixirs. Li Tianbing thought, a wry smile gracing his lips as he walked. After traversing through the winding streets, Li Tianbing discovered a modest auction house. Given his financial constraints, he was simply unqualified to participate in the grand auctions, where even the least expensive items would likely be beyond his means. The competition at such events was fierce. Possessing wealth did not guarantee the acquisition of desirable treasures, and large auctions were not held daily. In contrast, smaller auction houses resembled retail shops, brimming with affordable goods, making them particularly suitable for someone like Li Tianbing. This establishment was a single-story building, not particularly large, yet upon stepping through the door, Li Tianbing was immediately struck by the vibrant atmosphere. With a radiant smile, he set about searching for the items he sought. After making his purchases, Li Tianbing felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Although his funds had diminished by nearly half, he had acquired some excellent items, which was enough to appease him. Whistling a cheerful tune, he strolled about the streets, had a meal, and returned to the academy just around noon. At the entrance, he fortuitously encountered Fei Dao. What a coincidence! What have you been up to all morning? Fei Dao, with his silver hair and robe, approached Li Tianbing with a light-hearted gait, his face aglow with a bright smile. Oh, just a few laps around, Li Tianbing replied. By the way, we should all gather together soon. In 2 days, we're heading to Snake Valley, and it's time we got to know one another better. Li Tianbing scratched the back of his head, chuckling foolishly. Fei Dao, upon witnessing Li Tianbing's demeanor, couldn't help but roll his eyes, then grinned broadly. Yushi already knows you, and it seems she might have a bit of a crush on you. After saying this, he flashed a sly smile. Given his appearance, one would hardly imagine him as the idol in the hearts of many girls. She knows me, but I don't believe we've ever met. Let alone that she has feelings for me. You're joking, right? Li Tianbing squinted his eyes and waved dismissively at Fei Dao. You shone brightly in this competition. How could she not recognize you? Yesterday, when she saw you with your girlfriend, I bet she felt quite envious. Perhaps it was love at first sight. Fei Dao shrugged, casting a disdainful look at Li Tianbing. Hee, Li Tianbing chuckled. What is so funny? Fei Dao asked, puzzled. Oh, it's nothing. Classes should have ended by now. I wonder if she is still in the classroom. Li Tianbing shifted the conversation. She should still be in there. After all, as the class monitor, she must be quite busy. Seeing that Li Tianbing was unwilling to dwell on that topic, Fei Dao wisely chose to let it go and cheerfully suggested, let us invite Gue Luo along. We can go out for a meal. It's on me. Li Tianbing readily agreed. I in the second-floor memory hall. The same young waiter, after serving their dishes, looked at the four of them with a cheerful grin. Bing. Are these your friends? Having seen Li Tianbing numerous times, the waiter had become familiar with his name. Yes, Lu Xiaoga, please bring us 3 jars of fine wine. Li Tianbing replied to the waiter named Lu Zhong. Sure thing. Since you all seem to be in good spirits today, I'll treat you to an extra jar. Lu Zhong said with a hearty laugh, which was also the owner's intention. Thank you, Lu Xiaoga, Li Tianbing said, handing over a silver coin. Lu Zhong's eyes sparkled as he accepted the coin and hurried downstairs to fetch the wine. Li Tianbing sat opposite Gue Luo, with Yushi to his right and Fei Dao facing Yushi. The four of them were seated across from one another. Only 2 days remained until their journey to Shigu, so it seemed fitting for them to become better acquainted. Fei Dao lightly brushed the dust from his white robe, flashed a radiant smile, and inquired, "What manner of familiarity are you suggesting?" Li Tianbing raised an eyebrow, his eyes widening as he scrutinized Fei Dao, as if the notion of familiarity had not originated from him. "We are also somewhat acquainted. I was born and raised in Donghu City. Yet, as for you, I remain unaware of your origins." Fei Dao glanced at Gue Luo, then at Yushi, his tone growing awkward in an instant. Perceiving Fei Dao's discomfort, Li Tianbing understood, for he was well aware of Gue Luo's disposition. "I hail from the Northern Snow Empire. My father insisted I attend the Blood Demon Academy for my studies. I feel I've reached an age where I ought to broaden my horizons." Li Tianbing smiled gently and turned to Yushi, asking, "And what about you, Yushi?" Yushi's once sweet smile dimmed at Li Tianbing's question, and she lowered her head in silence. Gue Luo quickly cast a glance at her. Remaining mute, it was evident that she bore her own burdens. Li Tianbing mused inwardly, then sighed wryly, remarking in the end, "It seems the only ones truly getting to know each other are Fei Dao and myself." How familiar indeed. Upon hearing this, Fei Dao let out a knowing sigh. "It matters not what has transpired in the past. One cannot dwell there indefinitely, can they? You must face your reality with courage." Gue Luo fixed his gaze on Yushi, and then spoke with surprising candor. Li Tianbing and Fei Dao exchanged astonished glances, disbelief etched on their faces. Li Tianbing knew Gue Luo's character well. Though he was typically aloof, it was rare for him to show concern for others. This was the first time Li Tianbing had witnessed him offering comfort to a girl. As for Fei Dao, he merely stared at Gue Luo in astonishment. Even Yushi was taken aback, raising her head to meet Gue Luo's dark eyes. Before nodding earnestly, a radiant smile broke across Yushi's face. Lu Zhong, grinning broadly, brought forth the wine, placing 3 jars before the trio, and as he reached for a 4th bottle to set before Li Tianbing, Yushi snatched it away. "I want a drink," she declared cheerfully, her voice as melodic as silver bells, easily captivating those around her. "This girl is truly remarkable," Lu Zhong flattered, then casually wiped down the table from which the previous guest had just departed before descending the stairs. Li Tianbing and the other two made no attempt to stop Yushi. She removed the lid from the wine jar and poured the liquid into her bowl. With a resounding pop, 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 the sounds of the jar's opening echoed, and Fei Dao exchanged smiles with Li Tianbing. Li Tianbing turned to Gue Luo, who wore a displeased expression, leaving him feeling somewhat helpless. "Cheers!" For distinct voices rang out as the 3 large jars clinked against a small bowl, followed by the trio taking hearty gulps of the wine. Despite Gue Luo's few words, he drank with remarkable gusto. "What fine wine!" Li Tianbing could not help but exclaim, glancing at the now empty bowl before Yushi. "Surely, you need not go to such lengths? If you cannot handle your drink, you ought to take it slow. One must vent their frustrations gradually." Li Tianbing observed Yushi's empty bowl, his excitement palpable. "Who? Is this the taste of wine? How pungent!" Cough, cough. Yushi's face, flushed with a deep crimson, was adorably rosy, yet surprisingly, it felt rather pleasant. After saying this, she pretended to pour herself a second bowl. "Hey, are you going for more? There's no need to treat yourself this way if you can't handle it. Regardless of your past, you ought to let it go, shouldn't you? Now that you possess such favorable circumstances, you should diligently cultivate yourself." Li Tianbing reached out to grasp Yushi's delicate wrist, his voice tinged with urgency. He feared that she might succumb to intoxication. What a joke! Yushi is one of the leaders of the new students at the Blood Demon Academy. Would she truly be overwhelmed by wine? Yet, Li Tianbing understood that Yushi had yet to unleash her true capacity for alcohol. "Can't I just take my time drinking?" Yushi revealed a strained smile to Li Tianbing, only to lower her head and softly weep. "Crying?" Li Tianbing was instantly alarmed. "Alas, it's all my fault. Why did I ask her those things?" Li Tianbing lamented, scratching his head and sighing deeply. "Why, Yushi, the past will inevitably fade away. Clinging to it will only bring sorrow to those around you. We all wish for you to embrace optimism. After all, you are not alone, for we are here with you." Gue Luo's words left Fei Dao and Li Tianbing momentarily speechless, and then Gue Luo gently patted Yushi's soft shoulder. Suddenly, Yushi lifted her tear-streaked face, gazing intently at Gue Luo, before glancing at Li Tianbing and Fei Dao, saying, Yes, I will strive to do so. With that, she nodded earnestly and offered a faint smile. It took Li Tianbing a while to regain his composure. What just transpired? Did Guoluo hit his head? Why was he showing such concern for Yushi? Could it be Li Tianbing shook his head, choosing not to ponder any further? He chuckled. That's splendid. From now on, let's live each day joyfully. Isn't life meant for happiness? Cultivation is for the sake of acquiring formidable strength. And in a world where power reigns supreme, we must strive to cultivate diligently to possess the means for happiness. Li Tianbing tore into a chicken leg and began to eat. He understood that Yushi may have endured some painful experiences in the past, and it would be exceedingly difficult for her to forget those memories all at once. Let us not dwell on that. Bottoms up. Fei Dao broke the somber atmosphere, raising a wine jar, and both Li Tianbing and Guoluo followed suit. Clinking their jars together, Wai Yushi quietly observed the three of them, and suddenly she smiled. I'll substitute tea for wine and toast with everyone. Saying this, she poured herself a bowl of clear tea, gave a slight nod, and drank it all in one go. This trip to the Serpent Valley involves executing a mission in a perilous environment, which is quite risky. I consider this journey as an opportunity to hone myself and strengthen my resolve. After a few rounds of drinks, Li Tianbing's expression turned serious. Upon hearing his words, Fei Dao and the others fell into contemplative silence. Everyone was acutely aware of the infamous reputation of the Serpent Valley that echoed throughout the continent. Tales of its treasures and legends were widely recounted. Some were deeply fearful of the Serpent Valley, avoiding its name as if it were a plague, while others possessed the courage to venture forth. Undoubtedly, the notorious name of the Serpent Valley still instilled trepidation in many. When Fei Dao and the others heard Li Tianbing's remarks, they could not help but fall silent. On this journey to Snake Valley, my intention is merely to refine myself. Perhaps I find it somewhat easier than you do. Li Tianbing observed the three of them fall into a contemplative silence, which was entirely within his expectations. However, that silence was soon shattered by his words. We may be tethered by our mission, yet your opportunities surpass ours. Fei Dao offered a wry smile, ultimately breaking the stillness. He then selected a dish and brought it to his lips. He chuckled lightly. Well, perhaps not necessarily, so I too am within Snake Valley, and the dangers I face are akin to yours. Li Tianbing continued with a smile. Within the confines of Snake Valley, even the outermost regions, known as the land of serpent venom, present perils that are enough to instill fear. Regardless of the dangers that lie ahead, fate remains an enigma. As long as we strive with earnestness, we shall have no regrets. Yushi's cheeks flushed slightly, perhaps influenced by the wine. The four of them engaged in a lively discourse, and time slipped away slowly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and today marked the day of their departure to Snake Valley. Outside the Blood Demon Academy, the streets were filled with students, while the cultivators of Donghu City gathered to bid farewell to the valiant warriors about to embark on their journey. These 4 warriors were none other than the students of Blood Demon Academy: Fei Dao, Yushi, Guoluo, and Li Tianbing, accompanied by a guardian, Ling Shi. Chapter 51. Advanced Swordmaster Bang. A resounding thud echoed above the academy, followed by a cascade of brilliant lights illuminating the sky, accompanied by thunderous cheers and applause resonating through the streets. Li Tianbing and his companions greeted the onlookers with cheerful waves as they made their way forward. Little did they expect that their simple task would incite such a grand commotion. As they exited the city gates, the 5 waved farewell to the crowd behind them and set forth on their journey. Amidst the throng of people lining the street, a delicate figure was seen biting her pink lips, whispering softly, "Bing, I await your return." Li Tianbing gazed fervently at the black ring on his finger. It was an empty ring, a gift from Ling Shi the day before their journey to Snake Valley, valued at around several tens of thousands of gold coins. Go Ling Shi. It was as inconsequential as refuse, yet to Li Tianbing, it held great significance. He toyed with the ring as if it were a precious gem, clutching it tightly, his fingers constantly caressing it. Within this empty ring lay nearly 100 square meters of space, containing all of his belongings, even down to the quilt he had brought along. Li Tianbing retrieved the map of the continent that Li Xian had given him, noting that Snake Valley was located in the northeastern part of the Dark Domain, at the center of the continent. According to Ling Shi's plans, the use of teleportation scrolls was prohibited. Teleportation was out of the question. Taking a carriage was also not allowed. This was Ling Shi's directive, and Li Tianbing and the others dared not voice their objections. Walking allowed them to cultivate along the way. Donghu City was one of the cities closest to the Dark Domain in the western part of the Donghu Empire. Ling Shi intended to head north for more than 300 kilometers, then west for several kilometers to enter the Dark Domain. After entering, They would proceed west for several more kilometers to reach Snake Valley. One would be foolish enough to travel more than 30 kilometers west before entering the Dark Domain, only to arrogantly march north for over 300 kilometers to reach Snake Valley. Theo traversed the Dark Domain with such audacity, unless one were a member of the Five-Leaf God. This journey, if undertaken on foot, would take no less than several months. The Serpent Valley is not merely a hidden sanctuary of certain caves. If one arrives too late, it will inevitably close its doors. Consequently, time holds no significance for Li Tianbing and his companions. As for Ling Shi's classes at the academy, he has the assistance of a teacher to cover for him. Upon exiting Donghu City, the group heads northward. The Donghu Empire predominantly consists of plains, while the western regions are characterized by grasslands. They traverse the main road, encountering little in the way of cumbersome matters, which allows for a sense of leisure. After a month of travel, they take refuge for the night in an inn whenever possible. If their journey extends into the deep of night without a town in sight, they set up camp in the wilderness. The hardships of the journey are not lost on those who practice cultivation. One can only imagine that Li Tianbing and his companions would soon voice their grievances. Yet, despite the challenges, they persist. Another month passes, and the broad road narrows into a small path, with human presence gradually dwindling, revealing desolate lands and wild beasts aplenty. As they walk along this narrow road, they encounter numerous attacks from ferocious creatures. Yet each assault is successfully repelled by the group. After more than a month of travel, they finally arrive at a small town in the northwestern border region, where they discover an inn. It is now deep into the night, and perhaps by fortune, Li Tianbing and his party stumble upon this small town at such an hour. They locate an inn and stand outside its entrance. The streets of the town at night cannot be described as lively, yet they are not entirely desolate, with a few flickering lights lining the thoroughfare. Ling Shi takes the lead and steps into the inn, finding it nearly empty save for 3 or 4 inebriated patrons sprawled across tables in slumber. In the midst of this desolate night, Ling Shi's group stands out conspicuously, prompting the drowsy owner at the counter to quickly don a welcoming smile upon hearing their footsteps. Esteemed guests, may I inquire if you seek lodging or a meal? The owner, approaching his 40th year, possesses a radiant smile that naturally elicits a sense of goodwill. 2 double rooms and 1 single room. Please. Ling Shi, displaying remarkable composure, wears a bright smile, eschewing any airs. After all, a friendly demeanor while traveling can often mitigate troubles. Please follow me. The owner gestures and leads the way, with Ling Shi and his companions following closely, all wearing smiles. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, at the staircase landing, the owner says, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me. He bows to Ling Shi with a smile. Understood, Ling Shi replies with a smile of his own. Tomorrow, we shall enter the Dark Domain, heading straight for the Serpent Valley. At this juncture, true peril lies in ambush around us. The Dark Domain has long been the territory of the Five-Leaf God. Fraught with innumerable toxic substances, I urge everyone to exercise caution. Your lives are your own, and I do not wish to overstate this. Ling Shi sits in a chair in their room, imparting his words of caution to the group. Rest assured, Teacher Ling. We will take good care of ourselves. She, having closed the door and taken a seat nearby, expresses her confidence. Among those present, she is the only one still unaware of Ling Shi's true identity. Yet out of respect for her teacher, she has shown him utmost reverence and obedience throughout their journey. Indeed, this expedition to the Serpent Valley shall serve as a valuable training experience. Although dangers abound, I doubt. Thud, thud, thud. The sudden sound of knocking brought an abrupt halt to Fei Dao's words. Who is it? Li Tianbing sprang to his feet, his voice trembling slightly, albeit in a composed manner. It's me. Came the unmistakable voice of the boss. Oh, boss, is there something you need? Li Tianbing exhaled softly, striding towards the door. As it happens, the dumplings you ordered have arrived, the boss announced from outside. A wave of sensitivity surged through Li Tianbing's mind. He had been with Ling Shi and the others, yet he had not heard them place any order for dumplings, nor had he done so himself. Instinctively, he leapt backward, suddenly finding himself a yard away. Sure enough, in the next moment, a blade punctured through the door, faintly glimmering with a dark hue, unmistakably coated with lethal poison. Bang! The door was kicked open, and a figure emerged from outside. Who else but the boss? In his right hand, he wielded a broad, long knife. Even in the darkness, it shone brightly, the blade pulsating with dark energy, causing the very air to momentarily stagnate. Li Tianbing narrowed his eyes. You're not here to rob us, are you? Heh, you guessed it right. Encountering esteemed guests like you in this remote, desolate town at midnight is indeed a delightful surprise. Finally, An opportunity for some profit. Enough with the pleasantries, hand over all your money. The boss's previously flattering demeanor transformed into a menacing snarl. His knife pointed threateningly at Li Tianbing, then gesturing towards Ling Shi and the others. However, Ling Shi and the others merely gazed at him in silence, further igniting the boss's fury. Today, I shall teach you ungrateful wretches a lesson. With that, he prepared to strike. Wait! Li Tianbing raised a hand, interrupting the boss's advance. What are you willing to surrender? The boss sneered, his gaze fixated on Yu Shi. Leave that girl behind, along with the money, and perhaps I'll spare your lives. He continued to eye Yu Shi, his intentions laid bare in his gaze. I'll fight you. If I lose, we'll leave the money and the girl as well. However, should you lose, you shall meet your demise. Li Tianbing's expression darkened gradually. From the aura the boss exuded earlier, it was evident that he was a high-level swordsman, causing Li Tianbing's heart to weigh heavily. Tianbing, he is a swordsman. Are you sure you can handle this? And how can you treat Yu Shi that way? Fei Dao furrowed her brows, her delicate hands gripping Li Tianbing's shoulder. Don't worry, trust me. Li Tianbing flashed a reassuring smile at Fei Dao before turning to Yu Shi, his eyes brimming with unspoken apologies, yet filled with confidence in their silent exchange. Yu Shi nodded in agreement. Oh, how intriguing that I have lived on the edge of a blade. When have I ever feared death? I accept this challenge. The boss chuckled heartily, his eyes ablaze with fervent battle spirit. Ha, splendid. Li Tianbing turned, his own gaze reflecting a profound intensity for the impending duel. He was eager to test himself, pitting his current mid-level warrior's fighting spirit and low-level swordsman's soul force against a high-level swordsman, all without resorting to any hidden tactics. It was uncertain what the outcome would be. He could not afford to be careless in this battle. It could be said that, aside from the formidable cold lie, this boss was the strongest opponent Li Tianbing had ever encountered. During his previous clash with Sichuan, Li Tianbing had not fought with all his might, and the injuries he sustained were largely due to his own compassion. Nonetheless, even while injured, he had managed to defeat Sichuan, relying on his prowess as a beginner high-level warrior. However, this boss was different. His strength was significantly superior to Sichuan's, surpassing him by a whole level. Such formidable power was not something Sichuan could compare to, which weighed heavily on Li Tianbing's mind. Once, he had triumphed over Sichuan with the strength of a beginner high-level warrior. Yet he now pondered whether, having ascended to mid-level warrior status, he could overcome this boss. Undoubtedly, this battle would prove exceptionally challenging. With a sharp exhale, Li Tianbing's right hand quivered, and the purple spirit materialized in his grasp. Crackling with violet electricity and emitting a series of popping sounds, a high-level spiritual weapon. The boss's eyes widened, his expression morphing into one of avarice, clearly exhilarated at the prospect of being in such close proximity to a high-level spiritual artifact for the first time. If he could acquire it, his strength would surely soar, akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate, prompting a more sinister look to cross the boss's face. Hand over that high-level spiritual weapon, and perhaps I shall spare your lives, he declared, his demeanor a tumult of delight and greed. Evidently, after careful consideration, the boss had resolved to grant Li Tianbing and his companions a chance at survival. He was not entirely insincere in his words. Having navigated the treacherous waters of this world for decades, he had his own set of principles, despite the countless lives he had taken. However, what a joke. Would the purple spirit allow itself to be taken by the boss? Moreover, Li Tianbing would never acquiesce to such a demand. Ha! Are you always so reckless in your dealings? It is no wonder, given your high-level swordsman prowess, that you feel justified in your arrogance. Yet, that is all you are, a mere brash brute, lacking the profound intellect of a true cultivator. You are merely a high-level swordsman. Li Tianbing gripped the purple spirit, which radiated a welcoming glow, intensifying the boss's greedy and menacing gaze. So, you are unwilling to relinquish this sword? After deep contemplation, the boss cast aside thoughts of robbery. With this high-level spiritual weapon in his possession, he could unleash its full potential, and in that moment, who among his peers would stand against him? Thinking further ahead, he envisioned reclaiming his former glory, no longer confined to this dilapidated and waiting idly for opportunities. He could seize others' techniques and high-level elixirs, his strength would burgeon, and ultimately, if you wish to take it, you must first seek the approval of my sword. Li Tianbing interjected, observing the boss lost in endless fantasies. In light of this, he remarked, then I shall not hold back. Your life is now forfeit. The boss shuddered, sensing the disdain in Li Tianbing's demeanor, which only served to chill his tone further, darkening his expression. Life is a gift I have bestowed upon myself. Yet it remains to be seen if you possess the ability to reclaim it. Li Tianbing could not help but smirk coldly. Was he merely a pawn to be toyed with? Certainly not. Chapter 52. Battles is easy. The proprietor clenched his jaw tightly, his expression darkening to an extreme degree, as an overwhelming and terrifying aura erupted forth, causing the furniture within the room to tremble violently. This presence was exponentially more formidable than that of Sichuan, indicating that the proprietor had ascended to the rank of a high-level swordsman quite some time ago. Suddenly, the black longsword in the proprietor's grasp emitted powerful ripples, a menacing force quietly rising in an instant. The proprietor transformed into a swirling mass of black light. Evidently, this dark radiance represented dark attribute fighting energy, identical to that which Sichuan practiced. With a swift motion of his arm, the proprietor's longsword shimmered with layers of mist-like light, as streams of black fighting energy radiated around him. Even in this seemingly modest display, Li Tianbing sensed an aura of peril. His brow furrowed, and his breath became somewhat labored. Bang! The proprietor suddenly stomped down, leaving an imprint in the floor, before swinging his longsword toward Li Tianbing. The deep blackness rolled continuously along the blade, a fusion of deadly poison and fighting energy enveloping the air, which seemed to thicken in an ominous manner. Li Tianbing narrowed his eyes. In that moment, his fighting energy surged forth, a powerful presence sweeping across the entire room. Mid-level intermediate warrior? Gasps of astonishment echoed in succession, clearly emanating from the likes of Fei Dao and others behind Li Tianbing. The individuals present were somewhat familiar with Li Tianbing's capabilities. Over 3 months ago, he had still been a novice high-level warrior, yet astonishingly, he had ascended 2 ranks within this brief period. Furthermore, during their travels, they had not witnessed him utilizing his fighting energy, suggesting he might have broken through ahead of time. Contemplating this, everyone was even more astonished, particularly Ling Shi, who had a profound understanding of Li Tianbing. The events of 3 months prior had left even him somewhat pale. Bang! The proprietor grinned menacingly, swinging his longsword imbued with potent dark attribute fighting energy toward Li Tianbing. The air along its path darkening like defying. Li Tianbing felt a heavy weight in his heart, yet he could not afford to hesitate. The heavenly spirit fighting energy illuminated the surroundings as bright as day. He raised his right arm, and the purple spirit sword immediately shielded him, emanating a ghostly violet glow. Sizzle. Contrary to expectations, the anticipated clash of sword and blade did not occur. The dark fighting energy and deadly poison from the proprietor's long sword expanded ominously. Propelled forward by the force of his charge, its speed increasing, Li Tianbing's eyes widened in alarm. In a moment of panic, he leaped back, just as the toxic gas enveloped his previous position, dissipating into the air alongside the dark fighting energy. Cold sweat trickled down Li Tianbing's forehead as he vigorously shook his right hand, dispelling the residual fighting energy from the purple spirit sword. A mid-level intermediate warrior? How dare you challenge me with such strength? You must be seeking death. The proprietor's gaze glinted ominously as he pondered silently within. This fellow dares to confront me with such a lackluster display of strength. It must be a fleeting moment of recklessness. However, as my gaze shifts, I cannot afford to underestimate him in the slightest. Behind this youth stands a group of individuals who seem utterly unfazed, as if I do not exist at all, particularly the elderly gentleman seated prominently at the center, who leisurely sips tea while appearing to meditate. The actions of these individuals compel me to suppress any inclination to belittle them. Having lingered on the precipice of life and death for many years, I have cultivated a demeanor of remarkable composure and caution, otherwise I would not have survived to this day. Yet, despite my reluctance to dismiss him lightly, I remain remarkably steady, devoid of any impulsiveness. Enough of this prattle, Li Tianbing scoffed, his impatience evident. If you're not going to fight, we shall take our leave. As if to make a point, he feigned departure but unexpectedly unleashed a surge of violet energy. A dazzling arc of silver-purple light hurtling towards me like a streak of silver lightning. Humph! Who am I? An advanced swordsman. Moreover, at this moment, my nerves are taut, wary of any covert actions from Li Tianbing's entourage. As he attempted his surprise assault, I deftly evaded to the side, narrowly avoiding his onslaught. Seeing his ambush thwarted, Li Tianbing bore no malice. Instead, he infused all his fighting spirit into the purple spirit sword, causing both the blade and his arm to tremble as an immense force coursed through it. Humph! With a disdainful snort, Li Tianbing's sword crackled with electricity. As he swung his arm, the purple spirit sword shifted direction repeatedly, his fighting spirit transforming into strands and spheres, all converging upon me like a colossal luminescent wave. exuding an overwhelming momentum that cracked the ground beneath it into a chaotic mess. My eyes narrowed. Though these assaults were not particularly formidable, I would not simply remain passive. Swiftly, I altered my sword technique, channels of dark energy flowing from my hand into the ebony blade, intensifying its dark radiance. With each swing of my sword, a circle of black light emerged, forming a protective barrier that effortlessly deflected Li Tianbing's strikes. I believe you are tired of living. I shall ask you once more. Will you surrender the sword or not? The impatience in my voice was palpable. My face flushed crimson as I glared at Li Tianbing, the fury within me having reached a terrifying crescendo. Come and take it if you dare. Li Tianbing replied, his eyes narrowing, a radiant smile illuminating his face. At this juncture, he had reached a point of no return, compelled to resolve matters through force. You forsake the path to heaven, yet insist on barging into hell. Should I terminate you? It would surely serve as a form of tribute to the heavens. My visage turned ashen, akin to the hue of liver, flushed with rage, as an overwhelming aura erupted from my being. A fierce wave of energy swept through the room, causing the marble walls and ceiling to tremble, dust cascading down, threatening imminent collapse. As the room trembled, Li Tianbing suppressed the fury that surged within him, his boss's final words igniting a tempest of anger. However, in that moment, he chose to distance himself from the scene. Li Tianbing swiftly exited the room, with his boss closely trailing behind. They found themselves on a desolate street, where a gentle breeze occasionally swept through, causing the leaves on the ground to dance gracefully. The street was shrouded in darkness, devoid of light, exuding an air of desolation. Standing in the center of the street, Li Tianbing and his boss were separated by several dozen paces, while the group of Taoists lingered quietly behind Li Tianbing, with Ling Shi conspicuously absent, perhaps indifferent to such trivial matters, having sought entertainment elsewhere. I will not let you escape. Li Tianbing's gaze darkened ominously, his azure eyes resembling a lethal weapon. The words spoken by his boss seemed to imply that Li Tianbing's very existence would bring suffering to the heavens. This statement evidently incited a profound rage within Li Tianbing. With a resounding thud, he forcefully stomped his right foot on the ground, his body propelling forward like a ferocious tiger. Waves of fighting spirit emanated from him, accompanied by an intense aura. The refuse bins lining the street were sent flying, as a formidable gust of energy radiated outward in a circular manner from Li Tianbing. The fighting spirit surged forth, infusing the Xiling sword, causing the lightning within its blade to flicker with heightened intensity. With a thunderous crash, a silver lightning bolt descended from the heavens, illuminating the sky like a silver dragon, and aimed directly at his boss with astonishing might. The ability to influence the weather was extraordinary. This sword would be his. Witnessing the distant lightning strike, his boss's expression turned grave. Truly, spirit artifacts deserved their name, possessing such formidable power. Unbeknownst to him, ordinary spirit artifacts could not affect the elements. The Xiling sword was one of the 7 heavenly swords, birthed over millions of years in this boundless realm, making its ability to influence the heavens entirely normal. Humph! Even in your dreams, you shall not attain this. Li Tianbing pursed his lips, his tone laced with venomous disdain, as he unleashed the formidable Xiling sword towards his boss. Suddenly, the boss let out a sinister laugh, a powerful aura radiating from him, surpassing even Li Tianbing's. Waves of black fighting spirit flickered around him, and wisps of dark mist coiled around the blade in his hand, reminiscent of a demon's breath from the depths of the abyss, chilling to the bone. He then advanced towards Li Tianbing, the dark fighting spirit enveloping his long knife. With a thunderous clash, the two potent forces collided, sending shockwaves rippling outward in a circular explosion, dislodging numerous roof tiles. Li Tianbing was violently thrust back several dozen paces, his feet skidding along the ground until he finally stabilized his stance. He felt the tumult within his veins, the grip on the Xiling sword causing a wound to open on his palm. Frowning deeply, Li Tianbing's heart sank with gravity. It was only now that he recognized the stark difference between a swordsman and an intermediate warrior. In that previous strike, his boss had not employed any techniques. Rather, his fighting spirit had formed in haste, effortlessly neutralizing Li Tianbing's full-force attack. The disparity was undeniably vast. Suddenly, within Li Tianbing's body, a surge of fighting energy quietly emerged, flowing along specific meridians like a gentle stream traversing through his internal channels, gradually transforming into a fiery crimson hue. At that moment, the surrounding air seemed to momentarily pause, and the temperature dropped several degrees. Wisps of fighting energy coalesced into formidable power, infusing his arms with vigor. Ultimately, as the energy reached his limbs, Li Tianbing's hands became a vivid red, resembling a pair of blood-hued appendages, seemingly conjured from the depths of the abyss. With a swift motion of his right hand, the purple spirit sword vanished from sight. In an instant, Li Tianbing surged toward the boss, his arms in motion, as a crimson glow enveloped his fists, casting a fierce countenance upon his visage. The boss, recognizing the gravity of the situation, dared not underestimate his opponent, fully aware that Li Tianbing had unleashed his technique. The boss's swordplay evolved continuously, dark energy shrouding the long blade, which emitted faint, ominous sounds akin to a beast's growl as the boss infused and amplified his dark energy into the blade. An indistinct shape of a tiger emerged around the sword, emanating an awe-inspiring presence with its low growls. Fiery palm, demonic tiger strike. Li Tianbing's hands blazed like molten lava, and as he executed a series of hand seals, he forcefully propelled his palms forward, unleashing a scorching wave of energy toward the boss. The ground beneath them sizzled with heat, and distant structures began to distort under the intensity. Ignorance. The boss's swordplay shifted fluidly, the blade shimmering with light, as the tiger figure transformed into a massive shadowy beast, its aura resembling towering tidal waves, exuding an overwhelming might. The colossal tiger charged forth as an illusion, colliding with the scorching wave. In an instant, the debris of withered leaves and deadwood lining the streets were swept into the air by the immense energy, scattering chaotically in the atmosphere. It was indeed a third-tier technique. Observing the ferocity of the onslaught, Li Tianbing's brow furrowed tightly. Although this third-tier technique was a level beneath the one Sichuan had previously wielded, it was executed by a formidable swordsman, thus its potency was vastly superior. In the realm above, the giant tiger and the wave met with a cataclysmic force, and a violent ripple erupted from the point of their collision. The giant tiger and the wave clashed against one another, each resisting fiercely, yet the crowd watched as the wave gradually pushed the giant tiger back, albeit with diminishing strength. A sudden sound echoed, and the wave visibly shrank, ultimately dissipating into the air. With a roar that echoed through the heavens, the giant tiger charged fiercely toward Li Tianbing, leaving behind fleeting shadows of darkness in its wake. Li Tianbing's offensive was thwarted, and he felt the repercussions as his internal energy surged chaotically. Yet, he had no time to regain his composure, for the giant tiger, with an indomitable force, was barreling toward him. With a resounding thud, Li Tianbing's body was violently propelled backward by the tiger's fighting energy, skidding along the ground for several dozen yards before finally coming to a halt. Li Tianbing,